Su Fan slid out from under the car on the mechanic's creeper, a heavy torque wrench dangling from his hand. This second-hand RV might be old, but under his care it was still in fairly good condition. He tossed aside the oil-stained rag, let out a long breath, and wiped the hot sweat from his forehead with the back of it. The sun blazed overhead, heating the solar panels on the roof until they felt warm to the touch. A driving rhythm thumped in his earbuds, yet his mind was busy with a different sort of scheme. The car's fixed, time to fix myself up too, Su Fan muttered to himself, an irrepressible mischievous smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. He thought of the spa he had visited last week, a place called Night Color, and the scenes from that time surged back into his mind, vivid and impossible to dispel. The corridor there had been dim and suggestive, the air filled with a faint fragrance of rose essential oil. Technician No. 22 had winered wavy hair, cascading lazily over her shoulders, and a tailored black cinched uniform that clung to her curves, accentuating the slender waist that could be encircled in one hand. The neckline was opened just enough, the smooth pale lines below her rounded collarbones half hidden in the amber light, and her long legs, sheathed in sheer black stockings, seemed impossibly straight. Most of all, those slender black high heels striking the marble floor of the corridor, clack clack, came nearer and nearer, making his heart itch with restless excitement. Just as he closed his eyes to savor the rapid footsteps in his memory, the previously clear sky gave a sudden twitch without warning. What the hell, am I having kidney problems already? Su Fan opened his eyes and rubbed them hard. He was only in his early 20s, strong enough to wrestle a bull to the ground. He raised his head to look at the sky, and his whole body froze on the spot. The sun in the sky flickered again. It wasn't being covered by clouds, it was like a failing light bulb, emitting an almost inaudible sizzle as it stuttered. The deep blue firmament looked as though some brute force had torn a gash through it. Rings of translucent ripples spread out from the depths of the cosmos, warping the very air around them. The scene was exactly like the old television set from his childhood when the signal went bad. From the street came a passerby's startled exclamation, "Hey, what on earth is that up there? Did I forget to take my blood pressure meds today?" Before Su Fan could get a better look, a voice echoed, "Greetings, residents of Blue Star." A metallic female electronic voice exploded without warning in the depths of his mind, making his scalp prickle with numbness. Who is it? Who's talking? Su Fan spun around, looking everywhere. The electronic female voice ignored him entirely and continued its broadcast. "Cosmic flicker has been completed. You have been selected for a spacetime jump. Target planet unknown. Time remaining until jump 2 hours and 59 minutes. Please proceed at once to the vehicle closest to you. In the new world, do not expect any safe zones. Without a vehicle, you are as good as dead." As the electronic voice spoke, the torn, deep blue sky gathered its eerie ripples together, condensing into a colossal row of numbers glowing a blood red. Hughes 025959025958. The glaring red digits hung high in outer space like the countdown of a reaper, almost blotting out the entire sky. They pulsed in silence, branding despair and oppression onto the foreheads of all humankind. Jump. Vehicle. Su Fan swallowed hard and instinctively turned to look at the freshly serviced second-hand RV, beside him, a cold sweat breaking out across his palms. Now distributing starter gift packs. As the words fell, a rain of black drops began to fall from the sky without warning. Dense black boxes gleaming with a metallic sheen materialized from the void and plummeted downward. They did not smash into the ground, but instead came to a strange halt, hovering over each person's head. What kind of trash starter pack is this? Just a crate of fake brand instant noodles. Be grateful, I only got a single bottle of iced tea. A bicycle. Which stingy production crew is filming some prank show? I've struck it rich, I got $1 million, a delivery guy screamed not far away. The black box in front of Su Fan exploded open with a bang. There were no fragments, only a ball of blinding white light. Like a living thing, it darted straight down through the crown of his head. Ding. Exclusive system has been bound. Detected host physical fitness matches this system at a rate of 99.9%. Hidden benefit triggered. Please choose your initial bonus within 10 seconds. Option 1, a powerful weapon with infinite ammunition. Option 2, an unlimited supply of clean food. Option 3, infinite storage space. Countdown starting 10. What kind of damned multiple choice question is this? Can't I just choose them all? Su Fan cursed into the empty air, his mind a complete chaotic mess. I choose 2, unlimited food. Su Fan shouted at the top of his lungs, the veins on his neck bulging. Food is the essence of life. As long as there is something to eat, one can survive anywhere. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Fan instantly regretted it. Images of the apocalyptic movies he usually watched flashed through his mind. Thugs stabbing each other over a moldy piece of bread and monsters lurking in the ruins feasting on the flesh of the living. If the new world were like that, holding a pile of food would make him nothing more than a human-shaped automatic takeout. No, where there are guns there is grain. If my neighbor stockpiles grain, I will stockpile guns. My neighbor is my granary. Su Fan suddenly waved his hand, as if to dispel the thoughts that had just crossed his mind. Change my mind, change my mind. I choose one. Give me a weapon with unlimited ammunition. Do you confirm the selection of the infinite ammo weapon? The system's tone rose slightly, unexpectedly, carrying a hint of human-like inquiry. Confirm. Su Fan was about to nod, but his peripheral vision caught sight of the recently serviced second-hand RV beside him. Wait a moment, let me think. Su Fan grasped the car door handle tightly. He stared at the interior of the RV. Is there no supply station when heading to an unknown planet? Weapons can kill, food can save lives. But this vehicle is too small. With a water tank installed, there is no room for the generator, and if a spare diesel barrel is put in, there is no space for extra tires. If he really jumped over, what use is having a gun? If the car breaks down, he would still be waiting for death. But what if he had infinite space? He could empty an entire supermarket and store hundreds of tons of fuel and spare parts. This broken RV could transform into an infinitely enduring mobile fortress. The mechanical voice of the system sounded like a death warrant. Damn it, I've changed my mind. I choose. A cold electronic female voice interrupted Su Fan's howl. The system detected extreme fluctuations in the host's emotions and defaulted to the option not effectively chosen before the countdown ended. The system will randomly select one. What the hell, this is so hasty. Su Fan gasped for breath, his heart racing as if it would burst. It's over, I'm really going to end up begging for food in another world, he lamented, tugging at his hair in frustration. Ding! Congratulations, host, the random selection is complete. Acquired enhancement, infinite storage space. Now connecting and binding. Su Fan barely had time to savor this statement when he felt a sudden intense burning sensation in the palm of his right hand, as if a red-hot branding iron was pressed directly against his skin. He gritted his teeth and remained silent, opening his palm to reveal a black metallic mark resembling the endless symbol, slowly materializing in his palm. After flashing twice, it completely sank beneath his skin, vanishing from sight. Is that it? Su Fan rubbed his palm, feeling nothing but the earlier sting. He turned to look at the heavy torque wrench beside him. Store, he tentatively muttered in his mind. Whoosh. The wrench vanished into thin air. Su Fan's eyes widened as an immeasurable void space appeared in his mind, with the wrench quietly floating in the corner of that space. Come out, he thought. Clack. The wrench instantly reappeared in the palm of his right hand, its heavy metallic feel incredibly real. Great. This function is amazing. Su Fan's eyes sparkled, the earlier frustration swept away. With this, who needs to worry about food? I could empty the entire city, let's hurry and grab supplies. Su Fan suddenly looked up at the sky where the blood-red countdown displayed 025000. Time is tight, and the task is urgent. First, go get food. The goal was clear: head to the agricultural product trading city, 3 kilometers away next to the neighborhood. It was the largest comprehensive trading city in several nearby cities, usually supplying food for millions of people. The RV let out a deep roar and rushed out of the neighborhood gate. The chaos on the road was utterly uncontrollable. Order collapsed within just a few minutes, and the darker side of human nature gradually revealed itself under the pressure of survival. 2 cars collided violently, while fighting for a contraflow lane, smoke billowing from their hoods as 2 drivers battered each other in the middle of the road, bloodied faces visible. The shop windows along the street were shattered, and a crowd wrestled over supplies, some even brandishing knives. Get out of the way. This car belongs to me. A bald man swung a metal rod, trying to stop Su Fan's RV. Move aside. If you don't want to die, get lost. Su Fan rolled down the window and shouted angrily, pressing the accelerator down further. The massive RV charged forward, making the bald man scramble into the greenery in fear. Su Fan sped along, finally arriving at the trading city. In front of the main gate, the originally wide passage was blocked halfway by several cargo trucks parked haphazardly. The security guard at the entrance had long since vanished. In the middle of the passage, a thin metal barrier stood stubbornly in place. The RV accelerated, crashing through the barrier, which snapped and flew away, just grazing the sides of 2 cargo trucks as it surged into the trading city. Inside, people of all sorts were grabbing items. Some carried bags of rice, others clutched entire boxes of instant noodles, and a few were bleeding from head injuries while fighting over a box of ham. Ignoring the outer retail area, Su Fan drove straight towards the back frozen storage area. System, how do I quickly collect supplies? The host just needs to bring the target within spiritual perception or line of sight to activate the skill. Alright. The RV charged into the large cold storage, and with a thought, Su Fan activated the infinite storage skill. Collect. Instantly, rows of half-pig carcasses and whole beef legs hanging in the cold storage vanished. His gaze swept over the adjacent premium meat section, where beautifully packaged Australian Wagyu beef, New Zealand lamb chops, and Iberian pork were all neatly stacked and swallowed by an invisible black hole into the infinite space. Su Fan pressed the accelerator and turned into the seafood section. As the RV passed through, the shells were complete. Giant Boston lobsters with massive claws, Alaska king crabs the size of basins, and lively grouper and tiger grouper were all instantly collected by Sue Fan. The RV rolled through the vegetable and fruit section. Tons of Shandong cabbage, trays of imported cherries, boxes of Thai durians, and heaps of potatoes and onions vanished in an instant. Finally, he reached the grain comprehensive area. Several men were trying to pry open the iron door of a grain warehouse. Beep! Sue Fan honked the horn and charged directly at them. Get lost. This place is ours, one of the men shouted, wielding a shovel. Sue Fan couldn't be bothered to waste words. His mental energy pierced through the iron door and enveloped the space beyond. In an instant, thousands of tons of Wuchang rice flour, thousands of boxes of cooking oil, and tens of thousands of farmers' 3 full products were completely emptied. When the men finally pried open the door and saw the vast warehouse empty of even a mouse, they collapsed in shock. What the hell? Where's the food? After leaving the trading city, Sue Fan glanced at the red digits in the sky. The countdown showed 01. For clothing, food, shelter, and transportation now, I just need clothes and transport. There were several large gas stations in the middle of the city leading to the most famous shopping mall. No gas, this car is just a metal coffin. Sue Fan drove like a whirlwind, the engine roaring deafeningly, and he flew over speed bumps, without breaking the Tut-Un vehicle, crashing down, the chassis thudding. With a beautiful drift, the RV barreled into a Jomo gas station. The fuel pumps toppled over, spilling gasoline everywhere while the staff had long since fled. The gas that usually costs over 9 yuan a liter today, it's all free. He pointed at the underground fuel storage and activated the infinite space skill. Whether it's 92, 95, or 98, as long as it can take off and land, it's good fuel. A dull sucking sound came from deep underground as hundreds of tons of fuel were instantly drained. Without stopping, Sue Fan drove the RV into the Zhongmo Stone gas station on the next street, instantly emptying the underground fuel storage there as well. When Sue Fan arrived at the luxurious shopping mall in the city center, the interior was already in shambles. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows on the first floor had been smashed, shards of glass littering the ground. The latest electric vehicles that were originally on display in the showroom had also been stolen, leaving only empty display stands behind. Saves me from breaking down the door. Sue Fan turned the steering wheel and drove the RV directly onto the first floor of the mall, crushing glass shards under the wheels. Time to start shopping. He slowed down the vehicle, cruising along the mall's wide interior passage from start to finish. On the left were international luxury brand stores. Collect. Limited edition mechanical watches, bags worth tens of thousands, and haute couture garments vanished in an instant from the glass counters. On the right was a high-end outdoor equipment store. This will come in handy for survival. Sue Fan collected tactical jackets, extreme cold weather gear, high-top military-grade hiking boots, sub-zero sleeping bags, tactical backpacks, and powerful flashlights. The RV moved forward, leaving nothing in its wake. Gold and diamonds from jewelry stores, the latest phones from a certain brand, and drones from a certain region, as well as antibiotics and first aid kits from pharmacies. As he reached the passageway, Sue Fan's eyes lit up when he saw a store decorated in a style filled with pink temptation, Victoria's Secret. Looking at the various lace and sheer fabrics hanging on the racks, the image of the technician number 22 from the spa flashed through Sue Fan's mind. Those long legs and black stilettos and sheer black stockings seemed to sway in front of him again. What if I need it in the future? It's better to be prepared than sorry. Sue Fan smirked. Collect. Different styles and colors of sexy lingerie and stockings were instantly stored in the most private corner of the infinite space. After finishing the collection of all supplies in the mall, Sue Fan drove the RV, filled with hope and capital for survival, roaring out of the mall and stopping steadily in the empty square. He turned off the engine, locking all the doors and windows of the vehicle. After checking the wrench in the passenger seat, he glanced at the mountain of supplies piled up in the space. Everything was ready. Sue Fan looked up through the windshield towards the sky. The ripples in the sky had twisted to the extreme, and the entire sky turned into a bizarre, dark purple. The entire sky lost its original color after a series of frequent flashes of bright light. Buzz! Sue Fan felt a sharp pain in his eardrum, followed by an intense sensation of weightlessness. It felt like just having ridden a roller coaster that was plummeting at full speed, only to be kicked into a continuously spinning washing machine. The surroundings spun and shifted. Through the front windshield of the RV, Sue Fan gripped the steering wheel tightly, gritting his teeth as he struggled against the turmoil in his stomach. He watched in disbelief as the world outside the car window underwent bizarre changes. The towering skyscrapers, the crisscrossing overpasses, and the flickering neon signs were all rapidly fading and disappearing. It was as if an eraser was furiously smudging the drawing on paper, erasing the traces of modern city life cleanly within seconds. Ugh! Sue Fan gagged, the bile rising to his throat, which he forced down. He did not know how long it had been. The intense dizziness finally subsided. The vehicle dropped heavily, emitting a dull thud. Bang! The RV had landed. Su Fan gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat. He blinked hard, waiting for his vision to refocus before looking around. What the hell? Su Fan inhaled sharply. Where the hell am I? What greeted his eyes was an endless expanse of desolation. There were no tall buildings, no signposts. The ground was a dry, hard brown earth mixed with stones of various, as far as the eye could see, besides a few almost withered, crooked trees standing awkwardly on the horizon. Not a single green weed was visible. The sky was a sickly yellow hue, and the position of the sun appeared somewhat bizarre, absurdly large. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept by, carrying sand and gravel that unceremoniously battered against the RV's windshield. Pitter-patter. The cacophony of impacts echoed inside the cabin, leaving fine white scratches on the glass. Su Fan wiped his face, calming down slightly. He glanced in the rearview mirror and realized that the location for the spatial jump was completely random. Because in the few minutes he had been observing his surroundings, white lights had flashed across the barren land without warning. Swish! Swish! Each time the white light flickered, a car would appear out of thin air on the ground. A Wuling Hongguang with a Guang a license plate landed several dozen meters to his left. More than 100 meters to his right, a black Audi with a Shang Hu license plate appeared. Further away, several cars even overturned upon landing due to the uneven terrain. Su Fan did not get out of the car. He cautiously watched his surroundings. Just then a dazzling white light suddenly erupted about 5 to 6 meters to the right of his RV. Boom! Viru! The roar of a powerful engine tore through the wind's howl across the wasteland. As the white light faded, a brand new yellow Lamborghini Gallardo landed steadily on the stony ground. With its low chassis, it sparked against the ground upon landing. Wow, a sports car! Su Fan raised an eyebrow. The window of the Gallardo rolled down. In the driver's seat sat a second-generation rich kid wearing a floral shirt and sporting hair slicked with gel, casually putting on dark sunglasses with one hand while gripping the steering wheel with the other. In the passenger seat was a long-haired beauty dressed in revealing attire. Even from several meters away, Su Fan could clearly see her long, fair legs unobscured by the car door. Under the dim yellow sunlight, her long, beautiful legs appeared glaringly white. The long-haired beauty had her head lowered, nestled in the bosom of the rich second generation. Su Fan, seated high in the driver's cabin of the RV, had an excellent view. Watching the long-haired Bowtie's movements, he muttered to himself, must be the after-effects of spatial jumping. Ooh, she probably got carsick. That was quite a reaction. He observed the long-haired beauty, who had been leaning for a while, her shoulders slightly trembling. After a moment, she finally sat up, brushed her disheveled hair, and her cheeks were tinged with a slight blush. Then she turned around and leaned out of the passenger window. Tui! A mouthful of thick, white phlegm was spat onto the parched yellow earth. After spitting, she pulled out a tissue from her bag and elegantly wiped her mouth. Watching this scene, Su Fan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Spitting on the ground like that is so uncivilized. The rich second generation noticed Su Fan nearby. He smirked, revealing a smug smile, and whistled at Su Fan. Roar! The Lamborghini Gallardo emitted a beast-like roar. Its four tires spun wildly on the stony ground, kicking up a cloud of yellow dust, and then it shot away like a yellow arrow into the depths of the wasteland. Watching the disappearing figure of the sports car, Su Fan couldn't help but shake his head. Only a rich second generation knows how to have fun. Just as he finished speaking, a sharp sound suddenly came from outside the car. Oh! Ah! It was not the cry of a single person, but a horrific wail mixed from many voices. The sound did not come from afar, but from above. Su Fan froze for a moment. What's that noise? Ah, help! Help! In the howling wind, the screams grew louder and clearer. Su Fan stuck his head out, squinting at the dim yellow. He saw many black dots suddenly appear above the high clouds. Those black dots fell at an astonishing speed, quickly enlarging in Su Fan's pupils as they approached. Accompanied by the piercing screams of ah, those black dots plunged toward the ground. Bang! A black dot crashed violently onto the hard rock less than 20 meters from the RV. A sickening thud echoed. There was no struggle, no buffering. Blood immediately burst forth in a radial pattern on the ground. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Following that, continuous sounds of falling bodies echoed from all directions. As the distance closed in, Su Fan finally understood what those falling black dots were. They were not meteors or supply crates. They were people. A middle-aged man in pajamas, a woman with a spatula in hand, and a white-collar worker in a suit. They flailed their limbs as they fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the wasteland. Blood and severed limbs quickly covered the surrounding ground within seconds. In this new world, lacking a vehicle is equivalent to death. The system's cold announcement echoed once more in Su Fan's mind. Su Fan stared intently at a nearby body that had been smashed beyond recognition, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. He swallowed hard, forcing down a large gulp of saliva. He finally understood. The system was not joking, nor was there any safe zone. The consequence of lacking a vehicle was being directly thrown from an altitude of 10,000 meters, landing as a box. Several meters away, the corpse of a woman lay sprawled on the hard dirt slope. Surrounding her was a pool of dark red blood that continued to spread. The sunlight was dim and glaring. On the woman's thick neck, a gold chain as thick as a thumb glimmered in the light, dazzling to the eye. Click! Not far away, the door of a Wuling Hongwang van was pushed open slightly from the inside. A bald man with a Mediterranean hairstyle poked his head out, casting furtive glances around with shifty eyes. "Old man, are you crazy? Close the door." A woman's voice from inside the van hissed urgently. "Who knows what kind of monsters are out there? Are you trying to get yourself killed? You don't know anything." The old man turned his head and cursed in a low voice. "Look at that dead woman. What is she wearing around her neck? Such a thick gold chain. Gold prices are so high now, it's over 1,000 per gram. That chain must weigh at least 200 grams. What are you thinking about money at a time like this? What good is money when you're dead?" "Shut up." The old man glared, steeling himself as he fully opened the van. "This place is desolate, and she's dead anyway. Leaving the gold here would be a waste. If I pick it up, when we find our way back, it would be like finding tens of thousands for free." As the old man encouraged himself and rubbed his hands together, he took cautious steps toward the woman's corpse. Sitting in the driver's seat of the camper, Su Fan watched the scene unfold clearly from above. "Incredible," Su Fan scoffed, shaking his head. "Valuing money over life, even the king of hell can't save you now." The old man hesitated, taking several glances back before reaching the corpse. He swallowed hard, bent down, and reached for the blood-stained gold chain with both hands. "Sorry, little sister, but you're gone, so we'll take this worldly possession for you." The old man muttered to himself as he grasped the gold chain with his right hand. Just as his fingers brushed against, a sudden change occurred. The seemingly lifeless woman convulsed violently for a moment, accompanied by a sound of bones grinding. The old man trembled in fear, wanting to retreat, but the woman's face suddenly turned toward him. That was not a living person's face. In just a few seconds, the woman's originally normal skin color rapidly faded, revealing a sickly gray hue. The surface of her skin even glistened with an eerie sheen, as if she had been soaked in formaldehyde. Then the black pupils in her eye sockets dissolved like ink dropped in water. In the empty eye sockets, only a pair of pallid eyeballs remained fixed intensely on the old man. "Ah!" The old man screamed, scrambling backward. The woman's mouth split open as her jaw stretched wide, exposing 2 rows of jagged, sharp teeth. Thick, murky liquid dripped from the corners of her mouth, splattering onto the gold chain. The woman gave him no chance to escape. Her waist, suddenly tensed arms like iron hoops clamped around the old man's neck as she opened her bloody maw and bit down hard on his face. Ugh! From Su Fan's perspective, the two were tightly entangled, the woman's head buried in the old man's face, wildly shaking. The scene resembled a pair of passionate lovers locked in a heated kiss. Su Fan gulped. "Damn, is the old man's taste this heavy?" Su Fan gripped the steering wheel tightly, not daring to blink. How could this woman fall from the sky and not die? Could it be the system issued a resurrection card? The sounds of their passionate exchange lasted only 3 or 4 seconds before stopping abruptly, transforming into a hissing sound. The woman released her mouth, turning her head, still chewing on a piece of bloody flesh. The old man lay on the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably for a moment. Then he pushed himself up with his hands, joints cracking as he stood up in an extremely stiff posture, slowly turning around. "Hiss!" Su Fan inhaled sharply. Half of the old man's face had been gruesomely chewed off, from the brow bone to the chin. Flesh and skin had completely vanished, exposing the stark white bones and broken jaw, black blood dripping from his chin. The only remaining eye of the old man had also turned the same sickly white as the woman's. Roar! Both let out inhuman low roars, turning their heads simultaneously to fixate on the open door of the. Then, like crazed beasts, they rushed toward the van, wildly clawing and biting at the door and windows. "Old man, what are you doing? Ah, don't bite me." The desperate cries of the old woman echoed from inside the van, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. "Zombies. They've turned into zombies." Su Fan's hair stood on end as his survival instinct kicked in. "Run!" He pressed the clutch and quickly shifted into first gear, forcefully turning the ignition key. Boom! The engine of the second-hand camper roared to life with a deep, thunderous sound, spewing out a cloud of thick black smoke. The deafening engine noise echoed painfully across the barren land, instantly drowning out the screams from the Wuling Hongwang. The woman who had been clawing at the window abruptly halted her actions. She stiffly turned her blood-stained gray-white face, her pallid eyeballs locked onto Su Fan's camper. She bared her dripping sharp teeth at Su Fan, letting out a piercing shriek, abandoning the Wuling Hongwang as she sprinted toward the camper. Her running posture was extremely awkward, her limbs rigid, yet her speed was astonishingly fast. "Damn, hurry!" Su Fan frantically maneuvered the steering wheel, trying to turn the vehicle. But the camper was too long and the ground was soft sand and gravel, causing the tires to spin wildly in place, kicking up clouds of dust. 10 meters. 5 meters. The woman was already at the front of the camper, arms outstretched with black blood lunging forward, seeking death. Su Fan's eyes turned bloodshot, gritting his teeth. Instead of hitting the brakes, he pressed the gas pedal down hard. The engine roared in fury. The tires finally gripped the ground, and the 2-ton steel vehicle charged forward like a raging bull, colliding head-on with the woman. Bang! A dull, thunderous sound erupted. The camper's thick, sturdy bumper slammed into the woman's chest. Su Fan clearly heard the series of rib fractures with a cracked sound. The tremendous impact crushed the woman's chest cavity, her body momentarily suspended in the air, then she was violently dragged underneath the vehicle like a rag. Thud! The front wheels of the camper jolted violently, and a strong recoil was felt through the steering wheel. Su Fan gripped it tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands, forcing the vehicle to remain steady. Then a chilling scraping sound came from beneath the chassis. Crack, splat. The heavy rear dual tires accurately rolled over the woman's head and torso. The sound resembled a heavy road roller crushing a ripe watermelon. Black-red foul blood mixed with brain matter splattered out from underneath the vehicle with a thud, leaving a long bloodstain on the camper's rear window. Su Fan did not hesitate for a moment. Utilizing the momentum from the collision, he violently jerked the steering wheel, and the camper carved a rough arc in the sand, completely changing direction and speeding away. Inside the vehicle, the engine's roar was deafening. Su Fan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his 10 fingers trembling uncontrollably. He glanced at the rearview mirror. The Wuling Hongguang was far behind, with the zombie old man still desperately banging on the window. The woman, however, had turned into a shapeless puddle of flesh. This is terrifying. This place is too horrifying. Su Fan gasped for breath, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, into his eyes, stinging painfully. He dared not stop flooring the gas pedal in an attempt to get as far away from this place as possible. Just then a chime echoed in his mind as the system's voice activated. Ding! The system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ordinary zombie, killed 1 reward points. 1. Su Fan slammed on the brakes, the RV shuddering violently on the sandy ground as it slowed down. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his chest heaving violently. The nausea from running over the old woman still churned in his stomach, and this sudden notification stunned him for a few seconds. What the hell? Points. Su Fan gasped for air. System, what are these points for? Can I eat them? The system replied unhurriedly. Host points can be used to exchange for various supplies in the mysterious shop. A shop? Su Fan's eyes lit up. This was good news. At least besides the infinite space he had from the start, there was another supply channel. Then where is this mysterious shop? The mysterious shop has no fixed coordinates. It will appear randomly at any location at irregular intervals. Each appearance lasts only 1 hour, after which the shop will automatically disappear. Please manage your time, host. Random. Random things are the hardest to deal with. The system ignored his complaints. Su Fan sighed helplessly, shifted gears again, and stepped on the accelerator. The RV continued across this seemingly endless barren land. The sun's color remained a murky yellow, baking the earth like a steamer. The surrounding scenery was monotonous to the point of madness. Nothing but yellow gravel and a few nearly dead twisted trees, not even a single weed in sight. The road was potholed and uneven, the RV's suspension groaning under the strain. This monotonous driving environment was exhausting. Su Fan felt his eyelids growing heavier, his head becoming drowsy. Just then a deafening, ear-splitting roar of engines suddenly came from behind the RV. The sound tore through the dead silence of the wasteland, carrying a strong metallic texture and violent aesthetic. What's that noise? Su Fan instantly woke up, snapping his head to look at the rearview mirror inside the car. Through the rolling yellow dust, several black silhouettes were closing in at an astonishing speed. Soon the silhouettes burst out of the sand, revealing their true forms. 3 heavily modified heavy motorcycles. Exaggerated exhaust pipes, widened all-terrain tires, and glaring skull patterns painted on the bodies. Wow, Su Fan clicked his tongue. These bikes would get pulled over by traffic cops in the real world, but they're having a blast in this godforsaken place. The 3 motorcycles in a triangle formation quickly overtook the RV from the left with a thunderous roar. As the vehicles passed each other, Su Fan got a clear look at the riders. The front riders all wore full-face helmets and studded leather jackets. On the back of each motorcycle sat a voluptuous biker girl. They wore tight black leather pants, their legs long and straight, with tall black leather boots. To resist the wind resistance from the high-speed ride, their hands tightly gripped the waist of the rider in front, their entire upper bodies pressed against the rider's back. This posture made their already round buttocks, wrapped in tight leather pants, arch up high, their curves fully exposed. Viru, the lead rider, seemed to notice Su Fan's gaze and deliberately revved the throttle provocatively. The motorcycle's wide rear wheel spun wildly on the sandy ground. A series of sharp crackling sounds came. A large amount of sand and gravel kicked up by the bike's exhaust mercilessly pelted the RV's windshield, leaving several obvious white marks. Damn it. Do you know how to drive? In a hurry to die, Su Fan shouted out the window. But no one paid him any attention. These riders free from traffic rules rode even more fiercely and wildly. Blue flames shot from the exhaust pipes. The three motorcycles trailing a cloud of yellow sand disappeared from Su Fan's sight in an instant. A bunch of lunatics. Su Fan rolled up the window and turned up the air conditioning. The RV continued its lonely journey forward. Half an hour passed. The scenery remained unchanged. The monotonous engine sound and the hum of the air conditioner blended together, forming the perfect lullaby. I can't take it anymore. I need to find a place to stop and sleep, and my eyelids are drooping. Su Fan muttered drowsily, his head nodding lower and lower, his vision blurring. Suddenly, several black figures darted out onto the previously empty road ahead, standing there swaying. Su Fan's eyes snapped open, his pupils instantly contracting. Too close, less than 10 meters. Holy crap. Su Fan's right foot reflexively lifted and stomped the brake pedal all the way down. Screech. The piercing sound of brakes echoed across the wasteland. The RV, weighing over 2 tons, couldn't stop instantly under the immense inertia. The tires locked up on the hard, gravelly ground, giving off a pungent smell of burning rubber. Thump, thump, thump. Several dull impacts followed. The RV's wide front end slammed directly into the black figures. The figures flew up like rag dolls, smashed against the windshield, leaving several horrifying bloodstains, then rolled heavily to the roadside. Dragging a long skid mark, the RV slid forward for dozens of meters before finally coming to a complete huff. Huff. Su Fan gripped the steering wheel tightly, breathing heavily, his heart pounding wildly in his chest, as if it would burst through his ribs. Outside, there was no sound except for the hum of the idling engine. Just then, the system's voice rang out on time. Ding. 6 zombies killed, points earned 6 zombies. Su Fan was stunned, his palms slick with cold sweat. Where did 6 zombies come from? Summoning his courage, he pressed his face against the window and cautiously looked outside. At just one glance, Su Fan sharply inhaled a chill shooting straight to the top of his head. Lying on the ground not far from the window was a corpse with a broken spine. The corpse wore a familiar studded leather jacket and a shattered full-face helmet. The helmet's visor was cracked, revealing a gray-white face smeared with black blood, its eyes empty of pupils. Following this corpse, more bodies lay scattered haphazardly by the roadside. One corpse had its lower body crushed, but on its long straight leg was a black leather boot covered in mud. Torn fragments of tight black leather pants were scattered nearby. The 3 heavy motorcycles were nowhere to be found. This? Su Fan's throat bobbed with difficulty. These zombies. Aren't they the ones who overtook me half an hour ago? The numbers matched perfectly. 3 men and 3 women, 6 in total. How did this happen? Su Fan's mind buzzed. In just that short half hour, what had they experienced? The motorcycles were gone, all 6 were dead, and they had turned into zombies. Su Fan suddenly felt the air in the cabin grow thin. A wave of inexplicable panic surged. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up one by one, and the skin on the back of his neck prickled with goosebumps. It was the most primal biological instinct of a human facing deadly danger. Something was staring at him intently from the shadows. Who's there? Su Fan nervously tightened his grip on the wrench, his eyes scanning the surrounding wilderness. To the left, a stretch of flat yellow sand, nothing there. To the right, a few bare dead trees, their trunks too thin to hide anything. In the rearview mirror, only the long skid mark and the zombie corpses remained. Endless desolation. Clearly within his field of vision, there was nothing alive except himself. But that feeling of being targeted as prey, like a sharp knife pressed against his lower back, lingered, growing stronger and inescapable. Something's wrong. This place is definitely wrong. Su Fan gritted his teeth, the sweat in his palms already soaking the wrench handle. He didn't dare get out to check the bodies, nor did he dare stay a second longer. He quickly tossed the wrench back to the passenger seat, gripped the steering wheel with his left hand, and reached for the gearshift with his right. Let's get out of here first. Just as he stepped on the accelerator and carefully moved forward, his peripheral vision caught sight of a large boulder dozens of meters to the left front of the RV. The boulder was huge, about the size of a semi-trailer, its color blending with the surrounding yellow earth. Its surface was rough and covered with weathered cracks. Su Fan hadn't paid attention to the boulder when he scanned earlier. But now, that boulder seemed to have hallucination. It must be a hallucination. Su Fan swallowed, forcing himself to blink and stare fixedly at the giant rock. The wind stopped. A deathly silence fell over the wasteland. 1 second. 2 seconds. With an extremely faint rustling sound, this colossal object silently shifted half a meter forward. Su Fan looked at the moving stone, his palms drenched in cold sweat. The RV was currently in motion, and the sound of the turn was too loud. He could only grit his teeth and drive forward. The RV continued to move slowly at speed under 10 kilometers per hour. 20 meters, 10 meters. As the distance gradually closed, Su Fan's gaze crossed the windshield, finally revealing the full form of the large stone. It was not weathered rock at all, but a thick gray-brown chitinous shell. Beneath this gigantic shell, a mass of dense, sturdy tentacles floated as thick as pythons. These tentacles were a nauseating dark red, covered in suckers writhing chaotically on the sandy ground. A large amount of black viscous liquid dripped down the tentacles, drip, drip, splattering onto the dry, hard yellow earth, emitting wisps of pungent white smoke. But what truly chilled Su Fan to the bone was the core area at the bottom of the shell. There was a circular giant mouth resembling a deep-sea lamprey with rows of blade-like teeth madly churning and chewing. And within that giant mouth were the 3 heavy modified motorcycles that had passed by earlier. Su Fan saw a section of the motorcycle's exhaust pipe, made of high-strength alloy, being easily crushed by that mouth, as if it were chewing on French fries. Amidst the sparks, the motorcycle's carbon fiber shell, explosion-proof tires, and even the hard engine block were all being wrapped by those tentacles and stuffed into the mouth. What kind of monster is this? Su Fan felt his scalp tingle. It can swallow motorcycles whole. How strong must its biting force be? This creature, capable of consuming metal as if it were food, had completely surpassed human understanding. 5 meters, 1 meter. The RV finally reached the closest position to the monster. At that moment, Su Fan could even smell the metallic odor of corrosion lingering in the air. He held his breath, his right foot stiff on the accelerator, daring not to press down even a millimeter more. The tachometer on the dashboard remained steady at 1,000 RPM. Don't look at me, don't look at me. Su Fan silently chanted in his heart. The monster did not turn its head. The massive chitinous shell slightly undulated while the tentacles continued to writhe, aimlessly focused on dealing with the last half of the motorcycle's chassis. Watching the RV slowly pass by the monster, the stagnant breath that Su Fan had been holding finally escaped his chest. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Su Fan glanced at the rearview mirror where the monster was gradually falling behind, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with lingering fear. It seems the 3 motorcycles haven't been fully digested. It shows no interest in my shabby second-hand RV. Now that he had crossed the most dangerous safety distance, Su Fan prepared to accelerate and leave the area quickly. Boom. However, the expected sensation of being pushed back did not occur. What's going on? Su Fan was baffled. He stubbornly pressed the accelerator again. The tachometer shot up to 4,500 RPM, the gasoline engine let out a hoarse scream, and the 4 all-terrain tires screeched against the sandy ground, kicking up a cloud of yellow dust. However, the speed not only failed to increase, but instead dropped below 10 kilometers per hour. The RV's rear shock absorber emitted a distressing creak under the strain. The entire rear of the vehicle felt as if it were weighed down by dozens of tons of ballast, sinking sharply, causing the front to tilt slightly upwards due to the imbalance of gravity. Su Fan suddenly raised his head to look at the rearview mirror. Through the swirling yellow dust, he saw a scene that filled him with despair. At some point, 2 thick tentacles, each over 10 meters long, had silently emerged from beneath the monster. These 2 tentacles, covered in disgusting suckers and oozing black corrosive slime, were like chains of death tightly wrapping around the rear of the RV. The muscles on the tentacles were crazily contracting, pulling the 2-ton RV backward step by step. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Dangerous creature detected. Rock-armored, gold-eating beast larva. Danger level assessments level. Biological characteristics: omnivorous, capable of swallowing any vehicle. System suggestion: host should immediately distance from it. Distance? How do I distance myself? The RV was being dragged backward inch by the tentacles. An ear-piercing metallic scraping sound came from the rear. The rear bumper had already been deformed by the tentacle's grip. It's over, this is the end. Su Fan pressed the accelerator hard, despair etched on his face as he looked at the rearview mirror where the increasingly close, circular giant mouth bristled with sharp teeth. My luck is so bad. I just jumped here, and before I've even left the newbie village I encounter an level boss. The RV's rear emitted a shrill sound of tearing metal. That was the sound of the rear bumper being forcibly deformed. Su Fan forced himself to calm down. He needed to find a way to cut off the external force. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into an infinite space. Looking for weapons. A knife won't work. Feed it king crab to make it allergic to seafood. That's ridiculous. Su Fan's consciousness quickly rummaged through the pile of supplies. Suddenly he locked onto a few huge transparent containers in the corner. Hundreds of tons of gasoline. Everything can be burned. It'll make you a barbecue. Su Fan turned to look at the rearview mirror. The monster's giant mouth was less than 2 meters from the rear of the vehicle, and he could even see the remnants of the motorcycles in its teeth. System, can you accurately release the coordinates of the supplies? As long as it is within sight or spiritual perception range, precise positioning is possible. Good retrieve, 2 tons of 98-octane gasoline. Location above the monster's giant mouth. Command received. Coordinates locked. The rear of the vehicle suddenly dipped down. The monster's abyssal mouth was almost touching the trunk. Release it for me. The space behind the RV warped and 2 tons of light yellow 98-octane gasoline poured into the monster's writhing giant mouth like a waterfall. The liquid bomb filled up instantly. The monster was clearly stunned. It instinctively closed its giant mouth, its sharp teeth churning, swallowing down a significant portion. The pungent smell of gasoline quickly masked the surrounding stench. Su Fan quickly took out a windproof lighter, rolled down the window, and leaned half his body out. Ding-click. A cluster of azure flames ignited in the gale. Su Fan squinted, focusing on the gasoline-soaked monster, and forcefully threw the lighter. The lighter arced through the air, instantly igniting the high-concentration gasoline vapor. Boom. A huge orange fireball shot up into the sky, illuminating the dusky heavens. The violent heat wave accompanied by the shockwave slammed against the RV, pushing the vehicle forward. Squeak, squeak. A chilling wail echoed from the sea of flames. The detonation of 2 tons of gasoline instantly subjected the monster's insides to thousands of degrees of high temperature. The tentacles wrapped around the rear of the vehicle spasmed, as if electrocuted, instantly releasing their grip. Now's the time. Su Fan withdrew into the driver's seat and floored the accelerator. The RV surged forward like a runaway wild horse, its tires kicking up dust on the sandy ground. After racing out several dozen meters and completely exiting the high-temperature radiation zone, Su Fan slammed on the brakes. He gasped for breath, opened the door, and leaned out to look back. Dozens of meters away, the Slevel monster that had once filled him with despair was now a massive, moving volcano. The fierce flames completely engulfed its shell, and thick black smoke billowed into the sky. It thrashed wildly in the sea of fire, its tentacle suckers bursting one by one, and the body fluids sprayed out became excellent accelerants. Su Fan leaned against the car door, watching the enormous figure gradually stilling in the flames, and let out a sigh of relief. Ding! The system's voice rang out once more. Sitting in the driver's seat, Su Fan gasped for breath. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully killed and Glass Rock Armored Gold-Eating Beast Juvenile at the initial stage. Juvenile. Su Fan looked at the distant fireball that resembled a small mountain, the corners of his eyes twitching uncontrollably. This monster has consumed several heavy motorcycles and is still just a juvenile. If I encounter an adult, even if I drain all the fuel in the space, I probably won't be able to handle it. However, the second half of the system's sentence immediately caught his attention. Devouring evolution ability. Does that mean my second-hand RV can now upgrade and modify itself by devouring other materials, just like that monster eats motorcycles? Sounds impressive. I should find an opportunity to try it next time. Su Fan withdrew his gaze, preparing to start the RV and leave this troublesome area. The system's voice echoed in his mind again. Ding! A mysterious shop has appeared within a 5-kilometer radius. Countdown to shop existence: 59 minutes and 58 seconds. After the countdown ends, the shop will automatically perform a spatial jump and disappear. Is the host ready to proceed to trade? Su Fan was momentarily stunned. A mysterious shop. The system had mentioned before that the points obtained from killing zombies could be exchanged for items there. He glanced at the control panel, mentally calculating. The 6 zombies turned from the motorcycle gang he had just run over, plus the old lady he crushed at the start, gave him a total of 7 points. What's the price of alien goods? Can 7 points buy anything useful? The system replied in a formal tone. The mysterious shop offers a wide variety of items at different prices. Specific prices need to be checked by the host upon entering the shop. That's the same as saying nothing. Su Fan pouted. Since I'm already here, I might as well go take a look. Even if I can't afford anything, it's good to gauge the situation. Su Fan made up his mind. System: plan a route to the mysterious shop. Route has been planned. Target distance 3 kilometers, estimated time 10 minutes. As the system's voice fell, a light blue virtual navigation route was projected directly onto Su Fan's retina, extending towards the other side of the wasteland. Let's go. Su Fan shifted into gear, pressing the accelerator as he smoothly drove along the navigation route. 10 minutes later, the RV gradually stopped at a not-so-high earthen hill. Su Fan pulled the handbrake, not getting out immediately, but instead looking down from above through the windshield at the relatively flat depression at the bottom of the slope. The navigation cursor stopped right there. Is this the so-called mysterious shop? Su Fan's eyes widened. In the center of the depression stood a solitary rectangular glass pavilion. Regardless of its shape, size, or the cheap metallic framework, it resembled those outdated street public telephone booths on Blue Star. The only difference was that this glass pavilion emitted a faint soft white light, making it particularly eye-catching in the dim wasteland. What could possibly fit in this tiny place? Su Fan was puzzled. Could it be using some kind of spatial folding technology, or a void teleportation portal connected to other dimensions? What stopped Su Fan from driving down immediately was not the eerie telephone booth, but the 3 zombies that were wandering outside the glass doors of the mysterious shop. 2 men and 1 woman dressed in tattered modern clothing were covered in dried black blood. Their grayish-white skin appeared lifeless under the dim sunlight, their pale eyeballs aimlessly scanning their surroundings, occasionally emitting low growls with a leaking sound. They seemed to have no interest in the glowing shop, merely wandering around. Su Fan frowned in contemplation for a moment, then made a decision. Without hesitation, his right hand pressed the horn in the middle of the steering wheel. Beep! The 3 wandering zombies at the bottom of the slope froze immediately. They turned their decaying faces, their pale eyeballs locking onto the RV on the hill. Roar! The 3 zombies instantly fell into a frenzied state. They opened their mouths wide, revealing sharp teeth covered in slime, crazily stumbling forward, charging up the slope towards Su Fan's RV. Yes, just like that, run faster. Su Fan gripped the steering wheel tightly with his left hand, while his right hand shoved the gear lever into drive. The zombies had already reached halfway up the slope. Su Fan suddenly released the brake, flooring the accelerator with his right foot. The 2-ton RV let out a roar, its tires gripping the sandy ground, fiercely propelled by immense inertia and the gravitational acceleration from going downhill, diving down the hill like a cannonball. The zombies moved quickly, but the car charging downhill was even faster. The distance between them closed in an instant. The leading male zombie didn't even finish raising his arm before it collided head-on with the RV's heavy bumper. Bang! A muffled thud. The male zombie was sent flying over 10 meters away, landing on the ground and twitching a couple of times before going still. Su Fan didn't even blink, slightly turning the steering wheel. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive dull sounds of bones shattering. The second zombie was caught under the vehicle, the sturdy all-terrain tires crushing its neck with a crisp snap. The third female zombie was violently scraped by the side of the car and rolled into a nearby sandpit like a ragged sack. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. Ding! Killed 3 ordinary zombies, gained points 3. Su Fan now had a total of 10 points. He did not hit the brakes, but released the accelerator, allowing the RV to coast into the depression with the remaining momentum from the downhill, finally stopping steadily at the entrance of the glowing, mysterious shop. Su Fan took a deep breath, picked up the heavy torque wrench from the passenger seat, gripping it tightly in his hand. Click! He pushed open the driver's door and jumped out. The yellow gravel was somewhat sharp underfoot, carried a sense of desolation, and faintly smelled of blood. Su Fan walked straight to the mysterious shop that resembled an old telephone booth. Upon closer inspection, the layer of glass was not transparent, filled with intense, white light obscuring everything inside. System, how do I open this door? He found no handles on the glass. Please place your hand against the transparent glass on the outside of the shop. The system will automatically verify your identity. Su Fan tightened his grip on the wrench, extended his left hand, and slowly pressed it against the glowing glass. The glass felt icy. At the moment his palm touched the surface, the previously calm, white light suddenly flickered violently, growing brighter, causing Su Fan to instinctively shut his eyes. Immediately after, he felt an irresistible pulling force emanating from his palm. There was no sense of dizziness, only a sensation akin to weightlessness. When he opened his eyes again, the sound of the wind and the swirling yellow sand of the wasteland had vanished. A softly lit, luxuriously decorated hall appeared before him. Su Fan was currently standing in a spacious hall. Beneath his feet lay cold-toned marble tiles reflecting light, and above him were hidden light sources emitting a soft, shadowless glow. The air was free of the stench of decay. Instead, it was filled with a faint, high-class, woody fragrance, as a comfortable, constant temperature of 24 degrees cool breeze brushed against him. The hall was empty, lacking the shelves brimming with goods that one might imagine, and there were no piles of supplies. In the center, a set of large, pure black leather sofas stood alone. In front of the sofa was a golden coffee table, its surface a solid piece of flawless blue sapphire. This extreme sense of luxury starkly contrasted with the alien wasteland just a doorway littered with flesh and fraught with danger. Tap, tap, tap. Just as Su Fan was surveying his surroundings, a side door on the left of the hall slid open silently. The crisp sound of high heels striking the ground shattered the tranquility of the hall. Su Fan turned his head. A woman emerged. She was dressed in a classic black and white made outfit tailored with cunning intent. The fabric of her upper body clung tightly to her alluring curves, the neckline cut just right, exposing large swaths of fair skin that shimmered under the light. A white lace apron at her waist was cinched by a ribbon fitting snugly. Most striking was the short black pleated skirt that bordered on being indecent. Beneath the hem of her skirt were a pair of visually striking long, beautiful legs. Thin black stockings tightly wrapped around her well-proportioned legs, devoid of any excess flesh, while she stood on a pair of 7-centimeter black stiletto heels. She had smooth long hair and wore a delicate lace headband. Her face was pure and sweet with a pair of peach blossom eyes that sparkled with allure, their corners hinting at an innate charm. The perfect blend of innocence and sensuality radiated a lethal allure under the guise of that maid outfit. Su Fan almost thought he had returned to the Nightshade Spa. "Sir, I apologize for startling you." The beautiful maid stopped 2 meters in front of Su Fan, her hands clasped in front of her abdomen, bowing slightly. Her voice was melodious, almost as if it could draw forth water, with a hint of sweetness in her tone. Su Fan did not respond, merely staring at her coldly. In this cursed alien wasteland, the more abnormal something was, the more dangerous it became. The maid seemed oblivious to Su Fan's wariness. She straightened up, sporting a bright smile as she turned to the side and gestured invitingly, "Please follow me." With that, she swayed her hips and walked ahead with an elegant catwalk. The sound of her high heels striking the polished marble echoed rhythmically. Su Fan hesitated for a moment, but eventually followed her. The maid led Su Fan to the large black sofa in the center of the hall. "Sir, please take a seat." Su Fan cautiously sat down. As soon as he sat down, the luxurious touch of top-grade calfskin and the ergonomically perfect embrace spread throughout his body, causing his tense muscles to instinctively relax. The sofa was so comfortable that it made him want to fall asleep right away. Before Su Fan could ask about the store's rules, a wave of fragrance washed over him. The maid had directly knelt beside the sofa. Her legs were neatly together in a slanted position, enhancing the allure of her short skirt, while the black stockings hugged her thighs, fully exposed at the edge of Su Fan's vision. She slightly tilted her head back, her sparkling eyes gazing at Su Fan as she produced an ultra-thin electronic tablet filled with high technology from behind her. "Young master." She changed her address to a more intimate one, her voice sweet to the point of being sickening. "Would you like me to activate a special customized shopping service for you?" Su Fan shifted his gaze from her legs to the tablet in her hands, raising an eyebrow. "What is the shopping service?" "It means guiding you to shop here." "Yes, young master." The beautiful maid hugged the tablet to her chest, her smile becoming even more radiant and charming. "All of our products are in a virtual catalog. If you activate the shopping service, the shopping assistant will accompany you throughout, providing a detailed, unknown explanation. Not only can they help you match precisely what you need for survival, but they'll also allow you to experience an absolute sense of customer-first pleasure amidst the tension of survival." She deliberately emphasized the words thoughtful companionship and pleasure, her eyes glimmering with implications that were unmistakable. In this alien wasteland devoid of laws and moral constraints, a captivating maid offering thoughtful companionship was an irresistible temptation for any man who had just experienced life and death struggles. "That sounds quite tempting." Su Fan leaned back against the sofa, maintaining a calm facade. "How much does this service cost?" "Right now is a limited-time promotional period, and the shopping service is available at a 10% discount." The maid smiled brightly, extending 2 delicate fingers to illustrate. "You only need 90 points to enjoy the full experience." Su Fan suddenly straightened his back. 90 points. He gasped, his mind instantly clearing. In his heart, he cursed wildly. How could these people not just rob someone? Killing a zombie only earns 1 point. He had just pressed the gas pedal and swerved the steering wheel to crash and grind down 10 zombies. Right now, he barely had 10 points to his name. How many lives would he have to exchange for those 90 points? Only a fool would choose this ridiculous shopping service. Su Fan looked at the charming face before him, clearing his throat awkwardly. I'm sorry. I just jumped over here and only have 10 points on me." As soon as he finished speaking, the sweet and charming smile on the maid's face vanished without a trace. Swish. In the blink of an eye, the maid, who had been kneeling obediently on the ground, straightened her legs, her previously gentle demeanor replaced by a condescending glance at Su Fan. "Humph." A cold snort filled with disdain escaped her delicate nose. "Another poor wretch." The maid coldly tossed out those 5 words before turning to leave. The sound of her high heels striking the ground was no longer alluring, but rather unforgivingly swift. "Hey, your change of attitude is faster than flipping a book. Isn't there any decency in business?" The maid offered no response as she walked to the side door, which opened automatically. Then the door slammed shut with a bang, disappearing without a trace. In that instant when the side door closed, the environment around Su Fan underwent a violent distortion. The soft, shadowless light source above extinguished, instantly replaced by a dim, flickering, low-quality, incandescent bulb. The high-class, woody fragrance was supplanted by the rusted scent of iron. Buzz! Before Su Fan could react, he felt a void beneath him. The luxurious top-grade handmade full-grain black leather sofa that had been supporting him along with the sapphire glass coffee table vanished into thin air. Damn! Without any support, Su Fan fell heavily downwards. Bang! He landed hard on the rough stone floor, causing his bottom to ache painfully. Groaning in pain, Su Fan rubbed his backside as he got up from the ground, looking around in confusion. The polished marble tiles were gone, replaced by a stone slab covered in gravel and grease. The luxurious hall had transformed into a dilapidated tin shed of only a few dozen square meters. Directly in front of him stood a solitary shabby vending machine, its screen flickering with snow-like static. Damn it! Su Fan dusted off his pants, staring at the broken vending machine. The treatment of a poor wretch is indeed different. Su Fan looked around. The room was pitifully small with iron walls covered in brown rust. The cheap incandescent light above flickered, emitting a crackling sound. Compared to the luxurious hall where the long-legged maids served tea, this was nothing more than a garbage dump. Changing faces faster than flipping through a book, Su Fan rubbed his sore bottom. The environment may be poor, but as long as the goods are decent, it's fine. He walked over to the old vending machine. The vending machine's screen was covered in grease and scratches with snowflake patterns flashing intermittently. Su Fan extended his sleeve and wiped the screen a couple of times, finally clarifying the interface. Not bad, the categories are quite clear. Although the UI design was rudimentary, the logic was straightforward, divided into three main categories: food, fuel, and weapons. Let's check out the food. Since it's an alien system store, maybe they sell some elixirs for immortality. Su Fan eagerly tapped the food icon. In the driver's seat sat a second-generation rich kid wearing a floral shirt and sporting hair slicked with gel, casually putting on dark sunglasses with one hand. The entire food shelf displayed only two items. Item 1, coarse grain steamed bun. Price 1 point each, fills the stomach, tastes like chewing with chips, non-toxic. Item 2, pure bottled water. Price 1 point per bottle, 500 milliliters, only quenches thirst. No additional attributes. Below these two items was a large area of gray shadow marked with bright red padlock icons indicating insufficient permissions or insufficient points. Item hidden. What kind of junk is this? After fighting for his life in the wasteland to earn points, he could only buy steamed buns and bottled water here. Fortunately, I chose infinite space at the beginning and emptied the agricultural trade city. Su Fan felt relieved. In the space, Australian beef and Iberian black pork piled high, live Boston lobsters and king crabs are far more appealing than this. Only a fool would trade for your steamed buns. Su Fan exited the food category interface. Let's check out the fuel. He quickly switched to the fuel interface. This interface was also pitifully clean, with only one solitary option lit up. Basic fuel. Price 1 point per liter, universal fuel, suitable for all vehicles, only one type of, and 1 point for just 1 liter. Though ridiculously expensive, at least it's universal and suitable for all vehicles. This item might be a lifesaver for others, but it held little appeal for Su Fan. He had hundreds of tons of different grades of fuel in his space, enough for this RV to run until it was scrap. Food is useless and I have plenty of supplies. Su Fan sighed, his gaze falling on the last category. Only weapons left. I hope there's something worthwhile. He took a deep breath and clicked on weapons. The screen flashed. This time the interface displayed not just one page, but several rows of goods, which made Su Fan pleasantly surprised. He leaned closer to the screen and scanned the first row. Item 1, steel hammer. Price 1 point. Item 2, rusty sickle. Price 3 points. Item 3, logging axe. Price 3 points. Su Fan looked at these first three options and curled his lip. What era is this? Still playing with cold weapons. He reluctantly continued to look further. Soon the fourth option caught his eye. Su Fan's eyes were fixed on the icon on the screen, his heartbeat uncontrollably accelerating. Item 4, fully automatic handgun. Price 10 points. Behind the handgun's name was a special tag in golden font: unlimited bullets. As for the options following this handgun, they were all obscured by gray mist, rendering their information completely invisible. But Su Fan didn't care what the following options were. His eyes were now solely focused on that handgun and the unlimited bullets tag. A gun. In this lawless, zombie-infested alien wasteland, a handgun that could shoot from a distance with unlimited bullets was enough to provide a sense of security. Moreover, for a young man from Blue Star, the allure of a handgun was absolutely no less than that of a long-legged maid in black stockings. This is a gene carved into the bones. Only 10 points. Su Fan stared at the price, swallowing whole. Right now he had exactly 10 points to his name. With this unlimited bullet gun, he could walk tall in this wasteland, and earning points would be a piece of cake. He'll trade for it. Not getting it would be foolish. Su Fan barely thought it through. The male enthusiasm for firearms instantly clouded his judgment. Just as he was about to press the purchase button, his gaze swept over the lower right corner of the product description. There was a line of particularly small text, but it was completely obscured by a tiny snowflake on the screen and a deep scratch, making it barely possible to see the word note. What's this in the lower right corner? Su Fan leaned in to take a look, wanting to wipe away the snowflake dot. But it seemed to be an internal screen malfunction. Forget it, doesn't matter. Su Fan retracted his hand and muttered nonchalantly. It's probably just some irrelevant disclaimer like be safe with firearms or don't point the muzzle at yourself. Don't the instruction manuals for electronic appliances print these useless statements all the time? Su Fan no longer hesitated, swiftly poking the purchase button with his finger. Ding. The vending machine emitted a crisp notification sound. System confirmed. Deducting point, Su Fan brought up his system panel and glanced at it. The number, 10, rapidly rolled down to 0, clean and neat. Immediately afterward, the old vending machine in front of him began to shake violently. Vrum, vrew. The machine emitted a dull sound of gears grinding and the roar of the motor, as if something heavy was being transported along the internal track. Su Fan squatted down with excitement, hands outstretched, waiting at the bottom of the vending machine's collection slot, not daring to blink. The vending machine buzzed for over a minute, shaking the iron sheet on the ground, but the collection slot remained empty. Not even a single hair from the gun appeared. Click, click. After several odd noises, the sound of the machine's motor gradually subsided. Finally, the screen also returned to a lifeless snowflake state. Su Fan's hand froze in midair, and the smile on his face stiffened. What does this mean? Where's my item? Su Fan reached into the retrieval slot, feeling around several times, but besides the cold iron skin, there was nothing else. Do alien vending machines also play this coin-swallowing trick? The machine was bare except for some rust. There was no coin return slot, no coin insertion, and certainly no customer service contact. Encountering such a machine malfunction with no customer service in sight, Su Fan decided to use a conventional method from Blue Star. Bang! A heavy punch struck the side of the vending machine. The machine shook. Nothing fell. I told you to spit it out. Su Fan clenched his fists. Bang! 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 Spit it out. Give it to me. Clang! A crisp and pleasant metallic sound finally resonated from the bottom of the vending machine. If you had listened earlier, we wouldn't have to go through this beating. Su Fan shook his reddened fingers and eagerly reached into the retrieval slot. His fingertips touched a piece of cold hard metal. With a forceful pull, Su Fan yanked out the object inside. In an instant, a heavy sensation filled his. This weight was definitely not something a plastic toy could compare to. Su Fan looked down and saw a silver-white handgun lying in his palm. The gun's lines were sharp and smooth, glistening with a cold metallic sheen. Its design was impressively fierce, remarkably similar to the famous Desert Eagle from Blue Star. The grip was thoughtfully designed with anti-slip textures. Beautiful. So beautiful. Su Fan lovingly caressed the cold barrel of the gun, weighing it in his hand. With this thing I can take down those long-legged zombies with a single shot in the future. Just as Su Fan was immersed in the immense satisfaction brought by the handgun. Ding! The system's voice echoed in his mind, and simultaneously a light blue system panel popped up. Product extraction successful. Automatically generated product information card. Su Fan's gaze swept over the panel. Name: fully automatic handgun. Attributes: infinite bullets. Material: alien high-density alloy. Su Fan nodded in satisfaction. No problem. He then noticed the line of text at the bottom of the panel. It was the line of insignificant disclaimer notice that had been obscured by snowflakes on the vending machines. Note: this gun is a Tier 1 fully automatic handgun, refreshing the magazine once daily at midnight. Magazine capacity 1 round. To increase magazine capacity, please upgrade to Tier 2. Cost 100 points. Su Fan's arm holding the gun froze in midair. Didn't they say it had infinite bullets? Return it. I don't want it. Give me back my 10 points. Once sold, it cannot be returned or exchanged. The right to explain infinite bullets belongs to the mysterious shop. Please host, work hard to kill zombies and earn points for upgrades. Damn, I've been scammed. Before Su Fan could continue venting his frustrations at the broken vending machine, a blinding white light suddenly erupted before his eyes. When Su Fan's vision cleared, he was once again filled with the howling wind of the wasteland. Looking down, he found himself standing by the door of the RV, still holding the fully automatic handgun. The nearby transparent phone booth, glowing with white light, stood silently. This is a complete scam. Su Fan tucked the handgun into his waist and gave the mysterious shop a middle finger. He opened the RV door and swiftly climbed into the driver's seat. There might be other people coming here, so I should leave first. Su Fan started the vehicle, and after driving several kilometers, the sky gradually darkened. The originally dim sky was replaced by a heavy lead gray, eventually plunging into darkness. There was no moon, only a few faint stars in the sky. The alien night arrived without warning, and the temperature began to drop rapidly, causing a layer of moisture to condense on the car windows. I can't drive anymore, it's too dark at night. Su Fan maneuvered the steering wheel, and using the headlight's beam, quickly found a suitable spot on a rocky hill. The leeward side of the hill had a naturally formed crescent-shaped area, a perfect windbreak. This will do. Su Fan parked the RV in the sheltered spot and turned off the engine. The surroundings instantly fell silent, with only the occasional howl of the wind outside. Su Fan took out 2 pieces of bread and a bottle of purified water from his infinite space. He took a bite of the dry bread, washing it down with cold water. After a day of intense mental strain and physical exhaustion, he had no interest in starting a fire to cook steak. After a simple dinner, Su Fan lay down early on the bed at the back of the RV. It was a 1.5-meter wide double bed, not too large, but spacious enough for him alone. The mattress had decent support, at least much better than sleeping on the driver's seat. However, lying on the bed, Su Fan found it impossible to fall asleep. This was his first night in this alien world. Outside the window was endless darkness and unknown fears. His mind was filled with images from that day, survivors splattered into a meat paste after falling from a height, an old man with half of his face gnawed off by an old lady, the instant annihilation of a biker gang, and that beast capable of swallowing metal whole. Su Fan turned over, gripping the silver handgun placed beside his pillow. In this high-tension state, he was half awake, half asleep. Uncertain of how long had passed, the night deepened. Sizzle. A faint, strange sound suddenly pierced Su Fan's ears. Su Fan's eyes snapped open. He held his breath, straining to listen carefully. Sizzle, squeak. The sound was intermittent, as if someone was dragging a rusty nail across the iron skin of the RV. Was that the sound of sand and stones blown against the vehicle by the wind? A thought flashed through Su Fan's mind. No way. That was definitely not the sound of the wind blowing debris against the vehicle. It was the harsh sound of a sharp object scraping against the metal plate, cutting through the primer. It was the claws of a zombie scratching at the door. Su Fan's muscles tensed up instantly. He made no sound, quietly shifting from the bed to a sitting position. He stood barefoot on the RV's wooden floor, gripping the silver handgun tightly in his right hand, pressing against the wall of the vehicle, cautiously moving step by step toward the driver's seat. The interior of the RV was pitch black. The sound was coming from the right. He peeked out, his gaze piercing through the dim air inside, locking onto the passenger window. Outside the passenger window pressed a pale, swollen face. The zombie's face was tightly squished against the glass, its features distorted. Its nose was sunken, its grayish-white eyeballs intensely staring inside. Its mouth was split open, revealing 2 rows of sharp, serrated teeth. Thick, viscous fluids were flowing down from the corners of its mouth. The zombie seemed to be sniffing for the scent of living humans inside the vehicle through the glass. Roar. The zombie seemed to sense Su Fan's presence, letting out an excited and low growl from its. Immediately after, it raised its hands filled with sharp black claws and began to scratch at the door and glass with even more force. Su Fan glanced at the cold gleam of the handgun in his right hand, his gaze instantly turning cold. Just the right opportunity to test the gun on you. Su Fan took a deep breath, raising his right arm, aiming the gun's muzzle through the glass steadily at the zombie's forehead. Then he extended his left hand, finding the electric window button of the passenger window. He gently pressed the button. Buzz. The passenger window emitted a faint motor sound, beginning to slowly lower. Seeing the glass descend, the zombie outside immediately went into a frenzy, roaring excitedly, opening its bloody maw and desperately squeezing its clawed hands through the gap in the window, trying to break into the RV to tear Su Fan apart. The wind, carrying a strong stench of decay, poured in through the gap. When the window had lowered enough to allow the barrel of the gun to pass through, Su Fan extended the handgun. With a firm squeeze of his index finger, he decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! Without the scent of gunpowder, only a bullet invisible to the naked eye, but carrying terrifying kinetic energy, slipped through the crack in the glass and struck the zombie's forehead. The zombie's roar abruptly ceased. Its head, which had been pressed tightly against the glass, burst open like a watermelon. Dark, foul blood and brain matter sprayed out in a radial pattern, and its body fell back stiffly. Ding! Killed 1 ordinary zombie, gained points 1. The system's voice sounded precisely on time. Su Fan paid no attention to the zombie corpses outside. His gaze was firmly fixed on the light blue system panel. In the pistol's attribute panel, the original text ammunition 01 changed to ammunition 11 after a brief flicker of data. He immediately looked down at the clock on the RV's control panel. The hands were perfectly aligned, pointing exactly at 12 o'clock. 0 refresh, not a second off. Su Fan retracted the pistol, gently rubbing the cold metal grip with his thumb. 1 bullet a day. The rules of the mysterious shop may be a bit shady, but the goods are genuine. This weapon, which had no recoil but immense power, filled the gap in his long-range attacks and provided him with a close combat defense tool. Su Fan raised the passenger window, sitting in the driver's seat, vigilantly observing the movements outside through the rearview mirror and window. Half an hour passed. The night wind of the wilderness continued to howl outside the window, whipping tiny pebbles against the metal. Apart from the gradually stiffening corpse on the ground, no other shadow moved around. It seems there is only this solitary zombie. Su Fan's tense nerves finally relaxed. He placed the silver pistol under the pillow, fell onto the bed fully clothed, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the sun rose from the horizon, the unnaturally large star once again casting bright light over the wasteland. Su Fan woke up on time. He quickly washed up using bottled water from his space. The cold water splashed on his face completely dispelled the remaining drowsiness. He took out 2 pieces of dry bread from his space, chewing vigorously as he hurriedly sat in the driver's seat and started the RV's engine. I need to leave quickly. Su-Fan glanced through the window towards the hill where he parked last evening. Just under 200 meters away from the RV, several grayish figures were slowly drifting closer. These were several newly appeared zombies drawn towards him by the scent of the living. When I first parked here yesterday, there wasn't even a ghost around. Su-Fan stepped on the gas, and the RV smoothly drove out of its sheltered spot. It seems the appearance of zombies follows a pattern. He turned the steering wheel to avoid a protruding rock. As long as I stay in one place for more than half a day, zombies will gather around. This meant that finding an absolutely safe place to build a shelter and survive on this alien wasteland was temporarily impossible. Not moving forward is equivalent to death. Su-Fan stuffed dry bread into his mouth with one hand, while firmly gripping the steering wheel with the other, guiding the RV along the same route he had taken yesterday. The morning sun was especially bright, shining through the windshield and dispelling the slight chill of the morning. After bouncing over the bumpy wasteland for over an hour, the road ahead gradually became smooth. Su-Fan drove onto a relatively straight road. This road stretched forward towards a continuous hill, and aside from the occasional elevation changes, the view was quite expansive. At least the road conditions are improving. Su-Fan swallowed the last bite of bread, twisted open a water bottle, and took a sip to moisten his throat. Suddenly in front of him, near the hill, a dazzling light flashed by the roadside. What is that? Su-Fan instinctively squinted. Under the bright sunlight, that light was almost blinding. He released the gas, allowing the RV to coast to a slower speed as he approached slowly. As he got closer, Su-Fan finally discerned the source of the reflection. It turned out to be a pair of beautiful legs. A tall beauty was standing by the roadside. She wore a wide-brimmed floral sun hat that obscured most of her face in shadow, making it hard to see her specific features. However, her outfit stood out like a dazzling rose against the dusty, blood-stained wasteland. A fitted black neck t-shirt accentuated her impressive upper body curves, revealing a hint of deep snow-white skin at the neckline. Her lower half was clad in form-fitting ripped denim shorts, hugging her perfect figure tightly against the air. Most strikingly, on the gravel-strewn wasteland, she was wearing a pair of black pointed stiletto heels. The slender heels pressed firmly into the yellow earth, elongating her calves into tight, alluring lines. At this moment, she was facing the approaching RV, extending her fair right arm with her thumb raised high, making a perfect hitchhiking gesture. Su-Fan's throat moved slightly as his eyes fixed intently ahead. On this wasteland filled with zombie monsters, she's out here, hitchhiking, in this outfit. Su-Fan's expression darkened instantly. This was definitely a trap. But on this desolate, lonely road, seeing such an alluring, long-legged beauty waving at you, a real man must at least hit the brakes as a sign of respect, even knowing it might be a pitfall. Su-Fan's right foot cooperatively pressed the brake. Screech. The RV's speed began to decrease, the wide tires grinding against the dirt road, kicking up a cloud of dust. Just as the RV's speed dropped to around 20 km/h, gliding toward the long-legged beauty, an unexpected change occurred. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by 3 deafening engine roars, 3 crudely modified minivans suddenly burst out from behind the hill ahead. The vehicles were covered in mud, the windows long removed, replaced instead with welded rusty wire mesh and uneven steel bumpers. They were moving at high speed, darting out from the blind spots on either side of the hill, kicking up clouds of yellow dust. One to the left, one to the right, and one in front. The 3 minivans slammed to a halt, with screeching tires blocking the RV's front and both sides, completely sealing off Su-Fan's escape route. The RV was forced to stop. Su-Fan sat in the driver's seat, his hand already reaching for the fully automatic pistol at his waist. He looked at the 3 menacing vans surrounding him. No way a beauty trap. I've run into robbers on the road. The swirling yellow sands had yet to settle completely when the sliding door of the van was abruptly yanked open from inside. A group of short men with crew cuts jumped out of the vehicle. Leading the charge, several of them brandished sharp samurai swords, the blades reflecting a blinding cold light under the sun. The individuals following behind were dragging heavy solid steel pipes, producing a grating hollow sound as they scraped against the sandy ground. As the crowd parted, a man in his 40s stepped forward. He stood out conspicuously among the thugs. Dressed in a fitted black suit, his hair slicked back with wax, the most striking feature was the small patch of square-shaped beard just below his nose. Cradling the samurai sword with both hands, he walked leisurely, his polished shoes crunching on the dirt path as he approached the driver's cabin of the RV. His gaze swept over the imposing RV, a flicker of greed flashing in his eyes, and he raised his chin towards Su-Fan inside the window. "Baka, we have requisitioned your vehicle." His voice came through the window. Almost simultaneously, an electronic voice from the system in Su-Fan's mind translated this heavily accented gibberish in real time. Sitting in the driver's seat, Su-Fan showed no intention of turning off the engine. He coldly observed the group outside his right hand, quietly moving towards his waist to grip the fully automatic pistol, gently flicking off the safety. Islanders. Su Fan's brows furrowed tightly. The random deployment range of this space jump is indeed quite large, even throwing people from the neighboring island into the same desolate land. He did not push the door open. Instead, he surveyed the group of short men with weapons through the glass, his gaze icy. Get out of my way. Su Fan pressed down a window gap and shouted harshly at them. A bunch of little devils. Their nature is hard to change despite the changing times. Su Fan had no good feelings towards the little devils. If he had a real gun with infinite bullets in hand, he would have gunned down this group already. But in reality, the alien version of the Desert Eagle, he only had one bullet. Faced with over a dozen people, that single bullet was clearly insufficient. He could only gamble betting that these little devils were afraid of death and could be intimidated. Hearing Su Fan's unreserved scolding, the smirk on the little beard's face froze instantly, and a fierce light shot from his eyes. You don't know how to drink politely. The little beard was clearly enraged by Su Fan's condescending attitude. On this lawless wasteland, this group of people relied on their numbers and had successfully robbed several isolated. Unexpectedly, they encountered a hard nut now. The little beard, infuriated, abruptly drew his samurai sword and strode to the side of the RV. With both hands gripping the sword hilt, he raised it above his head and struck down towards the side door of the RV. Dang! A burst of sparks exploded from the metal of the RV's side door. The powerful blow from the little beard cleaved a terrifying gash 2 centimeters deep and about 10 centimeters long into the door, stripping away the base coat to reveal the silver metal interior. This little devil, so ungrateful. Su Fan observed the glaring knife mark on the door, a fierce, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Virum. The window of the driver's cabin was lowered all the way down by Su Fan. Before the little beard could react, a dark barrel had already poked out of the window and was pressed firmly against his forehead. The little beard's hands, raised in the air with the sword, froze mid-motion. He could even feel the cold metal of the gun barrel against his forehead, sending chills straight to his brain. Su Fan held the gun in his right hand, looking down at him from the driver's seat with eyes as cold as a corpse. Kneel down and sing "Conquer" for me. His voice was low but carried an irresistible sense of oppression, causing the little beard's pupils to dilate suddenly. This shot could blow his skull apart. Clang. Just a moment ago, the little beard had looked fierce, but now his hands suddenly loosened, and the sharp samurai sword fell to the sandy ground. Thud. Without any hesitation, the little beard's knees buckled, and he dropped to his knees beside the RV's tire. He raised his hands high, his face pale, beads of cold sweat streaming down his forehead like a waterfall. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The little beard's voice trembled with extreme fear as he incoherently begged for mercy. Big brother, please don't shoot. We just wanted to ask for directions. We mean no harm. Please don't fire. The group of little brothers standing behind, holding steel pipes and samurai swords, looked at their kneeling boss in shock, unsure of what to do. Su Fan ignored the lackeys, pushing the gun barrel forward, pressing it firmly against the little beard's forehead, forcing his head back. Tell them to clear the way. 10 seconds. If the road is blocked, I will shoot you dead. Hey, clear the way immediately. The little beard, terrified, nodded repeatedly. He turned his head and shouted hysterically at the dazed group of little brothers, gesturing wildly with his hands. Those little brothers, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly dropped their makeshift steel pipes and scrambled onto the van. After a cacophony of engine roars and reversing sounds, 3 micro vans awkwardly backed up off the dirt road, deeply entangled in the haystack by the roadside, completely clearing the previously straight path ahead. Su Fan looked at the unobstructed road ahead. Get lost. He dropped 2 words quickly, holstered his gun, rolled up the window, and slammed the accelerator with his right foot. Boom. The RV erupted with a deep roar, the tires grinding over the sandy ground, kicking up a cloud of dust as it sped past the kneeling little beard and surged forward. Having driven 2 or 3 kilometers, Su Fan glanced into the rearview mirror. In the mirror, the little devils and the micro vans had turned into blurry black dots, completely left behind in the depths of the wasteland. Su Fan exhaled a long breath, his tensed back leaning against the seat. He finally noticed that a layer of cold sweat had already formed on his palm. He tossed the pistol onto the passenger seat and shook his head. Fortunately, these bullies who prey on the weak. Otherwise, if they really came at me all at once, that one bullet would have been far from enough. In this cannibalistic wasteland, one must guard against not only mutated monsters and zombies, but also treachery from one's own kind. The defensive capabilities of this RV are still too weak. I must find a way to upgrade it soon. As Su Fan pondered, he continued to drive the RV forward. 5 kilometers ahead, the sunlight grew increasingly glaring and the terrain of the wasteland became flatter and more expansive. Su Fan was intently focused on the road ahead when suddenly he was drawn to a massive object deep in the right side of the wasteland. That object was about several hundred meters away from the main road, half buried in waist-high withered grass. If it weren't for its enormous size and reflective metal shell, it would have easily been overlooked. Su Fan suddenly slammed on the brakes, squinting to get a better look. Is that a radar vehicle? As a military enthusiast, Su Fan had a natural sensitivity to military equipment. In the distance among the withered grass, a military green, heavy mobile tracked radar vehicle was parked. It had a wide and robust track chassis, and its body was clad in thick reactive armor. Above the vehicle, the enormous folding phased array radar antenna, though half damaged and in a twisted leaning state, still conveyed a sense of pressure from its former grandeur. The thick antenna mast at the rear of the vehicle was broken and lay on the side with some deformed metal components. Clearly, this heavy equipment had suffered some violent impact or attack. Its tracks were broken, deeply embedded in the soil, rendering it completely damaged and immobile. But in Su Fan's eyes, this was no scrap metal. It was akin to a gold mine fallen from the sky. Su Fan slapped the steering wheel, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Heavy armored tracked chassis, military-grade, high-strength alloy. If I can consume this, the defensive capability of my second-hand RV will undoubtedly undergo a qualitative leap. It's perfect for testing my devouring evolution ability. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Fan turned the steering wheel to the right, leaving the main road, driving over the withered grass and cautiously approaching the abandoned radar vehicle. The wheels crunched over the dried grass as he got closer, the massive form of the radar vehicle increasingly magnifying in his view. The cold metallic pressure from military manufacturing hit him. The RV stopped about 50 meters away from the radar vehicle, in front of a sand pit. Su Fan was about to push the door open and touch that iron lump when suddenly his movements froze. His hand quickly reached for the handgun on the passenger seat. Something's not right. Su Fan peered through the windshield, fixating on the shadow of the radar vehicle. Around the massive tracked chassis, several grayish-white figures were aimlessly swaying among the tall, withered grass. Su Fan focused and gasped. Around the radar vehicle, there were actually a dozen zombies wandering. They wore tattered American camouflage uniforms with grayish-white eyes devoid of focus and low growls emanating from their throats, resembling a group of guards protecting treasure. There were too many zombies. Su Fan's hand rested on the door handle, but he did not press it down. He counted the heads swaying in the withered grass through the windshield. 12, no 15. Su Fan furrowed his brow. That's a bit too many. These guys are in camouflage, probably foreign soldiers in life, and their physical fitness is inherently better than ordinary people. Now as zombies, their speed and strength should not be underestimated. He glanced at his RV, then at the abandoned radar vehicle. If I just drive over, my RV will likely be surrounded by this horde of zombies before it even gets close to the Once the speed decreases and I'm surrounded, they'll pry the doors and smash the windows. My second-hand RV can't withstand that for long. Su Fan leaned back in his seat, pondering his strategy. Give up on the radar vehicle? Impossible, absolutely impossible. In this perilous alien wasteland, encountering such military-grade heavy equipment is like a pie falling from the sky. This opportunity is rare and hard to come by. If I miss this, there won't be another chance. But directly facing the horde of zombies is too risky. This handgun can only fire one shot a day, and dealing with a dozen zombies is like wielding a fire stick. Just when Su Fan was at a loss, he suddenly remembered the little mustached man in a black suit kneeling on the ground a few kilometers away, shouting misunderstanding. A cold smile flashed in Su Fan's eyes. Just when I was worried about not having anyone to lure the zombies, let them act as cannon fodder. With the strategy decided, Su Fan no longer hesitated. He gripped the steering wheel tightly with his left hand and slammed the accelerator with his right foot. Vroom! The RV's engine erupted with a deep roar. Su Fan turned the steering wheel, driving the RV to circle around the massive radar vehicle and the surrounding grass, starting to make a large circle. Beep! 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 While stepping on the accelerator in a circle, Su Fan pressed down hard on the horn at the center of the steering wheel. The high-frequency, piercing sound of the horn, like thunder on a clear day, instantly shattered the silence of this area. The dozen zombies wandering behind the radar vehicle froze suddenly. The next second, they all turned their heads in unison, their dead white eyeballs locking onto the RV that was crazily circling outside and making a loud noise. Roar! Roar! This group of zombies in tattered camouflage clothing was instantly enraged. They opened their mouths, stained with black blood, revealing sharp teeth, and madly pushed through the waist-high, withered grass, charging towards the RV. Come on, keep up with me. Su Fan watched the horde of zombies bursting out in the rearview mirror. Instead of accelerating, he deliberately slowed down a little, maintaining a distance that kept the zombies from grabbing him, while still giving them a sense of hope to catch up. He drove the RV in a complete circle. The piercing sound of the horn and the roar of the engine attracted all the zombies around. The 15 zombies originally scattered around the radar vehicle had now converged into a small wave of corpses, densely following behind the RV. As the chase continued, the zombies' fury was completely ignited and their speed increased. They waved their arms, emitting eerie growls, and a few fast runners could even reach the rear bumper of the RV with their fingertips. The timing is just right. Sufan glanced at the rearview mirror, seeing that all the zombies had moved out of the radar vehicle's range, all firmly drawn behind his vehicle. He swung the steering wheel, and the RV instantly broke away from its circular path, heading straight for the main road he had come from. Once on the main road, Sufan did not accelerate recklessly but controlled the speed to around 30 km/h, moving forward at a steady pace. But that wasn't enough. I need to give them a taste of something sweet. Sufan concentrated. The infinite space opened. In the next second, a large can of herring appeared out of thin air in his hand. Whoever eats, it will be hooked. Sufan lowered the passenger window and unhesitatingly threw the can of authentic high-coast herring out of the window. Thud! The can of herring landed heavily on the dirt road behind the RV, bursting open, and the fresh smell of herring instantly spread through the air. Roar! The horde of zombies closely following the RV sniffed the intense smell of herring and instantly went into a frenzy. The first few zombies pounced directly, dropping to the ground to frantically snatch the can of herring. The zombies behind were not to be outdone, immediately pouncing to grab it. The entire horde temporarily descended into chaos and pause because of a can of herring. Now that's the right flavor, take your time eating it. Sufan watched the scene in the rearview mirror, sneering. Once the can of herring was torn open and devoured, when the zombies raised their heads again, searching for the source of this delicacy. Beep! Sufan timely pressed the car horn. Hearing the horn and looking at the RV moving at a steady pace ahead, the zombies again started running, roaring as they chased after it. Thus, Sufan drove the RV at a constant speed ahead, throwing out a can of herring every few hundred meters out of the window. Premium natto, and even sliced stingray. These exquisite delicacies had now all become bait for Sufan to lead the zombies. Under the continuous dual stimulation of the herring cans and the car horn, the zombies were completely tethered to the rear of the RV. They were getting farther away from the radar vehicle. Meanwhile, on the main road, just a few kilometers away, 3 mud-covered vans remained parked by the roadside. Bastards. A bunch of useless fools. The little bearded man stood in the middle of the road, his face dark with fury, brandishing a katana, as he roared hysterically at his subordinates lined up before him. How can we, a dozen warriors from the island nation, be brought to our knees begging for mercy by a single person from Huagua with a broken gun? It's a disgrace beyond measure. His chest heaved with anger as he approached a short man holding a katana and slapped him hard across the face. Smack! Is the knife in your hand made of tofu? He's only one person. Even if he has a gun, he can only kill one of you. Why aren't you rushing in to chop him into meat paste? The short man covered his face, lowering his head, not daring to utter a word. Just moments ago, when Sufan had the gun pointed at the little bearded man's forehead, he was the one who knelt the fastest and begged the loudest. But who dared to voice that? The little bearded man tugged at his suit collar restlessly, his eyes filled with malice. This time his careless mistake not only led to a failure in seizing supplies, but also caused him to lose face in front of his subordinates, his authority diminished. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. The little bearded man clenched his fists, cursing through gritted teeth. Next time, if I ever encounter that Huagua man in the RV again, I will drag him out of the vehicle and let him taste the blade of the katana. I will make him pay the price. Just then, one of the lookout subordinates suddenly pointed into the distance, his voice. Shut up. I don't want to hear any nonsense right now, the little bearded man yelled. No, boss, look. The subordinate swallowed hard, pointing in the direction they had come from. Beep, beep. A faint sound of a car horn floated over from afar, carried by the wind. The little bearded man paused, then quickly turned his head, squinting in the direction of the sound. In the distance on the horizon, a cloud of yellow dust was raised. Within the dust, a massive square vehicle was steadily approaching along the straight dirt road. Due to the distance, the situation behind the vehicle was unclear, but the square outline of the vehicle was visible. In the little bearded man's inverted triangular eyes, a gleam of ecstatic light suddenly erupted. An RV. It's that RV. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, truly blessed by amateur. You took the road to heaven, but chose to return to hell. I thought he had run far away, but unexpectedly he has returned. The little bearded man turned around, his previous despondency and anger swept away, replaced by a face full of ferocity and excitement. Don't just stand there, hurry. He waved the steel pipe in his hand, loudly issuing orders to his subordinates. Quickly act, take out the puncture devices from the van. Hearing the command, over a dozen subordinates scrambled to the back of the van, dragging out several black metal puncture devices covered in sharp barbs. Lay them in the middle of the road, and make sure they are straight. Leave no blind spots. The little bearded man excitedly directed. As soon as his tires are punctured, the RV won't be able to move, and then it won't matter if he has a gun. Yes. The The subordinates responded in unison, quickly spreading the puncture devices across the dirt road. The sharp metal spikes glinted maliciously in the sunlight. Everyone grab your weapons and hide in the grass on either side of the road. No one is allowed to come out without my command. The little bearded man loudly arranged the tactics. The subordinates quickly grabbed their katanas and steel pipes, scattering to hide in the waist-high dry grass on either side of the road, lying flat and holding their breath. The long-legged beauty, serving as bait, was curled up in a ball, trembling in fear beside the van. The little bearded man looked at the long-legged beauty, his eyes filled with desire. He walked over with a lewd grin, pinching her face and gazing at the snow-white skin revealed beneath her collar, licking his lips as he said, "You are so useless today. You couldn't even keep one vehicle. Tonight let's tie you up and have some fun." After finishing, the little bearded man lewdly pinched a large area of her snow-white skin, provoking a soft moan from the long-legged beauty. The subordinates hiding in the grass around them all burst into cruel, lewd laughter. Hearing that she would be tormented by these beasts tonight, the long-legged beauty turned pale with fear, desperately hugging her shoulders, her body shaking uncontrollably. After admonishing the useless bait, the little bearded man snorted coldly before turning to squat behind the rear of the van, using the vehicle as cover. Beep! The sound of the car horn grew closer, and the roar of the engine became clearer. The little bearded man poked his head out, staring intently at the approaching RV. He hadn't even noticed that behind the massive cloud of dust raised by the RV, there seemed to be more shadowy figures and low growls concealed. At this moment, the little bearded man's mind was filled with the thrill of revenge and the greed of seizing the RV's supplies. He licked his lips and reached up to touch his forehead, which had previously been pressed against the gun barrel, wearing a confident smile. Come on. This time let this Wagwa person know his worth." The mustachioed man crouched behind the minivan, his eyes locked onto the approaching RV, the handle of his knife slick with sweat. "Closer, just a little closer," he roared inwardly, already envisioning the massive RV's tires bursting and Sue Fan scrambling out in a pathetic mess. Yet just as the RV was a mere dozen meters from the gleaming spike strip, a piercing screech of brakes shattered the silence of the wasteland without warning. Screech! The RV's wide tires left two black streaks on the ground as it came to a solid halt. The mustachioed man froze, his smile stiffening on his face. Why did it stop, eh? Could we have been discovered? Sue Fan with practiced ease yanked the steering wheel, and the bulky RV executed a smooth U-turn on the narrow dirt road. "He's getting away." One of the lackeys couldn't help but leap out from the grass. After the turn, the RV's passenger window rolled down, and Sue Fan's hand flung out. A heavy package arced through the air, landing with uncanny precision at the mustachioed man's feet. The package hit the ground, the plastic bag splitting open, and a rich aroma of natto instantly filled the air. The mustachioed man looked down, his eyes nearly popping out. It was a bundle of premium natto, a good 2 or 3 kilograms. Natto! The mustachioed man was bewildered. In this godforsaken place, where even a sip of clean water was a luxury, someone was tossing around such extravagant natto, and it landed right at his feet. What's the meaning? Begging for mercy? The mustachioed man scratched the bristly hair under his nose, his face full of suspicion. However, just as he reached for the natto, the RV roared away, accelerating hard, leaving a massive cloud of dust that slowly dissipated. Then a sound from beyond the dust made every hair on the mustachioed man's body stand on end. Roar, roar, roar. A dozen figures in American-style camouflage uniforms, heads low and limbs twisted, charged forward, drawn by the thick scent of blood. Zombies. The mustachioed man's face twitched violently. "Get in the car. Now. Boss, something's wrong." A lackey stared at the zombies, his face deathly pale. "Look at their uniforms, the bald eagle patches on their arms. Aren't those the soldiers stationed near Kanna?" The mustachioed man squinted. Indeed, the worn camouflage and unique tactical vests were standard issue for the Bald Eagle Nation's garrison. "I used to haul our island nation's specialties to their base." "That one, the one with half his face chewed off?" The lackey's teeth chattered as he pointed at the monster leading the charge. Having undergone intense military training in life, these soldier-stern zombies moved far faster than ordinary ones. The sergeant zombie lunged with a leap, heading straight for the mustachioed man, who hadn't yet scrambled into the car. "Protect the leader." A lackey swung a katana at it. Clang! The katana struck the sergeant zombie's tactical helmet, sparking a shower of sparks. Feeling no pain, the zombie thrust out its blackened claws, grabbing the lackey by the shoulder, and sank its slime-covered jaws into his neck. "Oh!" A scream erupted. The mustachioed man, terrified out of his wits, dodged behind the car, while wildly swinging his katana. "Kill them! Fight back!" In an instant, the dirt road meant for robbery became a slaughterhouse. The thud of katanas on rotting flesh, the crack of steel pipes on skulls, and the desperate curses of the bandits mingled into a cacophony. A few kilometers away, Su Fan watched the chaotic plume of dust in his rearview mirror, a slight smile curling his lips. Have fun, boys. Hope you last a few more minutes. He turned his gaze away, pressed the accelerator to the floor, and sped toward the massive behemoth. 5 minutes later, the RV stopped again beside the abandoned radar vehicle. Su Fan pushed open the door and jumped out, his boots crunching on the dry gravel. Up close, the radar vehicle was far more imposing than it had seemed from the road. It was like a mobile steel fortress. The massive track chassis stood over 2 meters high, each track link exuding the cold, heavy weight of heavy industry. The vehicle's surface was covered in dark green reactive armor plates, dented from impact, but still reassuringly solid. The enormous phased array antenna was tilted, and the vehicle had sunk deep into the yellow earth from the force of its crash. Even in system command vehicle wouldn't be much more than this. Su Fan circled the radar vehicle. As a military enthusiast, he quickly discerned the cause of its damage. Probably its own insane weight. When it space jumped, other vehicles shifted laterally, but this one came down like a rock. Su Fan touched the cold armor. No wonder the bald eagle soldiers inside went straight to loot box heaven and became those zombies. He placed a hand lightly on the radar vehicle's tracks, took a deep breath, and recited in his mind, "System initiate devouring evolution." Ding. High-value evolvable material detected, military radar early warning platform. Devouring target all-terrain tracked radar vehicle. Devouring evolution commencing. Estimated time 1 minute. As the words faded, streams of azure light flowed from the RV, spreading like living fluid to engulf the entire massive radar vehicle. Under the azure glow, the radar vehicle's metal shell began to writhe like melting wax. The precious high-strength alloys, intricate circuits, and armor plates were being broken down bit by the system. The decomposed matter flowed along the light streams, converging steadily into the RV behind Su Fan. He stared at the system panel on his retina, watching the progress bar inch forward slowly but surely. 10, 35, 70. The wind swept across the wasteland, but every second felt like an eternity to Su Fan. He could even hear the strange sounds of metal being crushed and reassembled from within the RV. A fundamental restructuring at the genetic level. Ding. Devouring complete. Vehicle upgrade successful. With a crisp chime, the azure light instantly receded. The massive radar vehicle had vanished completely, and even the deep crater it left was partially smoothed over by the system's overflow energy. Su Fan eagerly turned to his RV. Its exterior hadn't become overly extravagant, but the details had undergone a radical transformation. The once plain white paint now shimmered with a metallic gray sheen, as if coated in a special composite armor. The front had grown heavier and fuller, and the original 4 tires had become 6. Su Fan opened the door and jumped straight into the driver's seat. The cabin was completely transformed. The old instrument panel was gone, replaced by a highly futuristic, curved, translucent screen. "Display the data panel," Su Fan commanded in a low voice. With a whoosh, pale blue data leaped onto the screen. Vehicle level LV2 unlocked function, phased array radar, early warning, warning range 10 kilometers, radius defense 20, capable of withstanding level 2 zombie attacks, and low-power thermal weapons. Chassis component upgraded to 6 all-terrain bulletproof tires, built-in nano repair function, consuming vehicle energy to auto-repair when damaged. Weapon system none. Recommended use defensive strength for ramming attacks. Su Fan's heart surged with elation as he scanned the impressive stats, especially the 10 kilometers warning range. In this perilous wasteland, vision meant survival. With this radar, he no longer had to worry about zombies sneaking up on him at night or falling into some mysterious trap. Su Fan stroked the steering wheel, which felt brand new, and looked at the curved screen. A green scanning circle was rotating rapidly. Soon several conspicuous red dots appeared at the edge of the screen about 3 kilometers away. Those were the bandits and zombies who hadn't yet been completely wiped out. Still fighting. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Su Fan's eyes. There was still a score to settle. Perfect timing. Let's test my RV's ramming power on you lot. He pushed the gearshift with his right hand. The action was silky smooth. Roar. The gasoline engine erupted with a roar several times more ferocious than before, and the 6 massive all-terrain tires dug into the sand. The RV, like a steel beast, charged back along the road with a thunderous roar. The green radar scanning circle on the curved screen spun rapidly, while the red dots representing life signs and zombies flickered violently. Su Fan firmly grasped the brand new steering wheel with both hands. His right foot pressed the accelerator to the floor. The upgraded RV engine no longer emitted the heart-wrenching roar it once did, but rather a deep, resonant sound full of explosive power. On the dirt road ahead, a cloud of chaotic dust was raised. Su Fan looked through the windshield and clearly saw the grim situation ahead. The once arrogant little islanders had now been completely scattered by the bald eagle soldiers turned zombies. On the ground lay several corpses, grotesquely mangled. The little bearded man was covered in blood, and the samurai sword in his hand had long lost its edge. He was surrounded by the remaining 7 or 8 zombies in the middle of the road with nowhere to retreat. Baka, get away. All of you get away. The little bearded man desperately waved his samurai sword, screaming, his voice breaking with despair. A tall sergeant zombie withstood a slash, its black claws piercing through the little bearded man's black suit, gripping his shoulder tightly. The remaining zombies, sensing the blood, surged forward like hyenas, instantly bringing the little bearded man down to the ground. Help! Help! The scream was only half finished before being drowned out by the sounds of gnawing. Just as the zombies were ravenously feasting on the ground, the earth began to shake violently. Boom! Su Fan stared at the pile of zombies in the middle of the road, his right foot hovering above the brake pedal for a second. Instead of pressing down, he pushed the accelerator even deeper. Just right to test the new armor's hardness. The 6 all-terrain tires dug deep ruts into the hard dirt road as the RV's speed surged to 100 kilometers per hour. Bang, crack. This was a one-sided physical crush. The heavy front of the RV, made from radar vehicle-grade alloy, crashed solidly into the horde of zombies. The massive kinetic energy erupted instantly. The 7 or 8 zombies that were feeding along with the little bearded man's mangled corpse were sent soaring into the air like a struck golf ball. The sounds of shattering bones rang out densely. A few zombies were directly smashed in half, their black blood and shredded flesh exploding in midair, swept away by the gale stirred up by the RV. The RV rolled over the scattered remains, sliding forward for several meters before coming to a steady stop. The front armor was left with only a few shallow bloodstains, not even a single dent. Ding! Kill 8 zombies, gain points 8. The system's notification chime rang timely in his mind. This defense is indeed not to be underestimated. Su Fan patted the steering wheel with satisfaction. If it were before the upgrade, crashing into 8 zombies like this would have destroyed the front bumper and ruptured the radiator. He glanced at the control panel. All the RV data was normal. Su Fan did not rush to leave. He drove the RV off the dirt road and parked it in front of 3 crooked minibuses by the roadside. These 3 broken vehicles were the ones the little bearded man and his companions had driven over. Though they are a bit damaged, they are still iron. Su Fan looked at the 3 muddy minibuses, a thought crossing his mind. System devour these 3 broken minibuses. Ding! Target for devouring locked. The next second, a beam of blue light spread out from the RV's chassis, forming a large net that instantly enveloped the 3 minibuses. Only 10 seconds passed. Ding! Devouring complete. Detected that the available material level is low, unable to be used for vehicle structure upgrade. Automatically converted to energy reserves, current RV energy replenished. Listening to the system's notification, Su Fan raised an eyebrow. If it replenishes energy, then let it replenish energy. Even a mosquito's leg is meat, saving my stock in the infinite space. The blue light dissipated. The area where the 3 minibuses had been parked was now empty, not even a screw left. However, with the disappearance of the minibuses, a figure that had been crouching and hiding behind the chassis was now fully exposed to Su Fan's sight. It was a woman. The wide floral sun hat on her head was nowhere to be seen, and her hair was disheveled, cascading over her shoulders. The black form-fitting neck t-shirt was covered in dust, yet it still could not hide her proud curves. Most eye-catching were her long legs, clad only in denim shorts. A few streaks of mud on her fair skin added an allure of disheveled beauty. Miraculously, she was still wearing black stiletto heels. The long-legged beauty had originally covered her ears and closed her eyes, thinking she was doomed. Suddenly realizing that the barrier in front of her had vanished, she opened her eyes in terror. What came into view was a tall and powerful armored RV gleaming with metallic luster. And in the driver's seat, a young man was looking down at her. The long-legged beauty froze for a second, her previous fear instantly transforming into ecstasy. She scrambled to her feet from the ground, not bothering to brush off the dirt on her legs. Her first instinct was to quickly arrange her expression. Then she twisted her waist, leaning slightly forward, stepping half a leg forward with her toes touching the ground. She posed an extremely sexy shape that highlighted her figure amidst the ground of carcasses. She deliberately adjusted her stance to ensure that Su Fan could perfectly appreciate her long, fair legs from the driver's seat. Don't kill me. Take me with you. The long-legged beauty pressed her hands together in front of her chest, pleading with a voice full of temptation and a hint of a sob. Su Fan sat in the driver's seat, watching the woman below. He finally recognized that the woman deliberately posing to hitch a ride by the roadside was the same one who had spat out of the window of that yellow Lamborghini as the passenger. Su Fan lowered the car window, slightly resting one hand on the edge, gazing at her with a half-smile. Where's your rich boyfriend, who drives the yellow sports car? The long-legged beauty froze for a moment upon hearing Su Fan's voice, then looked closely at his face. Is it you? She recognized Su Fan as well. She felt he looked familiar even before the car was upgraded. It turned out he was the poor loser she had encountered at the drop-off point, driving a second-hand wreck. With this thought, the long-legged bowtie's heart felt steadied. She stepped in her high heels, taking 3 quick strides to the front of the RV's driver's door. She lifted her head, her delicately made-up face full of grievance, as she complained to Su Fan, "Don't mention that useless waste. He brags about how amazing he is, yet he's just a pretty face with no substance." We had barely driven far when that little mustache guy and his crew stopped us. The long-legged beauty cursed through gritted teeth. That waste didn't even dare to resist, and was dragged out of the car and killed by that little mustache. They also took the sports car. As she said this, her eyes turned red, forcing out a couple of tears. "I'm just a weak woman, all alone. They saw my looks and kept me here, forcing me to stand by the roadside as bait for them to rob passersby. If I didn't agree, they threatened to throw me to the zombies." While crying, the long-legged beauty subtly placed her hand on her neckline, gently pulling it down. A glimpse of deep white flesh was exposed to the air, dazzling under the dim sunlight. "Now that they're all dead, you're free to go," Su Fan said, expressionless as he watched her performance, his tone devoid of. Seeing that Su Fan was unmoved and showed no intention of helping her out of the car, the long-legged beauty felt a surge of urgency. She hurried a few steps forward, pressing her body against the cold door of the RV. She tilted her head back, her peach blossom eyes shimmering as she stared intently at Su Fan, her voice lowered, dripping with raw temptation. "Brother, if you take me away, you can do anything you want tonight." To strengthen her persuasion, she deliberately elongated her tone, then stuck out her tongue, suggestively licking her lips painted with bright lipstick. "I guarantee I will serve you comfortably. My mouth is quite skilled, you know." The long-legged beauty was absolutely confident in her figure and appearance. Before the spatial leap occurred on Blue Star, she had seen many men like Su Fan who drove a broken secondhand car and wore ordinary clothes. Those men were just backup options in her fishing pond. There were dozens, if not hundreds. As long as she smiled at them and showcased her long legs, those admirers would rush at her like dogs smelling a bone, eager to lick her red-painted toenails. She had finally managed to latch onto that rich second generation, driving the Lamborghini, just on the verge of living a lavish life, only to inexplicably jump to this hellish place. With the rich second generation now dead, it seemed a bargain for the loser Su Fan in front of her. To her, Su Fan's cold demeanor was merely a ploy to lure her in. As long as she offered him a little sweetness, he would certainly comply and open the car door. Su Fan sat in the driver's seat, looking down at her clumsy performance with an increasingly cold gaze. "Your mouth is indeed skilled," Su Fan sneered, mercilessly mocking. "Just now in the sports car you spat a thick mouthful so far." The smile on the long-legged bowtie's face instantly froze, her expression shifting from green to white. She never expected her proud trump card would elicit such cold ridicule. Women who consider themselves superior treating men as long-term meal tickets and tools Su Fan had always despised, even back on Blue Star. On the surface they appeared glamorous and sophisticated, yet deep down they were no better than the technicians in clubs who had their prices clearly marked. "Sorry," Su Fan said, retracting his smile, his gaze coldly overlooking her. "I don't have the habit of letting strange women into my car. Especially not someone like you who brings trouble with them. Since you enjoy hitchhiking, the roadside is quite spacious. You can continue to stay here and hitch." After saying this, Su Fan reached for the window control button, preparing to close the window. The long-legged beauty was now completely panicked and furious. She tore off her facade of temptation. She grasped the car door handle tightly, raising her chin and shouting at Su Fan, "What kind of man are you? Don't you have an ounce of gentlemanly demeanor?" The long-legged beauty boldly pointed her finger at Su Fan's nose, scolding, "I am a woman. A vulnerable group. You, a big man with a car and capability, must be responsible for me. You must take me away." She grew increasingly agitated, as if Su Fan owed her millions. "I warn you, if you dare leave me here today, when we return to Blue Star, I will absolutely not let you off." The long-legged beauty threatened through gritted teeth. "I am an internet celebrity. I have tens of thousands of followers on my XHS account. They all listen to me. As long as I post a little essay, I will definitely cyberbully you. Make you socially dead. Make it impossible for you to survive on Blue Star." Su Fan's hand that was about to close the window paused in midair. He looked at the hysterical woman outside the door as if she were a rare alien species. "Oh, this feminism is quite strong." Su Fan shook his head helplessly, finding it almost laughable. In this foreign land filled with man-eating monsters, this woman still hasn't recognized reality, dreaming of returning to Blue Star to continue being her lofty little fairy, threatening him with XHS cyberbullying. In this wasteland, even if you have millions of followers, can they shield you from a zombie's bite? "I don't know if your followers listen to you or not." Su Fan looked at her with pity. "But I know someone you know is very eager to hear your voice. Stop pretending. You must." The long-legged beauty continued to shout stubbornly. Just then a low, guttural roar suddenly came from the bushes behind her. The long-legged bowtie's voice cut off abruptly as she turned her head rigidly. A zombie had crawled out of the weeds without her noticing. The zombie's clothing was tattered, but one could vaguely discern it was a floral shirt. Its hair was matted with black blood and dirt, yet traces of thick hair gel could still be seen. One of its legs was broken, crawling on the ground in a grotesque position, its pale eyes fixated on the long-legged bowtie's fair legs. This iconic floral shirt and hair gel. Isn't this her rich second-generation boyfriend driving the Lamborghini? The rich second-generation zombie let out an excited gurgle from its throat, lunging forward and grabbing the long-legged bowtie's thigh, opening its mouth full of black blood and biting down hard on her fair flesh. A piercing scream instantly shattered the silence of the wasteland. The long-legged beauty struggled desperately, but the zombie's bite force was astonishing, tearing off a large chunk of flesh. Blood instantly stained those proud long legs. Su-fan sat in the driver's seat, quietly watching the brutal scene outside the car door. He neither drew his gun nor shouted to intervene. He glanced at the floral shirt zombie that was biting fiercely, and then at the long-legged beauty rolling on the ground screaming. Well, Su-fan rolled up the car window and shifted into drive. I suppose this counts as a tragic romance. The weather on this alien planet is like that of a severely schizophrenic madman. After several days here, every night the temperature can plummet to around 5 degrees, causing one to shiver uncontrollably. Meanwhile, during the day, the blazing sun hangs high in the sky and the yellow sands of the wasteland are scorched, rising in layers of distorted heat waves. The ground temperature is at least nearing 40 degrees. If you crack an egg on the engine hood, it can be fried in less than a minute. Inside the RV, Su-fan is wearing loose shorts, shirtless, and has set the vehicle's air conditioning to the lowest temperature of 16 degrees. Cold air whooshes out from the vents, making the entire cabin refreshingly cool. In the middle of the cabin, a folding dining table holds an electric hot pot. On the stove is a dual pot. One side is filled with a bubbling red oil spicy broth, while the other side contains a clear soup with red dates and goji berries. Gurgle, gurgle. The boiling broth emits tempting white steam, and the rich aroma of the hot pot instantly fills the entire cabin. Su-fan holds a special crab claw tool in his hand, and in front of him lies a plate with a freshly butchered king crab and 2 clawing Boston lobsters. He picks up a thick king crab leg with the tongs and casually tosses it into the rolling red oil pot. The originally grayish crab shell quickly changes color in the scalding butter, turning into an enticing bright red in just a few seconds. Su-fan times it with a stopwatch, blanching it for about half a minute before quickly fishing it out. Using scissors, he snips and pries at the edge of the crab shell, and a plump translucent crab leg meat, as thick as a baby's arm, pops out. He rolls the crab meat in his homemade garlic oil sauce and takes a bite. The fresh sweetness of the crab meat mixes with the spicy richness of the butter and the pungent garlic, exploding in his mouth. The meat is firm and springy with juices bursting forth. Delicious. Su-fan lets out a long sigh of satisfaction, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Following that, he picks up a piece of cut Boston lobster meat and briefly swishes it in the clear soup pot. Taking a bite, his mouth fills with the freshest sweetness of the seafood. While enjoying his meal, Su-fan turns to the RV's small refrigerator and takes out a can of chilled cola. Hiss! He pulls the tab, tilting his head back and downing half the can. The icy carbonated drink rushes down his throat, instantly cooling the heat of the hot pot, eliciting a loud burp. It feels good, but just eating is a bit boring. System, open the radio. Conduct a full band search to see if there's anything interesting to listen to. Command, searching the full band radio. A faint buzzing sound accompanies the sudden emergence of a clear human voice from the RV's stereo system. This is a public survivor radio channel. The atmosphere is chaotic, with various voices intertwining, fervently criticizing one another. Damn, how many days has it been? Not a single rescue team in sight. A raspy-voiced man curses irritably. This damn alien wasteland is nothing but endless yellow sand and those disgusting zombies. When will this end? Stop complaining, save your energy, another weak voice interjects. Can complaining put food on the table? I just finished the last cup of instant noodles, even licking the soup clean. Now I've completely run out of supplies. Which kind-hearted brother or sister can spare some food? A half piece of biscuit would do. He'll work for you like a slave, he'll even be your little brother. Little brother, you wish. A voice laced with mockery rings out. Do you think there are no barriers to becoming a little brother now? Check the public recruitment channel. Those big convoys are gathering members with very strict conditions. First, you need to provide your own vehicle. Second, you must possess special skills. Especially those skills obtained from the starter gift pack. Oh, every team is vying for them. You a broke loser with nothing, who would want you? Country bumpkin. A voice sounding somewhat aloof interrupts the mockery. That's not called a skill. Those abilities obtained from the gift pack are formally referred to as awakening sequence. That's a 09 million elite. Su-fan raised his eyebrows, picking up a piece of the cooked tripe and chewing it loudly, all the while his ears perked up. Awakening sequence, he pondered silently. Could the starting gift pack grant someone a specific ability? The discussions on the radio continued. So what if it's the awakening sequence? The raspy man spoke again, his tone heavy with fear. Now no skills are useful at all. Let me tell you a true story. I have a buddy in a big convoy which had thousands of people armed with guns and cannons, and with specialized armed guards. It was incredibly impressive. And what happened? Someone pressed on. What happened? Overnight, the entire convoy vanished. Thousands of people, not a single survivor, all eaten by monsters. All that was left were heaps of bones and scrap metal. The radio fell into a moment of silence. The news of the armed convoy's annihilation in one night struck like a bucket of ice water on the hearts of all survivors. What kind of monsters? Was it a horde of zombies? A voice trembled with fear inquired. Zombies aren't that powerful. The aloof voice rang out again, his tone growing serious. The monsters outside are 100 times more terrifying than zombies. Even zombies have changed now. They seem to have become smarter, learning to hunt in packs. From now on, going solo is definitely a dead end. Hearing this, Su Fan paused his chopsticks. It seems the difficulty of this alien wasteland is quietly escalating. Su Fan took a sip of ice-cold cola, his eyes narrowing slightly. Seeking to be taken in. Seeking refuge. At that moment, a sweet, weeping female voice suddenly emerged from the radio, cutting through the oppressive atmosphere. Brothers, is there anyone who can take me in? I am fair-skinned, beautiful with long legs. Back on Blue Star, I was a dance streamer with millions of fans. I am skilled in everything. Singing, dancing, you name it. I can definitely make you feel like soaring in the cloud. I am very obedient. As long as I have food and drink, can ensure my safety, I can do anything. This voice was sweet and beguiling, deliberately pitched to allure, which would have made the top-tier brother back in peaceful times go wild with donations. But on this alien world, get lost. A furious voice directly scolded. In times of prosperity, a woman's worth is like food in times of chaos. In today's world, the least valuable thing is women. Everyone is struggling to survive, barely filling their stomachs. Who the hell wants to take in a burden that can't fight back? Exactly what good is having millions of fans if it can't keep the zombies from biting you? The cruel laws of survival instantly tore away the tender veil of civilized society. The female internet celebrity cried even harder on the radio. After a long period of silence, the radio crackled to life again. Ahem. A slightly greasy, raspy voice of a middle-aged man suddenly spoke slowly. Beautiful lady, send me a private message on my personal radio channel. The middle-aged man's voice carried an unmistakable lewdness. How can anyone know how you look or if your skills are good just from your voice? Add me to private chat, and I'll test the waters first. Puffed. Hearing this, Su Fan, who was stuffing lobster meat into his mouth, nearly spat it out. Test the waters? Hey, this guy is quite interesting. He seems like an old hand at various bathhouses from his time on Blue Star. Su Fan did not voice his thoughts on the radio. He remained a quiet listener. Leaning back in the leather seat, his mind was occupied with the key information revealed in the radio discussion. Awakening sequence. Su Fan lifted his right hand, glancing at the symbol that had already faded beneath his skin. The starting gift packs of others correspond to the awakening sequence. So what classification does my hidden benefit infinite storage space, as well as the later acquired vehicle devouring evolution and vehicle radar early warning fall into within this so-called sequence system? Just as Su Fan was gnawing on a crab leg deep in thought, a sharp and rapid alarm suddenly pierced through the fragrant hot pot aroma and the noise of the radio. The smile on Su Fan's face instantly vanished. He dropped the crab leg in his hand, quickly wiped his hands with a tissue, and strode toward the driver's seat. On the semi-transparent curved display, the once steady green radar waves were now flashing with blind. At the edge of the 10-kilometer warning range, a dense cluster of red dots was rapidly sweeping towards the RV's location. Beep, beep, beep. The urgent alarm echoed throughout the spacious RV compartment. Su Fan quickly stepped to the driver's seat, his gaze fixed on the curved central control screen. At the edge of the radar interface, a glaring red was spreading towards him at an astonishing speed, like a flood breaking its banks. This many. Su Fan gasped, his brows tightly furrowed. Over the past few days, he had been recklessly driving this upgraded armored RV across the wasteland. When encountering scattered zombies or small groups, he didn't even bother to hit the brakes, simply crushing them under the wheels. With the RV's formidable ramming power and all-terrain tires, he had amassed over 50 points. But the radar image before him completely shattered his composure. These mindless zombies have actually learned to swarm together. Su Fan gritted his teeth, slapping his palm against the steering wheel. There are so many red dots, at least a few hundred. Even if my RV's armor is thick, once surrounded by such a massive horde, I would be trapped. This place was not suitable for lingering. Su Fan quickly pulled off his loose shorts and put on long pants and a tactical vest. He sat down in the driver's seat and swiftly shifted gears. Boom. The RV's engine let out a deep, powerful roar as its large all-terrain tires kicked up a huge cloud of dust on the sandy ground, the vehicle executing a stunning drift before speeding off in the opposite direction. The swirling yellow sand completely buried the shelter he had just parked at. The RV raced across the bumpy wasteland, quickly reaching a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. After driving a few kilometers, Su Fan glanced at the radar screen, just about to breathe a sigh of relief. Beep beep. The radar emitted another alert, but this time the sound was different from before. Looking down, Su Fan saw several blinking green dots appear directly in front of the central screen. Green dots. Human survivors. Su Fan squinted, peering through the windshield into the distance. At the edge of the horizon, he could faintly see swirling dust, a black convoy composed of modified vehicles approaching him. Hidden. Before Su Fan could examine the convoy's formation in detail, the radar's alarm suddenly turned sharp and dense like a melody of doom. Su Fan's heart skipped a beat as his gaze returned to the screen. Right behind those numerous green dots, a large area of red dots emerged, resembling bloodstains. Those red dots moved at breakneck speed, tightly pursuing the green dots. Damn it! Su Fan instantly reacted, unable to suppress an expletive. Behind him were the hundreds of zombies he had just shaken off, while ahead was a convoy leading an even larger horde of zombies. In less than 3 minutes, he would encounter this convoy, and then be trapped between two massive zombie hordes, caught in a deadly pincer's movement, with no escape. What terrible luck! Su Fan gripped the steering wheel tightly, jerking it sharply to the right. The RV emitted a shrill screech as the massive vehicle tilted sharply to the right, while speeding forcefully, leaving the straight main road and crashing into the waist-deep dry grass of the right-side wasteland. Meanwhile, less than 3 kilometers ahead of Su Fan, the fleeing convoy was racing across the wasteland. At the front of the convoy was an armed SUV, heavily modified with large anti-collision horns and a rollover frame. On the roof of the SUV stood a woman. Amidst the bumpy wasteland and howling winds, she seemed to have rooted her feet, standing steadily atop the vehicle. She wore a tight black tactical vest that accentuated her ample and alluring curves. The lower half consisted of a black pleated miniskirt that barely covered her thighs. The wind blew, causing the skirt to flutter, revealing a pair of long, toned, and fair legs. Those legs had no excess flesh, exuding a wild and powerful beauty, while her feet were clad in knee-high black tactical boots. The contrast between her fair skin and black tactical gear created an extremely striking visual impact, exuding a blend of sensuality and an intimidating coldness that made one reluctant to gaze directly. Behind her, she carried a long, ancient sword wrapped in black fabric around the hilt. She was the leader of this convoy, Lin Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaoyi stood firmly atop the vehicle, one hand raised, holding a high-powered military telescope, facing the wind as she gazed into the distance. Through the telescope, she clearly saw the tall, armored RV glinting metallic gray, as well as the massive dust cloud rising behind it, and the faintly visible horde of zombies within the dust. Interesting. That vehicle in front is also being chased, and is reacting quite quickly, knowing to brake right. Lin Xiaoyi's lips curled into a cold and alluring arc as she lowered the telescope. She raised her hand, pressing the tactical communication earpiece against her ear, her voice ringing in the convoy channel with a crisp and commanding tone. Xiao Fei, pay attention to the front. Follow that RV turning right. Its chassis and armor are strong, so let it lead the way for us. A sweet and clear female voice immediately responded through the earpiece. The one driving the lead SUV was Lin Xiaoyi's younger sister, Lin Xiaofei. In the SUV's driver's seat, Lin Xiaofei gripped the steering wheel tightly. She had the same face as Lin Xiaoyi atop the vehicle. Equally exquisite, equally stunningly beautiful. However, compared to her sister Lin Xiaoyi's cold and domineering allure that kept people at a distance, Lin Xiaofei's eyes had a hint of liveliness and playfulness. She wore a tight, white t-shirt, slightly damp with sweat, her full curves bobbing up and down with the vehicle's. Her lower half was clad in tight denim shorts, perfectly wrapping her rounded backside, and paired with her long legs made her even more alluring. This was a pair of twin sisters that could drive any man in the wasteland wild with desire. All other vehicles, listen to my command, stay close to my tail, maintain formation, and do not fall behind. Lin Xiaofei commanded sharply into the vehicle's communicator, then pressed the accelerator with her foot, her fair arm, sharply turning the steering wheel. The black SUV carved a wild arc along the dirt road, closely following Su Fan's RV as it plunged into the dry grass thicket of the right-side wasteland. The dozen or so modified vehicles following the SUV also activated their turn signals, roaring their engines like a long snake, tightly trailing Lin Xiaofei's vehicle as they broke right. Roar! Behind the convoy, hundreds of zombies surged like a black tide, relentlessly biting at the rear of the convoy. The mutated zombies at the front had even leaped onto the edge of the last armed SUV. Da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. At that moment, the deafening sound of a heavy machine gun firing erupted from the rear of the convoy. That was the SUV responsible for covering the rear. On its roof was mounted a heavy machine gun, and a muscular man bare-chested gripped the gun's handle tightly, frantically pulling the trigger. Large brass shell casings rained down on the vehicle's floor like raindrops, producing a crisp sound. The orange flames spewed from the gun's muzzle, and the dense metallic rain of bullets instantly tore through the bodies of the zombies charging at the front, erupting clouds of black blood mist. The roar of the machine gun, the screams of zombies, and the growl of the engine merged into one cacophony. The howling wind whipped up the yellow sand outside the car window. Su-Fan glanced at the rearview mirror, feeling a slight heaviness in his heart. The convoy, led by a black SUV, did not continue fleeing down the main road, but instead came diagonally from the left rear, like a stubborn piece of taffy, closely following the escape route of the RV. The Tintin RV raced across the wasteland, but the heavily modified leading SUV was even faster. The roar of its engine rapidly approached. In just a few minutes, the black SUV had caught up, maintaining a distance of less than 5 meters, driving parallel to Su-Fan's RV. Su-Fan turned his head and looked at the SUV through the glass window. The woman in the black skirt stood steadily atop the roll cage of the SUV. The uneven surface of the wasteland caused the SUV to bounce violently, but this woman's legs seemed glued in place, unaffected by the chaos. Her long, straight legs stood out even more in the wind, the black sword on her back swaying slightly with the vehicle's jolting. Su-Fan's eyes turned cold as he reached for the handgun on the passenger seat, without hesitation flicking off the safety with his thumb while letting the barrel hang near the edge of the window. One must be cautious. Sometimes humans can be more lethal than zombies. Just as Su-Fan remained vigilant of the convoy beside him, the curved radar screen on the dashboard suddenly emitted a series of urgent beeps. Su-Fan quickly turned his head, his gaze fixed on the radar screen. The multitude of red dots that had surged behind them like a tide suddenly changed. Under the radar scan, it became clear that dozens of red dots were breaking away from the enormous zombie hordes in front and behind. These red dots moved significantly faster than ordinary zombies. They formed a sharp arrowhead formation on the screen, bypassing the direct pursuit and cutting across the front of the two vehicles, flanking, cutting off the escape route. Su-Fan raised his head and looked through the windshield ahead. He knew that if they continued straight, they would soon be completely blocked by these fast-moving zombies. Once their speed was forced to drop, the zombie horde behind would instantly engulf them. A dead friend is better than a living Taoist. Su-Fan cast a glance at the SUV driving alongside him. As long as I can outrun this convoy, I can escape. He glanced again at the long legs atop the SUV. Those legs were indeed impressive, but standing so steadily at such high speed was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. She must be one of the awakened. A sense of caution crept into Su-Fan's heart. Boom. Without hesitation, he pressed the gas pedal all the way down, the RV lunging forward in an attempt to shake off the SUV beside him. However, the terrain ahead grew increasingly complex. Massive rocks and dried-up ravines intermingled. Su-Fan's eyes were glued to the central radar, his hands rapidly spinning the steering wheel. He pushed his focus to the limit. Turning left to avoid a deep gully, he corrected right, grazing the edge of a giant rock. At that moment, Su-Fan resembled an exquisite dancer piloting a Tintin RV, dancing on the tip of an egg. A slight misstep could lead to disaster. Beep, beep, beep. The radar screen showed those dozens of red dots representing the fast zombies like a festering wound. Su-Fan attempted a breakthrough on the left side. As soon as he turned the steering wheel, the red dots instantly shifted, blocking his path. He slammed on the brakes, the front of the car swerving to the right, trying to squeeze through the gap between two rocks, but the zombies seemed to know in advance and appeared ahead of the gap. After several attempts at breakthroughs, all of them were thwarted by those fast-moving zombies. These zombies are— Cold sweat broke out on Su-Fan's forehead, and he began to grow anxious. Behind the radar screen, the vast sea of red representing the main horde of zombies was rapidly closing in. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. Time was running out. I can't keep wasting time like this. Su-Fan glanced at the black SUV that still clung tightly to his left. Viru. The window of the driver's cabin rolled down, the howling wind mixed with sand instantly flooding the cabin, making it hard for Su-Fan to keep his eyes open. He poked his head out halfway, shouting at the long legs atop the SUV, while gesturing emphatically with his free right hand. Hey, running like this, we're all going to die. Let's each go our own way. On top of the SUV, Lin Xiaoyi stood firm against the wind, her tactical boots resting on the metal luggage. Her cold, captivating eyes pierced through the wind and sand, casting a chilling glance at Su-Fan. She did not respond, but the corner of her eye caught sight of the zombies intent to block the escape route. Lin Xiaoyi withdrew her gaze and decisively raised her hand to press her tactical communicator at her ear. The rear vehicle will stay behind to cover the escape. She paused for a second before continuing. The rest of the vehicles stay close to me. In the SUV's driver's cabin, her sister Lin Xiaofei gripped the steering wheel, her actions freezing upon hearing the command in the earpiece. A flash of pain and reluctance crossed her delicate face, identical to her sister's on the roof. She bit her lip, her eyes slightly reddening. The rear vehicle held the brothers who had jumped over from Blue Star with them. She knew all too well what it meant to stay behind and face such a horde of zombies. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaofei forced back her tears. She understood that in this cruel wasteland, her sister's decision was the only way to ensure the convoy's survival. Rear vehicle acknowledged. You all retreat first. The hoarse reply of the rear vehicle's driver came through the tactical headset. At that moment, Su Fan had just found a slightly wider breakthrough point. Before he could fully turn the steering wheel, the dozens of fast zombies like wild dogs smelling blood surged from the side, attempting to block the last escape route with their bodies. Persistent ghosts. Su Fan gripped his handgun, tightly preparing to charge. At that critical moment, the armed SUV that had been trailing at the back, responsible for providing cover with a heavy machine gun, suddenly veered off the convoy's path. The driver slammed the gas pedal down to the floor, the engine's RPM skyrocketing into the red zone, exhaust spewing thick black smoke. Ignoring the risk of the engine blowing up, he accelerated recklessly, overtaking the convoy from the side and directly charging into the group of fast zombies blocking the escape route. Brothers, go ahead. Bang! The heavy front of the armed SUV crashed solidly into the arrowhead formation of those fast zombies. The speed-type zombies frantically swarmed the SUV's front doors and windshield, their sharp claws scratching the metal furiously as the vehicle was quickly engulfed by the zombies. Now's the time. Su Fan slammed the gas pedal to the floor. The RV let out a roar, slipping out alongside the SUV surrounded by zombies. Beside him, Lin Xiaofei, driving the black SUV, did not hesitate, leading the remaining vehicles closely behind the RV, leaping through the bloody breakthrough and speeding into the depths of the wasteland. The wild winds mixed with coarse gravel rampaged across the wasteland. The armored RV, weighing over 10 tons, sped along the rugged dirt road like a tireless steel beast. Su Fan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze occasionally scanning the curved radar screen on the central control panel. He drove for dozens of kilometers until he could no longer see any trace of zombies. He let out a long breath, the tension in his back slowly relaxing against the driver's seat. The green scanning circle of the central radar rotated steadily. Within a 10-kilometer warning range, everything was clean. Finally shaking them off, Su Fan slowly released the accelerator and the RV's speed decreased. He turned the steering wheel, veering off the main road and stopping in a relatively flat, sheltered lowland. Hiss! The air brake made a hissing sound as the RV came to a stable stop. Su Fan did not immediately exit the vehicle, but turned to look at the rearview mirror on the left. The convoy that had been following him also reduced its speed. The leading black armored off-road vehicle stopped 20 meters away. The cold and beautiful woman who had been carrying a long sword on the roof was nowhere to be seen, evidently back inside the vehicle after escaping danger. Otherwise, Su Fan would have truly thought she was insane. As the off-road vehicle came to a stop, various modified vehicles following behind also braked abruptly, forming a semicircular defensive formation behind the off-road vehicle. The doors of the vehicles were pushed open almost simultaneously, and dozens of fully armed guards jumped out. These individuals moved swiftly, dressed in matching dark tactical vests, armed with standard assault rifles. Team 1 occupied the left high ground and established visibility. Team 2 checked the vehicles for damage. Team 3 spread out for vigilance, defensive formation. A burly man with a scarred face bellowed orders. The guards immediately spread out in an orderly fashion. 2 individuals armed with sniper rifles quickly climbed up nearby rocky high ground, raising their binoculars to scan the surroundings. The others formed a 30-meter warning circle centered around the convoy, standing back to back, their vigilant eyes fixed on the depths of the wasteland. Su Fan watched the guards' actions. They were well-trained and disciplined. This was definitely not a haphazard mob thrown together. There was a genuine aura of menace emanating from these individuals. While Su Fan observed quietly, the front door of the leading black off-road vehicle opened. 2 tall figures stepped down, one on each side. The woman walking on the left was Lin Xiaofei, who had been standing on the roof earlier. She still bore that icy demeanor. The black, tight-fitting tactical vest accentuated her perfect curves, and beneath the black pleated skirt were her long, well-proportioned white legs. Her knee-high tactical boots crushed the coarse gravel beneath her feet, producing a dull sound. The black ancient sword on her back emanated a chilling aura. Walking on the right was her sister Lin Xiaofei, who was driving the off-road vehicle. The two shared identical exquisite features, yet their temperaments were entirely different. Lin Xiaofei wore a tight white t-shirt and fitted denim shorts, exuding a sense of liveliness and pride. She curiously examined the gray armored RV in front of her, her eyes betraying her inquisitiveness. The sisters walked side by side to the door of the RV's driver's cabin, stopping in their tracks. Lin Xiaoyi looked up, her icy gaze piercing through the bulletproof glass to meet Su Fan's eyes. "Hello, I am Lin Xiaoyi. This is my sister Lin Xiaofei." She pointed to the girl beside her and continued, "Since we've shared some hardships together, shouldn't we get to know each other?" Her tone was polite, yet there was an underlying chill. Su Fan lowered the window halfway. His gaze calmly swept over the striking pair of sisters, finally resting on Lin Xiaoyi's face. "It's a chance encounter. There's no need for a chat outside the vehicle." Su Fan replied, flatly declining directly. "Danger can emerge at any moment in this wasteland. Oh, everyone should just go their own way and stay safe." After finishing, Su Fan was about to roll up the window. He had no interest in getting involved with such a young lady. Such people typically brought endless troubles, as evidenced by the recent zombie chase. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Lin Xiaofei, standing beside, was displeased at Su Fan's indifferent and somewhat disdainful attitude. She stepped forward, hands on her slender waist, glaring with her beautiful big eyes at Su Fan through the window. "We took the initiative to greet you out of respect. Do you think we want to bother you? You refuse to get out. Are you afraid we'll rob you?" Su Fan paused briefly, glancing at her. "It's not that I'm afraid. It's just that in this day and age you can't know a person's heart just by their face. With so many of you against me alone, I have to be cautious." Lin Xiaofei couldn't help but let out a laugh, as if she had heard an absurd joke. She pointed at herself with a fair finger, then at the guards and vehicles behind her. Proudly lifting her chin, she declared, "We are the Lin family from Nan Province. Oh, we lack for nothing. You think we would rob you of this broken RV? Nan Province Lin family." Su Fan frowned slightly. Upon seeing Su Fan's bewildered expression, Lin Xiaofei's voice shot up an octave, her face full of disbelief. You don't even know the Nan Province Lin family. That shouldn't be. In Hua, anyone with a bit of status or knowledge knows our family name. How ordinary were you before? Not even having heard of the Lin family, don't you usually watch the news?" Su Fan felt a series of black lines appear on his forehead. Nan Province Lin family. Su Fan quickly searched his mind, but truly had not heard of this name. Back in Blue Star, he was just an ordinary working man. But what this girl said was simply too piercing. What does it matter, Lin family, or Yi family? Su Fan coldly snorted in his heart. Now that Blue Star is gone, Su Fan, relying only on his courage and system in this alien wasteland, has even killed glass monsters. When did it come to being looked down upon by two young girls? Lin Xiaoyi stood beside, not stopping her sister's arrogance. She was also sizing up Su Fan, trying to see through the man's true nature. To remain calm and find a breakthrough in such dire circumstances, and to possess an RV with astonishing defensive capabilities, this man was undoubtedly not simple. But if he was truly just an ordinary person without any background. Click! The crisp sound of a metal lock being opened echoed. The heavy armored RV door was abruptly pushed open. Bang! Su Fan jumped down from the high driver's seat, his tactical boots thudding heavily against the hard gravel. He stood tall, wearing a capable tactical vest with muscle lines faintly visible under the sunlight. Though not as burly as the guards, he emanated an undeniable sharp aura that could not be ignored. Su Fan straightened his posture unwaveringly, meeting the gazes of the Lin sisters, a trace of arrogant disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. He brushed the dust off his hands, looking playfully at the striking pair of sisters. "Hello, I'm Su Fan. I'm from the Su family in Shanghai. You can call me Young Master Su." Su Fan stood beside the tall car door, his hands casually tucked into the pockets of his tactical pants. His declaration of the Su family from Shanghai Young Master Su was filled with confidence, his face displaying 3 parts arrogance and 7 parts nonchalance, embodying a top-tier scion who once ruled the world before the apocalypse. Upon hearing this, the two sisters were clearly taken aback. Lin Xiaofei slightly opened her mouth, her hands that were originally on her waist unconsciously dropped. A trace of clear bewilderment flashed in her bright, expressive eyes. The Su family from Shanghai. Lin Xiaofei turned her head, lowering her voice as she glanced at her older sister, her brows tightly knitted. "Sister, does Magic City really have such a top family? Are they involved in heavy industry or military industry? I have no impression of them at all." Lin Xiaoyi did not answer immediately. Her cold, enchanting eyes narrowed slightly, scanning Su Fan with a gaze as sharp as a knife. On this 7th day, where even a clean piece of bread had become a luxury, the man before her not only showed no signs of decay or blood, but even his clothes emanated a refreshing aroma. Moreover, with this astonishingly fortified mobile fortress, it was indeed hard to believe he had no power. However, the Su family from Shanghai. Lin Xiaoyi quickly searched her mind for the influential families and chables on Blue Star that could command the winds and the rain. Wang family, Qin family, Li family. Yet she had no concrete concept of this Su family. Could they be some hidden chables or families with special backgrounds? Lin Xiaoyi speculated to herself. She retracted her gaze with suspicion and shot a glance at Su Fan, but did not directly question him. In this perilous wasteland, power was the best calling card. The swift and decisive breakout he had just executed had already demonstrated his worth. Ahem. Lin Xiaoyi lightly coughed, breaking the slightly awkward silence. She instinctively straightened her back, the tight black tactical vest accentuating her curves. So, young Master Su. Lin Xiaoyi's voice remained cool, but her tone lost some of the earlier superiority, taking on a hint of negotiation. No matter which family you come from, we are all trapped in this cursed place now. Since we have made each other's acquaintance, it would be better to team up. She pointed to the dozens of armed guards standing ready behind her, and continued, why not walk together from here? Your vehicle has strong defenses, but fighting alone ultimately cannot match the strength of a group. We have manpower and firepower. If we complement each other, our chances of survival in this wasteland will be greater and safer. Lin Xiaoyi paused, throwing out her biggest bargaining chip. To be honest, the main force of our Lin family from the South Province was also transported here during this spatial leap. As long as we team up, once we join up with our family's main force, we won't have to worry about the threat of these zombies anymore. This statement combined both allure and intimidation, highlighting Su Fan's disadvantage of being alone while painting a picture of familial protection. Yet after hearing it, Su Fan merely raised an eyebrow. Team up. Su Fan glanced at Lin Xiaoyi's long, beautiful legs, then looked at Lin Xiaofei, shaking his head dismissively. I understand that teaming up would be safer, but teaming up with you, that's another matter. Su Fan sighed, his tone filled with disdain. Ladies, do you know what I was doing before I met you? I was sitting in a temperature-controlled compartment at 16 degrees, eating seafood hot pot, made with king crab and Boston lobster, drinking ice-cold cola, and listening to jokes on the radio, living a life of bliss. And what happened? Just now I almost got killed by you in that wasteland. Is this what you call safer? As these words left his mouth, not only the Lin sisters, but even a few guards standing nearby could not help but swallow hard. King crab, seafood hot pot, ice-cold cola. Lin Xiaofei's eyes widened. Although their supplies over the past few days were better than ordinary people's, they could only eat individual rations and compressed biscuits, leaving their mouths long dulled. This guy was actually having hot pot in a wasteland filled with zombies. So teaming up is out of the question. Su Fan waved his hand, continuing to weave his story without changing his expression. I still have urgent matters to attend to. I need to hurry ahead to find our Su family's main force in Shanghai. We part ways here. You can't just take advantage here and then act coy. Lin Xiaofei stepped forward, pointing at Su Fan and rebutting angrily. Do you think those zombies can trap us? If it weren't for our armored vehicle being damaged during the spatial leap, reducing our firepower, we could have easily trampled over those thousands of weak zombies. There wouldn't have been a chance for you to mock us here. Hearing the words armored vehicle, Su Fan's motion to turn around and get in the car abruptly halted. He suddenly turned his head, his eyes gleaming with excitement akin to a wolf that had been starved for 3 months. Armored vehicle. Su Fan's voice rose slightly with excitement as he hurried to Lin Xiaofei. What armored vehicle? Where did it crash? Lin Xiaofei was startled by Su Fan's suddenly fervent gaze and instinctively took half a step back toward her sister. It's to the north, about 200 kilometers away. It's in an area filled with red rocks and gravel. Although Lin Xiaofei found Su Fan's reaction somewhat neurotic, she still disclosed the location. Then she looked at Su Fan as if he were a fool, curling her lip. But I advise you not to have any ideas about that armored vehicle. Even if you run over, you won't find anything useful. Why? Su Fan pressed. Because the entire vehicle is completely wrecked. Lin Xiaofei sighed, a hint of sorrow flashing in her eyes. That damned spatial leap seems to have extremely strict weight limits for vehicles. Once the vehicle exceeds the weight limit, the spatial pressure during the leap increases geometrically. Our armored vehicle was too heavy. It was crushed in half upon landing, resulting in total destruction and casualties. All that's left is a pile of twisted scrap metal, not even worth salvaging parts from. Upon hearing this, Su Fan not only felt no disappointment, but rather his heart raced even faster. The spatial leap has weight requirements. Too heavy will crush it into scrap. No wonder the S-Dryer vehicle he encountered earlier had created such a large pit. The soldiers inside had fallen like boxes because of the vehicle's overweight. But none of this mattered to Su Fan. So what if it was deformed? So what if it was crushed in half? So what if the parts couldn't be salvaged? His devouring evolution system did not require complete parts. North 200 kilometers, red rock gravel. Su Fan quickly recited the coordinates in his mind. He no longer had the mood to chat and bicker with these two sisters. What were their voluptuous figures and long legs compared to the evolution of his mobile home? They were nothing. Alright, I got it. Su Fan abruptly turned around, not even bothering to exchange pleasantries. Then we part ways here. My Su family has urgent matters awaiting my attention, so we'll be leaving first. Before Lin Xiaoyi and Lin Xiaofei could respond, Su Fan nimbly grabbed the car door handle and swiftly climbed into the high driver's seat. Bang! The armored car door slammed shut heavily. Through the lowered window of the driver's cabin, Su Fan looked at the two sisters standing below, their faces filled with astonishment, and forced out a smile he considered friendly. Goodbye. After saying this, he immediately floored the accelerator, pushing the gear lever with his right hand. The Tintin armored mobile home showed no hesitation, like an arrow released from a bow, charging directly towards the northern horizon, leaving the Lin sisters with only the sight of its fading tail. The swirling yellow sand fell with the wind, hitting Lin Xiaofia's fair cheek. She stretched out her hand in a daze, brushing away the dust before her, staring blankly at the armored mobile home that gradually became a small black. From the moment of inquiry to suddenly turning and getting in the car, then flooring the accelerator to escape, the entire process flowed smoothly, taking less than half a minute. Lin Xiaofei turned her head to look at her sister Lin Xiaoi, who was also frowning. Sister. Lin Xiaofei recalled the smile Su Fan had forced through the glass before closing the window, his eager expression making her shiver involuntarily. Why do I feel like this young Master Su from Shanghai looked so lewd when he left? Lin Xiaoi gazed in the direction where the mobile home had disappeared, a hint of deep thought flashing in her cold, enchanting eyes. She did not answer her sister. The Su family from Shanghai. Interesting. Lin Xiaoi snorted coldly and turned towards her black SUV. Form up, get in the vehicle. We continue south. The roar echoed as Su Fan gripped the steering wheel tightly, making the 200-kilometer journey without a single pause. As the enormous star in the sky began to retract, its blinding light slowly sinking towards the horizon, Su Fan eased off the accelerator. The landscape ahead underwent a dramatic change. The vast expanse of yellow-brown sand had vanished, replaced by an endless stretch of red. Various red rocks and gravel covered the ground, extending to the edge of his vision. Su Fan pressed the brake and parked the RV at the edge of the red-yellow boundary. He reached out with his left hand and pressed the button to lower the window. As the glass descended halfway, a wave of heat rushed in through the opening, hitting Su Fan's face directly. Su Fan instinctively squinted. The weather on this planet is truly bizarre. He glanced at the time on the vehicle's central control screen, his brow furrowing tightly. System, measure the outside temperature. Beep. Current surface temperature outside the vehicle 39 degrees Celsius. Humidity 3%. The system's electronic voice echoed in the cabin. 39 degrees. A flicker of doubt crossed Su Fan's eyes. Logically, with the sun nearly setting, the temperature in the wilderness should have plummeted dramatically. How come this desolate rocky ground is still as hot as an oven in broad daylight? He leaned out to scrutinize the area known as the Red Gobi. The surface here was completely composed of various oddly shaped red rocks. At that moment, under the slanted rays of the setting sun, the already dark red rocks were coated with a layer of eerie afterglow. As far as the eye could see, the entire Gobi was a deep dark red, resembling a layer of thick fresh blood that had just been poured, not yet fully dried. An indescribable sense of oppression surged forth. This place looks a bit sinister. The high temperature, the blood-red terrain, and the abnormal weather. Each one was triggering his survival instincts. Should I go in? Su Fan glanced at the handgun on the passenger seat, then at the central control radar. The Lin sisters came out from this direction with so many people. Since they managed to come and go in one piece, it means that even if there are dangers here, it shouldn't lead to total annihilation. Besides, that was a military-grade armored vehicle. Such a golden opportunity should not be missed. Su Fan's gaze returned to determination. He abruptly closed the window, completely sealing off the heat outside. With his left hand steady on the steering wheel, he pressed the accelerator with his right foot. The 6 all-terrain tires rolled over the red-yellow boundary, officially entering the blood-red Gobi. Upon entering the red zone, the environment instantly changed. It was eerily silent, an absolute stillness that made one feel as if they were hearing things. There were no howling winds of the wilderness, nor the distant roars of mutated creatures. The entire world seemed to have been muted. On the vast Gobi, the only sound was the heavy tires of the RV crushing the red gravel. Crack, crack, crack. The gravel shattered under the weight of 10 tons, the monotonous friction amplified infinitely in the desolate surroundings, sending chills down the spine. While driving, Su Fan kept a close watch on the radar screen in the central console. System, initiate maximum range scan for living signs. Radar power has been set to maximum scanning radius 10 kilometers. Su Fan observed the steady green ripples rotating on the screen. There were no red dots. Not a single one. Not even a shadow of a zombie. Out there on the yellow land, parking for a while would attract a horde of zombies, yet this place is remarkably clean. As the RV ventured deeper, the sky outside grew completely dark. The star descended and night fell on the alien planet. Su Fan looked up through the windshield at the night sky. On the pitch-black canopy, instead of countless twinkling stars, there hung 2 enormous moons. The surfaces of these moons were riddled with craters, emitting a ghastly cold light that cast shadows on the red Gobi below. On Blue Star there is 1 moon, but here there are 2. The gravitational tides of this planet seem undisturbed. Su Fan murmured, reaching out to activate the external searchlight of the RV. Powerful beams of white light instantly pierced the darkness, sweeping through the piles of red rocks. System connect radar to remote visual imaging. Visual imaging has been synchronized to the central control screen. The screen flickered, transforming the original green ripples into a clear night vision image. With the cold light of the double moons and the high-precision imaging system, the massive rock contours and dried-up ravines within a few kilometers became clear before Su Fan's eyes. The RV circled around the gobi. 2 hours passed. Su Fan drove the vehicle, combing through this area 3 times. Aside from the variously shaped red stones, there was nothing but piles of worthless gravel. Su Fan pressed the brake, bringing the RV to a stop in front of a huge red rock wall. He stared at the empty radar imaging screen, his expression somewhat grim. Not even a hair found. Su Fan irritably tugged at the collar of his tactical vest. It's been over 2 hours now, with a 10-kilometer scanning radius. Even if that armored vehicle was smashed and buried, the radar's metal detection should pick it up. Now the screen is completely clean, not even a response from a screw. Su Fan leaned back in his seat, his mind flashing back to the girl in denim shorts, hands on her hips, shouting at him. Lin Xiaofei, with those ample bosoms, wouldn't she be just making up a wild tale to mess with me? He stroked his chin, recalling the scene at that time. She doesn't seem like it. That girl truly appeared to be all chest and no brains, spilling everything. Her anger and sorrow over the armored vehicle's crash didn't seem feigned. Since she wasn't lying, where did the armored vehicle go? A heavy piece of equipment weighing over 10 tons surely can't just sprout wings and fly away. Su Fan turned his gaze out the window. The cold light from the double moons cast an eerie glow on the red rocks, making the gobi appear even more surreal. Before him lay a desolate dark red, and after staring too long, one might even develop the illusion that these stones were slowly bleeding. An extremely uncomfortable feeling of oppression crept up Su Fan's back. This hellish place has a color scheme that's too oppressive. Staying here too long can easily mess with someone's mind. Su Fan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and looked towards the right side of the radar screen. About 2 kilometers from the RV, there was a higher red hill. That hill perfectly blocked a part of the radar's surface scanning view. One last search. Su Fan straightened his body, gripping the steering wheel once more. Turn around and head up that hill to take a look. If there's still nothing after climbing that hill, then we'll retreat and plan carefully. There was no way to spend the night in this sinister place. Su Fan made up his mind, swiftly shifting gears with his right hand. Virum. The RV roared back to life, its wide tires rolling over the red gravel. He slowly drove towards the rising hill. A Tintin-armored RV slowly ascended in the darkness. As the heavy front of the vehicle finally crested the steep red hill, a series of urgent green lights suddenly illuminated on the control panel in the cockpit. Beep. The radar's visual imaging system emitted a crisp alarm. 500 meters ahead, unidentified vehicle wreckage detected strong metal response. The electronic voice of the system followed. Su Fan, who had been dozing off against the back of his chair, suddenly sat up straight, his eyes fixed intently on the curved large screen. On the screen's night vision display, a massive square metallic silhouette lay quietly in the depression at the foot of the hill. Finally found it. Lin Xiaofei, that big-chested girl, seems brainless at a glance, but it turns out she speaks quite reliably. Next time I run into her, I must reward her with a lollipop. Without any hesitation, Su Fan pressed the accelerator, driving the RV straight down the slope. The 500-meter distance was covered in an instant. Hiss! Su Fan stepped on the air brake, and the RV came to a steady stop in front of the massive metal wreckage. With the light from the RV's searchlight, he finally got a clear view of the so-called heavily armored vehicle. It was an 8-wheeled, heavy-wheeled infantry fighting vehicle. From its signature sloped front, the thick additional ceramic composite armor, and the massive weapon station on the roof, it appeared to be the VN-23 wheeled armored vehicle. However, this once mighty land tiger now lay in a shocking state. The terrifying gravitational acceleration from the space jump had dealt a devastating blow to this heavy equipment, which weighed over 20 tons. The rigid 8-wheeled chassis had been completely flattened, deeply embedded into the red rocky ground. The originally shaped anti-mine vehicle bottom had been brutally crushed flat. The most severe damage was to the middle section of the vehicle, where the thick bulletproof steel plates, over 10 centimeters thick, had directly fractured in the middle due to the unbearable gravitational pressure, exposing the twisted load-bearing columns and broken transmission shafts inside. The weapon station on top of the vehicle also suffered. A once menacing mounted machine gun now had a severely bent barrel, and the gun mount had even been uprooted, leaning at an awkward angle beside it, with ammunition belts scattered all around. Tisk, what a tragedy. Su Fan sat in the cockpit, gazing at the pile of scrap metal, unable to help but shake his head. This jump rule is quite extreme. The heavier the vehicle, the more terrifying the impact upon landing. Taking a deep breath, Su Fan prepared to get out and take a closer look at this pile of treasures. Just then a slight, barely perceptible change occurred in the environment outside the car window. At the edge of the searchlight's glow, the originally lifeless red rocks were slowly darkening in color. At first it was just a small area. Gradually, all the gravel and rock walls around the RV began to emanate a strange sheen. That red was no longer the dark red illuminated by the sunset, but a bright red seemingly infused with warmth reminiscent of magma about to erupt. They flickered faintly in the darkness, shining and dimming as if they possessed breath and heartbeat. The entire Gobi Desert seemed to come alive at that moment. The already oppressive red glow under the interplay of the twin moon's cold light and the searchlight exuded a frighteningly sinister aura. What's going on? Su Fan's hand gripping the car door handle went stiff. He keenly sensed the change in light. Turning his head, he looked out the window at the surroundings. What he saw was that all the red rocks on the ground were subtly glowing. It felt as if the RV was parked on a bed of red-hot coals ready to be devoured at any moment. He trembled uncontrollably, the hairs on his back standing on end. Hiss! Su Fan rubbed his arms where goosebumps had formed, his gaze darting suspiciously around. Could it be that the air conditioning is set too low? This fiery red Gobi definitely had problems. System, immediately activate the devouring procedure. Hurry. This cursed place feels eerie. I don't want to stay a second longer. Command received. Target for devouring heavy-wheeled infantry fighting vehicle. Devouring procedure has been initiated. Estimated time required 1 minute. The moment the words fell, a powerful azure beam completely enveloped the broken VN-23. The devouring process had begun. 58 seconds. 57 seconds. Su Fan's gaze was fixed on the slowly progressing devouring progress bar on the central control screen, his heart racing in his chest. This brief minute felt incredibly long on the Crimson Gobi. Just as the devouring progress bar reached 20%. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A sudden flurry of sounds broke the silence of the Gobi. Su Fan turned. The sound resembled thousands of arthropods marching in unison across the dry leaves. The noise came from all directions, growing closer, clearer, and more intense. What is that sound? Su Fan tightened his grip on the steering wheel, sweat pooling in his palms. He followed the direction of the sound, casting his gaze towards the red glowing rocks outside the window. Upon seeing this, Su Fan's scalp instantly tingled. In the edge of the searchlight's beam, the previously motionless glowing red stones began to move. They were not rocks at all. Rather, they were bizarre insects the size of wash basins, entirely covered in a bright red hard shell. The patterns on their shells resembled the gravel of the Gobi, making them indistinguishable when they lay still. Now these insects were unfolding their previously curled limbs, and the gaps in their shells emitted a suffocating bright red glow. Beep, 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 beep. The moment Su Fan spotted the insects, the radar on the control panel emitted an alarm. Su Fan looked down, and his pupils suddenly constricted. The radar panel was filled with red dots surrounding him completely. Even more despairing was that countless red dots were surging from all directions like a red tsunami, madly advancing toward the RV's location. This Gobi was simply a massive insect nest. Warning! The red warning box from the system shot directly onto Su Fan's retina. Detected large-scale alien beast swarm nearby. Biological name: red fire rockworm. Danger level assessment: A-class. Biological characteristics: social hard fire rock shell, possesses extremely strong high temperature corrosive and biting abilities. System judgment: current vehicle defenses cannot withstand A-class insect tide attacks. Strongly recommend host immediately terminate devouring procedure. Retreat at full speed. Retreat. Su Fan looked out the window at the swarming tide of insects resembling a red tsunami, and his eyelids twitched violently. System, open your eyes and see outside. Do you think I can just run away now? It's too late. There's no time left. The ridiculously fast fire rock insects have completely engulfed the area around the RV. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A few fire rock insects at the front charged up the thick, all-terrain tires. Their mouths lined with barbed spikes opened wide like sharp hydraulic scissors, biting down hard on the RV's bulletproof tires. Crack! The painful sound of braking echoed from beneath the vehicle. The curved screen on the dashboard instantly flashed a blinding yellow warning. Warning: left front tire and right rear tire have suffered physical damage from biting. The chassis self-repair system has been activated. Nano repair power has been set to maximum. Current vehicle energy is being depleted rapidly. Su Fan glanced at the plummeting energy bar and his heart sank. Crack, crack. The gnawing sounds from outside grew increasingly intense, sending chills down one's spine. More fire rock insects crawled up the metal shell of the RV along the tires. These insects not only possessed tremendous biting power, but the gaps in their shells emitted astonishing heat. The outer layer of the RV, made of gray high-strength composite armor, emitted unbearable metallic groans under the relentless gnawing of hundreds, if not thousands, of fire rock insects. Warning: vehicle armor is continuously suffering damage. Su Fan gritted his teeth, forcing himself to calm down. These insects are merely Class A extraterrestrial monsters. That previous rock-armored gold-devouring beast was Class S, and it had a fear of fire as a weakness. System: check what the weakness of these fire rock insects is. The system quickly responded, data rich. Fire rock insect, a social type of extraterrestrial beast. Habit: prefers high temperatures, hibernates year-round. They only awaken to act during the time of the dual moons in the sky. Deadly weakness: afraid of water. Once their surface encounters a large amount of moisture, it leads to a rapid drop in temperature, causing their shells to crack, significantly reducing their mobility. Upon hearing this, Su Fan's eyes instantly burst with dazzling light. Afraid of water. Haha, the heavens do not completely seal off every path. I may not have much, but I have plenty of water. Afraid of water, huh? Today let this group of insects taste the bitterness of being overwhelmed by water. Su Fan's consciousness plunged into the infinite space. In his boundless storage space, dozens of bottled water resembling small mountains were quietly stacked. Farmer Sanchuan, a bit sweet. Su Fan's lips curled into a crazed smirk. System: lock onto a 10-meter radius around the RV. Command received. Launch bottled Farmer Sanquan outside the vehicle. Don't stop, throw it hard. As soon as he finished speaking, in the air outside the RV, space suddenly twisted. In the next moment, like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, hundreds and thousands of 550 milliliters plastic bottled waters appeared out of thin air. With a whistling sound like a barrage of liquid bombs, they fell heavily onto the sea of red insects below. Bang! Bang bang bang. The plastic bottles smashed heavily against the hard shells of the fire rock insects, instantly bursting open. Clear, pure water splashed everywhere, drenching the insects, radiating high temperatures. Hiss hiss hiss. Water met fire. A deafening cloud of white smoke erupted around the RV in an instant. Accompanied by the piercing cries of the insects, those fire rock insects, drenched in water, seemed to suffer from some strong acid corrosion. Their proud fiery red shells crackled under the rapid cooling of the cold water, instantly becoming covered in fine cracks. The once arrogant and frenziedly gnawing fire rock insects now fell from the vehicle as if electrocuted. They writhed painfully on the ground, desperately trying to escape the humid area. Effective. Su Fan watched the red dots tightly clustered around the RV on the radar screen disperse like a receding tide. Just then, ding. Devouring complete. The vehicle has acquired a large quantity of high-strength armor materials and weapon components. The azure light net enveloping the wreckage of the VN-23 armored vehicle instantly retracted. That pile of metal debris weighing over 10 tons completely vanished. Is it over? If it's over, shouldn't we hurry and run? Do you want to stay here and serve as a meal for these insects? Host, do you need to check? The system was about to report the upgrade data. Don't speak yet, system. Su Fan rudely interrupted the system and slammed the accelerator. Boom. The armored RV, weighing over 10 tons, let out a deafening roar, its exhaust spewing a violent airflow. Keep the infinite space open. Continue launching liquid bombs along the path we came. Bang 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 bang. The RV crushed the debris of shattered rocks and remnants of fire rock insects, charging forward violently. In front of the RV, countless bottles of Farmer Sanquan water fell from the sky like a torrential rain. The plastic bottles crashed onto the red goby, bursting into a shower of water. The fire rock insect army ahead could not evade. Those splashed by water had their shells shattered and lost their mobility. Those that weren't splashed retreated frantically to the sides of the road out of instinctual fear. In the blink of an eye, in the densely packed sea of red insects, Su Fan forcibly created a path of escape using pure water. The RV crushed the scattered plastic bottles, its wheels splashing muddy water as it sped forward on the scarlet goby. Su Fan sat in the driver's seat, watching the falling bottled water outside the window, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. On this alien wasteland where water resources were more precious than gold, even a mouthful of muddy water could spark deadly conflicts among survivors. If those survivors outside saw this, they would probably grind their teeth to dust. Su Fan grumbled about his extravagant behavior while keeping his foot firmly on the accelerator. Rumbling. As the red dots on the radar screen became sparser, the landscape ahead finally changed. The oppressive crimson rocks gradually retreated, revealing the familiar yellow-brown dirt of the wasteland under the headlights. Su Fan straightened the steering wheel, the heavy tires of the RV completely leaving the red zone and re-entering the normal wasteland. Phew. He exhaled a long breath, glancing out the window. The dual moon still hung high, but the eerie feeling of being watched by thousands of insects finally dissipated. Su Fan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, nervously glancing at the rearview mirror. At the edge of that crimson goby, countless fire rock insects lingered, emitting unwilling hisses at Su Fan, yet none dared to step forward. Finally made it out. The night was deep, and although the wind at the edge of the Gobi Desert still howled, the sense of urgency of having narrowly escaped death had completely dissipated. Su Fan parked the RV behind a sand ridge in an open area. Outside the vehicle lay the cold, dark alien wasteland, but inside the car, it was a different scene. The air conditioning quietly maintained the room temperature at a comfortable 22 degrees. On the dining table in the middle of the cabin, a portable gas stove was emitting bluish flames. Su Fan took out a large handful of pre-marinated M9 and beef skewers from the space, neatly arranging them on the grill. As the oil made contact with the high-temperature grill, a rich aroma of meat and charcoal quickly filled the cabin. The marbled beef shrank rapidly under the high-heat golden oil dripping along the meat fibers onto the flames, producing a tempting plume of white smoke. Su Fan fished out a can of chilled cola from the onboard refrigerator and popped the tab with a click. The icy liquid filled with dense carbonated bubbles rushed down his throat, instantly washing away all the heat and anxiety that had accumulated in the crimson Gobi. He leaned back, sinking into the wide, comfortable leather seat, and tapped on the curved screen of the central console. Su Fan took a bite of the crispy on the outside and tender on the inside beef, mumbling, "System retrieve all data after the RV upgrade." A faint blue light curtain unfolded in midair. Vehicle level LV3, phased array radar warning radius of 10 kilometers, accuracy improved to biological thermal sensing and metal fluid detection, defense 30 points, integrated military composite armor capable of withstanding level 3 zombie impact, chassis components 6, all-terrain bulletproof tires, nanorepair efficiency increased by 30. Weapon system concealed 6-barrel rotary cannon, caliber 20 mm, firing rate 7,200 rounds per minute. Ammunition 1.0 armor-piercing rounds utilizing space folding technology. The weapon system does not occupy space within the vehicle and adds no weight. Su Fan stared at the numbers on the screen, his meat skewer frozen midair. 120 rounds per second. Su Fan murmured to himself, his eyes revealing a man's obsession with heavy firepower. This could easily overwhelm the opponent in an instant. The over a ton of agricultural machinery was not wasted. The core fire control assembly of this VN-23 armored vehicle had perfectly integrated into his RV. Su Fan put down the skewer in his hand, rubbing his hands eagerly. System opened the weapon platform. The onboard armed platform rose. A pleasant sound of precise gears engaging resonated within the cabin. The previously flat roof of the RV slowly slid open as two heavy armored panels moved to the sides. A cold metallic, gleaming, rotating platform slowly ascended from the base. It was the classic, violent masterpiece in the history of Blue Star weaponry, the M61 Vulcan cannon. 6 black barrels tightly bound together, reflecting a ghostly light that sent chills down one's spine, exuding an industrial aura of slaughter. Thanks to the application of space folding technology, the massive ammunition box had completely vanished from sight, with only a brass-colored feed rail connecting to the roof, like a serpent. Su Fan sipped his cola while enjoying the deadly weapon known as the Hand of God on the roof, then turned his gaze to the central console. System opened the radio, same old routine, full channel, scan, see if there are any fresh jokes to lighten the mood. The feeling of enjoying peace in the apocalypse while munching on skewers and eavesdropping on others' conversations was simply more relieving than any entertainment. Zzz. A chaotic electric sound emerged from the speakers, followed by a familiar voice of lament. Is anyone there? I've been trapped in my car for 2 days, surrounded by zombies. Please, kind-hearted person, take me away. I have gold, I have a Rolex. Stop shouting, buddy, a Rolex isn't worth half a bottle of mineral water now. Who has food? He'll trade a small 3 for a pack of instant noodles. Seriously, I'm not lying. Looking for little brothers. Come with vehicles. Our big brother has a gun. Woda can fill you up. Looking for support. I'm a girl group trainee, can dance, can sing, can do the splits, whatever you want. After listening for 10 minutes, Su Fan waved his hand impatiently. It's all just these lamentations. I've got calluses in my ears. Please for shelter, please for support, looking for little brothers. It's all the same. These people still haven't recognized reality. These elites and socialites who were once unattainable in Blue Star now have less dignity than a bottle of mineral water in this vast wasteland. So unoriginal. Su Fan shook his head. System, continue the search. Don't just linger on these public channels. Look for something with technical content. Command received. Conducting a deep scan of the radio spectrum. A few seconds later, the electric sound in the speakers suddenly became low and rhythmic. Ding. Special frequency detected. Signal encryption method, military-grade, triple-nested encryption. Decrypting this channel will consume 10 points. Is the host unlocking? Su Fan narrowed his eyes. Military-grade encrypted channel. He had over 50 points in hand, which weren't of much use at the moment. Military radio, there might be movements of those wealthy factions within. Su Fan set down the cola can, his expression becoming serious. System deduct points and decrypt for me. Points deducted successfully. Proceeding with frequency analysis and protocol disguise. Decryption progress 40, 70, 100. The electric sound vanished, replaced by a low, elderly voice. They will all die in 3 days. Su Fan. In 3 days, everyone will die. This low, hoarse voice echoed through the top-notch surround sound system of the RV, creating an unsettling atmosphere in the quiet vehicle. Su Fan was holding a skewer of sizzling and juicy Wagyu beef when he heard this statement, pausing mid-chew. Instead of feeling frightened, his eyes lit up. Only the paid channels have real substance. Su Fan bit down on the last piece of beef on his skewer, sinking deeper into the leather seat, his ears unconsciously perking up. He wanted to listen and find out what hidden cards those behind the scenes had in their hands. After a brief silence, a faint sound of a cane tapping against the ground echoed from the radio. Then a voice of an elderly woman filled with authority sounded. Old Lee stopped spreading alarmist tales and shaking the morale. The old lady snorted coldly, but her tone was not very relaxed. However, this zombie wasteland is indeed outrageously vast. Our family's advance team has split into 4 directions and pushed forward at full speed, yet we haven't even touched the edge. Preliminary estimates suggest that the expanse of this wasteland we are currently in already exceeds the total area of Blue Star. Su Fan raised his eyebrows slightly upon hearing this. Larger than Blue Star? What kind of hellish place has this spatial jump brought humanity to? The old lady continued, furthermore, Old Lee, is the information you mentioned earlier accurate? On the other end of the radio, the person referred to as Old Lee sighed, his voice reflecting a hint of helplessness. Accurate? How can it not be? Old Lee's voice was deep. According to the intel collected by our Lee family's reconnaissance team, it is certain that a zombie tide will erupt. There might be some discrepancies regarding the exact timing of the outbreak, but the error won't be significant. Everyone stop holding on to false hopes. Hurry and notify your family members to gather all supplies and vehicles and retreat south towards the wasteland at full speed. Old Lee, do you mean that the south of the wasteland is safer? Another middle-aged man's voice interjected. Yeah, Old Lee's tone was firm. In 3 days the zombie tide will form from the northernmost part of the wasteland, sweeping southward like a fierce wind scattering leaves. Staying in the north, even if you have iron walls, you will be reduced to nothing but bones by this raging tide. Inside the RV, Su Fan paused slightly while holding a chilled cola. The north. He glanced out the window. Today, in search of the wreckage of that military armored vehicle, he had sped northward for over 200 kilometers. So he had plunged himself right near the starting point of the zombie tide. No wonder that Lin Xiaofei said the armored vehicle was to the north, while they desperately ran south with their convoy. Su Fan sneered, so they were in a hurry to escape. The atmosphere in the radio became extremely oppressive. At this moment, Old Lee spoke again, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Old Su, stop pretending to be mute and just reaping benefits. We've shared our family's intel. Shouldn't you share some news from your side? The channel fell silent for a few seconds. Hee hee. A sinister laughter like fingernails scratching glass emanated from the speakers. Am I the kind of person who only takes and never gives? Old Zu's voice sounded a bit hoarse, carrying a hint of coldness. Since everyone is being so honest, I'll also share a piece of news. He paused for a moment, as if deliberating over his words. The news that had been buzzing on the public channel was about a convoy of several thousand armed guards being completely wiped out overnight. Not by zombies. Old Su decisively tossed out his conclusion. Not by zombies. The old lady's voice carried a hint of surprise. A convoy of several thousand armed personnel besides a sea of zombies. What else could have devoured them completely overnight? Indeed, it was not caused by a horde of zombies. Old Su said coldly. Our Su family has investigated. The traces of destruction at the scene were not caused by a force at the level of zombies. In this wasteland there exist unknown monsters that are more formidable and terrifying than zombies. Old Su's tone became serious. Everyone ensure that your subordinates remain vigilant. Encounters with such entities require more than ordinary firepower. Fleeing is the best option. Inside the RV, Su Fan silently crushed the soft bone tip of a skewer. Old Su is right. He had personally experienced the rock-armored gold-devouring beast that could swallow vehicles whole, and the fire rock insect swarm that could even chew through bulletproof tires. The dangers of this alien wasteland far exceeded the survivors who had not encountered alien beasts could imagine. Those convoys of several thousand people, without heavy firepower or special awakening sequences, would indeed face total annihilation upon encountering such alien beasts. At this moment, Old Lee took over the conversation, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Alright, we've said what needed to be said. Does anyone else have any information to share? No one responded in the channel. Since there are no more, let's log off. Old Lee coughed twice, his voice filled. This old bone of mine can't stay up all night. I still need to arrange for the family's retreat south. Wait. The old lady suddenly called out to everyone. Dear friends. The old lady's tone softened, carrying a hint of pleading. My two precious granddaughters are currently on their way from the north. They have few guards with them, and the north is currently the most dangerous. If your subordinates encounter my granddaughter's convoy on the road, I kindly ask you to lend a helping hand. I thank you in advance. You're too kind, old lady. No need for formality, we are all old friends, it's the least we can do. I will instruct my people to keep an eye out. Several old men responded in agreement. Thank you. The old lady finished speaking. Soon after, a few soft sounds of signal disconnection came from the radio. Then there was a long period of busy tone. It seemed that these family leaders who held vast resources and intelligence had already logged off, hurriedly planning the retreat south. The RV fell silent. Two precious granddaughters. Su Fan leaned back in his seat, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Coming from the north. It seems that this old lady on the radio is the elder of the two big-breasted sisters. Su Fan picked up the chilled can of cola on the table and gulped it down. With a crunch, he crushed the empty can and casually tossed it into the nearby trash bin. He grabbed a paper towel and wiped the grease from his mouth. In 3 days, Su Fan looked through the panoramic sunroof at the dark sky and the two pale moons. Time to get some sleep. He stood up, stretched, and heard the crack of his bones. Approaching the control panel, he checked the RV's radar warning range and armor status, ensuring no red dots were nearby. I need to hurry and escape tomorrow. Su Fan walked to the double bed at the rear of the vehicle, lay down fully clothed, and tucked the handgun under his pillow. This wasteland is larger than Blue Star, with unknown alien beasts, and in 3 days a zombie tide will sweep across the entire wasteland. He had little time left. Closing his eyes, Su Fan's breathing gradually became steady. Tomorrow would be a true race against life and death. Morning. The twin moons have long disappeared. Inside the armored RV, the cool air from the parked air conditioning quietly blows. Su Fan comfortably leaned against the leather seat in the driver's cabin, holding a beautifully packaged meat floss bun. This was taken from the Howley Lie Cake Shop on the first floor of the mall. With a bite, the soft bread mixed with the savory meat floss and special salad dressing released a rich aroma in his mouth. This flavor is just right. Su Fan gulped down the food with a sip of hot whole milk. Back on Blue Star, this brand of bread was his favorite. Every time he visited the shop, the female staff, dressed in light blue fitted uniforms, paired with flesh-colored stockings that accentuated their legs, busily moved among the rows of bread racks. That scene, filled with the warmth of human activity, made the freshly baked bread taste even more delightful. Unfortunately, those days would never return. Su Fan shook his head, swallowed the last bite of his bun, and refocused his gaze, staring intently at the curved large screen on the central control panel. The screen displayed real-time surveillance footage transmitted by the remote visual imaging system. Approximately 2 kilometers away from the RV's resting spot, a convoy of hundreds of vehicles was parked by a dried-up riverbed. This convoy had arrived here in the dead of night yesterday for a rest. Su Fan's radar had long locked onto them, but since they showed no signs of hostility, he refrained from provoking them. Off-road vehicles, modified vans, sedans, and even extravagant tricycles. They have a certain level of firepower, and the perimeter is even lined with temporary barbed wire for caution. Su Fan observed the convoy while sipping his hot milk. At first, I really just wanted to observe the situation. To his surprise, just as dawn was breaking, a woman emerged from the convoy. A woman with an incredibly hot... She held a purple yoga mat in her hand and walked alone to an open hillside by the riverbed. She laid the yoga mat flat on the hard ground, then removed her outer jacket, revealing a snug black yoga. The tight fabric accentuated her full and proud bosom, her slender waist, and her perfectly rounded hip. The morning wind of the wasteland blew through her flowing wavy hair. She first brought her legs together, slowly bent her upper body forward, and effortlessly touched her toes, instantly tightening her alluring curves from back to hips. Next, she lifted her right leg backward, grasping her ankle with both hands, creating a perfect bow shape in midair, her proud chest facing the rising sun. Then she pressed her hands to the ground, straightened her legs, lowered her waist, and raised her hips high. The full contours, wrapped in black yoga pants, exhibited a breathtaking allure in this pose. The movements were slow and gentle, every breath and stretch imbued with a unique charm characteristic of on this harsh alien wasteland filled with dry grass and yellow sand. Such a body, bursting with vitality and sensual temptation, suddenly appeared. The intense contrast was more intoxicating than any stimulant. He watched the woman on the screen performing the arching back and perky buttocks pose, his mouth watering as he gulped repeatedly. Who can resist this? Su Fan leaned forward. Although the visual imaging of the phased array radar was clear, the 2-kilometer distance still lacked some detail. System. Zoom in on the details of the XX area. Su Fan stared at the screen, assertively issued. The cabin fell silent for 2 seconds. XX. What XX? The system's emotionless electronic voice revealed a hint of confusion. Great, this broken system is still not smart enough. Oh, I can't communicate with it. Su Fan rolled his eyes and leaned back into his seat helplessly. Su Fan tilted his head back and downed the last sip of warm milk from his cup. In 3 days this wasteland will erupt into a zombie tide, sweeping everything. Meeting his fate. As fellow human survivors, I should remind them to leave here quickly before it's too late. While putting on his tactical vest, Su Fan resolutely mumbled, yes, it's purely out of humanitarian spirit and mutual aid among survivors. Does it matter whether she is beautiful or not? Am I Su Fan the kind of person who is lecherous? After convincing himself, Su Fan took his place in the driver's seat. Boom. For this powerful RV, 2 kilometers was merely a matter of pressing the accelerator a few times. As the massive shadow of the RV cast over the riverbed, the convoy below instantly erupted into chaos. Within the convoy's camp, those still resting put down their rations and grabbed their weapons, rushing toward the outer. Su Fan steadied the steering wheel with one hand, calmly driving the RV to within 10 meters of the enemy's barbed wire fence before hitting the brakes. Screech. The RV came to a steady stop, its tall front end resembling a gray metal wall, instilling a strong psychological pressure on the people below. At that moment, a soft and charming woman's voice rang out from behind the people. Put down your weapons. The woman who had just done yoga on the hillside, holding a purple yoga mat, walked gracefully forward through the path, cleared by the guards. Up close, this woman was even more stunning. Having just finished exercising, her fair cheeks were tinged with a faint blush, and a few strands of hair damp with sweat clung to her long swan-like neck. The black seamless yoga outfit was slightly damp with sweat tightly adhering to her skin, and as she moved, the astonishing curves of her chest and hips made it hard to look away. She walked to right beneath the towering driver's cabin of the RV and stopped. The woman slightly raised her head, facing the glaring morning light, her gaze piercing through the half-lowered car window, fixing directly on Su Fan in the driver's seat. They locked eyes for 3 seconds. The woman suddenly smiled softly. She extended her pink tongue and sensually licked her lips. This unintentional action exuded a natural allure. Hello. She looked at Su Fan, her soft and melodic voice ringing out again, like a feather gently brushing against one's heart. My name is Shin Qianqian. I am currently in charge of this convoy. Shin Qianqian's gaze swept over Su Fan's tactical outfit before finally settling on the armored RV. This handsome guy, your vehicle is so large, and you look quite formidable. She continued, the wasteland is fraught with dangers. It must be lonely to fight alone. I wonder if you are interested in joining us. Su Fan rested one hand on the steering while looking down from a height at the woman below. Shin Qianqian slightly tilted her head back, her body still flushed from just finishing yoga. The black seamless yoga suit clung tightly to her skin, outlining breathtakingly full curves. In her peach blossom eyes there seemed to be a layer of mist, exuding an irresistible allure that made one's bones go soft. Your car is so big, can I join you? Her soft, sweet voice lingered in the air like a small brush with barbs, lightly scratching at the hearts of those who heard it. Su Fan gazed at this stunning woman, his Adam's apple rolling uncontrollably. A surge of blood rushed to his head, and for a moment his reason seemed to vanish. But just as Su Fan's mind was about to get high and he was ready to respond, a discordant voice suddenly came from behind the car convoy's warning line. Make way! Make way! Hey young man, where did your car come from? You're running around in this wilderness all alone. You're quite bold. How unsafe. Your car looks quite spacious, right? It looks like a big house. Surely you can sleep in there, right? The heat on Su Fan's face was instantly doused by these voices. He decisively took action and firmly pressed down on his eager little brother. What an international joke, Su Fan sneered coldly in his heart. He glanced once again at Shin Qianqian, who still maintained her enticing pose outside the car window. Beauty was indeed tempting, her slender waist and full curves were truly eye-catching. However, just one look at the group of people squeezing in behind Shin Qianqian brought Su Fan back to his senses. There were greasy middle-aged men with beer bellies, wealthy ladies shivering while holding small dogs, and even some small-time thugs with dyed blonde hair and a lewd expression. In this perilous alien wilderness, bringing along such a group of incapable burdens was practically asking for death. The slight daze in Su Fan's eyes instantly cleared. No need, he said, looking at Shin Qianqian with a calm tone devoid of any ripples. I'm not used to being constrained. I came over just to remind you all as a courtesy. This place is not safe. If you want to survive, it's best to pack up and head south immediately. Just as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a vest with a rifle stepped out from the crowd. His small inverted triangular eyes revealed a fierce and greedy gleam as he surveyed the armored RV. Just because you say it's unsafe doesn't make it so. The man in the vest leaned against his gun, looking up with disdain as he shouted at Su Fan, could it be that there's some treasure hidden nearby, and you're afraid we'll discover it before you do? After saying this, the man in the vest lewdly licked his lips, his greedy gaze almost piercing through the bulletproof glass, trying to see every detail of the supplies inside the RV. Heh, Su Fan looked at the self-righteous man in the vest, lacking even the interest to refute him. Believe it or not. With that, Su Fan's indifferent gaze swept over the crowd. At this moment, Shun Qianqian's previous softness and allure had faded significantly. Her beautifully shaped eyebrows were tightly knitted together as she looked at Su Fan with a complex expression. Su Fan gripped the steering wheel tightly with his left hand and pressed the accelerator to the floor. Vroom. The massive RV showed no signs of stopping, making a swift turn to bypass the convoy and sped south. Huh, what a thing. Just because you're driving a broken RV, you think you're a savior. The man in the vest turned, watching the RV disappear into the distance with a face full of disdain. Immediately after, he quickly donned a flattering smile, moving closer to Shun Qianqian. Captain, don't listen to that kid's nonsense. I see he has ill intentions and wants to divert us to hoard the benefits of this area for himself. The man in the vest patted his muscular chest. Don't worry. We've been here for half a day, there's no danger at all. Even if zombies really do come, I'll just blow a few of them away. The man in the vest's gaze greedily swept over Shun Qianqian's alluring figure, his face full of ingratiating smiles. Shun Qianqian did not look at him. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were fixed on the retreating armored RV. After 3 seconds of silence, Shun Qianqian suddenly turned her head, her originally enticing gaze turning cold and sharp as she glared fiercely at the surrounding people. Everyone, hurry and pack your bags. She raised her wrist and glanced at her watch. 5 minutes. Everyone get on the vehicle in 5 minutes and follow that RV south. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire convoy camp fell silent. The flattering smile on the man in the vest froze as he looked at Shun Qianqian in disbelief. Captain, are we really leaving? That kid is clearly just bluffing. Shut up. If you don't want to leave, you can stay here and wait to die. The cold tone made everyone involuntarily shudder. In this lawless wilderness, Shun Qianqian's position as the head of the convoy was not merely due to her beauty. They had already witnessed her ruthlessness during their escape a few days ago. Hurry up. Pack your things. Do you really believe him? Stop talking nonsense. If the captain says to leave, then hurry up and go. Do you want to stay here and feed the zombies? The convoy immediately erupted in chaos. Those survivors who had just taken out pots and pans to prepare breakfast reluctantly stuffed their belongings into the vehicle. Despite their constant complaints faced with the threat of death, these people moved faster than anyone else. 5 minutes later, a chaotic roar of engines echoed across the wilderness. Shun Qianqian sat in the passenger seat of an heavily modified off-road vehicle at the head of the convoy. She raised a high-powered military telescope, peering through the swirling yellow sand, locking onto the armored RV at the horizon's end. 1-1. Shun Qianqian lowered the telescope, speaking to the driver without looking back. Accelerate, stay close to the RV ahead. We absolutely cannot lose it. In the driver's seat sat a capable girl wearing black-framed glasses and sporting short hair. She was Shun Qianqian's personal assistant and driver during her time on Blue Star. She glanced at Shun Qianqian's serious expression, finally unable to suppress her curiosity. Sister Qianqian, do you really believe what that man said? Shun Qianqian leaned back against the seat, remaining silent, but nodding slightly. Because at the moment she landed after space jumping, she awakened her sequence ability, Deadly Allure. In the past few days, this ability had been unstoppable. As long as she activated her sequence slightly, those originally irritable, selfish, and even ill-intentioned men would be instantly captivated by her. They would willingly hand over supplies and even fight zombies to protect her. The man in the vest was the best. Just a moment ago, standing beneath that armored RV, Shun Qianqian had secretly maximized her allure sequence. The desire in that man's eyes existed only for a fleeting moment before his gaze completely cleared. It actually didn't work. Shun Qianqian silently recalled the scene just now, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the off-road vehicle's door handle. She was well aware of how powerful her sequence ability was. To forcefully break free from the mental control of Deadly Allure in an instant required a mental strength and willpower that ordinary people simply did not possess. This could only indicate one thing: the man driving the armored RV was exceptionally strong. Strong enough to completely disregard her sequence rules. In this cruel alien wilderness, the rules had been entirely overturned. Beauty, wealth, and status had all become worthless. Only those who closely followed powerful individuals could survive. Shun Qianqian took a deep breath, raised her telescope again, and gazed at the gray-brown steel silhouette ahead. The armored vehicle, weighing over 10 tons, smoothly traversed the wasteland. Su Fan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the curved display screen in the center console. As they drove south for several hundred kilometers, the terrain became increasingly complex, with more abandoned, ordinary vehicles and roadblocks along the way. Beep, beep, beep. The phased array radar emitted a faint alert. On the screen, a dense cluster of red dots suddenly appeared about 9 kilometers to the left front of the vehicle. These red dots coalesced into a massive color block, slowly moving forward. There's a large horde of corpses to the left front. Su Fan glanced at the screen and clearly saw the trajectory of the red dots. He did not reduce speed. Instead, he gently adjusted the steering wheel with one hand. The vehicle veered off its originally straight path, tracing a large arc along the edge of a dried riverbed. Minutes later, the vehicle perfectly avoided that area of red dots and smoothly returned to the relatively flat road of the wasteland. The entire process was seamless, not even disturbing a single wandering zombie. This was already the 5th time Su Fan had proactively evaded a large horde of corpses on this journey. Sizzle, Su Fan pulled out a can of chilled Red Bull from the side-mounted refrigerator, popping the tab with one hand while casually glancing at the rearview mirror on the left. At this glance, Su Fan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What would you look at that? In the rearview mirror, a storm of yellow sand rose up, obscuring the sky. Amidst the swirling dust, the outlines of countless vehicles could be seen. There were dilapidated vans, sedans with sagging chassis, and even heavy trucks with iron mesh welded as crash barriers. These vehicles formed a long line, following closely behind. These people. Su Fan watched the leading black armored SUV and couldn't help but shake his head. Since they started from the dried riverbed, that yoga girl Shin Qianqian had been closely tailing him without letting go. Initially, only her 10 or so vehicles followed behind the armored vehicle. However, as Su Fan continued south and avoided several large hordes of corpses along the way, the survivors in the wasteland seemed to sense something. Thus, the herd mentality erupted entirely. Those originally hiding in the wasteland, trembling with fear, seeing this massive convoy pass by, immediately started their vehicles and unhesitatingly followed along. You follow me, I follow him. System, calculate the scale of the convoy behind us, Su Fan asked while beep. Radar scan shows about 350 vehicles trailing behind with life signs indicating over 1,200 people. Su Fan looked at the spectacular sight in the rearview mirror. If they want to follow, let them. He had no intention of accelerating to shake off these people. Bringing along a convoy of over 1,000 people would indeed increase the probability of being discovered by large hordes of zombies. But Su Fan was not worried at all. With so many vehicles behind, if we really reached a life-and-death crisis surrounded by zombies, they would be the best distraction. Meanwhile, in the black armored SUV directly behind the armored vehicle, Wenwen gripped the steering wheel tightly, her gaze fixed on the gray-brown armored vehicle in front. Qianqian. Wenwen glanced at the long convoy in the rearview mirror and spoke with some concern. The number of people following us is increasing. This commotion is too loud. If it attracts a large horde of zombies, we won't even have a place to escape. Shun Qianqian, sitting in the passenger seat, kept her beautiful peach blossom eyes fixed on the armored vehicle. Don't worry about those people behind. Let them follow, Shun Qianqian interrupted Wenwen, pointing ahead. From the time we set off with him this morning, we have already traveled several hundred kilometers. It's quite a distance, Wenwen nodded. Have we encountered even a single zombie along the way? Shun Qianqian turned her head to look at Wenwen and asked. Wenwen was taken aback, recalling carefully for a moment, her eyes suddenly wide open. No, not a single one. Wenwen's voice carried a hint of shock. There are so many zombies in this wasteland. We used to be forced to engage in gunfights several times a day. But today, following him for these several hundred kilometers, we haven't even seen a shadow of a zombie. Shun Qianqian's lips curled into a faint smile. He deviated from the main road a few times, avoiding the flat terrain to take those difficult, dried riverbeds and stony grounds. At the time, I thought he was deliberately taking a detour to shake us off. Shun Qianqian took a deep breath, her eyes sparkling with shrewdness. Now it seems he is not just driving random. He must have awakened as a sequence navigator, and at a higher level too. He can sense the location of zombie hordes in advance, guiding us to avoid all dangerous areas. Shun Qianqian became more resolute in her thoughts. This man is even more unfathomable than I imagined. However, what Shun Qianqian did not know was that this massive convoy of over 1,000 people had already attracted attention. Approximately 5 kilometers from the convoy, atop a steep hill on the right side, lurked a beige modified pickup truck. The truck had a rugged appearance with a circle of thick steel pipe brackets welded to its roof. In the center of the bracket, a chipped M249 light machine gun was mounted. Next to the pickup truck, several men were crouching. One young man with a buzz cut was lying at the edge of the rock, holding a high-powered tactical scope, observing the rolling dust rising on the distant horizon. Damn, what a big fish. The buzz-cut youth put down the scope and pulled out a black walkie-talkie from his waist, pressing the talk button. Bai Xiao, please respond if you hear me. Accompanied by a faint crackle of electricity, a lazy and somewhat arrogant male voice came from the other end of the walkie-talkie. Speak. The buzz-cut youth licked his cracked lips. Bai Xiao, we've spotted something. A group of fat sheep is coming from the north, and the scale of the convoy is quite large. How large? The voice on the walkie-talkie sounded indifferent. A rough estimate with the trailing vehicles plus the lead vehicle, there should be over 100 cars, and at least 1,000 living people. At their current speed, they are expected to arrive at our canyon entrance in 2 hours. The voice on the walkie-talkie fell silent for 2 seconds. Then the voice of the one referred to as Bai Xiao suddenly rose an octave, his tone revealing uncontainable joy. A convoy of over 1,000 people. Great. Amazing. Bai Xiao loudly commanded through the walkie-talkie. You two over there, keep your eyes peeled, don't scare the herd. Understood, Bai Xiao, don't worry, not a single sheep will escape. The buzz-cut youth chuckled. Old San just raided a batch of good stuff yesterday, showing off in front of those old men. Bai Xiao's voice turned gritted, brimming with deep jealousy. I'm about to score big this time. Over 1,000 two-legged sheep. Look at what that little bastard Old San can compete with me. Bai Xiao is mighty. This time, third young master won't even be able to fart. The buzz-cut youth hastily. Let's talk, stay focused. If anything goes wrong, I'll make you both pay for it. Beep, the walkie-talkie was hung up. The buzz-cut youth tucked the walkie-talkie back into his waist and turned to his companion beside him. Bro, a big job is coming. When it's done, we'll have a blast. His companion chuckled. After being cooped up in this godforsaken place for so long, it's time to let off some steam. The buzz-cut youth didn't respond to his companion. He raised the high-power tactical scope in his hand, refocusing it on that long convoy. His sight swept past the leading armored vehicle, its bulletproof glass reflecting the light, obscuring everything within. He shifted the focus to the black armored SUV, closely following behind the armored vehicle. With the aid of the high-power scope, Shun Qianqian's exquisite and stunning face, along with her alluring upper body curve, was clearly presented in the scope's view. The buzz-cut youth's breathing instantly became heavy. He couldn't help but twist the scope's knob, repeatedly zooming in and in. The fair neck, the enticing arc, made his eyes widen in fixation. A gem. Truly a gem. The buzz-cut youth swallowed hard, his voice dripping with unmasked lewdness. While fixating on Shun Qianqian through the scope, he elbowed his companion beside him. Hey, take a look at that girl in the passenger seat of the leading SUV. That figure, that face, TSK. His companion leaned and squinting in the direction he pointed, breaking into a grin. If this were before the jump in our territory, a girl of this level would be worth at least 500,000 at the base. The buzz-cut youth scoffed. In our place, even if a girl is haughty, once she falls into our hands, won't she obediently serve us? Back then we had plenty of free fun with these self-important high-class goods. At this point he couldn't help but stick out his tongue, licking his cracked lips eagerly, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as if reminiscing about a certain perverse pleasure. At the entrance of the canyon, the originally empty dirt road is now obstructed by 3 intersecting barriers set up by humans. Sharp anti-air spikes, discarded oil drums filled with sand, and several scrap trucks blocking the road have sealed the entrance tightly. Behind the barriers, more than a dozen temporary tents constructed with camouflage nets are hidden. Inside a large tent in the center, the air is filled with a pungent odor of low-quality tobacco, vaguely mixed with a strange smell from some chemical agent burning. A young man with sunken eyes and a sickly pale complexion stands in front of a simple wooden table, saying, "Trim the heads and tails, eat what's in the middle." He leans forward with both hands on the table, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the sketch of the canyon drawn on the table, gesturing wildly to assign tactics to the younger brothers around him. He is the eldest son of the Bai family, known as Bai Xiao. Did you understand? Bai Xiao suddenly straightens up, slamming his palm onto the table, spitting as he speaks. Wait until that group of sheep enters the canyon. As soon as the lead vehicle passes that bend, signal the people on the mountain to push down the boulders and trap the lead vehicle. As long as we block both ends, those cars in the middle will have nowhere to retreat. They will all be lambs to the slaughter. Understood. Bai Xiao is brilliant. The younger brothers standing in the tent immediately echoed loudly, but many of their eyes revealed a hint of uncertainty. Bai Xiao irritably tugged at his open collar and turned to grab a water jug from the table. Taking advantage of his turn, 2 younger brothers in the corner exchanged glances and began to whisper quietly. Is the boss high again? One of the younger brothers sneered, his voice faint as a mosquito. Definitely. Can you smell this tent? Now is the peak time. Still talking about trimming heads and tails? Does he think he is Zhuge Liang? Sure, you too tired of living? An older man beside them glared at them. Whether he is high or not, if he hears you, you will be in serious trouble. The 2 younger brothers immediately shut their mouths. In Blue Star, the Bai family was the strongest and most ruthless among the forces of the Northern United Army. This coalition of several major families has long been notorious internationally. They have been entrenched in the no man's land, running the dark business of telecommunications fraud, drug smuggling, and human trafficking. This sudden spatial leap, however, was a carnival for the ruthless members of the Northern forces. After the leap landed, the members of these families quickly regrouped using radio frequencies. In this alien wasteland devoid of moral constraints and legal sanctions, they boldly raised their banner to form the Alien Alliance Army, ready to grow strong and create splendor in this lawless land. This canyon is one of the territories assigned to the Bai family by the high-ranking officers of the Alliance Army. Why is everyone standing there in a daze? Bai Deshao turned around and scolded the younger brothers who were whispering to each other with a sinister gaze. Are the machine gun positions in place? Are the spike strips ready? Just then a younger brother with dyed yellow hair rushed in panting. Boss! Boss! The yellow-haired brother gasped, pointing outside the tent. That group of fat sheep is coming. The scouts just signaled. The convoy is less than 5 kilometers from the canyon entrance. Great. He grabbed a gold-plated Desert Eagle from the table, skillfully chambering around, and abruptly pushed aside the tent flap to step outside. Let's go. Everyone get pumped up for me. Bai Deshao shouted loudly at the younger brothers in the camp who were cleaning their guns. Let the brothers show their weapons. After this job we can take whatever supplies we want. Tonight the brothers can enjoy themselves. Howl. Boss is mighty. In an instant a cacophony of howls erupted from the camp as hundreds of armed personnel, with real guns loaded, rushed into the trenches and shelters. At this moment on the wasteland about a kilometer from the canyon entrance the armored RV is steadily decelerating to a stop. Su Fan stood up, stretched widely, turned around, and walked out of the driver's seat into the living area in the middle of the vehicle. After running for so long, I really am a bit hungry. He walked to the vehicle's large refrigerator and opened its cold door. Inside it was packed with various top-grade. His gaze swept across, and he picked out a vacuum-packed Australian M9 grade ribeye steak, the marbled snowflake pattern clearly visible. Then from the temperature-controlled wine cabinet at the bottom, he took out a bottle of French Bordeaux Grand Cru red wine, without a label. He turned on the stove and heated the oil. Sizzle! The thick steak hit the scorching cast iron pan, producing a sound that was extremely pleasant to the ears. Su Fan skillfully picked up tongs and tossed in 2 cloves of garlic and a few sprigs of fresh rosemary. As the temperature rose, the rich fat from the Wagyu beef quickly rendered out, blending with the aroma of butter and herbs wafting through the 24 degrees Celsius living area. Su Fan flipped the steak over its browned crust, perfectly locking in the juices. While the meat rested, he took out a wine glass and popped the cork from the bottle of red wine. The dark red liquid cascaded into the glass, shimmering with an enchanting hue under the light. Su Fan plated the medium-rare steak onto a white ceramic dish, holding the wine glass casually, as he walked back to the driver's seat, comfortably leaning against the spacious leather seat. Su Fan cut a piece of the bloody beef and placed it in his mouth. It melts in the mouth, rich in juices. He lifted the wine glass and gently swirled it, taking a sip of the red wine, while resting his chin on one hand, enjoying this rare moment of leisure as he observed the movements on the central radar interface. Just as Su Fan stopped the car to enjoy his lunch, the long convoy that had been tailing him tightly was also. A series of urgent braking sounds echoed across the wasteland. Dust swirled in the air. Car windows were rolled down and doors were pushed open. Why aren't we moving? A Mediterranean uncle poked his head out of an old Wuling Hongguang, shouting forward. The RV in front has stopped, and the off-road vehicles have stopped too. I just took a look through binoculars. It seems like the canyon entrance is blocked by something. Blocked? Is there a rescue team setting up a checkpoint over there? A middle-aged woman asked with great anticipation. Rescue team, my ass. Where's the rescue team? A bald man spat in disdain. It looks like someone is claiming the mountain and collecting tolls. Collecting tolls. The crowd immediately. These bastards, even at such a time, are still thinking of making a profit from the disaster. Is the toll expensive? Do they want money or supplies? I've only got 2 packs of compressed biscuits left in my car. If they take everything, will I starve to death here? How would I know if it's expensive or not? Look at the scene in front. They are all armed to the teeth. Several drivers in cars huddled together, exchanging. Hey brother, if they really collect tolls, will you pay? If others pay, I will pay. A chubby man stroked his chin. As life is more important than supplies. If I can buy my life with a bit of food, it's worth it. Anyway, there are so many of us. The law doesn't punish the majority. They can't possibly kill us, all right. Then I'll wait and see too. Another person echoed. Anyway, if the sky falls, there's a tall one to hold it up. That big RV and that convoy of off-road vehicles are so obvious. Let's see how they handle it. If they pay, we will follow suit. If they fight, we will rush in during the chaos. Behind the barriers at the canyon end, Bai Deshao is standing behind a barricade made of sandbags, holding a military-grade binocular, intensely watching the gray-brown armored RV, parked a kilometer away. TSK, TSK, TSK. Bai Deshao lowered the binoculars, unable to resist licking his dry lips, his greed almost overflowing from his eyes. What a good vehicle this is, truly a damn good vehicle. He glanced at the tattered tent behind him, cursing in disdain. I sleep in this broken tent every day and my back is about to break. Bai Deshao raised the binoculars again, a lewd smile spreading across his face. Wait until I kill that oblivious driver, this vehicle will be mine. Then I'll have people modify it inside, replace it with a big waterbed. Every night, I'll bring a few beauties in. Haha, just thinking about transforming it into my personal pleasure vehicle is delightful. Inside the armored RV, Su Fan set down his knife and fork, picking up a napkin to wipe the grease from the corner of his mouth. All right, now the show is about to begin. Young Masterby held a large loudspeaker, swaggering as he stepped onto a high concrete pedestal, looking down at the convoy approaching before him. Everyone in the convoy, perk up your ears for me. The piercing sound of the loudspeaker overpowered the wind, clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. This canyon was previously infested with zombies, not even a place to land. Young Masterby boasted outrageously, his tone arrogant. It was our alien alliance army that paid a heavy price in casualties to clear this place, opening the passage south for all of you. Now my brothers have shed blood and suffered injuries. I'm collecting a toll from you. Consider it medical fees. Is that too much to ask? Young Masterby put down the loudspeaker, hands on his hips, loudly questioning. Who agrees? Who opposes? A dead silence fell over the convoy. After a brief pause, a flurry of car doors slamming came from the front. I agree. A greasy fat man tumbled out of a pickup truck with a bull emblem. The fat man was sweating profusely, hands raised high above his head, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he bent over and hurriedly jogged towards the roadblock. He nodded and bowed in front of Young Masterby on the concrete pedestal, his face filled with flattering smiles. Sir, I absolutely agree. The fat man swallowed hard, loudly expressing his loyalty. You all bled and sweat in front, ensuring our safety. Collecting a toll is only right. The fat man turned to glance at his pickup truck fully packed with goods, gritted his teeth as if making a significant. Brother, I have plenty of food and supplies in my truck. If you let us pass, I'm willing to offer half of my supplies to honor you all. He thought to himself that it was better to lose half of his supplies than to lose his life trying to cross this canyon. He even believed that his generous offer would surely win favor. Young Masterby looked down at the fat man with a face full of grease, startled for a moment, then threw his head back and burst into a wild laugh. Ha ha ha. Young Masterby laughed uncontrollably, pointing at the fat man with the loudspeaker, exclaiming, Good. Very good. You fat man have a high level of awareness. He stopped laughing, looking with mockery at the fat man, his voice booming through the loudspeaker. In fact, our alien alliance army is the fairest. We never engage in underhanded schemes like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. The rules are simple. Poor folks without supplies can hand over a bag of instant noodles. We won't consider it too little, and we will let you pass. At this point, Young Masterby's tone suddenly shifted, staring intently at the fat man's truck full of supplies. However, for those with plenty of supplies like you, voluntarily handing over half is also not too much. Don't you all agree? Yes. The boss is fair. The younger brothers immediately raised their guns and cheered loudly. Hearing this, the fat man's flattering smile instantly froze. His expression was quite the spectacle, a mix of green and white, looking worse than if he had eaten a pile of fresh dog feces. So just handing over a bag of instant noodles will let me pass? The fat man was raging inside, wishing he could slap himself twice. Why was I pretending to be a big shot? Am I not just a pure fool? The fat man stood there wanting to cry, but having no tears, his legs shaking, unable to retreat or advance. Young Masterby looked at the fat man's expression, which resembled someone bereaved of their parents, and sneered inwardly. He didn't care whether it was a few bags of instant noodles or half a truck of supplies. His true goal was singular: to allow this massive convoy of thousands to enter the canyon unguarded. Cut off the front and back, consume the middle. As long as this flock of sheep enters the pen, all the instant noodles and half the supplies will belong to the Bai family. All right, enough of your nonsense. Young Masterby waved his hand impatiently. Open the roadblock. Those who have handed over their goods, let them all pass. The abandoned truck blocking the road was slowly moved aside by the younger brothers, and the anti-aircraft spikes were pulled to the roadside. The long convoy began to move slowly. At the front was naturally Su Fan's gray-brown armored RV. Su Fan sat in the driver's seat, one hand resting on the steering wheel. The towering RV brought a strong sense of oppression as it approached Young Masterby. Su Fan lowered. He didn't even glance at Young Masterby, casually grabbing a bag of something from the side workbench and tossing it out as if it were trash. Thud. A red plastic bag landed at Young Masterby's feet. Looking down, Young Masterby's eye twitched. Kong Schweifu braised meat noodles. The large counterfeit characters on the bag stood out glaringly in the sunlight. Boss, this kid is asking for death. A young brother with yellow hair raised his rifle, ready to pull the trigger. Wait. Young Masterby pressed down on the yellow-haired boy's gun barrel, his eyes filled with malice as he watched the RV slowly enter the canyon. Let him go. Young Masterby gritted his teeth, muttering. This RV has a hard shell. Making a move here would block the entrance and startle the flock behind. Once he enters the depths of the canyon, I'll make him realize how hard the shit is to swallow. Following closely behind the RV was Shun Qianqian's heavily modified black armored off-road vehicle. The passenger window rolled down, revealing Shun Qianqian's stunning face in Young Masterby's line of sight. She wore a tight-fitting black, seamless yoga outfit, her full curves accentuated by the tightness of the seatbelt. She held a bag of unopened cookies, casually tossing it into the roadside collection box. Young Master Bay's eyes instantly widened with greed, his gaze sweeping from her fair neck down to her slender waist. Her face, pale from long-term substance abuse, flushed with a sickly hue. Young Master Bay subconsciously licked his dry, cracked lips, a surge of lust shooting straight to his lower abdomen. Let them pass. Young Master Bay waved his hand, but his eyes never left Shun Qianqian's face, secretly vowing, "Tonight, I'll let you know how Young Master Bay writes his name." The off-road vehicle slowly passed the roadblock, entering the canyon's interior. In the driver's seat, Wenwen held the steering, while tightly glancing at the rearview mirror at the vehicles, obediently handing over instant noodles and cookies, letting out a long sigh of relief. Sister Qianqian. Wenwen pushed her black-framed glasses up her nose, a hint of relief in her tone. "I was scared to death just now. Oh, I thought we were going to have a shootout. I didn't expect a bag of instant noodles and a bag of cookies would really let us through. It seems there are still many good people in this wasteland." Shun Qianqian, sitting in the passenger seat, slowly turned her head upon hearing this. She looked at Wenwen with a gaze that suggested she was looking at an idiot, sizing her up from head to toe. "Many good people, eh?" Shun Qianqian scoffed, a trace of sarcasm appearing on her exquisite face. "Wenwen, have you been dumbed down by being an assistant on Blue Star? Do you really believe such nonsense?" "Huh, but they really let us in." "They let us in because if they made a move outside, the flock would scatter," Shun Qianqian replied, turning to look at the increasingly steep canyon walls on both sides. "Look at this terrain. Of both sides are sheer cliffs, and there's only this one dirt road in the middle. This is called closing the door to catch the dog, trapping the turtle in a jar." Shun Qianqian analyzed coldly. "This group set up a roadblock here not for those few bags of instant noodles. Their goal is to trick all of us into this canyon, then seal off our retreat and swallow us whole." Wenwen's face turned pale in an instant, her hands trembling on the steering wheel. "Then, what should we do? Is it too late to turn back now?" "It's too late. The back is full of cars and the road is blocked." Shun Qianqian shook her head. "Tell everyone below to unlock the safeties on their guns and be extremely careful. This group definitely has malicious intents and is ready for battle." As she said this, Shun Qianqian's tense expression relaxed slightly. She raised her chin, gesturing towards the gray-brown armored RV steadily moving ahead. "But there's no need to worry too much. With this big shot leading the way, these road-blocking bandits have kicked the steel plate." Inside the canyon, the towering red rock walls on both sides reached into the clouds, blocking most of the sunlight, causing the dirt path to fall into a dim light. Su Fan drove the RV, traveling a distance within the canyon and completely leaving the site of the entrance behind. He paid no attention to the long convoy following him, his gaze fixed directly on the curved radar screen on the central console. The 10-kilometer phased array radar was operating at full power. On the screen, dozens of blinking red dots densely distributed along both sides of the road ahead and on the cliff's edge. The radar's metal fluid detection function even clearly outlined the contours of those holding guns. At a corner in the middle of the canyon, several trucks were blocking the road. "These people really have big appetites," Su Fan sneered. "System activate maximum defense mode." Command received. The nano-composite armor of the entire vehicle electrified and the defense system was locked. "Raise the weapon combat platform." Buzz. A deep mechanical sound came from above the vehicle. The heavy armor plate slid open to the sides, and the menacing 6-barrel M61 Vulcan cannon rose once again. The black 20mm barrels reflected a deathly glow in the dim canyon. Su Fan gripped the steering while tightly, his right foot slowly pressing down. Full speed charge towards the other end of the canyon. Boom. The armored RV, weighing several tons, erupted with a roar akin to that of an ancient beast as the 6 all-terrain tires kicked up sparks on the gravel. The massive vehicle instantly accelerated, resembling a heavy shell fired from a cannon, hurtling towards the ambush zone deep within the canyon with unstoppable momentum. At the canyon entrance, swirling yellow sand filled the air. Young Master Bay stood on a concrete pillar, holding a loudspeaker, watching the last dilapidated car slowly drive into the gap in the roadblock. "Ha ha ha." Young Master Bay threw his head back, unable to contain a triumphant, sinister laugh. They've all entered." He suddenly turned around, kicking over a nearby sandbag, and yelled hoarsely at his subordinates. "Set up the anti-air spikes. Get the trucks across to seal the entrance." More than a dozen subordinates immediately rushed forward, hastily closing the roadblock, completely cutting off the retreat of the 1,000-strong convoy. What a bunch of foolish sheep. They sold their lives for a few packs of instant noodles. Young Master Bay drew out his golden desert eagle, excitedly spinning it in his hand. In his mind, he began fantasizing about the delightful scene of killing all the men, stealing all the supplies, and then pinning down that exquisite woman dressed in yoga clothes. However, before his laughter could fully fade, a faint vibrating sound suddenly emanated from the ground. "Buzz." Buzz. At first, only the small stones on the road were slightly vibrating, but within mere seconds the tremors evolved into a low-frequency rumble. Rumble, rumble. It sounded as if thousands of war drums were beating simultaneously, causing the ground at the canyon entrance to tremble violently. The sandbags piled on the shelter began to slide down, and the scrap truck nearby even emitted a creaking sound under the burden. What's going on? An earthquake? Young Master Bay's manic laughter instantly solidified, and he clutched the nearby concrete pillar, looking around in confusion. Boss! Boss! A subordinate stationed high above suddenly tumbled down from the rocks, rolling. His face was as pale as paper, his legs weak like noodles, unable to stand. The subordinate knelt on the ground, trembling hands pointing despairingly towards the horizon to the north. Young Master Bay followed his finger's direction. At the junction of the swirling yellow sand and the horizon, a black tide appeared. It was an endless dark wave that obscured the sun. Accompanied by a deafening roar and a nauseating stench, the black tide was rushing towards the canyon entrance at a horrifying speed. Zombies. Zombie horde. The subordinate's voice cracked completely from overwhelming fear, turning into a desperate wail. Young Master Bay's sunken eyes were fixed on the northern horizon, his pupils constricting to pinprick size from sheer terror. Just a few kilometers away, the once desolate yellow land was now covered by an endless black ocean. It was a tide of death formed by countless bobbing heads, broken bodies, and flailing arms. The stench of rotting flesh mingled with the howling wind, as if a tangible hand was clenching the throat of everyone present. Gulp. Young Master Bay struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva, feeling his throat dry and painful. His brain raced, finally piecing it together. It's the convoy. He ground his molars, his voice trembling with undeniable fear and regret. Those bastards lured the northern zombie horde right here. Now I, Young Master Bay, along with my more than 200 subordinates, have become the first line of defense against the zombie tide. Boss. Zombies. All zombies. Run, boss. There are too many of them. We can't fight them all. Staying here is just waiting to die. The defense line behind the roadblock was thrown into chaos. Some even threw their guns to the ground, turning to run into the canyon. Bang! A crisp gunshot pierced the chaotic canyon entrance. Young Master Bay raised the Desert Eagle in his hand, smoke curling from the muzzle. The guard who had led the run fell dead, a bloody burst erupting from his head, collapsing onto the sandbags. The commotion in the crowd instantly halted. Everyone stared in terror at Young Master Bay's grim face. Run? Where to run? Young Master Bay's eyes were bloodshot like a wild dog driven to desperation. He shouted hoarsely, "The canyon is full of vehicles. The road has long been blocked by them. Do you think you can outrun zombies with your legs? Going in is just becoming their snack." He grabbed a nearby subordinate with bleached hair and kicked hard at the back of the guy's knee. Quick, set up the machine guns. Link the ammo belts. Load the bullets. Young Master Bay waved his gun, pointing at the few junk trucks blocking the road ahead, cursing those guards still in a daze. "You lot, stop dawdling. Go get those broken vehicles across to block the way. Seal the road. Hurry up. Do you want to die?" The guards, intimidated by Young Master Bay's fierceness, realized they would die either way, gritted their teeth, and returned to their respective shelters. Clatter, clatter. A series of hurried sounds of gun bolts being pulled back rang out. Several light and heavy machine guns were hastily set up on the sandbags, their dark muzzles aimed at the approaching tide of corpses. Seeing his subordinates barely stabilizing their positions, Young Master Bay took a deep breath. He raised the loudspeaker, his voice echoing through the entire defensive line. "Brothers, listen to me. We have more people, more guns. Don't be afraid. The entrance to this canyon is narrow. As long as we have firepower, these mindless dead flesh can't get through. Hold the line. All of you hold the line for me." He yelled at the top of his lungs, throwing out the biggest bait. "I will call for reinforcements back at the command tent now. Old Third's troops are nearby. As long as we hold on, when the main forces arrive, this group of zombies will be live targets. After we win this battle, the supplies and women from the thousands of fat sheep in the canyon will be doubled for you all. Anyone who dares to take a step back today, I will deal with him first." Upon hearing the promises of reinforcements and doubling the supplies, the armed personnel on the defense line finally regained a hint of fierce determination in their eyes. "Let's fight. Fight this group of dead flesh." With the first loud roar, the front row's automatic rifles fired first, the orange-eared flames from the muzzles flickering in the dim canyon entrance. Da-da-da-da-da. The dense gunfire instantly erupted into a chorus. Watching his 200 subordinates' attention all drawn to the zombies ahead, Young Master Bay slowly lowered the loudspeaker in his hand. "Only fools stay here waiting to die," he sneered quietly to himself. He silently stepped back 2 paces, turned around, and glanced at the few confidants who had not moved, slightly lifting his chin. A few confidants immediately understood, discreetly retreating. Young Master Bay tucked the golden Desert Eagle back into his waist, decisively turned, and quickly walked towards the rear tent. In the middle of the canyon, the terrain abruptly narrowed barely, allowing two vehicles to pass side by side. Several dozen fully armed figures were hiding behind two abandoned trucks and a few massive boulders lying in wait. Keep your eyes peeled. Release the safeties. The leader was a middle-aged man with a fierce face and a thick, bristly beard. He pressed his right hand against the communication earpiece, listening to the sounds from the canyon entrance while barking orders in a low voice to his men around him. Word just came from the entrance. The lead RV has entered. The bearded man spat, his eyes gleaming with greed and brutality. Once we pin down that lead vehicle, the rest of the convoy will be trapped in the canyon. After this job, brothers can pick whatever supplies they want. Don't worry, boss. As soon as he shows his face, we'll flip him from the chassis, a lackey chimed in. The bearded man nodded in satisfaction, about to add a few more words. A roar of an engine echoed and amplified through the narrow canyon, causing even the gravel on the ground to tremble slightly. Here he comes. Get ready. The bearded man yanked out his pistol. The next second, a massive armored RV burst around the bend and came into his view. His pupils contracted sharply as his gaze locked onto the roof of the RV. 6 thick black gun barrels were bound tightly together atop the vehicle, like the gaze of death itself. What the hell is that? A cannon. The bearded man felt his scalp crawl. Su Fan sat in the driver's cabin, staring at the dozens of red dots locked on the screen. Without hesitation, his right thumb pressed the red fire button on the steering wheel. A piercing shriek like tearing through thick canvas erupted. The famed M61 Vulcan cannon of Blue Star unleashed its terrifying power, known as the Hand of God. With a rate of fire of 7,200 rounds per minute, the orange-eared flames from the muzzle formed a dazzling lightning bolt. The 20mm armor-piercing rounds, carrying devastating kinetic energy, violently swept across the obstacles ahead. The two abandoned trucks blocking the road were torn apart and blown up like paper toys. The armed men hiding behind the trucks didn't even have time to scream before being shredded by the dense hail of bullets. Limbs mixed with flesh and blood flew through the air. The bearded man heard a sharp whistling sound tearing through the air and then felt his vision suddenly rise. Strange. He blinked midair, his sight tumbling. He clearly saw a headless corpse beside the boulder, spraying blood wildly. The clothes on that body looked all too familiar. Why is my head flying? The Hand of God swept through, and the ambush in the middle of the canyon was completely erased in just 3 seconds. All that remained were burning wreckage and the pungent smell of blood. Su Fan didn't let off the accelerator. The heavily armored RV, weighing over a dozen tons, slammed into the remaining boulder obstacles on the road with immense inertia. The hard composite armor on the vehicle's front smashed the multi-ton boulders aside, bursting out of the sea of fire and continuing south at full speed. Su Fan gripped the steering wheel with one hand and glanced at the radar interface. On the screen behind him, the dense red dots representing the zombie horde had surged into the radar's scanning range like a tsunami, moving rapidly and beginning to enter the canyon. The zombie horde that's been trailing us for days has indeed followed. Su Fan sneered, picked up a can of iced Red Bull, and took a sip. But with those fools guarding the canyon entrance as meat shields, it'll buy us some time. Shen Qianshan sat in the passenger seat of a black SUV, staring intently at the armored RV suddenly accelerating ahead. No, he's speeding up. Wenwen, accelerate. Stay on him at all costs. Shen Qianshan commanded sharp. Something big must be happening behind us. Got it. Wenwen floored the accelerator, the SUV roaring as it chased closely behind the RV. The convoy entering the canyon began to accelerate wildly, one vehicle after another. When the SUV and the following survivor vehicles passed the ambush site in the middle of the canyon, everyone gasped. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of limbs and entrails. Not a single intact body could be pieced together. The air was thick with the nauseating smell of burnt flesh and heavy blood. The fat driver in the pickup truck, looking at the carnage outside, trembled as his teeth chattered, his hands gripping the wheel tightly. Oh my God! Did that RV ahead do this? So brutal. That's no RV, it's a meat grinder. The woman in the passenger seat covered her mouth, fighting the urge to vomit. Everyone's hearts quivered, but they pressed the accelerator even harder. Meanwhile, at the canyon entrance, the overwhelming black tide of zombies was now right at their doorstep. Bai Dashao, along with 3 trusted men, scrambled frantically behind the command tent. An SUV with bulletproof glass was parked there. Quick, get in, drive. Bai Dashao yanked open the door and dove into the back seat, shouting hoarsely at the lackey in the driver's seat. Bai Dashao rolled down the window and looked back toward the roadblock. He still clung to a faint hope that his 200 men could hold out a while longer with the terrain and machine guns giving him enough time to escape deep into the canyon. But he severely overestimated the combat capability of this rabble. The machine guns fired for less when the dozens of mutated speed-type zombies at the front, braving the dense bullets, leaped into the crowd. The defense line collapsed instantly. "We can't hold. Run." The 200 armed men were scattered by the zombie wave. They abandoned their machine guns and fled back into the canyon. "Useless. A bunch of useless scum." Bai Dashao, seeing the rout, cursed furiously and fired 2 shots from his Desert Eagle, killing the 2 fastest runners. "Forget them. Drive. Head into the canyon." Bai Dashao roared at the driver. But the entrance road was narrow to begin with. Now over 200 panicked armed men like headless flies crowded the dirt road, completely blocking the SUV's path. "Beep, beep, beep. Boss. It's too late. They're coming." The driver pointed out the window with a desperate sob. Bai Dashao whipped his head around. The black tide had already swept over the roadblock. Hundreds of zombies like a bursting flood instantly engulfed the still-running, armed men. Then dozens of blood-soaked zombies noticed the escaping SUV and charged at it with roars. The zombies' bodies slammed into the SUV. Their sharp claws madly scratched at the bulletproof glass, producing a grating screech. With a sharp crack, the side window shattered completely. Dozens of black blood-stained arms instantly reached into the cabin, grabbing Bai Dashao's clothes and arms. A piercing scream erupted from the cabin. "Cut off the head and tail, eat the middle." A massive mutated zombie forced half its body through the broken window and bit into Bai Dashao's neck. Meanwhile, another zombie grabbed his legs from the opposite door, its sharp claws digging into his thigh muscles and pulling outward. Under the frenzied biting and pulling of several zombies, a horrifying sound of tearing flesh and bone echoed. Bai Dashao's body was ripped into several pieces inside the cabin. Deep in the canyon, the driver of a minivan was cursing as the vehicle ahead suddenly slowed. He glanced at the rearview mirror. With just one look, his blood ran cold. Countless ferocious zombies were trampling over a field of corpses, charging madly along the dirt road toward the convoy. "Zombies. The zombies are coming." The driver stuck his head out the window in terror, screaming with a voice twisted by fear. He frantically pressed the horn on the steering wheel. The shrill sound of the horn exploded at the rear of the canyon. The vehicles at the back also noticed the anomaly. When they saw the overwhelming tide of corpses, everyone went mad. "Run! Step on it! Get out of the way! Ram them!" Chaos erupted at the tail of the convoy. To escape, the rear cars floored the accelerator, crashing violently into the bumpers of the vehicles ahead. Curses, the clash of metal and desperate wails intertwined. The once orderly convoy plunged into massive chaos and panic. The armored RV crushed the last piece of rubble, blocking the intersection, charging out of the Crimson Canyon, filled with the aura of death. A few minutes later, Shin Qianqian's black armed SUV burst out, as well, closely followed by the long convoy with their throttles pressed to the floor. "Run! Don't block the way! They are catching up!" Desperate cries and the roar of colliding cars echoed throughout the canyon. At the rear of the convoy, over 30 cars and vans collided in a chain reaction, completely blocking them. Those trapped in the canyon desperately pushed open their car doors, attempting to escape on foot, but were instantly overwhelmed by the black tide of corpses surging from behind. The 30-odd vehicles and the more than 100 people inside became the lizard tail of this massive convoy, seeking survival. Su Fan sat in the driver's seat, glancing at the central radar interface. The red dot towards the canyon entrance had transformed into a blinding scarlet. "This is just the first day." Su Fan picked up a can of chilled Red Bull, took a large gulp, his brow tightly furrowed. If this is the chaos caused by just the first day, how terrifying will the zombie tide that sweeps across the entire wasteland be in 3 days, eh? Taking a deep breath, Su Fan did not pause, pressing the accelerator to the floor, driving the RV south. The vehicles following closely behind charged forward, eager to step on the gas, fearing that if they hesitated even for a moment, they would become the new lizard tail. Thus the convoy raced across the wasteland for 5 continuous hours. The massive sun in the sky finally sank below the horizon, and the sky gradually darkened, as the twin moons rose, casting a cool silver glow. "Ooh." Su Fan exhaled deeply, rubbing his sore shoulders and wrists. Without automatic intelligent driving, it's really troublesome. Even with an endless supply of chilled Red Bull to keep him alert, the continuous high-intensity driving was taking its toll. He glanced at the radar screen. The green scanning circle rotated steadily, with no flashing red dots within a 10-kilometer radius. "Let's stop here, or we should be able to sleep soundly tonight." Su Fan found a flat, open high ground, pressed the air brake, and parked the RV securely. The long line of vehicles that had been tailing closely saw the RV finally stop, and with no signs of it moving on their tense nerves, finally relaxed. Hundreds of vehicles scattered around the RV, finding places to park. Each small convoy spontaneously formed defensive rings with their vehicles. Car doors opened one after another, and men, women, and children got out to stretch their stiff bodies. Soon the smoke from cooking began to rise all over the wasteland. Shin Qianqian's SUV parked about 50 meters away from Su Fan's RV. This was the closest group to Su Fan in the entire massive convoy. It wasn't that they didn't want to get closer for shelter, but mainly because Su Fan's hand of God on the roof had left a too deep impression during their time in the canyon. Sister Qianqian, let's stop here. Wenwen pulled the handbrake, glancing at the gray-brown steel giant in the distance, swallowing hard. If we get any closer, I'm afraid he won't be pleased. Su Fan stood in the living area of the RV, stretching widely. I'm exhausted today, let's just eat something simple for dinner. He walked to the storage area with a thought, retrieved a live Alaska king crab the size of a basin from the infinite space. Let's steam it to retain its original flavor, accompanied by some adventurous spirit. Su Fan skillfully cleaned the king crab and tossed it into an oversized steamer. He then turned and took a can of beer from the refrigerator, leaning back on the sofa to rest. 50 meters away in Shun Qianqian's campsite. Wenwen, bring that bag of flour over. And go chop some pork, grind it into meat paste. Shun Qianqian took off her windbreaker and rolled up her sleeves. Sister Qianqian, what are we having for dinner? Wenwen asked while moving the flour from the car. Dumplings. Dumplings. Wenwen's eyes widened. In this wilderness, why go through all that trouble? We could just boil some noodles to get by. We've been tired all day. What do you know? Hurry up and help. The two of them busily chopped filling and rolled out dough on the makeshift table for a full half hour. When a pot of steaming dumplings came out, the aroma instantly spread. Wenwen's mouth watered, reaching out to pinch one to taste. Slap. Shun Qianqian mercilessly swatted Wenwen's greedy hand away. What are you doing, Sister Qianqian? Wenwen complained, rubbing her hand. Go, 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 it's not for you. Shun Qianqian carefully packed the dumplings into a clean insulated lunchbox, sealing the lid. She adjusted her specially changed sports skirt, took a deep breath, and holding the lunchbox walked towards Su Fan's RV. To win a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Moreover, how fragrant the dumplings were. Nothing tasted better than dumplings. Nothing was more fun than this. Thinking of this, a slight blush appeared on Shun Qianqian's cheeks. Su Fan was just about to use tongs to disassemble the giant king crab. A figure flashed across the monitoring screen. Su Fan turned to look out the window, and Shun Qianqian was standing outside the RV door holding a lunchbox. Knock, knock. Shun Qianqian, blushing, knocked on the RV door. Su Fan walked over, pressed the switch, and opened the heavy bulletproof door. Is there something? Shun Qianqian looked up, the night wind lifting her long hair. She held out the lunchbox in her hands, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Thank you for the reminder back at the riverbed today. If it weren't for you, our convoy might have all perished there. Her voice was soft, looking into Su Fan's eyes as she said, I was afraid you'd be alone on the road with no one to cook, so I made some dumplings for you to try. After saying this, she seemed worried that Su Fan wouldn't trust her, opened the lunchbox and elegantly pinched a plump dumpling, placing it in her mouth to take a bite. After swallowing the dumpling, her peach blossom eyes gazed affectionately at Su Fan, her eyes sparkling. Dumplings. Su Fan had initially been somewhat resistant to such an approach, but upon hearing the word dumpling, his eyes lit up. He took the lunchbox without hesitation, directly grabbed a steaming dumpling with his hand, and tossed it into his mouth. Su Fan's eyes widened. The dough was chewy, and the filling burst with delicious juice. So fragrant, Su Fan sincerely exclaimed. Although his infinite space was filled with mountains of flour and all kinds of frozen meat with delicacies from the mountains and seas. This dumpling, however, was a finely crafted artisan dish. After 2 days of eating seafood and barbecued meat, being able to eat a hot handmade dumpling was simply a culinary delight. I'm glad you like it, Shun Qianqian observed Su Fan's reaction, her heart blooming with joy. It seemed she had made the right move. They'll keep the dumplings, Su Fan said, holding the lunchbox while looking at Shun Qianqian. But I don't like owing favors, so I want to eat it for free. My dinner, you take it away, don't waste it. After saying this, Su Fan picked up a large tray brought over the king crab, which was as big as a basin, and directly shoved it into Shun Qianqian's hands. Bang! Before Shun Qianqian could react, the RV's bulletproof door had mercilessly closed. Su Fan's mumbled voice came from behind the door. To be honest, after eating this broken crab for several days, I'm a bit tired of it. Shun Qianqian stood outside the closed door, facing the cold wind of the wasteland, looking utterly bewildered. She looked down at the massive creature on the tray in her hands. Its thick legs were covered in sharp spikes, thicker. She swallowed hard, holding the giant crab, stepping awkwardly back towards the campsite 50 meters away. As she approached the campsite, Wenwen ran over with sharp eyes. Sister Qianqian, how was it? Did he accept it? What was his attitude? As soon as Wenwen finished her question, her gaze landed on the tray in Shun Qianqian's hands. Wenwen let out a pitchy scream, her eyes as wide as saucers, stuttering as she pointed at the tray. This. The king crab. Wenwen dashed over, her eyes shining. She had never even dared to eat this while on Blue Star. Now in this alien wasteland where even water was scarce, a freshly cooked king crab had appeared. Wenwen couldn't care less about her ladle-like image directly breaking off a thick crab leg. With a forceful snap, she pulled out the entire translucent sweet and tender crab meat and stuffed it into her mouth, chewing vigorously. So delicious. Sister Qianqian, you should eat too. Wenwen was busy gobbling down 3 thick crab legs, her mouth stuffed full of meat. With a face full of happiness, she suddenly stopped, looking up at Shun Qianqian with a look of shock and admiration. Wenwen mumbled, Sister Qianqian, you gave him a pot of dumplings and he returned with such a big king crab. She swallowed the crab meat in her mouth, cautiously leaning towards Shun Qianqian's ear. You two aren't together, are you? The night was deep with twin moons hanging high in the dark sky. The temperature in the alien wasteland had dropped significantly, and the biting cold winds swept across the plains without any hindrance. Dozens of vehicles formed spontaneous defensive circles a few dozen meters outside Su Fan's armored motorhome. Several bonfires lit up the wasteland, their orange flames flickering in the cold wind. Each convoy had arranged for rotating night watchmen. These watchmen wrapped themselves in every thick garment and blanket they could find, and some even took off car seat covers to drape over themselves. They shivered by the campfires of their respective camps, desperately bringing their hands close to the flickering flames, trying to draw some warmth from this meager source of heat. Crack! The dry branches of the shrubs exploded in the fire, sending sparks flying. Woof! Woof! Suddenly sharp barks of a pet dog came from an SUV not far away. Damn it, shut that dead dog's mouth, a watchman cursed irritably. What are you barking about in the middle of the night? Don't you think we're dying fast enough already? I'm sorry, it might be freezing. A woman's voice came from the car, tinged with tears, and then the barking turned into muffled whimpers, clearly having its mouth tightly covered. Listening to the crackling of the fire and the occasional dog bark, if one did not look at the vast, desolate landscape around the scene, resembled a camping trip on Blue Star during some weekend. But everyone knew this was far from a camping trip. Aside from a few carefree souls who were so exhausted they fell asleep, the vast majority of people in the camp were tossing and turning, unable to sleep. By the bonfire, 2 watchmen were huddled together, sharing a half-burnt cigarette. Old Lou, do you think? A young man wearing glasses took a drag from his cigarette, releasing a puff of white smoke, his eyes filled with confusion and fear. The middle-aged man known as Old Lou rubbed his frost-bitten hands, managing a bitter smile. Go back. Where would we go? Back to Blue Star. Old Lou shook his head, his voice hoarse. Don't be foolish. Didn't you hear the announcement earlier? This is a space-time jump. This is an alien planet. But the authorities will take care of us, right? The military, the rescue teams. The young man pressed on, unwilling to accept the reality. After all these days, has your radio picked up even a hint of an official channel? All it broadcasts is pleas for help and reports of the dead, nothing else. Old Lou glanced towards the northern canyon, a shiver running uncontrollably down his spine. Did you not see the scene in the canyon today? Those armed men collecting tolls with so many guns and such ruthlessness. What was the result? Not even a bone fragment was left. Old Lou threw the stub into the fire and rubbed his face. Order has collapsed, brother. Here there are only man-eating monsters and ruthless kin. Blue Star. It's highly unlikely we can go back. We can consider it a blessing if we manage to survive another day. After hearing this, the young man's face turned pale, and he hugged his knees in silence. A sense of despair spread like a plague around each bonfire. In stark contrast to the cold and despair of the survivors outside, there was a serene isolation within the armored motorhome. Inside the parked armored vehicle, a perfect tranquility prevailed. The air conditioning quietly maintained the temperature inside the cabin at a constant 24 degrees. The next morning, the light of the star penetrated the bulletproof glass of the car window, casting a glow on the comfortable double bed. Su Fan opened his eyes, lifted his arms, and stretched with a satisfying yawn. His bones crackled as he stretched. That was a really good sleep. Su Fan sat up and ruffled his slightly messy hair. Last night was undoubtedly the most restful and secure sleep he had experienced since arriving in this alien wasteland. He didn't need to worry about keeping watch. Outside, over 1,000 people and more than 300 vehicles spontaneously surrounded him. These people lit bonfires and arranged for night watchmen, effectively wrapping his motorhome in layers of protection. Su Fan walked to the bathroom, washed his face, and looked at himself in the mirror. The experiences of the past few days had matured him considerably. If any large alien beast or zombie horde were to approach, I could take advantage of the chaos created by those 1,000 people outside and make a quick escape. This was also one of the reasons I allowed them to follow me. After finishing his grooming, Su Fan walked to the storage area, casually grabbed a well-packaged bread, opened the driver's cabin door, and plopped down on the spacious leather seat. Tearing open the package, Su Fan took a big bite of the bread. At the same time, he extended his left hand and illuminated the curved screen on the center console. System, bring up the current radar skin map. Command received. Holographic radar interface updated. Green scanning waves rippled outwards on the screen. While munching on the bread, Su Fan scrolled through the radar interface. Just as I thought. He noticed several positions on the edge of the screen, raising an eyebrow slightly. After a night had passed, dozens of flickering red dots appeared in this once pristine wasteland highland. These red dots were scattered around the convoy camp approximately 3 to 5 kilometers away, aimlessly wandering about. Su Fan shook his head. These are just ordinary scattered zombies. If we wait another half a day, we'll probably attract a small horde of zombies. He stuffed the last piece of bread into his mouth in a few bites and brushed off the crumbs from his hands. He turned the key and pressed the start button. Boom! The survivors who were still preparing food and tidying up in the camp immediately halted there. After a brief moment of silence, the camp of over 300 vehicles erupted into chaos. It moved. It moved. A man holding a bowl of boiled noodles pointed at the gray-brown, armored motorhome on the hill, shouting at the top of his lungs. The boss is setting off. Hurry! Everyone get on the vehicle. The leaders of each convoy had been keeping a close watch on Su Fan's armored motorhome since dawn. Upon hearing the sound of the engine, they became as frantic as ants on a hot pan, urging their team members to hurry. Don't pack anymore. Forget about that broken tent. Get on the vehicle and start it up. Where's Zhang Laosan? Where did Zhang Laosan go? A leader jumped up and cursed from the bed of a pickup truck. Captain Zhang Laosan just said he had a stomach ache and went to the ditch behind to take a dump. A young subordinate pointed in a panic at the distance. What the hell is he doing? The captain yelled angrily. Quickly go get him back. Let him wipe with some dirt if he has to. If he can't get on the vehicle, let him stay there and wait for the zombies to lick him. The entire wasteland camp was in complete disarray. Most of the vehicles outside were already ready to go, with drivers pressing the brakes and staring intently at the taillights of the motorhome, ready to start at any moment. A very few vehicles that were not packed properly or had people straying were honking frantically, calling to their companions to hurry up and get on. A very few vehicles that were not packed properly or had people straying were honking frantically, calling to their Su Fan sat in the driver's seat, watching the flustered survivors outside, and sighed, hoping that fewer would. He lowered his head and took another look at the radar map. His fingers swiped across the screen a few times, avoiding the areas with denser red dots. This area has the fewest zombies. Taking this route will save a lot of trouble. Su Fan pushed the gear lever. The massive armored vehicle sank slightly and steadily drove down the slope, heading in the chosen direction. 50 meters away, inside the heavily modified black armored SUV. Sister Chanchan, he's moving. The assistant Wenwen gripped the steering wheel tightly, ready to step on the gas at any moment. In the passenger seat, Shin Chanchan wore a clean and refreshing white fitted t-shirt and light gray shorts today. Compared to yesterday's sexy image, there was a hint of purity. Wenwen, keep up. Shin Chanchan glanced at the gray-brown RV ahead, biting her soft red lip. Understood. The SUV roared and surged out of the camp. Seeing this, the long line of vehicles behind also accelerated, scrambling to catch up. After 5 hours of continuous travel, it was a dual torment of mind and body for Su Fan at this moment. The sun in the wasteland rose higher, its size somewhat exaggerated, radiating heat as if to melt the entire surface. Distorted heat waves filled the air, and the distant scenery became blurred under the high temperature. Gulp, gulp. Su Fan tilted his head back, draining the last drop of water from the red bottle in his hand. He casually tossed the empty plastic bottle out. The scalding wind burned his hand, and he quickly rolled up the window a bit. What kind of hellish weather is this? The temperature is rising too unnaturally. Su Fan frowned as he looked at the cracked land around him. Fortunately, the radar on the central console was spinning steadily, indicating no large hordes of zombies within a 10-kilometer radius. Unfortunately, the temperature outside continued to climb. Ding! Warning, engine coolant temperature too high, please monitor cooling. A glaring red warning light lit up on the dashboard. Su Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed heavily. To reduce the load on the V12 engine, he had turned off the air conditioning 2 hours ago. Now the interior of the armored RV felt like an airtight metal oven. I can't keep pushing it. If I continue, this newly upgraded engine will be ruined. Su Fan stepped on the air brake, stopping the RV in a flat area and turning off the engine to let it cool down. As soon as the RV stopped, the long line of vehicles behind also halted immediately. A series of piercing, screeching brakes echoed across the wasteland. Just as the convoy stabilized, a chorus of curses and desperate cries rang out from behind. Damn! The radiator is boiling. Get out! The engine hood is smoking. Su Fan glanced in the rearview mirror. Hundreds of vehicles were stopped on the scorching dirt road, with at least a dozen cars' hoods billowing white smoke. The long journey, combined with the extreme heat, was too much for those ordinary civilian vehicles, which were already poorly maintained. The captains of various small teams jumped out of their cars, drenched in sweat, directing their subordinates. This car is done for. Can't be fixed. One captain kicked a smoking sedan. Don't look. Quickly move the supplies from the car and squeeze into that vehicle behind. Captain, are we leaving this car here? A driver asked reluctantly. Leave it here for you to use as a coffin. quickly drained the gasoline from the tank, not a drop left. People hurriedly used plastic tubes and empty barrels to siphon gasoline and move supplies from the broken-down cars. Those emptied vehicles with their doors wide open resembled piles of scrap metal abandoned forever in the wasteland. Su Fan withdrew his gaze, showing no interest in those abandoned cars. The RV devouring these ordinary thin metal shells was merely to increase its energy reserves. Let them fuss about it. Su Fan wiped the sweat from his face with a towel, closed his eyes, and took the opportunity to rest. Inside the black armored SUV, the temperature was equally terrifying. To prevent the vehicle from breaking down, Wenwen had also turned off the air conditioning early. Shen Qianqian sat in the passenger seat, gasping for breath. That clean and refreshing white fitted t-shirt was now completely soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to her skin. Sweat dripped down her fair neck, flowing over her delicate collarbone and into the deep crevice below. The damp fabric had become somewhat translucent, faintly outlining the contours underneath. Her exquisite face had taken on a captivating rosy hue from the heat, with a few strands of wet hair sticking to her cheek, exuding a tempting allure. Sister Qianqian, it's too hot, I feel like I can't breathe. Wenwen took off her glasses, wiped her face with her sleeve, and reached for a bottle of water in the center console, unscrewing the cap to drink. Wait. Shen Qianqian grabbed Wenwen's wrist, her voice a bit hoarse. Use the walkie-talkie to inform every vehicle in the convoy. Starting now, everyone is limited in water usage. Do not drink water unless absolutely necessary. Wenwen was taken aback, lowering the water bottle and picking up the walkie-talkie to relay the command. After putting down the walkie-talkie, she turned to Shen Qianqian, her tone filled with concern. Sister Qianqian, the drinking water we brought from Blue Star is running low. I just did a count. If we can't find a water source soon, in 2 days, the entire convoy will be completely out of water. In the sweltering 40-degree wasteland, the implications of running out of water were clear to both of them. Shen Qianqian remained silent, allowing the sweat to trickle down. Her peach blossom eyes through the dust-blurred window fixated intently on the RV ahead. She believed in her intuition as a sequence awakener. Following this man in front, she was certain she would survive. In the high temperatures of the wasteland, after a grueling hour of rest, the water temperature warning light on the dashboard finally extinguished. Su Fan looked up at the enormous star in the sky and decided to set off again. He shifted into drive and pressed the gas pedal, the RV slowly starting up once more. Seeing this, the vehicles behind, enduring the sauna-like heat inside, quickly started their engines to follow. The further they drove, the hotter the surface temperature seemed to become. In the sweltering wasteland, the environment grew even harsher. The cracked yellow earth was riddled with fissures several centimeters wide, occasionally revealing the bleached bones of unknown creatures partially buried in the sand. The air, distorted by the heat, caused severe optical illusions, making the road ahead appear to ripple like water, rendering distance and reality indistinguishable. Su Fan sat in the driver's seat, feeling faint from the heat, his vision somewhat blurred. I can't take it anymore. He steadied himself with one hand on the steering wheel, while the other plunged into the infinite space, pulling out a can of chilled Red Bull. Hiss! He didn't open it to drink, but pressed the icy aluminum can firmly against his forehead to cool. The piercing cold instantly penetrated his skin, jolting his dazed brain back to clarity. Just as his gaze returned to the road ahead. Screech! Su Fan's right foot instinctively slammed down on the brake. The heavy armored RV left deep black tire marks on the wasteland as it came to a sudden stop. Due to the inertia, the Red Bull can in his hand nearly fell to the ground. The long line of vehicles behind was caught off guard by the sudden stop, leading to a chorus of screeching brakes and minor collisions. What happened? Su Fan steadied himself, rubbed his eyes vigorously, and looked again through the windshield at less than 2 kilometers away from the RV, where there should have been a desolate, barren expanse of sand and stone. A hint of green emerged. In this heat-ridden wasteland where not a single blade of grass could be seen, that splash of green stood out starkly. If he wasn't mistaken, it was a small oasis. He could vaguely see a few trees with lush foliage swaying gently in the heat waves. Could it be a mirage, eh? Su Fan stared ahead suspiciously. To confirm, Su Fan immediately looked down at the radar interface on the central console. Upon this glance, the doubts on his face deepened. The feedback signal for that area on the radar's scanning interface appeared very strange. The oasis image was constantly jumping and distorting, flickering in and out of view. One moment, it showed flat sandy ground, the next, it displayed chaotic signal ripples. Something's not right. When he checked the radar holographic map just a few minutes ago, it had only shown 2 bare hills, nothing else. This oasis seemed to have appeared out of thin air. An oasis. There's an oasis ahead. The raspy voice, like a bombshell on the scorching wasteland, instantly stirred up the stagnant caravan. The survivors, frantic from broken-down cars and depleted drinking water, clung to the scorching windows, craning their necks and squinting into the distance. Beneath the barren hills ahead, amidst the distorted heat waves, a patch of incongruous green indeed swayed. It really is an oasis. There are trees. There are trees. After a brief hesitation, in the leading off-road vehicles and cars, the drivers could no longer endure the parching heat. Their cracked lips and parched throats had completely shattered their reason. Can't care anymore. Waiting here means dying of thirst. Let's charge over and see. Vroom, vroom. Several vehicles suddenly floored the accelerator, their tires spinning wildly on the hard, dry yellow earth, kicking up plumes of sand as they bolted from the caravan like mad things racing toward that hint of green. Wenwen watched the cars speeding off, swallowed hard, and let out a dry rasp. Qianqian, they've gone over. Should we go too? It's just too hot in this car, and we could all use some water. Shun Qianqian, sitting in the passenger seat, had her white t-shirt completely soaked through with sweat. She clutched the half-full bottle of water tightly, fighting the urge to down it all in one gulp, and turned to look ahead. Her gaze passed over the windshield, landing on the gray-brown armored RV still parked silently in place. Shun Qianqian bit her lip and shook her head firmly. No rush. Let's wait and see. But ahead. Wenwen grew anxious. In this wasteland, the more something looks like a lifeline, the more likely it's a death warrant. Let's see if he goes first. Inside the armored RV, Su Fan took the chilled Red Bull from his forehead and pressed it against the artery in his neck to cool down. He squinted, watching coldly as those cars like runaway horses charged toward the oasis. At a time like this, having these ordinary survivors scout ahead isn't bad. On this alien wasteland, he never believed in pies falling from the sky. The oasis had appeared far too suspiciously, flickering in and out on the radar. Since someone was willing to be the guinea pig, he was more than happy to let them. A few minutes later, suddenly a harsh static crackled over the caravan's public radio channel. Then a distorted male voice exploded through the channel. It's real. The oasis truly exists. It's not a mirage. Heavens, the air here is so cool. The temperature's at least 10 degrees lower than outside. The voice on the radio was accompanied by a rustling sound, clearly the wind blowing through leaves. At this news, the entire stalled caravan erupted. Drive? Hurry! A mad scramble instantly ensued. The piercing roar of engines filled the sky, and drivers who had hesitated earlier now fought with reddened eyes. A black sedan trying to cut in line slammed into the side door of a nearby minivan with a loud crash. Amidst the rolling clouds of yellow sand, hundreds of vehicles jostled and rushed toward the oasis. Su Fan sat in the driver's seat watching cars whiz by, honking their horns as the dust they kicked up coated the RV's windows with a layer of grime. He didn't rush to join the frenzy. Instead, he looked down at the center console. On the radar screen, the terrain marker representing the oasis still flickered and jumped erratically, occasionally displaying streaks of garbled code. Su Fan reached out and slapped the edge of the curved screen twice. Could it be that the external chip is overheating from the high temperature outside, causing the display to glitch? After all, the RV's radar antenna and external sensors were exposed to the scorching sun at over 40 degrees. Thermal failure of electronic components wasn't impossible. Su Fan looked up again. A large number of vehicles had already surged into the oasis. The radio was filled with the cheers and sighs of relief from the survivors, with no screams or alarms of attack. With so many vehicles and people going in, if there were any real danger, there would have been a fight by now. He put down the Red Bull can and sat up straight. Looks like this oasis is probably safe. Let's check it out first. If something's wrong with this vehicle's armor and autocannon, we can pull out anytime. The massive armored RV slowly started up and headed toward the oasis. Shun Qianqian, who had been watching the RV's every move, brightened. He's moving. One would follow him. Got it. The 2 kilometers were covered in no time. As the RV neared the edge of the oasis, a noticeable chill seeped through the gaps in the vehicle. The surrounding scenery transformed from dry yellow earth to lush, vibrant vegetation. Trees over a dozen meters tall stood with dense foliage, their broad canopies interlacing to block out the sunlight completely. As soon as the RV entered the oasis woods, the cars parked in the middle of the road or in the best shaded spots quickly started up and reversed to clear the way. The gruesome sight of minced flesh in the canyon was still fresh in everyone's memory. No one wanted to offend this formidable figure. Su Fan ignored the wary glances on either side. He drove the RV unimpeded to a flat area in the center of the oasis. After stopping, he immediately looked down at the center radar. As the RV entered this shaded oasis, the temperature outside the vehicle dropped rapidly. On the radar screen, the oasis marker that had been flickering and jumping now miraculously stabilized, no longer displaying any garbled code, clearly showing the surrounding trees and terrain contours. Just as I thought. Su Fan let out a long sigh of relief, completely at ease. It must have been the external chip overheating from the sun. Now that the temperatures dropped the radars back to normal, he unbuckled his seatbelt and pushed open the door. A rush of cool, refreshing air instantly washed over him, dispelling the sweat and heat. Oh, that feels good. Su Fan leaned against the door, stretching his limbs. This place is nice. Let's rest here until midnight, then set off again when it's cooler. Just as Su Fan was about to head back inside the RV, suddenly a commotion arose near a cluster of large trees. Then a man shouted at the top of his lungs, "Come quick, there's..." As hundreds of vehicles poured into this oasis, the once deathly silent grove instantly erupted. Several convoy leaders who had arrived at the oasis earliest were now gathered together, sweating profusely as they frantically directed their men to search through the woods. "Strange," muttered a bald leader, wiping the sweat from his face with the back of his hand, an iron rod dangling from his grip as he frowned and scanned his surroundings. Logically, for such a large oasis to grow in the wasteland, there must be a water source underground or on the surface. How come we've scoured most of the area and haven't even seen a muddy puddle? The environment of this oasis exuded an indescribable strangeness. Overhead, a dozen towering trees, each over 10 meters tall, stood with trunks dark as iron, their broad, dense canopies intertwining. Beneath the great trees grew nameless shrubs and weeds, their leaf edges lined with fine serrations and tinged with a sickly dark green hue. What sent chills down one's spine was that amid this vibrant grove there was no trace of any living creature. No birdsong, no insect chirps. The silence was broken only by the rustling of leaves under the survivors' feet. "Forget all that. Dig 3 feet down if you have to, but find water." Another leader, licking his cracked, parched lips, rasped. "Everyone's water reserves are almost gone. If we don't find water soon, we'll die of thirst before the zombies even get us." "Search. Split up." As the crowd fumbled about the woods like headless flies, a shout rang out. "Come quick. There's a well here." That cry struck the quiet oasis like a thunderbolt. "A well, eh? Water." The crowd froze for a moment, then rushed over in a clamoring horde. At the center of 3 thick, bulging black tree roots, a well suddenly appeared. The well's rim bore no trace of human carving or brickwork, its edges smooth and rounded, as if naturally shaped by millennia of water flow. Peering inside the well, water was exceptionally clear, free of any impurities. A faint, cool white mist seemed to hover over the surface. Water. It's really water. A man, his eyes bloodshot with thirst, could no longer restrain himself. Clutching his dirty canteen, he lunged to lean over the well's edge and drink. "Everyone stop." A stern, cold shout rang from the edge of the crowd. A convoy leader in gold-rimmed glasses, carrying a silver professional toolkit, pushed through the throng. "You dare drink something from this wasteland without testing it? Wanna die?" The man with gold-rimmed glasses shot a cold glare at the thirsty man, shielding the well with his body. He opened his toolkit, took out a small bucket, tied a nylon rope to it, and carefully lowered it along the smooth. With a soft glug, he drew up a bucketful of clear well water. Without rushing to touch it, he pulled out a pair of white rubber gloves from the kit and put them on meticulously. Next, he took a transparent glass test tube, filled it with a small amount of well water, and added a few drops of different colored chemical reagents. The onlookers held their breath as hundreds of eyes fixated on the test tube in his hand. The man in glasses gently shook the tube, carefully observing the color changes. A minute later, he let out a long breath, removed his gloves, and adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. "It's fine. pH is normal, no heavy metal contamination, no toxic reactions. This water quality rivals the finest water from Blue Star." To dispel any doubts, he directly lifted the bucket and, tilting his head back, drank heartily with loud. The cool, sweet well water flowed down his throat, and the man in glasses let out a satisfied burp. Boom. At his action, the surrounding crowd instantly erupted. "It's drinkable. Safe. Quick. Get water." Cheers and screams filled the oasis as everyone scrambled back to their vehicles to fetch containers. Wenwen struggled with great effort to extricate herself from the crowd. Sweat drenched her and her clothes were crumpled, but her face beamed with undisguised excitement. She trotted over to Shun Qianqian's off-road vehicle, panting heavily. "Qianqianjia, they tested it. The water's not poisonous. It's clean." Wenwen wiped the sweat from her forehead, eyes sparkling as she tugged Shun Qianqian's arm. "Let's grab buckets and get water too. If we're late, we might miss out." As she spoke, Wenwen turned to glance at the armored RV parked in the shade, unable to suppress a giggle behind her hand. "Qianqian, the man you've got your eye on is amazing. In this vast desert, while everyone else is stumbling around like headless flies, he drives straight to an oasis. Following him will never starve or die of thirst. Don't talk nonsense." Shun Qianqian shot Wenwen a glare and gently brushed her hand away. But despite herself, Shun Qianqian's gaze drifted back to the distant RV. "Strange," she murmured, her delicate willow leaf brows furrowing slightly. "With such a big well and such sweet, clean water, why isn't he making a move? Isn't he afraid of running out of supplies and dying of thirst in the coming days?" Shun Qianqian took a deep breath, reining in her wandering thoughts. 1-1. Have everyone in the convoy take every container that can hold water and fill them up. Just as Wenwen was about to nod in agreement, Shun Qianqian grabbed her shoulder, locking eyes with her, and added, "After filling them, no one is to drink yet." "Huh. Wenwen was taken aback. Why? That leader in glasses already tested it. It's not poisonous. Tested or not, it doesn't matter. Shun Qianqian glanced toward the chaotic well. Only drink this well water after we've finished the supplies we brought from Blue Star. Got it. You're always so thorough, Qianqianjia. Better safe than sorry. Wenwen playfully stuck out her tongue. They'll go arrange the queue for filling water now. With that, Wenwen dashed toward the convoy. Su Fan sat in the driver's seat watching through the side window as the crowd jostled and cursed by the oasis well. He frowned slightly, stood up, and grabbed the insulated lunchbox from the table. Pushing open the door, he stepped out and walked towards Shun Qianqian, who stood by the off-road vehicle. Today, Shun Qianqian had shed the deliberate seductive charm Shed worn yesterday. She was dressed in a tight white t-shirt and athletic shorts. Her fair, slender legs stood straight in the sunlight, and the simple clothes clung to her stunning figure, accentuating its alluring curves. With her pure outfit and her delicate, captivating face, she truly had the air of a charming senior from college. Hearing footsteps, Shun Qianqian turned. Seeing Su Fan approaching on his own, a flicker of barely concealed delight lit her eyes, and a gentle, perfectly timed smile curved her lips. You're out of the vehicle, Shun Qianqian said, stepping forward, her voice crisp. Hey, race your lunchbox. Su Fan cut straight to the point, handing over the insulated container. Shun Qianqian took at her fingertips, grazing the back of his hand with deliberate lightness. Not bad, Su Fan remarked flatly, then got straight to business. No need to go to the trouble tonight. Don't bring any more food. Shun Qianqian froze, about to speak. Su Fan met her gaze, his tone calm, but carrying an unyielding finality. Get some rest. They'll set off right after midnight. Without giving Shun Qianqian a chance to ask anything, Su Fan turned decisively and strode back toward his gray-brown armored RV. Shun Qianqian stood there holding the empty lunchbox. Her captivating peach blossom eyes fixed on Su Fan's broad, upright back until the RV's heavy blast door slammed shut with a bang. She looked down at the lunchbox in her hands. No need to go to the trouble. Bro, even if I wanted to trouble you today, I have nothing left to give. The chaos beside the well in the oasis gradually subsided. The ground was soaked with splashed well water, and the soil was trampled into a muddy mess. Several men who were queuing to fetch water stopped their movements, staring at the well. Hey, look. One man pointed at the surface of the well, his voice trembling. Is there something wrong with this well water? What's wrong? Wasn't it tested and found to be non-toxic? The person behind urged impatiently. It's not about whether it's toxic or not. The man swallowed hard. Just count how many people were here earlier. There were at least hundreds who fetched over 1,000 buckets of water. But the water level, why hasn't it gone down at all? The people around, upon hearing this, leaned forward to. Under the sunlight, the well water remained crystal clear to the bottom, and the faint white mist on the surface showed no sign of dissipating. Is this water alive? Captain Wu, bald and carrying a bucket of water, approached with a furrowed brow. There's no need to panic. Captain Jean, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, adjusted the frame on his nose, his tone revealing a hint of self-satisfaction. This is known in geography as artesian water. It connects to a vast underground river below. When the water above is extracted, the pressure from below instantly replenishes it. There's nothing strange about it. At the same time, Shun Qianqian walked over. Leaders, I have something important to share. What is it, Captain Shun? Several leaders stared at Shun Qianqian's long legs with wide eyes. Just say the word, and we'll make sure it gets done, big brothers. It's like this. At midnight, that armored RV in front is set to leave. Midnight. Captain Jean paused for a moment. Captain Shin, traveling at this hour is too risky. Why not wait until tomorrow morning? Exactly, this oasis is so cool with water and trees. I was planning to stay a couple more days. Captain Wu agreed. Shun Qianqian sighed, a hint of unease surfacing in her peach blossom eyes. Leaders, think about it. When has that RV boss ever misjudged anything on the road? In a low voice, Shun Qianqian said mysteriously, he just got out of the car and told me in person that he would leave at midnight, not a minute longer. He told you in person? The expressions of the leaders changed at once. They cast wary glances at the distant armored RV. The boss woman is not to be trifled with. Captain Shun is right. Captain Wu immediately patted his chest, declaring loudly, let's go. We must leave at midnight. He took a step forward, looking at Shun Qianqian with a face full of flattery. Captain Shun, please keep us updated with any news in the future. Our lives and fortunes depend on you, Captain Shun. Yes, yes, yes. If you need us for anything, just say it. We will do our utmost. The leaders, eager to align themselves with Su Fan, began to express their allegiance to Shun Qianqian, showering her with flattery. You got it, you got it. Shun Qianqian looked at the leaders she had easily manipulated with just a few words, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. The night deepened. Inside the armored RV, the air conditioning blew cold air, maintaining a constant temperature of 24 degrees. Su Fan lay on the double bed at the back of the cabin, his hands resting behind his head, staring at the metal ceiling, tossing and turning. A vague sense of restlessness lingered in his heart. It was too quiet. This oasis was unsettlingly silent. There was no sound of wind, no chirping of insects. Outside, the thousands of survivors who had just fetched water were also hiding inside their vehicles, resting behind closed doors. The entire world seemed to have been drained of all sound, leaving only the faint hum of the air conditioning compressor. There's something off about this place. Su-fan suddenly sat up, irritably ruffling his hair. He glanced at the electronic clock on the wall. There were still 5 hours until midnight. System. Yes, host, please instruct. Search all frequencies, turn on the radio. Find something to listen to before sleep. Command received. Searching all band radio. Accompanied by a faint electrical sound, static began to emanate from the stereo. Moments later, the channel locked in. However, what came through the speakers was not the banter or crude jokes Su-fan was expecting. Help. So much water. A voice weak to the point of exhaustion and accompanied by heavy gasps transmitted from the radio. Pull me down. Jump in. Everyone jump in with me. The voice broke off intermittently, ultimately devolving into meaningless moans followed by a long stretch of silence. Su-fan frowned. He was parched to the point of madness. Change the channel. Beep. The channel switched, and this time there were sounds of intense gunfire and frantic curses. Shoot the heads. Don't let them climb up. Damn it. Drive. Smash through. If one can escape, let it escape. Boom. The radio signal was completely cut off amidst the piercing screams, leaving only the static of white noise. Su-fan leaned back against the headboard, his expression gradually cooling. Change again. The system switched through several public channels in rapid succession. The number of active voices on public radio was dwindling. A few days ago, when he first jumped over the radio, was filled with shouts, accusations, and team calls, even a female internet celebrity shouting for support. Although the wasteland at that time was brutal, he could still hear the clamor of the living and their struggles for survival. But now even those meaningless banters were hardly heard. The remaining living capable convoys were all keeping their microphones shut, desperately fleeing like mad dogs. What was left were only the stragglers' vehicles that had broken down and the exhausted remnants. The brutal elimination mechanism was vividly displayed in this alien wasteland. Survival of the fittest. If he didn't have a system in this constantly evolving RV, it would be him crying out on the radio. Turn off the radio. Su-fan found it somewhat dull. The electrical sound disappeared, and the cabin fell silent once more. Su-fan closed his eyes, forcing himself not to think about the oddities of this oasis, striving to clear his mind. Time passed second by second, and the feeling of exhaustion finally began to creep in. He didn't know how long it had been, but he finally drowsily slipped into a light sleep. Knock, knock, knock. A series of dull, slow knocks suddenly echoed in the silence. The sound was not loud, but in the deathly quiet of the oasis night it felt incredibly jarring. Su-fan's eyes snapped open, his pupils instantly constricting, and the sleepiness dissipated in that moment. Who could be knocking at this hour? Su-fan held his breath, lightly rolling out of bed to sit up. With a quick touch, he swiftly drew the pistol from beneath his pillow. His thumb discreetly disengaged the safety. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound came again. Su-fan gripped the pistol tightly, the barrel lowered at his side, stepping lightly toward the door. Who is it? Who is it? Su-fan's voice was cold as he spoke through the icy bulletproof door. It's me, Shin Qianqian. I have something urgent. The voice outside trembled and rushed, completely devoid of the calm demeanor from earlier. Su-fan frowned slightly. He did not open the door immediately, but turned to glance at the surveillance screen on the control. After confirming there was no danger nearby, Su-fan pressed the switch. With a click, the heavy bulletproof door slowly swung open. Su-fan stepped out of the vehicle. The cold wind of the wasteland swept across the oasis, carrying a biting chill. Standing at the door, Shin Qianqian's attire made Su-fan's gaze linger for a moment. She was surprisingly wearing only a thin black silk camisole. The delicate straps clung to her fair rounded shoulders, seeming as if they might snap at any moment. The silk fabric was smooth and form-fitting, following the curve of her ample bosom down to her waist, where it tightened before flaring out at the hem. The neckline of the camisole was low-edged with a circle of black lace, and large swathes of her snow-white skin glimmered under the cool moonlight. The hem barely covered the tops of her thighs, and her long, slender legs trembled slightly in the night breeze. Clearly she had run over, and was now gasping for breath, still in shock. With each hurried breath, her prominent fullness rose and fell dramatically, presenting a scene that exuded a blood-pumping allure in the perilous depths of night. Seeing Su-fan step out of the RV, Shin Qianqian seemed to seize a lifeline, rushing forward to grasp his wrist, pulling him towards her team's camp. What's going on? Why the hurry? Su-fan allowed her to pull him along, discreetly concealing his right hand by his side, returning the silver handgun to his waistband. One must always be vigilant, and even in the face of such a captivating beauty, he would not let his guard down. I can't explain everything right now, you'll see when you get there. Shin Qianqian's voice carried a clear sense of urgency, even neglecting her usual composure. The space between them was empty. The sentinels of the various teams stood some distance away, oblivious to the pair hurrying through the darkness. Su Fan followed Shen Qianqian to her campsite. Beside a black-armed SUV, there was a standard two-person camping tent from Blue Star. The space was limited, barely enough for two to lie side by side. Wenwen and I sleep here. Shen Qianqian released Su Fan's hand, bent down, and unzipped the tent. Su Fan leaned down, lifting the tent flap. As soon as he approached, a faint scent of jasmine wafted out, quite unlike the common odors of sweat and decay among the survivors in the wasteland. These two girls are quite particular. When Su Fan poked his head into the tent, the dim light inside caused him to freeze in place. His eyes fixated on a hanging rope at the top of the tent. On that rope, several sheer black lace undergarments were prominently displayed. The scant fabric was made of a semi-transparent material adorned with exquisite lace, exuding an indescribable sense of intimacy in the light. Su Fan's mind buzzed. You pull me into a tent in the dead of night with this hanging inside. Su Fan raved. Is this some sort of reward? Before Su Fan could regain his composure to appreciate the view, a voice filled with embarrassment and indignation rang out. Shen Qianqian's cheeks, already flushed from running, turned crimson, as if splashed with blood. Quickly she lunged forward, yanking the black lace from the rope and hastily stuffing it beneath the nearby blanket. After doing all this, Shen Qianqian stood awkwardly beside the tent. Her hands twisted together, head bowed, unable to meet Su Fan's gaze. Her lovely face was filled with shyness, her lips pressed tightly together, even her long fair neck tinted with a blush, making her strikingly alluring against the black camisole. The atmosphere suddenly turned strangely ambiguous. Ahem. Su Fan rubbed his nose, offering an awkward smile to break the tension. So, what exactly happened? You came knocking on my door in the middle of the night, not to show me this right. Hearing Su Fan's words, Shen Qianqian finally snapped back to the matter at hand. She quickly moved aside, pointing to the far end of the tent. Following her finger, Su Fan noticed her assistant Wenwen, with black-framed glasses, curled up in the corner of her sleeping bag. Wenwen's body was curled up into a small ball, and if one didn't pay attention, they would hardly notice her in the dim tent. However, her condition was very unusual. Her eyes were tightly shut, her brows knitted together, and her forehead was covered in beads of cold sweat. Despite being wrapped in a thick sleeping bag, her body trembled uncontrollably. She suddenly developed a high fever tonight. Shen Qianqian squatted down, wiping the sweat from Wenwen's forehead with a towel, speaking urgently to Su Fan. Her temperature is alarmingly high, and she keeps talking nonsense. I gave her antipyretics half an hour ago, but they haven't worked at all. Her temperature has only been rising. Su Fan stepped closer, leaning down to take a look at Wenwen, whose face was flushed, but lips were turning purple. He shook his head and stood straight. Beautiful lady, seeking my help won't do any good. Su Fan crossed his arms, his tone regaining rationality. I'm not a doctor. Just standing here, watching her won't bring her fever down. But, Shen Qianqian's eyes turned red from anxiety as she looked up at him. Even if I were capable, I can't cure her illness. Su Fan decisively interrupted her hopes. Instead of begging me here, you'd better take this opportunity while all the teams are gathered together and ask if any of them have a doctor or awaken ones with medical abilities. After Su Fan finished speaking, he turned to lift the tent flap and leave. Just as he turned around, Wenwen, who had been in a coma, suddenly convulsed violently. Her eyes remained tightly shut, but her throat emitted a raspy, hollow sound completely unlike her usual. Water, so much water. Wenwen's hands gripped the edge of the sleeping bag tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. Su Fan halted his steps. Wenwen's head shook in agony, her murmurs becoming increasingly urgent and eerie. In the water, there's hair in the water. So cold, it's going to kill. The temperature in the tent seemed to drop sharply at that moment. Shen Qianqian recoiled in fright, her face ashen as she looked at her usually obedient assistant. Wenwen, what's wrong with you? Shen Qianqian called out in a trembling voice. Wenwen ignored Shen Qianqian's voice, her eyes rolled rapidly beneath her thin eyelids, and her cracked lips murmured a chilling phrase. There are eyes at the bottom of the well. They are watching me. Don't drink. Pull me down. Jump in. Everyone jump in to accompany me. These words blew a cold wind into Su Fan's back. In an instant, every hair on his body stood on end. Damn it. Su Fan suddenly took a big step back, his gaze sharpening like a knife in that instant. This place could not be stayed in for even a second longer. The nonsense from Wenwen's mouth felt like a cold knife scraping down his spine and making his scalp tingle. In an instant, he remembered a woman gasping for breath before sleeping who had said the same words on the radio. It was then he connected it to the abnormalities of this oasis. There were no birds chirping, no insects buzzing, and there was that deep well that happened to appear next to the big tree. This oasis was essentially a meticulously arranged death trap. Gulps. Su Fan's throat rolled with difficulty. His gaze passed over the still twitching Wenwen and turned to the pale-faced Shen Qianqian beside him. Did she drink the water from the oasis well? No. Shun Qianqian was startled by Su Fan's sudden reaction, shaking her head repeatedly. I specifically arranged for her not to touch the water from that well before drinking the stored water we brought from Blue Star. One has been with me for so long, she has always been obedient. At this point, Shun Qianqian's voice, it was as if she suddenly remembered something freezing in place. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes gradually widened, filled with disbelief and panic. In the next moment, Shun Qianqian suddenly turned around and rushed out of the tent towards the black off-road vehicle parked nearby. Su Fan furrowed his brows and quickly followed. Shun Qianqian reached the back of the off-road vehicle, hands trembling as she yanked open the trunk door. By the dim light of the campfire, the supplies inside the trunk were laid bare. Amidst the chaotic pile of supplies there lay a transparent water storage bucket, now half empty. Next to it, a solitary bottle of well-packaged Red Farmer's mineral water lay. That was their last bottle of clean stored water. Looking at the unopened bottle of Red Farmer's, Shun Qianqian's body shook violently, as if all her strength had been drained. This little assistant, who had been with her for several years, though usually loud, greedy, and mischievous, was remarkably sensible at critical moments. That silly girl. Shun Qianqian's voice trembled severely, filled with a strong sob. She understood everything. Shun Qianqian covered her face with her hands, her shoulders shaking violently. Tears could no longer be restrained, falling in large drops through her fingers onto the metal base of the trunk. Su Fan stood 2 steps away, watching the tearful Shun Qianqian, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. His gaze shifted, slightly hesitating for a few seconds. Looking at the woman in a thin silk nightgown shivering in the cold night wind, Su Fan took a deep breath and finally spoke. Pack your things immediately. Su Fan's voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the silent camp. Leave here. The sooner the better. After saying this, Su Fan turned around and quickly walked towards his armored RV. The sound of his boots crunching on the dry leaves of the oasis echoed sharply. As Su Fan strode forward, he kept a vigilant eye on the surroundings. He noticed that the air in the forest had become unusually humid. The refreshing sensation had vanished, replaced by a chilling dampness with a faint odor of decay. What once was a clear view of the oasis surroundings now appeared somewhat hazy. With the crisp click of the metal lock engaging the heavy armor completely isolated the coldness from outside. Feeling the familiar cold air with the crisp click of the metal lock engaging the heavy armor completely isolated the coldness from outside. Feeling the familiar cold air inside the cabin, Su Fan finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. He eagerly reached out, pressing on the control panel of the central console. System. Su Fan's voice conveyed an unprecedented urgency. Activate the central radar. Scan for any sources of danger in the vicinity at full power. The curved screen lit up instantly. However, the anticipated clear green scanning waves did not appear. The screen first flashed several blinding snowflake-like stripes, then the entire display interface turned into a gray-white noise. The piercing sound of electrical interference buzzed in the cabin speakers. Beep. The system's cold electronic voice followed, bringing a chilling message to Su Fan. Warning. Radar signals are under severe interference. The oasis is surrounded by unknown fog. This fog contains a large number of unidentified interfering particles, and radar waves cannot penetrate it. Current detection and assessment of danger sources are not possible. Fog. Su Fan suddenly raised his head, looking out through the windshield. When he was moving outside earlier, he only felt that his vision was somewhat blurred and the air humid. But now a thick layer of white mist had risen around the oasis. The mist was dense, like unbreakable milk, rolling and spreading around the oasis. The powerful searchlight in front of the RV shone on the mist, but the beam was refracted back, forming a blinding white wall. The light could no longer penetrate the fog, and the visibility inside was estimated to be less than 1 meter. System. Forcibly plan an evacuation route. Blind navigation guidance. Su Fan gritted his teeth and commanded. Beep. Strongly advised the host not to enter the fog lightly. The system's monotone voice provided the most rational judgment. Based on calculations, the disorientation rate in the unknown fog is as high as 99%. Additionally, there may be significant risks within the fog. It is recommended that the host remain in place and wait for the fog to dissipate. We're doomed. Su Fan leaned back against the chair, his face dark enough to wring out water. Trapped here. Su Fan stared intently at the rolling white mist outside the oasis, his right hand unconsciously reaching for the automatic pistol at his waist. The cabin was deathly silent, only his own slightly heavy breathing could be heard. Just as Su Fan's forehead broke out in cold sweat, torn between whether to forcibly break through the fog. A woman's piercing scream suddenly tore through the thick fog's blockade. It stabbed directly into Su Fan's eardrum. Panic-stricken cries echoed throughout the camp. Sitting in the driver's seat, Su Fan's expression gradually darkened. He reached for the tactical belt at his waist, drew out a silver handgun, and jumped down from the RV. Though this gun could only refresh one bullet a day, it was produced by a mysterious shop and held great power. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he sensed something unusual in the surrounding environment. Looking up, he saw a layer of grayish-white mist resembling a circular city wall firmly sealing off the perimeter of the oasis. Inside this oasis, however, no mist intruded and visibility remained clear. But at this moment the camp was in utter chaos. People were running around frantically shouting. Some held flashlights and waved them about the beams intersecting between trees and tents. Others rolled out of their sleeping bags, not even bothering to put on shoes, darting about like headless flies. Su Fan squinted at the panicked crowd around him. A rush of hurried footsteps approached. Shin Qianqian was quickly walking towards him. Her thin black silk nightgown fluttered in the night wind, revealing a glimpse of spring. Yet she clearly had no time to care about that now. The urgency and fear on her face were even more pronounced than when she had been at the RV door. This is bad. Shen Qianqian ran up to Su Fan, grabbing his arm tightly, her knuckles turning white, her voice trembling. Not only has one shown signs of a high fever and delirium, but everyone in the camp who drank from that well has encountered problems. All encountered problems. Su Fan's gaze sharpened. Yes. Shen Qianqian nodded, rapidly speaking quickly. The symptoms are all sudden high fever and convulsions, babbling incoherently. Moreover, those who drank more during the day are even exhibiting bizarre behaviors. We can't hold them back. Su Fan tucked the handgun back into his waistband, covering it with his shirt hem, and said in a deep voice, "Let's go check over there." The two of them crossed several haphazardly parked cars and arrived at an open space in the center of the camp. The situation here was even more severe than Su Fan had imagined. On the ground lay hundreds of people in disarray, surrounded by family members and companions with helpless, terrified expressions. These individuals were undoubtedly the most active in fetching water during the day and had been among the first to drink from the well. Su Fan immediately spotted the team leader with golden-rimmed glasses, who had confidently guaranteed the water quality to be noble among waters with a chemical reagent earlier that day. At this moment he was sprawled in the muddy ground, his glasses lost somewhere. His fingers dug desperately into the earth, resembling a frenzied wild dog clawing at the ground. Scrape, scrape. The sound of his broken nails scraping against the ground was distinctly audible in the night. His 10 fingers were already ground to a bloody pulp, blood mixed with dirt filling the gaps between his nails, yet he seemed oblivious to any pain, continuing to claw frantically at the soil. Thirsty. Water. Give me water. The man with golden-rimmed glasses screamed hoarsely while crazily clawing at the ground. His face pressed into the mud, he opened his mouth wide, gnawing at the wet, rotten dirt splashed by the well water. The scene was so disturbing it sent chills down one's spine. Nearby, a fat man from a pickup truck who had lost half his supplies due to toll fees lay sprawled on the ground. The fat man had torn his clothes to shreds, exposing a chest filled with flesh. His hands were frantically scratching at his belly and neck. So itchy. Something. Hair under the skin. The fat man rolled his eyes, foaming at the mouth, digging his fingers deep into his flesh and tearing off bloody strips of skin. Blood flowed down his belly, yet he was oblivious, continuing to scratch as if he truly wanted to pull out the non-existent hair from his veins. On the other side, a young woman had plunged her head deep into a plastic bucket containing only half a barrel of well water. Her companion desperately tried to pull her out. "Let me go down. They are watching me from below. It feels so cool." The woman gurgled in the bucket, bubbles rising to the surface of the water. She was actually trying to drown herself in this half barrel of water. Watching these bizarre and terrifying scenes, the surrounding survivors who had not drunk from the well were scared back, daring not to approach. Shen Qianqian stood beside Su Fan, gazing at the man with golden-rimmed glasses who was madly gnawing at the mud, swallowing hard, and asked quietly, "Will they turn into zombies?" Su Fan calmly scanned the convulsing and frantic individuals on the ground, shaking his head. "Most likely not," he asserted, his tone firm. "I have observed the process of becoming a zombie up close before. Zombies mutate first, their skin color fades from red to grayish-white, pupils dilate to black or white, and they exhibit strong, indiscriminate aggression and bloodlust. Look at them." Su Fan pointed to the fat man and the man with golden-rimmed glasses. "Their skin is flushed, which is a symptom of high fever. Though their behavior is frantic, they are only self-harming or searching for water. They do not actively attack the living nearby. This is not a zombie virus." Su Fan paused, his gaze deepening. "This resembles a form of parasitism or some kind of hallucinogenic neurotoxin. Their cognition has been completely distorted." Just as the two were speaking, the normal individuals in the camp who had not drunk from the well noticed Su Fan's arrival. "It's the RV boss. He's here. Please save my husband. He turned like this after drinking a sip of water. You must have a way, right? You're not afraid of a horde of zombies. Please save my sister." The crowd quickly surrounded him, a wave of kneeling individuals forming. Some tugged at Su Fan's pants while others prostrated on the ground, begging and crying in unison. Su Fan looked at the crowd surrounding him, feeling overwhelmed. Everyone be quiet. My name is Su Fan, you can call me Young Master Su. The priority is to stabilize the situation, don't panic yourselves first. Crying here won't save anyone. Though Su Fan's voice was not loud, it carried a cold decisiveness that instantly silenced everyone present. So his name is Su Fan. Shun Qianqian slightly lowered her head, her beautiful eyes shimmering in the night, revealing an indescribable bright glimmer. The chaotic crowd around gradually stabilized. Su Fan looked at Shun Qianqian beside him. Gather the armed personnel first. He continued, once everyone is here, follow me to the well. The strangeness in this oasis all started from that well. Shun Qianqian listened to Su Fan's calm arrangement, and her fear gradually dissipated. She immediately turned around, loudly directing the crowd and relaying the orders. Under the threat of death and Su Fan's pressure, the survivor's execution ability was unexpectedly high. In just a moment, over 50 armed personnel were selected. These individuals held various kinds of weapons, including automatic rifles, shotguns, and double-barrel shotguns. Su Fan's gaze swept across the faces of these 50 or so people. Suddenly his eyes paused. To the left of the line stood a bald man with a shotgun, his face full of roughness. It was the bald captain who had earlier boasted loudly to please Shun Qianqian. Su Fan squinted slightly. During the day, while fetching water, his convoy had been the most aggressive. This bald guy hasn't drunk from the well. On the surface he appeared brash and reckless, but in reality this man was quite cunning. It seems that anyone capable of being a captain in this wasteland is not to be underestimated. Su Fan withdrew his gaze, looking at the 50 or so people in front of him. Everyone remember, our initial contact will be focused on reconnaissance. Listen carefully, no one is allowed to fire without my order. Whoever dares to discharge their weapon and disturb what's inside, I will deal with them first. The group exchanged glances, tightening their grips on their weapons in unison. Young Master Su, we will follow your lead. You point, we shoot. The bald captain was the first to voice his agreement, shouting loudly. Yes, we follow Young Master Su. Su Fan ignored their displays of loyalty, turned around, and led the way deeper into the oasis. Everyone held their guns, cautiously following behind Su Fan. The closer they got to the center of the oasis, the colder and more chilling the air became. The several towering trees over 10 meters high swayed in the night wind, the leaves rustling like nails scraping against metal. The thick trunks were pitch black with twisted growths on the surface, illuminated by the pale moonlight, resembling the faces of people in pain and struggle. The interwoven branches looked like countless shriveled, ghostly hands silently dancing in the air. At the base of the trees, thick black roots twisted together, tightly entwined around the well. As they gradually approached the thick black trees, the deep bottomless well ahead suddenly spouted a dense white drip. A faint sound of dripping water came from the depths of the well. The white mist continuously overflowed, making the dripping sound particularly clear in the desolate dark woods. Old guy. Su Fan held his pistol and spoke coldly. Here, Young Master Su, at your service. The bald captain cautiously stepped forward with his shotgun. Do you have a cold light source? Yes. The bald captain dug a glow stick out of his pocket and snapped it to life. The green light barely illuminated a few meters around. Throw it down. Su Fan tilted his chin, pointing towards the well's mouth. The bald captain swallowed hard, boldly taking a few steps forward, then swung his arm vigorously. The glow stick traced a green line, accurately falling into the well. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the light as it descended. The glow illuminated the smooth well walls as it continued to fall. Splash! A dull sound of water hitting finally rang out. The glow stick became blurry underwater, leaving only a faint green halo. Su Fan tightened his grip on the pistol and slowly approached the edge of the well. He lowered his head, looking deep into the depths with the faint green light from the bottom. In the glow, the originally clear well water seemed to turn murky. Faintly, a mass of black fluff was slowly writhing around the green light at the bottom. Just as Su Fan was carefully observing, a sudden sound of organized footsteps echoed from behind him. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was not loud, but in the stillness of the oasis it struck at everyone's nerves. Su Fan abruptly turned around. He quickly raised his right hand, holding the silver pistol steady at chest level, while his left hand raised high, signaling the others discreetly. The people following behind instantly scattered. The footsteps grew closer and denser. Moments later, the first figure emerged from the shadows of the dark woods. Then came the second, third. Su Fan narrowed his eyes, his finger lightly resting on the trigger. The figures stepping out were those who had been screaming and self-mutilating in the muddy ground just moments ago. Just moments ago, they had been rolling in the mud like madmen, tearing at their own flesh, and now these hundreds of individuals were marching in an orderly line toward the well. The scene was so eerie it sent shivers down their spines. Their arms hung straight at their sides, swinging mechanically back and forth with each step. With each step they took, their feet dragged deep marks into the ground. All their faces looked as if they were wearing masks of death, their muscles slack and drooping. The skin, once flushed from fever, now had a bluish-gray hue. Their eyes were wide open, the eyeballs rolled back, revealing large areas of stark white. Droplets of thick saliva hung from the corners of their mouths, dripping onto their garments. They resembled a group of marionettes controlled by invisible strings. Click. The bald captain hiding behind a bush watched this group of zombie-like individuals. His hand, gripping the gun, trembled uncontrollably, causing the shotgun to clatter to the ground. Everyone immediately raised their guns in tension. The infected individuals approached him, not even turning their heads, completely oblivious to the living beings nearby, utterly immersed in some unknown directive. Su Fan slightly lowered his gun and gestured to the crowd. Everyone held their breath, daring not to make a sound, closely pressing against the ground and the bushes clearing the path to the well. The infected group marched with mechanical steps, slowly passing within 2 meters of Su Fan. His gaze swept over this eerie procession, resting on the leader at the forefront. The man wore a tattered vest with numerous self-inflicted blood marks on his exposed shoulders and a pair of inverted triangular eyes rolling back. It was indeed the loud-mouthed, vest-wearing man from Shun Chanchan's convoy. Back then he had brandished a rifle and shouted at Su Fan. Little did he expect that this guy could not control his mouth either. The vest-wearing man mechanically stepped forward 1 step at a time until he reached the edge of the well. He stopped before the smooth well rim. The people behind him also came to a synchronized halt, their movements perfectly coordinated. The vest-wearing man blankly lowered his head, his white eyes staring into the bottomless well. Without a hint of hesitation, he bent his knee and his entire body tilted forward, plunging headlong into the steaming deep well. Splash! A dull sound of water splashing echoed from the bottom of the well. After the splash, there were no sounds of struggle. The green light at the bottom flickered twice before the water surface quickly regained its calm, and the white cold mist continued to swirl out. Those hiding behind the cover felt their scalps tingle. Several timid young people tightly covered their mouths, fearing that they might scream. The bald captain was drenched in cold sweat. If he had succumbed to temptation and drunk from that well during the day, it would have been him jumping down now. At the moment the vest-wearing man jumped into the well, one of the black trees directly behind the well suddenly crashed. The enormous crown of the tree, which had only been swaying gently in the night breeze, suddenly began to shake violently, without any warning. The thick black trunk started to twist, the bark producing sharp cracking sounds reminiscent of bones being crushed. Countless dry intertwining branches wildly whipped through the air, emitting a piercing whistling sound. The branches of the tree began to twist and expand, secreting a large amount of black viscous sap. The tree. It's moving. The bald captain exclaimed in terror, raising his shotgun and aiming at the violently shaking black tree. Su Fan furrowed his brows, the sight of his handgun steadily locking onto the trunk of the tree. The swaying black tree exuded a sensation akin to a creature experiencing extreme excitement and satisfaction after a meal. It resembled a starving living being that had finally consumed a sumptuous feast, relishing the pleasure of swallowing. The tremors lasted for a full 10 seconds. The tree's branches gradually ceased their whipping, the violent shaking slowly calming down, leaving only the leaves still faintly rustling. As everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, a deep, terrifying roar suddenly erupted from within the stout trunk of the tree. The sound resembled a howl emitted by countless rotten wood pieces rubbing against each other. It was deep and colossal, penetrating the black bark and bursting directly into the eardrums of the onlookers. Fire! Su Shao shoot! The bald captain was drenched in cold sweat, his finger already on the trigger. No one is allowed to move. Su Fan barked sharply, his gaze fixed firmly on the trunk. Amidst the roar on the main trunk of the tree, approximately 2 meters off the ground, a previously ordinary large round tree tumor suddenly began to twist wildly, as if it were alive. Crackle! Crackle! The black bark on the surface of the tree tumor cracked inch by inch, revealing the crimson wooden fibers inside. Those fibers resembled living muscle tissues, wildly bulging and stretching outward. Within the trunk, something seemed to be desperately trying to break free from the constraints of the bark, trying to escape. The red wooden fibers continuously reformed and compressed. As the terrifying roar gradually weakened until it completely disappeared, the wildly twisting tree tumor slowly ceased its expansion. The crimson wooden fibers gradually darkened, turning into the same black iron color as the surrounding trunk. The veins on the back of Su Fan's hand bulged. He looked at the now still tree tumor, his pupils suddenly constricting to the extreme. It was no longer an ordinary tree tumor. Between the uneven bark textures, a forehead, sunken eye sockets, a high nose bridge, and a slightly open mouth were clearly delineated. That tree tumor had grotesquely transformed into a human face. The face had its eyes closed, its expression frozen on the trunk, exuding a sense of deathly tranquility. Everyone present could see it clearly. The face formed from the bark, its features and contours were eerily identical to that of the vest-wearing man who had just jumped into the well. Ghost. A ghost. A young man holding a double-barreled shotgun at the back of the crowd finally could not withstand the horrifying visual shock. His legs went weak, and he slumped to the ground littered with decaying leaves screaming. That scream was instantly amplified in the silent woods. In front of the well, the long line of infected individuals all turned their heads in unison. Hundreds of pale, deathly faces fixated intently on the direction of the sound. The face of a person just formed on the black tree trunk. The second person moved. A woman in a floral dress like a soulless puppet stiffly lifted her right leg and stepped on the slippery edge of the well. Without any pause, her body leaned forward. Splash! Another dull sound of falling into the water echoed. Water splashed, hitting the surrounding tangled black tree roots. Almost at the same second of the splash, the hundreds of infected individuals who had been gazing at the young man emitted a series of grinding sounds from their necks. In an instant, their heads turned back in unison, staring straight ahead once more. Still expressionless, their eyes were vacant. Immediately after, the largest towering black tree behind the well began to tremble violently again. Branches whipped through the air chaotically, and the rustling of leaves created a cacophony. Crack, crack, crack. The bark splintered inch by inch as crimson wood fibers twisted and bulged outward. Accompanied by a dull and terrifying roar from deep within the trunk, the twisting reached its peak. As the roar gradually faded, the tree settled into silence. The second tree tumor took shape. A woman's face was clearly imprinted on the black bark. Eyes closed, her expression serene, identical to the woman in the floral dress who had jumped earlier. Along with the face of the man in the vest, two faces hung on the trunk, one above the other. Su Fan, gripping his pistol, felt his expression darken completely. He did not understand what this well and this tree were up to, but he had a foreboding that if all these people jumped into the well, allowing the tree to feast, it would undoubtedly give birth to an uncontrollable horror. Su Fan raised his left hand, fingers together, and waved backward. Slowly retreat. Move to a safe area. Su Fan lowered his voice and decisively issued the command. The bald captain and others behind him cautiously stepped back, guns in hand, treading carefully. They stepped on fallen leaves, not daring to make too much noise. Everyone held their breath and silently retreated to a distance of several dozen meters. Su Fan turned his head to look at Shun Chanchan beside him. At this moment, she was biting her lip, her hands tightly gripping the edge of her clothing, anxiously gazing at the crowd ahead. In the middle of the formation, when one in her pajamas was blending in, she too had an expressionless face and vacant eyes, mechanically moving toward the well step by step. You stay here and keep watch. Su Fan interrupted Shun Chanchan's gaze, his voice crisp and decisive. Shun Chanchan suddenly came to her senses, looked at Su Fan, and nodded heavily. Without any small talk, Su Fan turned and ran toward the base. Upon returning to the camp, he yanked open the door of the armored vehicle and leaped into the driver's seat. Click! He pressed the start button. Roar! The massive steel beast, weighing over 10 tons, instantly awakened the exhaust pipe, emitting a furious sound. Su Fan shifted into drive, heavily pressing the accelerator. The RV crushed the dry twigs and leaves underfoot, rampaging through the oasis without hesitation. The thick composite armor bumper smashed through the obstructing bushes, forcibly carving out a path. Screech! Accompanied by a hard brake, the armored RV came to a steady stop behind Shun Chanchan and the armed team. Su Fan sat in the driver's seat, aiming the front of the vehicle directly at the well and several large trees behind it. Turn on the headlight. Su Fan pressed the switch. Whoosh! For high-intensity white beams of light instantly tore through the darkness, piercing like four swords into the center of the oasis. The strong light shone on the black tree trunk. The two protruding human-like masks became eerily pale under the white light, the shadows of their features elongated, making them appear even more sinister. Gasps of shock emerged from the crowd. The bald captain's hand gripping the shotgun was drenched in sweat. Su Fan took his hands off the steering wheel and rapidly operated the curved central control screen. System, activate the weapon platform. Command received. The vehicle-mounted weapon platform has been unlocked. The system's electronic voice echoed within the cabin. A dull mechanical whirring sound came from the top of the cabin. Click. Virum. Two heavy composite armor panels slowly slid open to the sides. Following that, a metal rotating platform exuding an aura of death slowly rose from the top of the vehicle under the push of hydraulic rods. The M61 Gatling cannon of the Hand of God made its appearance. 6 pitch-black 20mm barrels were tightly bound together, the surface of the barrels shimmering with a cold industrial sheen. A thick brass ammunition chain extended along the feeding slide rail into the weapon base. Click. The fire control system powered on, and the servo motor emitted a low hum. The 6 barrels slowly rotated half a turn, completing self-checks, and the dark gun muzzles instantly locked onto the black tree directly ahead. This was a pure violent ultimate killing weapon of human heavy industry. It had no ornate decorations, no alien zombie monster roars, only a suffocating sense of metallic oppression. The people hiding behind, hearing the commotion above, all raised their heads. When they saw the menacing six-barrel cannon atop the armored RV, the fear in their eyes dissipated by more than half, replaced, instead, by a fervent shock. The bald captain looked at the shotgun in his hand, suddenly feeling it was like a firewood stick. He swallowed hard, his gaze fervently fixed on the colossal object atop the vehicle. The confidence of the crowd, which had been on the brink of collapse, was forcibly pulled back by this heavy killing machine at that moment. Their hands gripping the guns stopped trembling and their backs straightened. Though God was not present, the cannon of God was. The engine of the armored RV rumbled deeply, and the bright searchlight illuminated the center of the oasis as brightly as day. Su Fan rolled down the window and looked at the crowd. Spread out. Find cover. Everyone prepare to provide cover. Try not to harm the infected. Su Fan withdrew his gaze, his eyes coldly fixed on the large tree ahead. System switched to combat mode. Su Fan's right hand pressed the red fire button on the control panel, his fingertips seemingly sensing the agitation of the cannon. Command received. All electric fire control system locked. Move slowly, maintain distance, prepare for close-range shooting. Su Fan gently pressed the accelerator, and the several tons heavy armored RV began to slowly roll forward. The thick tires crushed the dry branches underfoot, producing a crisp cracking sound. Target locked the face of the tree tumor at the center of the trunk. Su Fan's voice was devoid of any fluctuation. Armor-piercing rounds fire. Crack. The M61 Vulcan cannon on the roof jolted suddenly, then the gun barrel began to tremble slightly. Puff, puff, puff. A series of dull gunfire echoed. Dozens of 20mm armor-piercing rounds tore through the darkness, trailing bright tracer lines as they accurately struck the face of the vested man below. Boom. The ammunition, capable of penetrating light armored vehicles, exhibited terrifying destructive power against the wooden fibers. The face formed from bark was instantly shattered, charred with chips and shriveled fibers flying everywhere. The originally serene features suddenly ruptured, revealing the bright red heartwood within. Woo! A piercing roar suddenly emanated from deep within the trunk. This sound was no longer dull, but filled with rage and pain, shaking the surrounding leaves. The massive black tree began to shake violently, with every branch twisting madly. It felt the pain. It works. Shun Qianqian exclaimed excitedly. However, Su Fan's brow tightened increasingly. He saw the giant tree, amidst the wild shaking, suddenly change the direction of thousands of branches that were originally spread out. It was as if they had heard some command, all drooping down, intertwining densely with one another. This entanglement happened at a lightning-fast speed. In just a few seconds, a thick layer of branches and dense leaves completely obscured the exposed face. Under the searchlight, that deep green dense net resembled the vine armor worn by ancient warriors. Puff, puff. Su Fan pressed the burst fire button again. Another 10 or so armor-piercing rounds shot out. But this time the projectiles, upon touching that layer of vine armor, seemed to be embedded in a thick rubber mat. The branches violently recoiled, dissipating a large amount of kinetic energy. Although the armor-piercing rounds tore through the first few layers of leaves, they were blocked by the impenetrable tough wooden layer inside, ultimately getting stuck in the gaps, unable to harm the tumor hiding behind. It truly is a living thing. Su Fan stared at the trajectory displayed on the central control screen, letting out a cold laugh. It has consciousness, understands self-defense, and knows how to protect its weak points. He abruptly pushed his right hand upward, directly cranking the firing rate setting on the fire control panel to the maximum. Su Fan took a deep breath, the killing intent surging in his eyes. System switched to full-speed firing mode. Target the entire trunk of the tree. Unleash full firepower. Command received. Weapon drive system operating at overload. Firing rate increased 7,200 rounds per minute. Fire. Su Fan's right thumb slammed down on the red button. Sizzle. In an instant, the air seemed to be torn apart by some immense force. It sounded like the sharp wails of countless chainsaws simultaneously cutting down trees. A jet of orange-red flame several meters long erupted from the top of the RV, twisting wildly. Countless 20mm armor-piercing rounds formed a dazzling metallic red line at that moment, like a furious fire dragon striking directly against the vine armor of the black tree. Rumble. The proud branch armor of the tree seemed like weeds swept away by a fierce wind in the face of the Vulcan cannon. In just a breath's time, that thick protective net was torn to shreds by hundreds and thousands of armor-piercing rounds. Black tree bark, deep green leaves, and broken branches transformed into fluttering snowflakes in the air. Wood chips floated like shredded paper, densely scattering across the open ground in the center of the oasis. The trunk of the tree was exposed, and in the midst of the frenzied metal storm, deep pits were blasted open one after another, with bright red sap gushing out through the bullet holes. A A piercing scream emanated from within the tree, causing the entire oasis to tremble under this force. So powerful. The bald captain stared in shock at the fire dragon unleashing its firepower above. This was Su Fan's confidence. Before absolute power, any clever defense appeared pale. However, a strange occurrence happened again. Just as the tree was about to be severed by the cannon. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull and dense splashing sounds came from the well. Those previously mechanical moving infected individuals suddenly sped up frantically. They rushed towards the well in groups of 3 to 5. They're accelerating the sacrifice. Su Fan realized something was wrong. With the influx of fresh blood and life forced, the water well began to boil completely. The originally thin white steam that seeped out had now become extremely dense, gushing up crazily from amidst the dense fog. The steam quickly condensed into crystal clear green droplets the size of pearls. These droplets resembled a swarm of living fireflies swaying as they flew towards the battered black tree. System, what is this? Data missing. Energy reaction intense, exhibiting strong biological activity. Under the bizarre wrapping of the water droplets, the injured black tree not only did not wither, but instead grew in a frenzied manner. Its trunk thickened and the leaves became even more translucent. The few face tree tumors hanging from the tree after receiving nourishment slowly opened their eyes. At this moment, the tree appeared even more lush and bizarre than before. The thunderous roar of the flame god cannon came to an abrupt halt. Su Fan released his right hand from the red firing button. The 6 scorching cannon barrels continued to spin for a few more revolutions before gradually coming to a stop, wisps of white smoke swirling from the muzzle. The problem lies with that well and the crowd of sacrifices. Su Fan gazed at the screen, his eyes cold. The tattered black tree encased in droplets of water was rapidly healing at a visible rate. As long as there are still infected individuals jumping into the well, this tree can continuously receive a supply of life energy. Su Fan's left hand swiftly manipulated the steering wheel while his right hand pulled down the gear lever. Boom! The armored vehicle suddenly reversed, its wide tires crushing fallen leaves and broken branches, retreating directly back to a safe zone several dozen meters away. Hiss! The sound of air brakes echoed. Su Fan pushed open the car door and leaped down from the driver's seat. Everyone come here. Su Fan waved to the crowd hiding in the back. The crowd approached hesitantly. The bald captain holding a shotgun ran to the front, drenched in cold sweat, staring at the black tree in the distance that was once again stretching its branches and leaves, his teeth chattering. Su Shao, this can't be killed. Even your cannon can't smash it. What kind of monster is this? Su Fan swept his gaze over the crowd, suppressing the panic among them. That well and the big tree behind it are one entity. Su Fan pointed to the center of the oasis. The well absorbs those infected individuals, converting them into nutrients for the tree. Unless we kill all the infected, this tree will continue to receive supplies. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in commotion. The crowd exchanged glances, no one willing to take the grim step of using their guns against their mindless companions. Shut up! Su Fan shouted coldly, interrupting the noise of the crowd. He turned his head, his piercing gaze locking onto the bald captain. I have a plan. Su Fan fixed his eyes on the captain. You lead everyone to stop those infected individuals. Stop them? The captain was momentarily taken aback. Su Fan nodded. Their current state is merely a loss of consciousness controlled by some force to jump into the well. They are not aggressive like zombies and won't bite. So pull them with your hands, kick them with your feet, tie them with ropes. As long as you can hold them back, do it for as long as you can. Under no circumstances should they get within a step of the well. The bald captain swallowed hard, glancing at the infected individuals still lining up to jump into the well, his eyes darting. Going up to brawl? This was a deadly and thankless task. Su Fan keenly noticed the hesitation in the bald captain's eyes. He stepped closer, his deep black eyes revealing a blatant killing intent. The cannon fire is the signal. Once the gunshots ring out, you all act simultaneously. Captain, don't play tricks with me. If you fail to stop the infected and the tree receives its supply, everyone here will die today. Do you understand? The captain met Su Fan's gaze, instantly breaking out in a cold sweat. He had no doubt that if he dared to disobey, this man would be the first to shoot him down. Understood. Understood. The bald captain nodded repeatedly, hurriedly suppressing his inner thoughts. He turned to the crowd behind him and shouted, when the cannon fires, everyone rush in and hold them down. Anyone who dares to retreat, even half a step, they'll split him in half. The crowd gritted their teeth, rolled up their sleeves, and readied themselves for close combat. Position. Su Fan issued the final order. The bald captain led over 50 people, using the cover of the bushes to silently approach the well, spreading out to hide on either side of the lining infected individuals. Boom! The armored vehicle roared back to life, pushing forward. Su Fan sat in the driver's seat, watching the main trunk of the tree locked on the control screen. System switched to full-speed firing. Command received. Fire rate 7,200 rounds minute. Su Fan heavily pressed the red firing button with his thumb. Hiss! The terrifying howl of shredding canvas echoed again through the oasis. This time Su Fan held nothing back. The 20mm caliber armor-piercing shells lashed out like a torrential storm, forming a dazzling red fire whip that slammed down towards the tree behind the well. The ammunition count at the edge of the screen began to drop rapidly. 95,000. 93,000. 88,000. The tree shook its crown madly, trying to lower its branches again to weave a protective net. But the full-speed firing of the flame god cannon gave it no chance to breathe. Boom, 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 boom. The moment the branches began to lower, they were shredded by the dense hail of bullets. The sturdy black trunk exploded under the baptism of the metal storm, creating one massive gash after another. The two recently revived, human-faced tree tumors were completely obliterated in the first round of fire. The black tree let out a piercing roar, its trunk violently trembling and twisting as a large amount of black sap sprayed outward like a fountain. Almost at the same moment, the cannon fire erupted. Go! Hold them down! Over 50 young men charged from the side, directly rushing towards the infected individuals lining up to jump into the well. Bang! The bald captain lunged forward, directly tackling a skinny man who had reached the edge of the well and was about to jump down. The two rolled in the mud. The skinny man, however, possessed surprising strength. He clawed and crawled towards the well, disregarding the bald captain's hold. Come help! Hold down his legs! The bald captain tightened his grip on the skinny man's neck and shouted to the side. Two team members rushed over, each grabbing a leg, forcefully dragging the skinny man away from the well's edge. Grab that woman. Don't let her get past. Use belts to tie her hands. The infected individuals showed no signs of aggression, moving like possessed machines, their sole directive to advance and jump into the well. The cannon of the armored vehicle continued to roar. Ammunition count 75,000. 68,000. The well seemed to sense the tree's crisis. The water in the well boiled violently, large amounts of white steam erupted, trying to once again condense into green droplets to supply the tree. However, due to the bald captain and others risking their lives to block the fresh blood offerings, were cut off. The green droplets in the air grew fewer, their glow dimming. Those droplets that barely reached the tree only managed to heal a bit of its wounds, but were immediately torn apart by hundreds of armor-piercing rounds. Can't hold on anymore, right? Su Fan stared at the screen, his eyes cold. Crack! A dull and massive breaking sound drowned out the cannon's roar. The tree was severed in half, the upper part with its dense branches and leaves crashing heavily to the ground. Almost at the moment, the tree collapsed. Whoa! A painful wail emanated from the depths of the bottomless well. Immediately after, the smooth, rounded rocks at the edge of the well unexpectedly exploded from within. The well's mouth instantly caved in, becoming a small puddle. The white, cold mist lingering at the well's edge also vanished without a trace, as if swept away by the wind. The flame god cannon's rotation gradually came to a stop. The piercing howl faded away. The center of the oasis returned to silence, with only wisps of smoke still rising from the tree's remnants. At the moment, the well shattered. On the open ground, those infected individuals who were still struggling suddenly froze. Then they instantly lost all their strength, collapsing limply to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. Who? Finally stopped them. The bald captain grinned, revealing a smile more grotesque than crying. Inside the armored vehicle, Su Fan leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply. He raised his head, his gaze falling on the weapon status bar in the lower right corner of the control screen. Remaining ammunition 60,000 rounds. Su Fan looked at the number, unable to help but furrow his brow twice. Used over 30,000 rounds. Although these rounds were powerful, they were finite. Just as Su Fan lamented the depletion of his ammunition. Ding! A crisp system notifications. Congratulations, host, for defeating the high-risk extraterrestrial plant life form Chimian Shunkwanmo. Danger level grade S. Biological characteristics: a tree and a well-integrated adept at using mist to conceal its traces. It lures prey with water sources for sacrifice, capable of absorbing life force for limb regeneration. Calculating kill rewards. Reward 1. Mist. The vehicle can release mist, achieving absolute concealment of presence within 100 meters for 12 hours. Reward 2. Infinite water source generates 10 cubic meters of drinking water daily, automatically refreshing at midnight. Su Fan leaned against the spacious leather driver's seat, pursing his lips. System: after consuming so many armor-piercing rounds to kill and scrade alien beast, this is all I get. A fog machine and a large water bucket. Is this it? System: stingy. Su Fan pushed open the heavy bulletproof door and jumped down from the RV. In the distance, the black tree remains were still emitting wisps of green smoke. The dense white mist that once enveloped the oasis had completely dissipated into the night wind with the death of the Chimian Shunkwanmo. On the open ground, those who had lost consciousness earlier were slowly regaining their senses. Their faces were pale, and with the help of their companions they stumbled back to their respective camps. Su Fan strode to an open area in the center of the camp. His gaze swept around, and next to an abandoned bonfire, he found a natural depression in the ground. System used the infinite water source. Su Fan concentrated, pointing his right index finger directly. With a splash, out of nowhere a clear and transparent stream of water gushed forth from the air ahead. The flow was modest but continuous, instantly filling the depression. Su Fan crouched down, cupping his hands to scoop up some water, washing away the dust on his hands. The water was icy, exuding a sweet aroma. I must say this function is quite useful. Su Fan shook off the droplets from his hands, gazing at the clear spring. Here, in the wasteland, water is more precious than oil. Even selling water in the future could earn significant resources. Su Fan stood up, brushed off his hands, and turned to the crowd surrounding him. This water was obtained from the black tree. We just killed it, poses no danger, so bring buckets to collect it. Upon hearing this, the crowd paused for 2 seconds, then erupted in cheers. Sun Qianqian and the bald captain were the first to react. Quick! Everyone with buckets line up. The bald captain, holding a shotgun, strode to the water pit to act as a temporary order keeper. Sun Qianqian quickly ran into the crowd, directing several young and strong team members. First, give water to those who are injured and exhausted. Move quickly, use clean containers. Though the hundreds of people were anxious under the bald captain's gun and Sun Qianqian's coordination, order was finally maintained. Buckets of clear water were quickly taken away. The crowd's gazes towards Su Fan had drastically changed. If before they looked at Su Fan with mere fear of strength, now that fear was undeniably mixed with gratitude. In this wasteland, providing a mouthful of clean water equates to giving a life. After finishing her instructions to Wenwen, Sun Qianqian turned and walked towards Su Fan with a light step. After the earlier life and death crisis was resolved, the anxiety and panic on her face had completely faded. At this moment, she regained her previous alluring charm. The night wind blew over the oasis, bringing a chill. Sun Qianqian was still only wearing that thin black silk camisole nightgown. The hem of the nightgown was short, clinging tightly to her thighs when the cold wind blew. Her skin, as white as snow, radiated a breathtaking cold white texture under the pale moonlight and the faint light of the campfire. Due to the cold, she crossed her arms over her chest, her shoulders slightly shivering. Beneath the black lace neckline, her snow-white cleavage was pressed into deep ravines, subtly rising and falling with her breath. Her long, straight thighs were fully exposed to the cold air, blindingly white, and the muscles in her legs were slightly tensed from the chill, adding an enticing allure that made one want to indulge in destruction. She stopped in front of Su Fan, slightly tilting her head up. Su Xiao. Sun Qianqian gently parted her red lips, her voice soft and laced with a hint of vulnerability. After the calamity, I just counted, including those who jumped into the well and those who were trampled and could not be saved, a total of 15 people died. Su Fan nodded. This wasteland sees deaths every day. Sun Qianqian bit her lip, her enchanting peach blossom eyes seemingly misted over, her gaze locking onto Su Fan's face as if pulling on a thread. If it weren't for you, over 1,000 people would probably all die here today. Sun Qianqian took half a step forward, a whiff of jasmine wafting towards Su Fan. She hesitated, lightly biting her red lips. Su Xiao, can we stay with you from now on? The bald captain and other team leaders were also standing not far behind Sun Qianqian. Upon hearing this, they all held their breath, staring at Su Fan with hopeful expressions. Su Fan lowered his head, his gaze unabashedly sliding from Sun Qianqian's exquisite face down to her snow-white cleavage, and then along the black lace skirt to her cold, slightly trembling pale thighs. As white as snow, Su Fan silently evaluated, this is truly a real cold, white-skinned beauty. Su Fan couldn't help but recall his days on Blue Star back then. He was just a loser. Want to see beauties of this level? One would have to spend money in high-end clubs sifting through filth, and even then one wouldn't encounter such an alluring gem. Indeed, the strong have never lacked beautiful women flocking to them. Su Fan withdrew his gaze. If you want to follow, then follow along. Upon hearing this, Sun Qianqian's eyes instantly burst with ecstatic light, while the bald captain and others behind her let out a long sigh of relief. However, Su Fan suddenly raised his voice, his eyes sharpening like blades, directly sweeping over Sun Qianqian and the group of captains behind her. Everyone's hearts tightened, immediately standing straight, not daring to even breathe. Let me make this clear first. Let's establish 3 rules in advance. Su Fan held up 3 fingers. First, I will only be responsible for leading the way ahead. Internal matters of your team, how to distribute resources, how to manage personnel, handle it yourselves. The bald captain repeatedly nodded, pounding his chest in assurance. Rest assured, Su Xiao. We'll handle the team's affairs ourselves, and will never trouble you. Second, surviving in this wasteland is not easy, while I won't interfere with voluntary transactions among you. However, there must absolutely be no coercion for prostitution. Su Fan's gaze swept over the bald captains, his tone chilling. If anyone dares to do such a thing in the team, I guarantee they will die a miserable death. Yes, yes. The captains were terrified and broke out in cold sweat, continuously responding. Su Fan lowered his first finger, his gaze falling back on Shun Qianqian's face. If there are any issues with the team in the future, have Shun Qianqian come to me for communication. As for the others, don't come near my RV casually. Upon hearing this, two blushes instantly appeared on Shun Qianqian's previously pale cheeks. The next morning, the sky cleared and sunlight pierced through the car windows, streaming directly into the driver's cabin. Su Fan sat in the wide leather seat, his brow slightly furrowed, struggling to open his eyes against the bright light. His left hand gripped the steering wheel while his right hand moved slightly with intention, pulling out a pair of black sunglasses from the infinite space, which he placed on his nose with one hand. Su Fan let out a long breath, watching the time. Last night, he had been tormented by the thousand-faced Shinchuan tree for most of the night, which had delayed their journey by several hours. He lowered his head, his gaze falling on the curved large screen of the central control panel. The green scanning waves of the radar were rotating steadily, and the dense red dots representing zombies had doubled since yesterday. These red dots resembled a slowly tightening red fishing net closing in from all directions towards the route of the convoy. The red dots are getting denser, Su Fan observed coldly as he watched the moving trajectory on the screen. The scattered zombies that had originally roamed the wilderness were clearly drawn by some force and were hastening to converge. If this continues, the zombie tide will really arrive. At this moment, the chaotic sounds of the convoy channel on the car radio echoed. Having survived last night's life and death crisis, and with a sufficient water supply, the convoy of over 1,000 people seemed to be reborn. The atmosphere in the channel had completely shed its previous silence and despair, with drivers from various vehicles starting to tease and joke with each other over the intercom. Hey old one, your posture lying in the mud last night was quite unique, a young voice teased over the radio. Shut up, a rough voice immediately cursed back. That was called risking my life. You were hiding behind a tree, your legs cramping up, and you still have the nerve to laugh at me. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted in the channel. The bald captain's voice also interjected, full of confidence. Enough of the nonsense. If it weren't for young Master Su smashing that damn tree last night, would all be a bunch of human-faced tree tumors now. Listening to the lively bragging and jokes on the radio, Su Fan remained silent, simply driving the car. Although zombies could still occasionally be seen lurking around the convoy, everyone had clearly gained hope for survival, and the sense of cohesion was at an unprecedented high. Beep beep. Beep beep. At that moment, the phased array radar on the central control panel suddenly emitted a series of urgent alarms. Su Fan's relaxed expression instantly vanished as his gaze pierced the screen. 4 flickering green dots appeared directly ahead on the radar. Vehicles, say. Su Fan squinted, focusing on the movement trajectory of the 4 green dots. They were moving at an extremely fast pace. The foremost green dot was crazily weaving and shaped route across the wilderness, while the 3 dots following closely behind were encircling in a triangular formation. 3 pursuing 1. Su Fan instantly made a judgment. Without any hesitation, he grabbed the car radio microphone from the central control panel and pressed the broadcast button. Attention convoy. 6 kilometers ahead, an unidentified vehicle is approaching. We do not know the enemy's identity. All vehicles immediately reduce speed and maintain a defensive formation, ready to engage at any moment. Received. The radio fell silent in an instant, followed by a few brief and forceful responses. Shortly after, a series of braking sounds erupted across the wilderness. The convoy's speed swiftly decreased, with over 300 cars increasing the distance for safety, and the originally loose formation quickly tightened. Meanwhile, 5 kilometers ahead, a heavily damaged modified pickup truck was speeding recklessly. The driver was a sweet-looking lowly girl dressed in a gray overall skirt, her hair messily sticking to her forehead. At that moment, her hands trembled as they gripped the steering wheel. The girl was filled with terror, tears welling in her eyes, her chest heaving violently. The pickup's hood was flipping upwards, white smoke billowing from the gaps. The girl turned the steering wheel while frequently glancing at the rearview mirror inside the car in panic. 3 black heavy-duty armed SUVs were kicking up clouds of yellow sand, closing in on her rapidly. The front bumpers of the SUVs were welded with menacing steel spikes, and someone was leaning out with a dark automatic rifle in hand. Bang! A bullet whizzed through the air and struck the right side of the pickup. The right rearview mirror exploded into shards, scattering against the passenger door. The girl screamed, instinctively ducking her head in avoidance. The steering wheel wobbled, and the pickup swerved violently across the wilderness as she desperately fought to regain control. That shot completely shattered her taut nerves. Large tears streamed down her dust-covered cheeks. At this moment, inside the armed SUV that had fired, smack! The short-haired youth in the passenger seat was hit, his head snapping to the side, half of his face swelling instantly. "Who the hell told you to shoot?" The man in the driver's seat turned his head and cursed loudly. His face was covered with brutish flesh, a long scar running across his left cheek. He steered with one hand, while backhanding the short-haired youth with the other. "Are you out of your mind? Shoot the tires, not the cabin. What if a ricochet hits someone?" The short-haired youth covered his face, shrinking his neck in grievance. "Dao Guai. I just wanted to scare her to make her stop." "Scare her my ass." Dao Gu spat vehemently. "The boss said this girl is a rare support-type sequence, and she must be captured alive. If even a single hair is lost, the boss will light a fire under us." "Yes, yes." The short-haired youth hurriedly pulled the gun back into the vehicle. The three SUVs accelerated again, swiftly closing the distance to the pickup. The girl could hear the roaring engines drawing closer from behind, glancing at the fuel gauge on the dashboard, which was nearly empty, and the temperature gauge, which had lit up red. There's no escaping. The girl's emotions had completely collapsed with that gunshot. She was in tears, her vision blurred by the watery haze. Her trembling hands slowly slipped from the steering wheel. Exhausted, she leaned back against the seat, her right foot slightly lifting, ready to release the gas pedal that had been floored. This is it. Just as the girl prepared to leave her fate to the heavens, the pickup truck surged up a gentle slope. About a kilometer away on the horizon, a massive convoy lay quietly ahead. Over 300 vehicles were lined up in a neat defensive formation. At the very front of the convoy, a gray-brown armored RV stood like a towering war deity, coldly observing the direction. The menacing six-barrel gun on top of the RV radiated a metallic pressure that could intimidate anyone. The girl rubbed her eyes in disbelief. A strong desire to survive erupted within her like a volcano. "Help me. Brother Dao? Brother Dao? There's something happening ahead." The short-haired underling leaned halfway out of the black-armed SUV, loudly pointing at the horizon ahead. "That girl is heading towards the convoy ahead." Brother Scarface gripped the steering wheel tightly, squinting his eyes to look forward upon hearing his underlings shout. At the end of the swirling yellow sand, a convoy of over 300 vehicles stood like a steel wall, sprawling across the desolate plain. Brother Scarface's facial flesh twitched slightly, and the centipede-like scar that ran across his left cheek began to tremble violently. "You drive now." Brother Scarface abruptly yanked the steering wheel with his left hand to stabilize the vehicle, while his right hand pulled his underling closer. The underling in a flurry took control of the steering wheel and floored the accelerator, continuing to chase the tan pickup truck ahead. Brother Scarface turned sideways, grabbing a black M27 automatic rifle from the back seat. Click. He pulled back the bolt chambering around. He tilted his head, pressing his right eye against the high-powered optical scope of the rifle. The pickup truck was zigzagging wildly on the bumpy dirt road, and the crosshairs of the scope wavered back and forth at the rear of the pickup. Brother Scarface took a deep breath, locking the crosshairs onto the rubber surface of the pickup's right rear tire. Bang! The high-speed bullet, accompanied by a sharp whistle, accurately ripped through the pickup's right rear tire. PSH, bang! The sound of the tire bursting echoed instantly. A cloud of black rubber fragments exploded at the pickup's rear amidst the swirling dust. Brother Dao, great shooting. The short-haired underling sitting in the driver's seat loudly flattered him. Brother Scarface lowered the rifle, turned his head, and spat a mouthful of sand-laden saliva outside the vehicle, proudly crossing his legs. "Now let's see where you can run to." Brother Scarface fixed his gaze on the pickup truck ahead, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Help!" The girl's cry for help from within the pickup truck was only half finished. Bang! A violent explosion sounded from behind the vehicle. The girl felt a violent jolt in her hands, the steering wheel slipping out of her control in an instant. The front of the pickup suddenly swerved, and the entire vehicle began to sway violently on the bumpy dirt road. The screeching sound of tires scraping against the ground resonated across the wasteland as a large amount of yellow sand was swept into the air. The girl opened her eyes wide in terror, desperately trying to straighten the steering wheel. But it was already too late. The pickup had completely lost its balance, with two wheels on the right side hanging in the air. Boom! The heavy body of the vehicle crashed down onto the hard yellow earth, the metal doors scraping violently against the gravel, creating a shower of sparks. The rolling pickup, with its immense inertia, slid forward several meters on the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Finally, it crashed into a protruding rock and came to a stop. The swirling yellow sand gradually settled. The overturned pickup truck lay with its undercarriage exposed, its four wheels still helplessly spinning in the air. Thick white smoke billowed from the engine compartment, coolant and oil dripping onto the ground from the deformed front of the vehicle. Inside the cabin, it was a scene of devastation. The girl was suspended in midair in the driver's seat. The seatbelt tightly constricted around her shoulders and chest, firmly binding her to the seat. Cough, cough, cough. The girl coughed violently, trembling hands fidgeting to unbuckle the seatbelt across her chest. Once released, she instantly lost her support and fell directly against the passenger door. She inhaled sharply, enduring the pain coursing through her body, and used her hands and feet to crawl out of the vehicle, stumbling towards Su Fan's armored RV. Su Fan sat in the driver's seat of the RV, eyeing the girl in her suspender skirt, petite and sweet in appearance. He rubbed his nose, surprised to find her to be such a gem of a girl. Screech, accompanied by the sharp sound of 3 emergency brakes. 3 black armed SUVs rushed through the swirling yellow sand, directly pulling up next to the overturned pickup. The doors swung open with a series of loud bangs. Brother Scarface led the charge, jumping down from the middle SUV. He brandished the M27 automatic rifle in both hands, striding towards the pickup. Following closely behind, 7 or 8 subordinates jumped out of the other 2 vehicles. Each of them bore brutish faces and brandished identical automatic rifles, quickly spreading out to aim their guns at the girl who was stumbling towards the RV. "Stop. If you run, I'll break your legs." Brother Scarface raised his gun, shouting loudly. Upon hearing the shout, the girl's body stiffened, her footing faltered, and she fell onto the sand, less than 10 meters from Su Fan's RV. She turned her head to look at the dark muzzles of the guns, despair washing over her as she shrank back, clutching her shoulders tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Brother Scarface ignored the girl lying on the ground. He held his gun, his gaze passing over her, and directly landed on the tall armored RV ahead. The bulletproof glass reflected a cold, blinding light in the sun, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Brother Scarface's gaze slowly moved upward. When he saw the 6-barreled cannon on top of the RV radiating an aura of death, his originally arrogant steps came to an abrupt halt. The dark barrel of the 20mm cannon was silently aimed in their direction. In Blue Star, this caliber of cannon was meant to shred light armored vehicles and armed helicopters. As long as the person above pressed the button, they would be reduced to a pile of minced meat in an instant. The 7 or 8 subordinates behind him also saw the weapon atop the RV. Their automatic rifles drooped instantly, and a few of them unconsciously took 2 steps back, their eyes filled with apprehension and fear. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Behind them, the long convoy of over 300 vehicles stood quietly. Shin Shanshan sat inside the armed SUV, gripping a handgun, coldly observing Brother Scarface and his group ahead, waiting for Su Fan's move. The entire wasteland was filled with only the sound of the wind sweeping through the sand and stones. Brother Scarface swallowed hard, his atoms apple bobbing up and down. He slowly lowered the M27 automatic rifle in his hands, aiming the muzzle at the ground to signify his lack of intent to fire. Then Brother Scarface took a deep breath, forcing a smile on his scarred face that was more difficult than crying. He cupped his hands towards the direction of the RV's driver's seat. "This friend. We are part of the Alien Alliance Army. My boss is the 3rd young master of the Bai family." Brother Scarface directly brought out his biggest backer, trying to use his identity to intimidate Su Fan into retreating. He then pointed at the girl slumped in front of the RV. "This girl is the one we, the Bai family, are specifically after. She stole something from our boss and ran all the way here." Brother Scarface's smile widened even more. "I hope you can give us some face. Don't interfere with this matter, and let us take this girl away. As long as you're willing to be accommodating in the future, you will be our Bai family's friend in this wasteland." After finishing, Brother Scarface stood still, staring intently at the opaque, bulletproof glass. He believed that upon hearing the names Alien Alliance Army and Bai family, even if they did not help, they would definitely not antagonize such a powerful force over an unknown girl. Inside the RV, the air conditioning blew coldly. Su Fan slightly pulled down his sunglasses, looking coldly at Brother Scarface outside through the windshield. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mocking and disdainful smile. He looked at the armed men holding guns and activated the external loudspeaker, his voice low, carrying an unmistakable arrogance and contempt. "The 3rd young master of the Bai family. Give you face." He must be joking. Has he overdone it with the threefold use? This blatantly sarcastic remark, aimed at the 3rd young master of the Bai family, echoed through the loudspeaker on the roof of the RV, exploding in the ears of all present. The girl who had collapsed on the sandy ground trembled. Her eyes, which had dimmed, suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of life upon hearing this sound. "Someone dares to meddle in the affairs of the Bai family." The girl's cracked lips trembled slightly. Upon hearing Su Fan's mockery, the hypocritical smile on the scarred face instantly froze. That grotesque face quickly flushed a deep liver color, and the long centipede-like scar on his left cheek appeared particularly menacing as the facial muscles twitched violently. Crack, crack. He squeezed the grip of the M27 automatic rifle tightly, his right index finger resting on the trigger, the gun barrel slightly raised. In the Alien Alliance military, the scarred face was considered a notable figure. Usually, just mentioning the name of the 3rd young master of the Bai family would make anyone on this wasteland tremble in fear. Today, however, he was publicly slapped in the face. But when his peripheral vision caught sight of the six-barreled M61 Vulcan cannon on the roof of the RV, it instantly extinguished the rage surging in his mind. Who? The scarred face took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the murderous intent boiling within his chest. Friend, let's not speak so absolutely. The scarred man gritted his back teeth, stepping forward, his voice chilling. Your vehicle is indeed tough, and its firepower is fierce. But do you know how many people we have in the Alien Alliance military? A fully armed force of over 10,000. Heavy armor, rocket launchers, we have it all. The scarred man extended his empty left hand and pointed southward. This is the necessary route for heading south. To be frank, the main camp of the third young master of the Bai family is stationed less than 50 kilometers ahead. He fixed his cold gaze on the RV, enunciating each word. With such a large convoy, you will inevitably pass through our territory. To offend us Bai family for a useless little girl, do you really think it's worth it? Each word was laced with venom, striking at the heart. The girl who had collapsed in front of the RV felt her flickering hope doused with cold water upon hearing the scarred man's words. The girl's face turned pale. In this cruel wasteland, no one would offend a colossal force with tens of thousands of armed troops for a stranger of no value. A strong desire to survive propelled the girl to jump up from the sandy ground, rushing to the front of the RV driver's cabin. I am useful. I am an awakened. I am an awakened of the auxiliary series. My sequence is mechanic. As long as there are materials, I can repair all vehicle malfunctions, and I can also modify vehicles. Upgrade engines. Strengthen armor. Please take me with you. I can do any job. I am very useful. Inside the RV driver's cabin, the air conditioning blew quietly. Su Fan suddenly sat up straight. His right hand lifted, pulling down the black sunglasses resting on his nose slightly. His gaze pierced through the windshield, landing directly on the bloodied, wobbling girl. Mechanic series. A sharp glint flashed in Su Fan's eyes. Special ability users. Those rare gems are coveted by all major forces, especially the rare auxiliary series, which is even more sought after than combat series. A lowly mechanic who can repair and modify vehicles. Su Fan observed the girl, stroking his chin. This wasteland has harsh road conditions, and vehicle damage is inevitable. If there could be a dedicated mechanic in the convoy, this lowly, I'll secure her. As soon as the girl shouted mechanic series, the scarred man's expression changed drastically. Shut up, you filthy bitch. The scarred man felt a sudden jolt in his heart. It's over. I've completely revealed my hand. Now this girl has laid all her cards on the table. No convoy in this wasteland would abandon and awake. The scarred man gritted his teeth, staring at the RV. Today is a no-go. He swallowed hard, forcibly suppressing the frustration within, and replaced it with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. All right. The scarred man cupped his hands toward the RV. Since the friend is interested in this woman, let's call it quits for today. Take the person away. May our paths cross again. Ooh, I wish your convoy a smooth journey, and may you not overturn on the road ahead. Let's wait and see. Without any hesitation, the scarred man maintained his vigilance while slowly retreating. At the same time, he signaled to his subordinates with a glance, gesturing toward the off-road vehicle. The subordinates understood immediately. The girl watched as the scarred man and his group retreated, her tense body finally relaxing a bit, gasping for breath. Just as the scarred man and his group reached the door of the off-road vehicle, preparing to escape, Su Fan's voice rang out. Did I let you go? Click. As Su Fan's right finger gently pressed on the control panel, the six-barreled M61 Vulcan cannon on the roof of the RV, which had remained silent, suddenly emitted a low mechanical hum. Vroom, crack crack. The six black barrels slowly turned half a circle under the drive of the servo motor, completing the fire control lock-on. The dark cannon mouth was directly aimed at the scarred man and his group. The cold metallic grinding sounds were particularly clear in the quiet wasteland, resembling the scythe of death lightly resting on the necks of the scarred man and his companions. The few subordinates standing behind trembled in fear, nearly dropping their guns to the ground. Su Fan looked down at the scarred man, his left hand casually resting on the edge of the car door, his tone flat, yet imbued with an irresistible dominance. You can leave if you want. Su Fan extended his long fingers, pointing at the three armed off-road vehicles behind the scarred man, and the M27 automatic rifles tightly gripped in their hands. Leave the vehicles and weapons. The people go. The servo motor of the M61 God of Fire cannon emitted a deep rumble from the top of the RV. The scar-faced man stood on the sandy ground, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably, the centipede-like scar on his left cheek swollen and purplish from gritting his teeth. He stared intensely at the cannon atop the vehicle, his chest heaving violently. In this perilous wasteland without a vehicle or weapons, he was no different from a wolf with its teeth pulled. After careful consideration, the scar-faced man took a deep breath and slowly loosened his grip on the M27 assault rifle. The gun thudded heavily onto the gravel-strewn ground. He turned his head and glared fiercely at the 7 or 8 subordinates behind him. Put down your guns. Move to the roadside. The scar-faced man squeezed out this command through clenched teeth. The short-haired subordinate trembled in fear and quickly tossed his rifle to the ground. The remaining subordinates followed suit, unbuckling the magazines from their tactical vests and throwing their weapons down at their feet. The group raised their hands high and slowly retreated to the edge of a sand pit 5 or 6 meters away from the dirt road. The scar-faced man held his hands up, his gaze cold and fierce as he fixed his eyes on the gray-brown armored RV, filled with unwillingness and resentment. Su Fan watched the armed men obediently retreat to the roadside, letting out a cold laugh as he casually picked up the vehicle's intercom, hanging from the center console. "Shun Qianqian Baldi, bring the men over." Su Fan's voice was crisp and concise with not a single superfluous word. "Secure the 3 off-road vehicles in front and the weapons on the ground. That girl, take her to your vehicle." Received, young Master Su. In less than half a minute, Captain Baldi rushed forward with a dozen armed Baldi grabbed the M27 assault rifle from the ground. Click. He skillfully pulled the bolt back, ejecting a yellow bullet, and carefully examining the gun's blue finish and tactical rail. Good heavens. Fully automatic M27. A high-end product recently upgraded by Bald Eagle. Baldi aimed the gun and turned to his subordinates, shouting loudly, "These Blue Star scam army really has money." Meanwhile, Shun Qianqian opened the off-road vehicle's door, striding over with her long legs to the girl. The girl, covered in blood, was still sitting in the sand, trembling and with a dazed look in her eyes. Shun Qianqian crouched down, extending her fair hands to gently grasp the girl's muddy shoulders, helping her. "It's all right, don't be afraid." Shun Qianqian spoke softly, half holding and half supporting her as they walked toward her black off-road vehicle. Opening the rear door, Shun Qianqian let the girl sit inside, then turned to retrieve a white medical first aid kit from the storage box. "Bear with the pain, it's just a scrape, no broken bones." As Shun Qianqian cleaned the wound and applied an anti-inflammatory patch, she used a comb to tidy the girl's disheveled hair. The girl sat on the soft leather seat, feeling the coolness on her forehead, her emotions finally stabilizing. "Young Master Su." Su Fan did not respond directly, pushing the gear lever, his right foot pressing down on the accelerator as he drove forward first. Shun Qianqian's off-road vehicle followed closely behind. Behind them, nearly 300 cars set off again in a grand procession. Dust and sand swirled in the air. The scar-faced man raised his hands high, standing at the edge of the roadside sand pit. He was forced to eat the dust kicked up by the convoy, watching helplessly as vehicle after vehicle passed by him. The scar-faced man ground his back teeth, the muscles on his face tightening, the centipede scar twisted into an unrecognizable shape. A good 10 minutes passed. The massive convoy finally passed, completely disappearing beyond the southern horizon. The wasteland was left with only lingering dust and the howling wind. "Huh." He coughed hard, spitting a mouthful of saliva mixed with yellow dust in the direction the convoy had departed. "Brother, what should we do now?" The short-haired subordinate leaned and looking dejected. The scar-faced man cracked a contemptuous smile, revealing his chapped lips. He reached for his lower back, suddenly pulling out a black Glock pistol from the inside of his waistband and simultaneously retrieving a military intercom. Several subordinates' eyes lit up at the sight of the weapon in the scar-faced man's hand. He pressed the talk button on the intercom. Sizzle, sizzle. The scar-faced man frowned, tapping the intercom in his hand twice. "Too far, the signal won't connect. We are no more than 50 kilometers away from the 3rd Young Master's main camp. If we go forward another 10 kilometers, we can enter the radio signal coverage area." The scar-faced man tightened his grip on the Glock pistol, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. "Everyone get your spirits up. Move." The wind on the wasteland seemed to pick up, lifting the dry grass from the ground. Rustle, rustle. A strange sound suddenly drifted into the ears of the scar-faced man's group along with the wind. "Brother, do you hear that noise?" The short-haired subordinate stopped in his tracks, looking back uneasily. Roar. A low growl suddenly erupted from behind the sand dunes. The scar-faced man's expression changed drastically as he raised the Glock pistol, gripping it tightly, with both hands aiming at the sand dune behind. Dozens of swaying figures like a black tide crested the top of the sand dune, appearing directly within their zombies. Zombies. The scar-faced man screamed in terror, pulling the trigger. A few minutes later, the wind and sand persisted. A few broken corpses on the ground suddenly twitched violently. The scar-faced man pushed himself up from the ground, his bones cracking as he slowly stood up. The left side of his face had been gnawed down to reveal bare bone, and his originally triangular eyes had turned into empty pale sockets. Beside him, several subordinates also stood up unsteadily. They fell silent, their throats emitting low growls as they merged into the surrounding tide of corpses, mechanically moving forward aimlessly. The armored RV drove steadily across the wasteland. Su Fan sat in the driver's seat, his gaze sweeping over the phased array radar screen on the center console. At the edge of the screen, several green dots that originally represented humans began to flicker wildly and overlap, finally turning into red dots that represented danger, which then merged into a dense cluster of red dots. Su Fan looked at the screen, twitching the corner of his mouth as he scoffed. These Blue Star scam army have caused countless Chinese families to be destroyed back on Blue Star, and now they come to another planet thinking they can act tyrannically. Killing them would be a waste of bullets. Becoming zombies is the best ending for such evil people. The RV continued to advance. After the convoy had traveled more than 20 kilometers, Su Fan glanced at the mileage record on the navigation based on the information provided by the scar-faced man earlier. In less than 30 kilometers ahead is the camp of the third young master Bai. We can't crash and head first, we need to ascertain the situation first. Su Fan pressed down on the brake pedal. Whoosh! The air brake hissed as the armored RV came to a steady stop on a wide flat expanse of the Gobi Desert. The more than 300 cars behind also slowed down and spread out around them, coming to a halt. We'll rest here tonight. After putting down the intercom, Su Fan pushed open the heavy bulletproof door. Just right, let's go check out that beautiful lowly. 30 kilometers away in the heart of a perilous canyon, the camp of the Bai family's third son is stationed here. Surrounding the camp, 2 rows of thick logs have been sharpened and deeply embedded in the dry, hard yellow earth, forming a barrier over 3 meters high. The main gate is made of 2 heavy steel plates with a trench dug in front to prevent zombie incursions. On either side of the gate, 4 steel watchtowers rise more than 5 meters high. Behind the sandbags of the watchtower, heavy machine guns are set up, and the harsh light beams from searchlights sweep back and forth across the wasteland, inspecting every dark corner. Inside the camp, nearly 2,000 fully armed militants are stationed. These individuals wear standardized camouflage combat uniforms, their tactical vests bulging, all equipped with the latest Whitehead Eagle gear. This is a fortified main camp established by the Bai family, one of the 4 major families of the alien star. In the center of the camp, a massive camouflage command tent stands quietly, beside which rests a colossal M1A2 main battle tank. The 120mm smoothbore gun barrel points directly at the night sky, its turret covered in reactive armor gleaming with a heavy metallic luster under the lights. At the commander's hatch atop the turret, an M2 heavy machine gun is mounted. The dark muzzle is angled forward, and a yellowed ammunition belt hangs from the ammo box, exuding an air of ruthlessness. This king of land warfare, weighing dozens of tons, is the Bai family's assurance of their foothold in this wasteland. Inside the command center, Bai Laosan, the third young master of the Bai family, is pressing his hands on a large topographical sand table. He is dressed in a well-tailored white high-end suit, his tie meticulously knotted. As he raises his hand to point, a limited edition Patek Philippe watch on his wrist catches a glaring reflection. His sunken eye socket's high nose bridge and narrow eyes reveal a merchant's shrewdness and calculation, exuding a cold-blooded aura of a superior. Next to Bai Laosan stands a loyal subordinate in a white shirt, Ase. Ase is fair-skinned and possesses a good voice, having been a well-known resident singer on Blue Star. Bai Laosan enjoys the finer things in life and loves to listen to singing for entertainment. Asai, with his voice and cleverness, won Bai Laosan's favor and climbed to the position of a close confidant. He fiddles with the red marker on the sand table and asks without looking up, "Has that mechanic girl been captured yet?" Ase bows slightly, hands clasped in front of him. "Third young master Scarface has taken people to pursue her, but there hasn't been any news yet." Humph. Bai Laosan snorts coldly, straightening his back and leisurely adjusting the cuffs of his suit. This little girl looks innocent and harmless, but she has her schemes. She even took advantage of the maintenance of the M1A2 tank to sneak out from the escape hatch underneath and manage to steal a pickup truck. "I was planning to take care of her tonight. I've been craving this little girl for several days." He lifts a glass of red wine from the table, taking a delicate sip, his tone instantly returning to calmness. "But it doesn't matter. How can someone who is destined for greatness be concerned about a woman? If she runs, then let her run." Bai Laosan puts down the wine glass and turns to look at Asai, his gaze turning cold. "What about my useless older brother?" "No news yet." Ase shakes his head. "The eldest young master went to set an ambush at the northern canyon entrance to collect tolls, but we haven't been able to reach him. The radio is unresponsive, and the people sent to meet him haven't returned. If there's no news, then we won't wait for him." A hint of ruthlessness flashes in Bai Laosan's eyes as he presses his hands on the edge of the sand table. "We must break camp tomorrow and retreat south with the entire army. The zombie tide is about to arrive. That useless brother of mine would be better off dead out there." After giving the orders, Bai Laosan stops speaking. He fixates on the sand table before him, tracing lines with his fingers as he continues to plan the retreat route for tomorrow. Su Fan steps on the gravel and walks to the black off-road vehicle beside Shin Qian. The door is wide open. The rescued girl is sitting at the edge of the back seat. She wears a gray suspender skirt paired with a simple white t-shirt. Although her clothes are covered in dust and bloodstains, they can't conceal her petite and adorable figure. 2 fair and slender little legs dangle outside the car, with several noticeable scrapes on her knees. Shun Qianqian is bending down gently supporting the girl's calf with one hand, while holding a cotton swab dipped in iodine with the other carefully applying it to her wounds. She is dressed in a tight-fitting white neck t-shirt and light gray sports shorts. Due to her bent posture, the neckline inevitably dips slightly. From Su Fan's perspective, he can just see the dazzling white skin. Two long, straight, fair thighs stand crossed, glistening under the sunlight. Even in this rugged and barren wasteland, she exudes a unique charm that is characteristic of mature beauties with every gesture. Su Fan can't help but sigh. Two beauties in the same frame, truly exceptional. Hearing footsteps, Shun Qianqian straightens up and turns around. Seeing Su Fan, she brushes her hair back and introduces young Master Su. I found out the details. Her name is Yi Xiaowen. Shun Qianqian points to the shy Yi Xiaowen, who is twisting her clothes with her head down. She just graduated from university, and her family opened a snow business for her. On the first day of opening, just after cutting the ribbon, she encountered a time-space jump. Yi Xiaowen lowers her head, even more, her thin shoulders trembling slightly. Shun Qianqian sighs. She was lucky to awaken the mechanic sequence upon landing. I originally thought that with her awakened identity, she could at least find a convoy in the alien wasteland and survive steadily. But a few days ago, she heard someone singing on the public radio channel. That person had a good voice and not only sang, but also boasted about their camp recruiting awakened individuals, offering high salaries with meals and accommodation. Shun Qianqian glances at Yi Xiaowen, a hint of sympathy flashing in her eyes. She was naive and was deceived into the camp by Lao San's singing subordinate. Once inside, she realized it was not a sanctuary at all, but a den of horrors. The ordinary people who were deceived into the camp with her were either forced to do hard labor or tortured to death. Today she finally found the chance to steal a vehicle and escape at the risk of her life. Upon hearing Shun Qianqian recount the experiences in the camp, Yi Xiaowen can no longer control her suppressed emotions. Wow! Yi Xiaowen's shoulders tremble as she bursts into tears. Large beads of tears roll down her sweet fair face, landing on her gray suspender skirt. She cries helplessly with her long eyelashes glistening with sparkling tears and her nose tip reddening. Covering her face with her hands, her thin body shakes violently like a frightened homeless kitten. Su Fan stands outside the car door. He watches Yi Xiaowen's tear-streaked face, listening to her pitiful sobs. His gaze follows her fair neck, gray suspender skirt down to her slender little legs. Suddenly confronted with such a clean, delicate, and heart-wrenchingly crying little girl, Su Fan's gaze becomes fixed, standing there dazedly. Shun Qianqian, standing beside him, keenly captures the change in Su Fan's expression. She looks down at her own white neck t-shirt and sports shorts, then glances at the tearful Yi Xiaowen. Subtly stepping forward, she positions herself between Su Fan and Yi Xiaowen, puffing out her impressive chest. Young Master Su, do you think I look good? So big. So white. No, I mean. So. After enjoying this wave of free visual rewards, Su Fan reluctantly shifted his gaze. However, watching was secondary, the matter at hand was urgent. Su Fan stood up straight, hiding the playfulness in his eyes, and focused on Yi Xiaowen, who was sitting in the back seat. Yi Xiaowen, right. Please elaborate on your mechanic sequence and what it's all about. Yi Xiaowen sniffed, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand. She glanced at Su Fan with a hint of fear. Twisting the hem of her skirt, she softly began the mechanic sequence. Belongs to the support category. After my awakening, it was as if a complete set of blueprints for all vehicles appeared in my mind. As long as I touch a vehicle, I can sense its damage. What about your specific abilities? In theory, as I advance in the mechanic level, as long as I have enough raw materials, I can repair, modify, and even upgrade all vehicles. Yi Xiaowen swallowed hard and hurriedly explained. For example, with a regular car, if you give me high-strength steel, I can reinforce its shell and turn it into a bulletproof vehicle. Can you add features that weren't present in the original vehicle? Su Fan asked incisively. Yi Xiaowen shook her head and honestly replied no. The functions of the vehicle remain the same. A car is still a car. It cannot magically transform into a flying airplane, nor can it sprout a radar. I can only enhance and repair it on the physical level based on its original framework. Moreover, she lowered her head, her voice becoming even smaller. I am still at the first level with limited abilities. Currently, I can only perform routine vehicle repairs and simple shell modifications. Su Fan had his hands in his pockets and nodded slightly. Lao San went to such great lengths to trick you into the camp, even raising you just so you could fix cars. Not just ordinary cars. Yi Xiaowen bit her lip and lifted her head. They deceived me primarily to have me repair that M1A2 main battle tank. That tank's cannon broke when it landed during a space jump, and there was severe tearing and deformation at the joint between the chassis and turret. The people in their camp simply couldn't fix it. Su Fan raised his eyebrows, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. An M1A2 tank. A land combat king weighing over 60 tons, and you, a first-level mechanic, can repair it. Hearing Su Fan's retort, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Yi Xiaowen's fair face. She lowered her head, nervously rubbing her toes against the ground. I did manage to repair it, but Yi Xiaowen's voice was as faint as a mosquito. I used 30 armored off-road vehicles as raw materials to fix it. 30 vehicles. Next to her, Shun Qianqian gasped at this number. 30 armored off-road vehicles was the entire fortune of a medium-sized team. Were they really dismantled just like that? I didn't want to. Yi Xiaowen rubbed the hem of her clothes, quickly explaining. Mechanics need to extract equivalent materials from other vehicles for fusion. Under normal circumstances, extracting materials from 10 off-road vehicles would be enough to repair the damaged parts of that tank. But my sequence level is too low and my operating proficiency is insufficient. During the extraction and fusion process, the loss rate was too high. So I wasted a lot of materials dismantling 30 vehicles just to barely piece the tank back together. After hearing this, Su Fan nodded slightly. He calculated in his mind that this support sequence was indeed impressive. With enough scrap metal, it could forcibly bring a scrapped heavy tank back to the battlefield. This was an invaluable strategic talent for any major faction in the wasteland. However, it still couldn't compare to the devouring evolution function of his RV. His system, after devouring the target vehicle, not only flawlessly absorbed high-strength materials, but could even directly upgrade and convert the functions of other vehicles into exclusive features of the RV. For instance, the phased array radar from the Stipe radar vehicle was directly integrated into the RV, whereas a mechanic could only perform patchwork repairs within the existing framework. But that's enough. Su Fan glanced at Yi Xiaowen. In the future, the daily mechanical wear and electrical maintenance of the RV could be handed over to this little girl, saving a substantial amount of energy consumption for the system. Unbeknownst to them, the massive star in the sky had already sunk below the horizon. The night gradually enveloped the wasteland. Temperatures began to drop rapidly, and cold winds blew, stirring up the sand and dust on the ground. In the surrounding camps of the long vehicle convoy, fires began to flicker on and off. Survivors rummaged through their supplies, raising smoke for cooking. The air soon filled with the smell of burnt compressed biscuits and the pungent aroma of inferior instant noodle seasoning packets. Su Fan rubbed his stomach. He turned around and stepped toward his armored RV. Arriving at a secluded shadow on the side of the RV, Su Fan paused. A piece of raw beef weighing 10 pounds appeared in his right hand. The fresh meat still carried the chill from the cook. Su Fan carried the beef directly to Shun Qianqian's off-road vehicle and handed it over. Shun Qianqian was momentarily stunned and instinctively reached out to catch it. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes widened in shock, sparkling with brilliance. Beef! Yi Xiaowen, sitting in the car, couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of such a large piece of beef, her stomach responding with a rumble. Seeing the astonished expressions of the two, Su Fan slightly tilted his lips, nodding toward Yi Xiaowen in the car. Consider this a welcome gift for our new partner. Shun Qianqian held the beef tightly, looking up at Su Fan, her eyes brimming with affection. Thank you, Su. Shun Qianqian's eyes sparkled with joy as her voice dripped with sweetness. Su Fan did not respond to her, instead scanning Shun Qianqian from head to toe. From the Red Gobi Desert at the start of their journey to now, this woman not only had a figure that drove people wild, but also possessed intellect and courage beyond the ordinary. By the way, Shun Qianqian, Su Fan suddenly spoke, a hint of curiosity in his tone. It seems you are also a sequence awakener. On this journey you have dealt with those squad leaders quite effectively. Oh, what is your sequence? Hearing Su Fan's question, Shun Qianqian tightened her grip on the beef. She raised her head, meeting Su Fan's deep gaze, and suddenly smiled brightly. That smile seemed to brighten the cold, desolate night around them. Tilting her head slightly, a few strands of long hair fell across her fair collarbone, and her peach blossom eyes sparkled with mischief and allure. Guess, Shun Qianqian playfully said, her voice dripping with charm. Su Fan looked at her deliberately flirtatious demeanor, feeling no stir in his heart. This allure was ineffective against him. I can't guess. Su Fan waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave, leaving only a remark in the wind. Cook well, and by the way, I don't eat cilantro. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sound of flesh colliding echoed continuously in the training room of the Bai family camp. The training room had been transformed from a wooden house. Rows of sandbags hung around, and several high-pressure halogen lamps overhead cast blinding white light. A faint smell of blood permeated the air. In the center of the ring, two shirtless men were engaged in intense combat, practicing Muay Thai. The third young master of the Bai family wore black Muay Thai shorts and had his hands wrapped in white hand bandages. Sweat streamed down his muscular physique, and a feral glint shone in his narrow eyes. Opposite him stood a Muay Thai champion who had once won a golden belt in the Blue Star. The third young master of Bai locked his hands around the champion's neck and suddenly pressed down hard. At the same time, his right knee shot up like a cannonball. Bang! A solid flying knee struck the champion's chest. The champion let out a muffled grunt, the immense impact causing him to stagger back 3 steps before collapsing onto the rough canvas of the ring. The third young master stood still, shaking his bandaged hands as he looked down at the fallen champion. The champion propped himself up on the ring, struggling to get back on his feet. His chest heaved violently, and a trickle of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't afford to lose, but he dared not back down. The third young master let out a low shout, exerting force with his feet as he charged toward the champion. Gritting his teeth, the champion swung his right fist. But the third young master's speed was faster. A precise hook landed on the champion's temple. The champion's vision went dark as he heavily fell onto the ring. Seizing the momentum, the third young master mounted the champion's chest, raising his bandaged fists to rain down blows on his face. There was no technique, only pure violence. The sound of fists pounding flesh echoed relentlessly. The champion was beaten until he spat blood, his head weakly swaying from side to side on the ring. His body began to convulse uncontrollably. His arms shot out, then they went limp, and he fell silent. The third young master stopped his assault. He stood up, stepped over the ropes of the ring, and jumped down. His loyal subordinate, Asai, who had been waiting below, immediately approached, handing him a clean white towel. The third young master took the towel, hastily wiping the blood and sweat from his face before tossing the stained towel to the ground. Asai quickly handed him a bottle of chilled mineral water. The third young master took the water bottle, tilted his head back, and gulped down the entire bottle in one go. Crack! He crushed the empty plastic bottle and tossed it into a nearby trash bin. At that moment, 2 fully armed soldiers strode onto the ring, dragging a thick black iron chain behind them. The soldiers approached the corpse with blank expressions, skillfully using the chain to secure the corpse's arms and legs. Then, like dragging a dead dog, they pulled the corpse along the edge of the ring with the chain. The third young master stood still, hands on his hips, intensely staring at the backs of the 2 soldiers as they walked away. He stared for a few seconds, complex emotions flickering in his deep-set eyes. Asai, do you think they really have a serum that can awaken ordinary people? The subordinate does not know. The third young master withdrew his gaze, letting out a cold laugh. Let's go. Let's see how that group of useless people is doing. 20 kilometers away at the temporary camp on the Gobi Desert, the night wind howled as the survivors of the convoy took refuge in their vehicles or sheltered from the wind to rest. Su Fan sat alone in the driver's cabin of the armored vehicle. The interior was dimly lit, with only the curved large screen on the control panel radiating a ghostly blue glow. Leaning back in the leather seat, he crossed his legs over the control panel, lightly tapping the steering wheel with his fingers. System. Gather information on all radio frequencies nearby, focusing on encrypted and semi-encrypted radio bands. Command received. Full band radar monitoring has been activated. The display screen instantly switched green, sound wave lines began to jump vigorously, and a chaotic series of crackling electrical noise filled the cabin. A few minutes later, beep, the system emitted a prompt sound. Locking onto the nearest high frequency, then a rhythmic call with faint static came from the vehicle's sound system. Young master, please return urgently. Please respond. Tomorrow the main force will retreat south. Repeat. Young master, please return urgently. It was a recorded broadcast playing on loop. Su Fan listened to the broadcast, lowering his legs off the control panel and sitting up straight. Young master, retreat south. This should be the third young master of the Bai family, sending a message to his brother, who was fed to zombies. So anxious. It seems that the information about a large-scale outbreak of zombies is not a secret among these major powers. Only those scattered soldiers outside remain in the dark. At the critical moment, they are all just cannon fodder used by the major powers. Knock, knock, knock. While Su Fan was deep in thought, a rhythmic knocking sound came from the heavy bulletproof door. Su Fan glanced at the surveillance screen. Outside stood one when dressed in pajamas. After resting for most of the day, the little assistant had fully recovered, and her complexion was much rosier. Su Fan pressed the control button. With a click, the pneumatic door opened outward. Wenwen stood at the bottom of the steps looking up at Su Fan, who was at the door. Young Master Su, dinner is ready. Should I bring it up for you to eat, or will you come down and eat with us? Su Fan glanced at the dark night outside. Let's eat together, it will be lively. Su Fan casually replied, stepping down the steps and walking straight ahead. Wenwen hurriedly jogged to catch up. Just a few meters away from the off-road vehicle, Su Fan's steps paused slightly. He saw that a large military green camping tent had been set up beside the off-road vehicle with bright lights shining from within. A rich aroma of meat wafted into Su Fan's nose with the night breeze. A glimmer of curiosity flashed in Su Fan's eyes as he quickened his pace. The scene inside the tent came into view. A high-brightness LED camping lamp hung from the top of the tent, illuminating the interior like daylight. In the center stood an aluminum alloy folding table surrounded by several black camping chairs. In the middle of the folding table sat a portable gas stove with a pot of fragrant beef stew with potatoes. Hearing the footsteps, Shun Qianqian turned her head. Seeing Su Fan, she immediately broke into a bright smile. "Young Master Su, come sit down. It's just right." Su Fan walked over, pulled out a camping chair, and sat down. He looked at the tempting pot of beef and potatoes on the table, then glanced at Shun Qianqian, who was wearing a simple apron and had beads of sweat on her forehead. He picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of steaming beef, and put it into his mouth. The beef was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with juices bursting in his mouth, perfectly balanced with the spices. To be honest, Shin Qianqian's cooking skills were indeed impressive. Su Fan had just picked up a piece of steaming beef and put it into his mouth. The canvas door of the tent was lifted, and Wen walked in with Yi Xiaowen. Yi Xiaowen changed out of her blood-stained suspender skirt and wore a black t-shirt from Shun Qianqian, which slightly revealed her rear, just enough to pass as a bodycon dress. Su Fan swallowed the beef in his mouth and pointed with his chopsticks at the two empty camping chairs across from him. "Sit down. Let's eat together." Shun Qianqian stood up and filled a large bowl with distinct grains of white rice, placing it in front of Su Fan. Then she served a bowl each to Yi Xiaowen and Wen. Yi Xiaowen was evidently starving as she picked up a large piece of beef and stuffed it directly into her mouth, shoveling rice into her mouth without chewing much. Outside the tent, the cold wind howled while inside the atmosphere was warm. The group ate while casually chatting. "Yi Xiaowen, what do you think of Bai Laosan?" Hearing that name, Yi Xiaowen's hand holding the chopsticks trembled violently. "He is insidious and cunning, ruthless and merciless. He has an almost insane obsession with becoming a sequence awakener. When I was first tricked into the camp, I was taken directly to his command center. He locked me inside and interrogated me for 2 whole days." "What did he interrogate you about?" Shun Qianqian interjected. "He relentlessly probed every detail of my awakening sequence. Where I was at the time, what was around me, even what I was doing just a second before." Yi Xiaowen recalled her experiences from those 2 days, her face turning pale. "He brought several people specifically to record what I said, noting down every word. Later, according to the details I provided, he found dozens of ordinary people to simulate that environment, attempting to artificially induce awakeners. And the result? It failed. Over 10 people died." Yi Xiaowen shook her head. Once he realized that this phenomenon could not be replicated and was entirely random, he stopped questioning me. Yi Xiaowen paused for a moment. However, he was relatively polite to the sequence awakeners. He provided good food and drink, neither beat nor scolded us, and as long as we stayed within the camp, we had quite a bit of freedom and were not restricted in our movements. After hearing this, Su Fan raised an eyebrow and looked at Yi Xiaowen. "If he treats you so well, why do you want to run? There are zombies and robbers everywhere outside, which is actually far more dangerous." At this question, the tent fell silent for a few seconds. Yi Xiaowen's face instantly turned beet red. She twisted the hem of her clothes, her gaze evasive, and after stammering for a long time, she finally managed to utter a sentence. Because I broke his cannon barrel. And it was irreparable." Su Fan was taken aback, and Shun Qianqian and Wen also stopped their actions, staring at her in unison. Seeing their reaction, Yi Xiaowen hurriedly waved her hands, quickly explaining, "Actually, it wasn't entirely broken. The moment I touched that barrel, it cracked, and the base was damaged too. It must have been broken before I just fixed it. The base is broken. That little girl plays so rough." Su Fan's curiosity was piqued by her words. "So is it fixed or broken?" Yi Xiaowen shrank her neck, her voice growing fainter. "It is fixed. I used parts from other vehicles to reforge the chassis and armor. But for that 120mm main cannon, I couldn't find metal materials of the same strength, so I could only reinforce the interior with regular seamless steel pipes. The cannon can fire, but it can only fire 3 rounds. After 3 rounds, the chamber pressure will completely breach the reinforced layer, and it will definitely explode." Yi Xiaowen bit her lip, her eyes filled with fear. Bai Laosan never listens to explanations from those who make mistakes. He always kills first as a warning. If he discovers the main cannon explodes when he uses it, he will definitely chop me into pieces to feed to the zombies. So, I could only sneak away while he hasn't found out yet. Su Fan let out a long breath. So it was just a tank cannon. Why was she blushing? His previously tense nerves relaxed instantly. A tank that would explode after firing 3 rounds was hardly different from a pile of moving scrap metal. Su Fan's lips curved into a slight smile, in a good mood. He picked up the empty bowl in front of him and handed it to Shun Qianqian beside him. "Another bowl of rice, please." The night was deep. Bai Laosan, accompanied by a Sai and followed by 4 soldiers armed with automatic rifles, arrived at a closed room constructed with thick logs. The room had no windows and a heavy iron lock hung on the door. A Sai stepped forward, took out the key, opened the lock, and forcefully pushed the heavy wooden door open. A wave of murky air mixed with the smell of sweat and instant noodles rushed out. Inside the spacious room, the lighting was dim. Dozens of tables were neatly arranged, each occupied by a piglet. These people wore low-quality headsets and had high-powered vehicle radio equipment in front of them. Their eyes were bloodshot as they faced the microphones hoarsely broadcasting deceptive scripts on the public channel. This is the Bai family's large shelter equipped with ample food and clean water. We are recruiting skilled professionals from all walks of life. Oh, as long as you have a specialty, we provide food and accommodation along with armed protection. The chaotic voices filled the entire room. Seeing the door open, Bai Lausen walked in, and a fat man with a slicked-back hairstyle and a large belly immediately dropped his whip and greeted him with a beaming smile. "Young master, why did you come in person?" Bai Lausen stopped and coldly stared at him. He extended his right hand adorned with a white glove and beckoned with his finger. The fat man immediately understood, hurriedly picked up a folder from a nearby table and handed it over with both hands. "Young master, here is today's performance report for your review." Bai Lausen took the performance report and glanced at it. The next second, smack, he slammed the folder heavily against the fat man's face. "In 1 day's time, you only managed to con 3 broken cars and 8 living people." Bai Lausen's voice was cold, laced with murderous intent. The fat man clutched his reddened face, trembling in fear, and thudded to his knees. "Young master, please see reason. It's not that we don't work hard, everyone's voices are hoarse." The fat man pointed at the numb piglets, desperately explaining. "There are fewer and fewer living people outside. Those who have survived until now are either tough nuts with guns or cunning old foxes. This script, it's hard to con people anymore." Bai Lausen lowered his head, looking at the fat man begging at his feet. He raised his right hand and stretched it back. Asai, who had been following him, immediately handed over a black high-voltage electric baton. Bai Lausen grasped the baton, and his thumb pushed the power to the maximum. Crack! Bai Lausen's wrist sank as he thrust the electric baton, crackling with blue arcs, fiercely into the fat man's neck. The fat man's massive body tensed up, then began to convulse and roll frantically on the ground. "Young master, spare me, spare me." The weak pleas were drowned out by the crackling of the electric arcs. The dozens of piglets broadcasting nearby trembled in fear. The electric shock lasted for a full half-minute. The fat man's eyes rolled back, and he completely fainted. "Waste." Bai Lausen casually tossed the electric baton back to Asai and took out a white silk handkerchief from his pocket, disdainfully wiping his hands. He turned around and strode out of the stinking room. Bai Lausen casually tossed the handkerchief he had wiped his hands on onto the ground and glanced back at the heavy wooden door that was slowly closing. "Arrange for a few people to keep a close watch on them. Not a single one is to escape. After the evacuation tomorrow, put these wastes in cages and sell them to the people over there for experimentation." The portable cartridge stove on the folding table buzzed while the beef fat in the stainless steel pot rolled and bubbled, releasing a rich aroma. Several people were gathered around the table, enjoying their meal with great enthusiasm. Su Fan swallowed a piece of tender beef, put down his chopsticks, and quietly reached behind him with his right hand. With a slight movement of his mind, a barely perceptible ripple stirred in the space. Su Fan's hand returned to the table, and with a bang, a dark glass wine bottle was placed steadily in the center of the folding table. The dark green glass bottle had a dark red wine seal and a yellowed vintage label printed with a striking line of French. "Today is a joyous occasion. Oh, I'll treat you all to some wine." Su Fan leaned against the back of his chair, speaking casually Romanicani. The tent fell silent for a moment. Wenwen's eyes widened, and the half-piece of beef she was holding fell back into her bowl. "Romanicani, the king of red wine. Su Xiao, where did you get this from?" Su Fan stroked his chin. "Interesting. Wenwen, as an assistant, actually, I only noticed its high price when I saw it in the mall. I didn't know what brand it was at the time." Yi Xiaowen also covered her mouth, her face full of disbelief. "Su Xiao always manages to bring out good things." Shun Qianqian's peach blossom eyes lit up, instantly filled with delight. She directly pulled out a multifunctional Swiss Army knife from her body. With a flick of her thumb, a sharp corkscrew popped out. Holding the neck of the wine bottle with her left hand, she skillfully used the small knife to cut open the dark red foil seal. The corkscrew precisely drilled into the center of the cork, and with a sudden pull, pop. A rich and aged red wine aroma mingled with the scent of oak barrels instantly filled the air. "Quick, grab some cups," Shun Qianqian called out. Yi Xiaowen and Wen hastily rummaged through the nearby storage box, retrieving 4 stainless steel camping cups, quickly wiping them with napkins and neatly placing them on the table. Shun Qianqian lifted the wine bottle slightly, tilting her wrist. The dark red liquid flowed into the stainless steel cups like silk, splashing a few drops of red wine. All 4 cups were filled to the brim. "Cheers." Shun Qianqian was the first to raise her cup. "Cheers." Yi Xiaowen and Wen excitedly lifted their cups. Su Fan picked up his stainless steel cup and drank the wine in one go. After putting down the cup, he glanced at Wen and raised an eyebrow. "When you really are well informed, you recognize this wine at a glance." Wen wiped the wine stains from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand and waved her hand casually. "What's so special about that? Back when I was on Blue Star, a wealthy man specifically gifted a bottle just like this to Sister Qianqian. But Sister Qianqian didn't accept it, and sent it back. Many people pursued her back then. Oh, is that so? Su Fan turned his head, his gaze filled with amusement as it landed on Shun Qianqian. Two blushes suddenly appeared on Shun Qianqian's fair face, extending down to her long neck. She gently kicked Wen under the table. Wen, just eat your meat and stop talking nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. Wen rubbed her leg and tilted her chin, muttering, Sister Qianqian had millions of fans as a top dance streamer on Blue Star. A dance streamer. Su Fan's hand holding the empty wine cup paused in midair, his gaze sweeping over Shun Qianqian's slim waist and long straight legs. Recalling her stunning curves and poses while doing yoga on the hillside, he couldn't help but be mesmerized. Dance streamers are great. Su Fan snapped back to reality, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The flexibility of her body must be extraordinary, effortlessly drawing a bow to shoot the sun, making it highly entertaining. Shun Qianqian looked at Su Fan, who was staring blankly with a mischievous grin, and thought he was imagining her as one of those attention-seeking female streamers. Her face instantly flushed to the roots of her ears. She quickly put down her chopsticks, waved her hands, and urgently explained, "Don't get the wrong idea. I only dance classical and folk dances, not that borderline stuff you see online." Understood, I understand. Su Fan grinned, shaking the romanicani on the table. "Come on, pour the wine and drink up." After a few glasses of red wine, the alcohol swiftly spread through their blood. The temperature inside the tent, already elevated by the cartridge stove, felt even hotter now. Two obvious blushes appeared on Shun Qianqian's fair cheeks, spreading to her long neck. Feeling hot, she casually tugged at her collar, revealing the tight, white tank top underneath, her alluring curves rising and falling dramatically with each breath. Shun Qianqian propped her chin with one hand, her elbow resting on the folding table, her body slightly leaning forward. Her seductive peach blossom eyes became misty, and her gaze flowed with unmasked allure. She bit her rosy lower lip, her gaze fixed intently on Su Fan's face, her long fair legs gently swaying beneath the table, her knees brushing against Su Fan's shins. Su Fan held the empty wine cup, his gaze sweeping over Shun Qianqian's enticing posture, then glancing at Yi Xiaowen, whose face was flushed from drinking, excitedly whispering to Wen. Outside the tent, the howling cold wind and endless zombie wasteland awaited. In this starry wasteland filled with slaughter and despair, such joy was destined to be fleeting. Su Fan set down his wine cup. "All right, I'm full, and it's time to sleep." He decisively stood up, showing no, "If I stay any longer, I won't be able to control myself." A night of sweet dreams. The next day, just as dawn began to break, a layer of gray-blue cold light appeared on the horizon of the wasteland. 30 kilometers away, the camp of the Bai family's third young master was already buzzing with chaos. The roar of heavy diesel engines echoed one after another. Soldiers shouted loudly, running back and forth, loading boxes of ammunition and barrels of fuel onto military trucks. The towering lookout towers were being dismantled, and the barricades were directly leveled. Inside the command center at the camp, Bai Lao San was dressed in a brand new windproof combat uniform, his hands pressed on the edge of the sand table map, his gaze sharp. The tent flap was lifted. His trusted aide, Asai, strode in and stopped in front of the sand table. Asai. Bai Lao San did not lift his head, staring at the map. "How is the camp cleanup going?" "All essential supplies have been loaded onto the vehicles, and personnel are assembled. We can set off on time." However, Asai paused, lowering his voice. There is still no response from the eldest young master. Bai Lao San nodded and straightened up. "As for the supplies that cannot be carried away, just burn them before we leave. We probably won't come back here again." Bai Lao San sneered, his expression darkening. "Since the boss is unreachable, he is likely in grave danger. That fool's death outside is regrettable, but it's a pity about the hundreds of soldiers and equipment he took with him." Asai stood to the side, his head lowered, not daring to speak. "Have the reconnaissance team sent to contact the base south of the canyon returned?" Bai Lao San suddenly changed the topic, looking at Asai. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Asai's forehead, his voice hoarse. "No, we sent 2 batches of people out, but not a single vehicle has returned. There has been no radio communication either. It's as if they vanished into thin air." "Said more? Keep probing." Bai Lao San gritted his teeth and ordered sternly. "Take more radios. Tell them to report back to me every time they move a kilometer." "Yes." Asai trembled all over. "Get out." Bai Lao San waved his hand impatiently. Asai and several advisors in the tent immediately turned and left casually, letting the flap fall. In the large command center, only Bai Lao San remained. The roar of engines outside the camp echoed through the tent, sounding somewhat muffled. Bai Lao San reached into the inner pocket of his combat uniform. He fumbled around and slowly pulled out a thumb-sized, empty blue glass syringe bottle. The bottle's mouth still held traces of dried dark red residue. Bai Lao San raised the blue glass bottle to his eyes, illuminated by the lamp on the tent's ceiling, staring intently at the empty bottle. In his deeply sunken eye sockets glimmered a kind of almost morbid fervor and greed. His thumb rubbed against the smooth glass bottle, his voice hoarse. Awakening the sequence. Can it really grant immortality? Su Fan sat in the cockpit of the armored vehicle, his eyes fixed on the phased array radar screen on the control panel. The green scanning waves swept across in concentric circles. At the edge of the screen, the red dots representing zombies were increasing at a frantic speed. The originally scattered red dots had now coalesced into a vast sea of crimson surging from the north, like a tsunami pushing southward. Su Fan's brow furrowed slowly. The situation was worse than expected. The speed and scale of the zombies' movement completely exceeded the usual roaming state. Today the zombie tide was bound to erupt. Su Fan pressed his lips together. Even an ordinary person had the right to be informed and to flee in the face of a true death trap. He grabbed the vehicle radio on the control panel and pressed the call button. Baldy, there are also captains from several other teams. Su Fan's voice cut through the radio waves. Gather by Shun Qianqian's off-road vehicle in 3 minutes. There's something to announce. After putting down the microphone, Su Fan pushed open the heavy bulletproof door and stepped onto the coarse sand of the Gobi Desert, striding towards the rear. A few dozen meters away, by Shun Qianqian's black-armed off-road vehicle, Captain Baldy and several other captains had already arrived. A few captains bent over, smiling broadly as they surrounded Shun Qianqian and Yi Xiaowen. Captain Baldy held several unopened cans of beef, extending his hands towards Yi Xiaowen and Shun Qianqian. Captain Shin, Miss Yi, this is the good stuff that the brothers dug out from the vehicle yesterday. If our team's vehicles have any minor issues in the future, we will have to rely on Engineer Yi for help. Beside him, a skinny captain nodded repeatedly. Yes, in this wasteland, you awakened ones are like guiding lights. Oh, we will rely on both of you for assistance from now on. In this perilous wasteland, awakened beings possessed powers and values beyond the reach of ordinary people. Only by closely following the awakened ones could there be hope for survival. Su Fan's footsteps approached from behind. The captains heard the sound, stopped their conversation, and turned around. Shun Qianqian, holding a bottle of mineral water, keenly sensed the oppressive aura emanating from Su Fan. She stepped forward, cautiously lowering her voice to ask, Su Xiao, have you encountered trouble? Su Fan halted, his gaze sweeping over the few people before him, nodding slightly. Big trouble. As these 3 words left his lips, the faces of the captains turned pale. Captain Baldy swallowed hard, his throat moving laboriously, and a thin sheen of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The group exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Su Fan turned around, raised his right hand, and pointed towards the horizon to the north. The group exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Su Fan turned around, raised his right hand, and pointed towards the horizon to the north. Because the zombie tide is about to erupt. Countless hordes of zombies are sweeping across the wasteland from north to south. Captain Baldy's eyes widened in shock, his lips trembling. Su Xiaowen, when is it likely to break out? Su Fan turned his head, locking eyes with Baldy, and uttered 2 words. Today. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Only the sound of the morning wind blowing across the wasteland could be heard. Silence. A deathly silence. Moments later, panic erupted among the captains. Today, eh? How can we escape? The skinny captain slumped to the ground, cradling his head in his hands, his face ashen. Captain Baldy steadied himself, looking at Su Fan with a hint of a cry in his voice. Su Xiao, once the zombie tide passes, not a blade of grass will grow. Do we still have a chance to survive? Su Fan raised his head, his gaze passing over the crowd towards the edge of the Gobi leading south. Whether we can survive depends on ourselves. He withdrew his gaze, looking at Captain Baldy. The main camp of the 3rd young master of the Bai family is likely just 30 kilometers ahead. He is both our crisis and our opportunity. Su Fan stopped beating around the bush. Listen carefully. Everyone must return to the camp immediately. Throw away all the old vehicles with aging engines, worn tires, and poor performance. Concentrate all personnel on high chassis off-road vehicles and trucks. Fill each vehicle to its maximum capacity with people. Do not bring any non-essential supplies. Only retain weapons, ammunition, clothing, water, and high-calorie food. Survival comes first. Su Fan raised 2 fingers. The total number of vehicles in the convoy must be controlled within 200. Shorten the length of the convoy to improve overall mobility. The captains listened to the string of orders, nodding furiously. You have half an hour to get it done. Those who move slowly will be left for the zombies. Understood. We're on it. The captains hurriedly ran towards their respective teams. Baldy, get someone to remove all the markings from those 3 armed off-road vehicles we seized from the Scarface yesterday. Got it. Su Xiao. Baldy shouted back without looking. Su Fan turned to Yi Xiaowen, who was standing nearby. Once we set off, you stay in Shun Qianqian's vehicle. In case of any situation, do not get out of the car or show yourself. Yi Xiaowen's face turned pale, tightly gripping Shun Qianqian's arm and nodding vigorously. After arranging everything, Su Fan looked at the anxious expressions of Shun Qianqian, Yi Xiaowen, and Wenwen. The three women huddled closely together like little birds seeking warmth in the cold wind. Suddenly, Su Fan broke into a confident smile, removing his black sunglasses. All right, everyone, don't worry too much. Su Fan raised his sunglasses. I am the strongest navigator in this wasteland. He put the sunglasses back on and turned towards the armored vehicle. Hurry up and get ready. We leave on time in half an hour. On the open ground outside the Bai family's camp, the deafening roar of hundreds of high-powered engines idling filled the air. The acrid smell of diesel and oil permeated the atmosphere. The elite troops of the Bai family's third young master had gathered completely. This force consisted entirely of high-mobility wheeled vehicles arranged in a dense combat formation. Leading the charge were dozens of heavily modified armed pickup trucks. The rear of the pickup truck bed was completely welded with triangular steel frames on top of which were mounted White Eagles M249 squad automatic weapons with yellow bullet belts dangling directly into large metal ammunition boxes. Behind the formation of armed pickups were hundreds of black, full-sized armed SUVs. Over 2,000 fully armed militants stood by the doors of the vehicles ready for action. They wore identical camouflage combat uniforms equipped with standard White Eagle tactical vests and held M27 rifles in their hands. At the very front of the formation, the massive M1A2 main battle tank loomed like a steel behemoth, its wide tracks firmly pressed on the hard yellow earth. The 120mm main gun pointed directly ahead. Bai Laosan, the third young master of the Bai family, stood atop the tank turret dressed in windproof combat gear, gripping the barrel of the nearby M2 heavy machine gun, with one hand, his expression dark. His gaze traversed the desolate plains stretching hundreds of meters ahead, fixated on the entrance of the canyon not far away. The light within the canyon was dim, shrouded in darkness. Asai stood beside the tank's track below, holding a high-powered military portable radio, his expression equally grim. Bai Laosan lowered his head, glancing at the radio, and Asai his hand coldly, uttering no movement yet. Asai shook his head. Third young master, we've completely lost contact. Bai Laosan clenched his jaw, the muscles in his cheeks twitching slightly. He had already sent 3 waves of reconnaissance soldiers into this canyon. The first and second waves, comprised of dozens of elite troops, had entered for less than 10 minutes before disappearing without a trace. To be safe, he had specifically instructed the third wave of reconnaissance soldiers to carry a backup, high-powered radio requiring them to report every kilometer they advanced. Just 5 minutes ago, the radio had transmitted a clear report from the reconnaissance squad leader. Report to command, we have crossed the canyon and found no anomalies. However, as soon as the words "no anomalies" left his lips, a piercing scream echoed through the radio. Following that, a series of chilling, chaotic collision sounds erupted, and then only the harsh crackling sound of static remained, cutting off all contact. No anomalies. Bai Laosan suddenly kicked the tank's turret armor, cursing furiously. If there are no anomalies, then hell has frozen over. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger surging within him, looking down at Asai. Asai, have the other 3 families' teams at the headquarters made contact? Asai shook his head again, fiddling with the radio's frequency knob, which still yielded nothing but static. No. We've been cycling through this frequency without any response. Bai Laosan narrowed his eyes, letting out a cold snort. Just then, a sudden burst of urgent engine sounds came from the rear of the convoy. A lightly armored reconnaissance pickup truck covered in scratches and bloodstains sped in from the rear of the convoy, kicking up clouds of yellow dust. Screech. The reconnaissance pickup screeched to a halt less than 10 meters from the M1A2 tank, leaving long black skid marks on the ground and raising a cloud of dust. The door was flung open. A dirt-covered, terrified reconnaissance soldier tumbled out of the vehicle, stumbling toward the tank. Report to the third young master. The reconnaissance soldier gasped for breath, his voice hoarse. Bai Laosan looked down at him, his eyes sharp as blades. What's the situation behind us? Where are the zombies? The reconnaissance soldier swallowed a mouthful of sand-laden saliva and reported rapidly, the zombie horde is still 30 kilometers away from us. The numbers are uncountable, they're everywhere. At their current pace, they'll be here in 3 hours. Hearing this news, Bai Laosan's brow furrowed tightly. The opposing canyon headquarters was shrouded in mystery, with 3 waves of people having gone in and lost contact, while the zombie army was closing and set to reach the city in 3 hours. With no retreat possible and no courage to advance, the Bai family's elite troops found themselves trapped here. Third young master, there's another piece of news. The reconnaissance soldier caught his breath and hurriedly added. Speak. There's a regular convoy coming up about 10 kilometers behind us. The reconnaissance soldier pointed toward the rear. From the looks of the vehicles, they are civilian SUVs and trucks. But there are quite a few, probably 100 or 200 vehicles heading in our direction. Upon hearing this news, Bai Laosan, who had previously worn a dark expression, suddenly twitched at the corner of his eye. He stood atop the tank turret, retracting his gaze from the canyon entrance ahead, turning to look toward the north. A glint of calculation suddenly sparked in his narrow, scheming eyes. He released his grip on the heavy machine gun's barrel, adjusted the collar of his windproof combat gear, his tone revealing an unmistakable excitement. Oh, is there more good news? In the driver's cabin of the armored RV, the air conditioning blows steadily. The green ripples of the phased array radar scan in circles, and directly in front of the screen the dense green light spots are shifting and reorganizing noticeably. They've changed formation, Su Fan observed as the light spots quickly adjusted from their defensive stance facing the canyon to an interception formation directed toward the north. He extended his right hand, grabbing the vehicle's intercom radio hanging on the central console, and pressed the broadcast button for the entire convoy. Attention all units. Su Fan's deep voice instantly resonated within the cabins of more than 200 cars behind him. In 15 minutes we will encounter the elite convoy of the Bai family. Everyone maintain the current formation, do not panic. Slow down, and I will handle the negotiations. With this, Su Fan paused for a moment. He glanced at the long line of vehicles in the rearview mirror, deciding to provide some psychological reassurance to the tense team members. He pressed the intercom again. Everyone, there's no need to worry too much. At this moment when the zombie tide is about to erupt, they are more afraid of the zombies than we are. Right now they need us alive to act as cannon fodder. After Su Fan's psychological assurance, the expressions of the convoy members turned even more pale. Putting down the intercom, Su Fan's gaze swiftly scanned across the radar screen. 30 kilometers behind, the crimson tide, representing the zombie horde, was rapidly spreading. Ahead, only a few kilometers remained to the main camp of Bai Lao San. Su Fan eased off the accelerator slightly, consciously reducing the convoy's speed. For the tireless zombie horde, 30 kilometers would take less than 3 hours. For the 2,000 elite members of the Bai family to retreat safely, every second counts. Do they think they can use us as shields, eh? Su Fan tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Then let's test their patience first. Ahead on the open ground outside the Bai family's camp, the swirling yellow sand was kicked into the air by the tracks and all-terrain tires. Bai Lao San ordered a formation adjustment to intimidate the approaching civilian convoy. Accompanied by the piercing sound of metal grinding, the over 60-ton M1A2 main battle tank completed a turn on the spot. The wide and heavy tracks crushed the rocks beneath, while the 120mm smoothbore main gun pointed directly toward the northern approach. Bai Lao San, dressed in a crisp windproof combat uniform, stood on top of the tank's turret, holding a military-grade, high-powered telescope. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes passed. On the northern horizon, apart from the howling wind and a few rolling dried grasses, there wasn't a single ghostly figure in sight. Bai Lao San lowered the telescope, his expression visibly darkening. He irritably tugged at his taut collar, lifted his foot, and kicked heavily against the tank's reactive armor. What's taking so long? Did they die on the road? Bai Lao San gritted his teeth, anxiously staring ahead. 200 junk cars are moving slower than a snail. Do the Bai family seem more terrifying than the ravenous horde of zombies behind us? Standing beside the tank tracks, Asai tensed up at Bai Lao San's curses. A thin layer of cold sweat formed on Asai's forehead, sliding down his cheek, but he didn't dare to wipe it away. He knew too well the temperament of the third young master. Once his patience was exhausted, anyone nearby could become a target for his venting. Young master, please calm down. Asai swallowed hard and spoke cautiously. Those are just civilians. They are driving dilapidated civilian vehicles on poor roads, and they probably can't speed up. The information from the scouts should be accurate. Bai Lao San suddenly lowered his head, his narrow eyes glinting like a snake's as he fixed his gaze on Asai. Wait 3 more minutes. If we still don't see any shadows, I'll have that scout who reported false intelligence executed. Just as Bai Lao San's patience was about to run out, ready to draw his gun in anger, whoosh, a gust of wind swept by. At the northern horizon's edge, a cloud of yellow dust suddenly rose, blocking the sky. Amidst the swirling yellow sand, a massive gray-brown armored RV broke through the dust curtain and appeared in the telescope's view. Trailing closely behind were 200 cars lined up in an orderly fashion. Bai Lao San raised the telescope, the veins on the back of his hand slightly bulging. As he clearly saw the endless convoy, his previously gloomy expression transformed instantly, a hint of excitement lifting the corners of his mouth into a smile. They've arrived. Bai Lao San licked his dry lips, his eyes shining with fervor. Cannon fodder has finally... Inside the armored RV, Su Fan looked at the Bai family's position, which was now within arm's reach on the radar, decisively pressing on the weapon control panel on the central console. System activate the weapon combat platform. Command received. Armed platform unlocked. A low mechanical clicking sound came from the top of the vehicle. System activate the weapon combat platform. Command received. Armed platform unlocked. A low mechanical clicking sound came from the top of the vehicle. The third young master of the Bai family was a ruthless character who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, far from being comparable to the incompetent young master who set up the ambush at the canyon entrance. When dealing with such people, reasoning is futile. In the first encounter, one must show their fangs and demonstrate sufficient strength to earn the right to converse with him. Hiss. At a distance of exactly 1 kilometer from the Bai family convoy, Su Fan stepped on the air brake. The armored RV, weighing several tons, came to a steady stop on the wasteland, its massive body resembling an immovable steel fortress. Seeing this, the more than 200 cars behind also hit the brakes, and the convoy quietly halted amidst the swirling yellow sand. Su Fan picked up the intercom, his voice steady. Maintain the convoy formation. No one is allowed to get out of the vehicle. I will talk to Bai Lao San. Putting down the intercom, Su Fan did not start the vehicle immediately, allowing the civilians in the back to clearly see the situation ahead. At this moment, the survivors in the convoy peered through the dust-covered windshields at the position a kilometer away. They are all heavy weapons. The bald captain sat in the off-road vehicle, gripping the steering wheel tightly. He looked at the M1A2 main battle tank with its cannon pointed this way, and his back was instantly soaked in cold sweat. The fat man in the pickup truck was so scared that he slipped under the seat, covering his head with his hands, mumbling incoherently, "Tanks. They even have tanks. It's over, it's all over." Shun Qianqian sat in the passenger seat, her expression slightly anxious. She looked at the M2 heavy machine guns mounted in the pickup truck bed, and the more than 2,000 armed soldiers on alert, her palms sweating around the gun. Before these heavy firepower, their 200 vehicles seemed like a pile of paper toys. In this suffocating boom, the engine of the armored RV erupted with a deep growl again. Su Fan drove the RV alone, separating from the main convoy, heading toward the Bai family steel position. As the RV approached, the 6-barreled cannon mounted on its roof became clearer. Bai Lao San stood atop the tank, watching the RV coming in alone, his brow furrowed. One car dares to charge in. Bai Lao San snorted coldly, waving his hand to Asai below. Go crush his spirit. Asai immediately took command and turned to signal. Virum. 3 black armed off-road vehicles with welded anti-collision spikes suddenly shot out of the formation, kicking up a storm of sand as they sped toward the RV. Less than 10 meters from the RV, the 3 off-road vehicles made a sharp break and skidded to a halt, the screeching tire sounds ringing out across the wasteland. The 3 vehicles formed a half-encircled formation, blocking the RV's path. The doors swung open with a loud bang. A dozen heavily armed thugs jumped out of the vehicles, brandishing M27 automatic rifles, their dark muzzles aimed squarely at the RV's cabin. A leader with tactical sunglasses and a scorpion tattoo on his neck stepped forward and smashed the RV's bumper hard with the butt of his gun. Shut off the engine. Stop. Are you blind? Can't you see this is the Bai family's territory? Get down now. Hands on your head, kneel on the ground. Inside the RV, Su Fan leaned back against the leather seat, watching the shouting thugs through the bulletproof glass. His left hand casually rested on the steering wheel, while his right hand reached for the control panel, directly pressing the external loudspeaker switch. Virum. After a slight electrical sound from the activated speaker, Su Fan's gaze passed over the blocking off-road vehicles, locking onto Bai Lao San on the tank turret in the distance. What's wrong, the renowned 3rd young master of the Bai family? Is this all the courage you have? The renowned 3rd young master of the Bai family, is this all the courage you have? The dozen soldiers blocking the front of the RV suddenly changed their expressions as the leader, with a scorpion tattoo on his neck, raised the M27 in his hand, his thumb flicking off the safety. Hundreds of meters away on the turret of an M1A2 main battle tank, Bai Lao San stood proudly against the blazing sun and fierce winds of the wasteland. Hearing the provocation from the loudspeaker, Bai Lao San adjusted his windblown hair. A self-satisfied smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth as he looked down at the gray-brown armored RV in the distance. He raised his right hand, adorned with a white glove, and casually waved it. Ase, standing beside the tracks below Ase, immediately looked up. Let him in. Bai Lao San leaned on the edge of the machine gun mounted on the turret, sneering. Since he wants to talk, let's talk. Don't let outsiders think that I, the 3rd young master of the Bai family, am a coward. Ase, holding the walkie-talkie in his hand, hesitated and did not reply immediately. His gaze crossed the front line, fixating intently on the 6-barrel M61 Vulcan cannon that was raised high on the roof of the armored RV. 3rd young master, the firepower on that vehicle is too fierce. If we let him get close. Ase swallowed. 3rd young master, the firepower on that vehicle is too fierce. If we let him get close. Ase swallowed hard, hesitating to speak. Bai Lao San's smile instantly vanished. What's wrong? Didn't you hear what I said? Ase shivered. Not daring to hesitate any longer, he immediately pressed the talk button on his walkie-talkie. Scorpion. Clear the way. 3rd young master has ordered to let him in. Scorpion spat angrily on the ground and reluctantly waved his hand. 3 armed off-road vehicles with welded anti-collision spikes quickly reversed to the sides, clearing a path. Su Fan looked at the road ahead that was being cleared, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He gripped the steering wheel with his left hand and pressed down on the accelerator with his right foot. The RV's wide, all-terrain bulletproof tires suddenly gained traction on the sandy ground, kicking up a cloud of yellow sand. The distance of 500 meters was covered in an instant. On the M1A2 tank, Lausen maintained his proud and unyielding posture, unperturbed by the impending danger. With his hands clasped behind his back and his chin slightly raised, he looked down at the audacious newcomer with a disdainful gaze. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. Su Fan abruptly lifted his right foot from the accelerator and slammed the brake pedal to the floor. Screech. The piercing sound of the brakes shattered the air, the friction against the ground causing an ear-piercing noise. The RV's massive inertia from the sudden stop caused its weighty body to lunge forward, coming to a halt less than 2 meters from the tank. The upgraded RV could withstand impacts from level 3 zombie attacks, and at this position, the M1A2 tank's main cannon could not hit it, while other weapons would not cause significant damage. Although the RV had stopped, the vast yellow sand kicked up by the tire friction surged forward with tremendous force, directly crashing towards the tank. With a loud boom, the swirling yellow sand instantly enveloped the entire M1A2 tank. On the turret, Lausen, who had been posing with an air of superiority, was completely unprepared for Su Fan's sudden move. Cough, 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 cough. Lausen inhaled a mouthful of sand, choking and beginning to cough. He awkwardly turned around, frantically pulling out a neatly folded white handkerchief from his pocket, desperately covering his mouth and nose. Eyes closed as he waved his hands amidst the dust. It took a full 10 seconds for the swirling yellow sand to be gradually blown away by the winds of the wasteland. Su Fan sat in the driver's seat and pressed the external speaker. Sorry about that. He said the RV hasn't had a place for maintenance lately, and the braking system is a bit unresponsive. I hope I didn't startle you, third young master. You. Ase, standing below the tank, looked up at Su Fan, filled with rage. He suddenly raised the M27, aiming directly at Su Fan's driver's seat. Ase, stand down. On the turret, Lausen lowered the handkerchief he was using to cover his mouth and nose. This brother here has remarkable courage. Lausen smiled in a way that was more mockery than mirth. Daring to single-handedly charge into the Bai family's territory, you must not be an ordinary person. Lausen's gaze swept over the body of the RV, looking towards the long convoy that had parked a kilometer away. The convoy behind you is quite substantial. Lausen narrowed his slanted eyes, a glimmer of undisguised greed flashing in their depths. From the looks of it, it seems there are over 1,000 people. Su Fan lightly drummed his fingers on the steering wheel, his tone casual. Third young master, by his keen eyesight, that's about right. Lausen retracted his gaze, his attention returning to Su Fan, his expression growing more profound. He scrutinized the imposing RV, then glanced at Su Fan's composed demeanor that exuded confidence. To be able to lead a convoy of over 1,000 people across this zombie-infested wasteland. Lausen pressed his hands on the shield of the tank's machine gun, leaning slightly forward, his tone laced with a hint of probing. You must also be a sequence awakener, right? The term sequence awakener made Ase, standing below, and several surrounding officers involuntarily prick up their ears. Su Fan sat in the vehicle, watching Lausen's tense yet expectant expression, and broke into a grin. Of course. On the first day I landed in this godforsaken place, I awakened the navigator sequence with built-in radar navigation in my brain. Su Fan shrugged. Otherwise, how could I, with just one person and one vehicle, lead such a large convoy through the zombie wasteland unscathed to get here? Upon hearing navigator sequence, Lausen's pupils abruptly contracted, his hands gripping the machine gun shield tightening significantly. His yearning for the power of the sequence had long since become the deepest obsession in his heart. Lausen suppressed the inner excitement and was about to ask more, but he saw Su Fan casually wave his hand from the car window, his tone filled with disdain. In this day and age, sequence awakeners are not that rare. It's like a blind box, you can easily get one. They're everywhere, just like cabbages on the street. At this point, Su Fan suddenly paused, leaning slightly forward, lowering his sunglasses, and looking at Lausen on the tank, feigning surprise, raising his eyebrows. Could it be? Su Fan elongated his voice, a hint of disbelief in his tone, that third young master is actually not a sequence awakener. On the tank turret, Lausen's expression froze entirely, his mouth twitching uncontrollably as he forced out a smile that was more painful than crying. You damn. Lausen closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He forced himself to suppress the surging anger within him. A small sacrifice prevents the disruption of great plans. As they entered the canyon, they would be cannon fodder. Lausen frantically reassured himself in his heart. When he opened his eyes again, the bloodshot gaze had regained its calmness. Lausen's facial muscles twitched as he stared at Su Fan, who appeared relaxed in the window. Little brother, you have quite a sense of humor. After all this talk, I haven't even asked for your name. Oh, my surname is Su, and my name is Fan. I am Su Fan. I am just an ordinary person. Bai Laosan's forced smile froze instantly. He was stunned for several seconds in the wind. I can't keep following his lead. If I linger, I might really have to draw my gun. Bai Laosan took a deep breath and decisively changed the topic. He raised his right hand clad in a white glove and pointed towards the canyon entrance behind him. To be honest, this canyon passage is the quickest route south within a radius of several hundred kilometers. I assume, given Brother Seuss' navigator abilities, you are already aware of this. An unprecedented tide of zombies is sweeping in from the north. Our Bai family has already assembled 2,000 elite troops preparing to withdraw south. At this point, Bai Laosan suddenly shifted the conversation, squeezing out a hint of helplessness in his tone. Unfortunately, my elder brother's team is stationed further north. He just sent a telegram and is rushing here at full speed. I have a deep bond with my elder brother, thus I am holding the fort here with my brothers to support him. These words were spoken with great righteousness and emotional intensity. Bai Laosan suddenly waved his hand. The zombie tide is imminent. Although I must stay to support my brother, I cannot block your convoy's path. Ase, notify the brothers. Remove all roadblocks and open the passage. Let Brother Seuss' convoy pass first. With this command, the entire Bai family's position fell silent for a moment. Yes, third young master. Ase immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and loudly relayed the order. Frontline position, pay attention. Lift the armed blockade. Remove the roadblocks and allow passage. Accompanied by the roar of engines, the abandoned trucks that had been blocking the canyon entrance were pushed to the side, and the sharp tire spikes were swiftly removed. Bai Laosan stood on the turret and gestured to Su Fan, inviting him. Su Fan's gaze swept across the radar screen on the control panel. Then he looked up, casting a meaningful glance at Bai Laosan. Thank you, third young master Bai. I believe you will soon reunite with your elder brother. Su Fan grabbed the vehicle's intercom on the control panel. Attention, all vehicles. The front passage has been opened. All vehicles start immediately and pass through quickly. Oh, do not linger. Do not linger. A kilometer away, Shin Qianqian sat in the passenger seat of a black SUV, gripping the intercom tightly. Sister Qianqian, are they really letting us pass? Wenwen's eyes widened as she looked at the clearing road ahead, unable to believe her ears. In the back seat, Yi Xiaowen was trembling in fear. She hid in the shadow of the seat, not daring to make a sound. Good intentions. Shin Qianqian sneered. Then, should we still go? Wenwen's hand on the steering wheel trembled slightly. Go. Shin Qianqian took a deep breath, her eyes filled with determination. Staying here is a dead end. Following young Master Su inside, even if it's a life-or-death situation, is better than certain death. Shin Qianqian's SUV was the first to start, followed closely by 200 cars. Su Fan shifted into gear, preparing to accelerate and lead the convoy into the canyon. Wait! Bai Laosan on the tank suddenly raised his hand and shouted loudly again. Su Fan paused, turning his head to coldly glare at Bai Laosan. Bai Laosan wore a hypocritical smile, holding a note with numbers on it, shaking it at Su Fan. I forgot to remind Brother Su of something. After passing through this canyon, you will reach the headquarters of our Alien Alliance army. To avoid misunderstandings during the retreat and unnecessary casualties, let's set up a communication channel on the intercom. After speaking, he had his subordinates deliver the note. They quickly confirmed the communication channel for the intercom. Su Fan lifted his head, peering through his sunglasses at Bai Laosan standing on the turret. Third young master, by your consideration is truly thorough. Su Fan flashed a smile at Bai Laosan, revealing a set of white teeth. Boom! Before the sound faded, Su Fan slammed the accelerator to the floor. The several tons heavy armored vehicle let out a furious roar, charging unhesitatingly into the deep dark canyon. Behind the armored vehicle, Shin Qianqian's black SUV followed closely. Then came the bald captain's SUV, one after another. The cars kicked up rolling dust as they charged into the canyon without hesitation. The massive armored vehicle completely entered the canyon. The sunlight overhead was instantly blocked by towering cliffs on both sides, and the lights suddenly dimmed. The air inside the canyon carried a chill, long deprived of sunlight. The rock walls on both sides exhibited a dark red hue reminiscent of rust, their jagged shapes resembling monstrous beasts lurking in the shadows, coldly watching the invading convoy. In the steep rock wall crevices, a few ancient trees long dead could occasionally be seen. The bare branches of the dead trees hung upside down over the cliff, resembling withered skeletons. High above the cliff, stones weathered and loosened by the wind occasionally fell, striking the composite armor roof of the vehicle, producing a series of crisp impacts. Woo! The wind from the wasteland rushed into the canyon's entrance, whistling sharply as it passed through the narrow cracks in the rock. Su Fan steadied the steering wheel with one hand, his gaze fixed on the curved display on the control panel. The green scanning circle of the radar rotated smoothly. On the screen, the dense green dots representing the convoy had completely left the external wasteland and entered the canyon's entrance. In the scanning area ahead of the canyon, there were no red dots flashing to indicate zombies or dangerous creatures. Su Fan picked up the vehicle's intercom hanging nearby and pressed the broadcast button. Attention all units. No danger has been detected ahead in the canyon. All vehicles maintain distance and pass through quickly. Do not stop. At the canyon's entrance by Lawson stood on the tank, his smile gradually fading. He stared intensely at the taillights of Su Fan's convoy disappearing into the darkness, his gaze icy to the extreme. The wind lifted, a few fallen leaves striking the tank's barrel. Ase approached from beside the tracks, glancing at by Lawson's sullen expression, hesitantly speaking up. Third young master. Ase swallowed nervously and asked quietly, "That kid is quite arrogant. Are we really just letting them go?" "Shut up." Su Fan placed the walkie-talkie down and slowly pressed the accelerator with his right foot. The RV surged forward for 4 kilometers, arriving at the midpoint of the canyon. The terrain here became extremely wide, and the passage that could originally accommodate only 2 or 3 vehicles side by side opened up, allowing more than 10 cars to run side by side with ease. Just as the RV entered this open area, a sudden fierce wind whipped up within the canyon out of nowhere. The wind came in a bizarre manner, its direction completely chaotic, whipping up large clouds of yellow sand and rough gravel, forming a small dust storm. The dense grains of sand pummeled against the RV's bulletproof windshield and side windows like a torrential downpour, creating a series of sharp crackling sounds. Visibility was instantly obscured by the yellow sand, and the conditions were extremely low. Su Fan immediately gripped the steering wheel tightly, steadying the slightly swaying vehicle, and gently tapped the brake to reduce speed. The strong wind came swiftly and left just as quickly. Within less than 10 seconds, the gust abruptly ceased, and the swirling yellow sand rapidly lost its force, cascading back to the ground. Su Fan pressed the windshield wiper, clearing the dust from the glass. He lifted his head and glanced upwards through the panoramic sunroof at the sky above the canyon. In the narrow gap of the sky, the previously dull and yellowish wasteland sky revealed a pure blue color, so bright it seemed almost unreal, as if washed by water. Su Fan looked away and shook his head. He reached out with his right hand, preparing to grab a can of cold Red Bull to refresh himself. His fingers had just touched the cool aluminum can. Unintentionally, his peripheral vision swept past the right side window. Creak. Su Fan's eyes widened, and he instinctively yanked the steering wheel. The massive armored RV shook violently on the dirt road, its tires screeching in protest. To the right of the RV, a convoy had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. The convoy consisted of several avant-garde vehicles that completely did not belong to the technological system of Blue Star. These vehicles lacked traditional rubber tires, presenting a smooth, flowing aerodynamic shape, fully covered in deep-sea blue metallic armor, with dark golden lines embedded along the edges. On the sides of the vehicles there flowed faint blue energy veins that seemed almost alive. Above the vehicle bodies was a completely transparent crystal-like cockpit dome. The chassis floated about half a meter above the ground, making no sound of engines, only a low-frequency hum. This design style resembled the civilizations described in ancient myths, filled with mystery and a sense of advanced technology. Su Fan sat in the driver's seat, squinting at the ghostly convoy driving alongside the RV. They were too close. Through the transparent crystal dome, Su Fan could clearly see the face of the driver inside the other vehicle. It was a face identical to that of a human. They wore silver tight-fitting uniforms, a mix of men and women. Strangely, these individuals seemed completely oblivious to the massive gray-brown armored RV beside them. It was as if they did not exist in the same space. Each of those in silver uniforms wore expressions filled with intense fear. They gripped a glowing control panel tightly, their eyes darting nervously from side to side, fixed on the rocky walls above the canyon, and the rear breathing heavily. It seemed as if they were fleeing from some terrifying pursuit, desperate and frantic. Su Fan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his palms sweating. He slowly turned the steering wheel to the right, trying to get closer to the hovering deep-sea blue convoy for a better look. Just as the front of the RV drew near, the lead vehicle of the convoy, a blue hovering car, suddenly turned to the right, without warning, heading straight towards the dark red rock wall on the right side of the canyon. Su Fan's expression tightened. Just as the hovering car was about to collide with the rock wall, the lead driver in the silver tight-fitting uniform suddenly jolted, as if realizing something. He abruptly turned his head, and through the transparent crystal dome his gaze pierced the boundaries of space, locking onto Su Fan's eyes. In those eyes, once filled with fear, an expression of unbelievable shock erupted in an instant. The driver opened his mouth wide, veins bulging on his neck, yelling desperately in Su Fan's direction. Sizzle. A faint electromagnetic noise suddenly exploded through the RV's audio system. The broken syllables sounded like nails scraping against a blackboard, extremely jarring. Before Su Fan could make sense of it, the front of the hovering car had already made contact with the rock wall. A faint transparent ripple appeared on the surface of the wall, and the entire car silently vanished into the rock. Following that, the second, the third. Each vehicle that passed through the rock wall only stirred up a ripple of distorted space. In just a few seconds, the entire convoy vanished before Su Fan's eyes. The rock wall on the right side of the canyon returned to its original dark red appearance. Su Fan felt a chill running down his back. The walkie-talkie on the center console suddenly emitted a burst of urgent static. Su Xiao. In the walkie-talkie, Shun Qianqian panted hurriedly, her voice filled with fear. Did you see that? Just now on the right. Su Fan suddenly regained his senses. He glanced at the central display screen. The green ripples on the radar remained stable, and the convoy had left no signal feedback on the radar, as if it were a ghostly illusion transcending time and space. Su Fan immediately reached out and tapped rapidly on the curved central touchscreen. System. Analyze that ghost convoy immediately, and the intercepted audio signal. Command received. Switching to high-frequency analysis interface data, streaming like a waterfall, extracting optical imagery and residual spatial energy waves. 2 seconds later. Analysis complete. Radar did not detect any physical mass. A preliminary judgment indicates it is a residual image. System assessment: no interference capabilities with the current physical world. Danger level 0. Su Fan looked at the analysis results on the screen, his gaze cold. No interference capability. Residual image. The moment that lead driver turned his head, the shock in his eyes, and that shout that transcended dimensional barriers. That was definitely not a simple residual image. The data stream on the screen did not stop. A blue audio waveform began to oscillate violently. Analyzing intercepted audio signal. Spatial dimension noise removal complete. Universal language library matched successfully. Audio restoration completeness at 10%, barely recognizable. With a crackling sound of static, the system's cold electronic voice translated and broadcast the fragmented shout, "Blue Star." Upon hearing this, Su Fan tightened his grip on the steering wheel and pushed the accelerator to the floor. Qianqian, don't worry about him. Speed up, hurry through the canyon. Everyone accelerate. After speeding for 10 minutes, the narrow view ahead finally opened up. The massive armored vehicle plunged into the blinding sunlight. Su Fan, wearing black sunglasses, quickly scanned the barren landscape ahead. The wasteland remained desolate, littered with rubble. His gaze shifted and immediately locked onto a hill to the front, right about 5 kilometers away. It was a continuous rocky hill spanning across the flat wasteland, perfectly forming a natural barrier for visibility. That's the spot. Su Fan turned the steering wheel with his right hand, the vehicle carving an arc on the gravelly ground as it headed towards the hill. Behind, 200 cars followed, closely rushing out of the canyon. A few minutes later, the armored vehicle circled around the side of the hill and stopped in the shadow behind it. Su Fan grabbed the intercom on the console, pressed the team channel broadcast button, his voice crisp and decisive. Attention, all vehicles. With my vehicle as the center, all vehicles should align closely. The fronts must face outward, and there must be a passage for movement between each vehicle. Immediately stop and camp. Speed is essential. At the command, the entire convoy erupted into activity. Shun Qianqian's off-road vehicle skidded to a halt beside the armored vehicle. Before the vehicle even came to a stop, she pushed the door open and jumped out. 1-1. Take a few people to the left and mark the parking line. Baldy, Old Lu, you take charge of the right side and rear. Shun Qianqian's voice was sharp and confident. Arrange by vehicle size. Off-road vehicles and trucks become barriers on the outer circle. No one is allowed to take positions indiscriminately. Captain Baldy strode to the back of the convoy, wielding the captured M27 assault rifle. That blue sedan, reverse it. Turn the steering wheel inward. Baldy slammed the butt of his gun against the door of a nearby pickup truck. You pick up, park on the outer edge, with the front facing outward. Hurry up. Old Lu, along with several team leaders, weaved through the vehicles, directing them to fill the gaps. Over 200 vehicles roared, reversed, and braked behind the hill. The swirling dust nearly enveloped the entire campsite. Inside the armored vehicle's cockpit, Su Fan stared at the curved display on the control panel. The phased array radar's green waves swept across. Red dots on the screen flickered rapidly, heading towards the hill, following the scent left by their convoy. Su Fan grabbed the intercom. Faster. Move faster. If the rear vehicles aren't parked properly, abandon them. Personnel must run into the camp. He focused on the red dots on the screen, which were getting closer. 5 kilometers, 3 kilometers. The horde of zombies running towards them advanced at an alarming speed. Only 5 vehicles left. Su Xiao. Shun Qianqian's urgent voice came through the intercom. Be quick. Time was slipping away, and the atmosphere in the camp grew tense. 5 minutes later, accompanied by a final screech of brakes, the last vehicle finally stopped at the outermost circle. The entire convoy formed a magnificent circular camp, with Su Fan's vehicle at the center. All in position, Shun Qianqian shouted over the intercom. Su Fan's fingers swiftly glided over the system panel on the console. System, release the mist. Su Fan commanded in a deep voice. Beep. Activating mist skill. Calling energy. Mist release in progress. Mist has been completed. The vehicle-mounted radar can penetrate the host's own mist. The electronic voice of the system concluded, and a countdown clock immediately appeared in the upper right corner of the screen, 115959. Almost instantaneously, a thick, white mist rose without warning from the surroundings of the camp. From the outside of the hill, this area looked as if a strange, dense cloud had suddenly emerged, obscuring everything. No human figures or vehicle fronts could be seen, completely blocking all scents, sounds, and heat. Just as the mist was fully released, roar! A terrifying roar echoed from less than 100 meters away from the hill. Dozens of strange figures, accompanied by thousands of ordinary zombies like a tide, surged to the edge of the hill. Leading the charge were several massive second-level zombies. Their bodies exceeded 2 meters, with muscles bulging like hard rocks. The most striking feature was their skin, no longer the decayed bluish-gray of ordinary zombies, but a solid iron color. These 10 or so iron-colored second-level zombies were not only incredibly strong, but also unusually agile. They crouched slightly, leaping across the rubble like hunting leopards, completely devoid of the stiff, dragging movement of regular zombies. In their murky white eyes flickered a nascent, bloodthirsty intelligence. However, when these dozen second-level zombies reached the back of the hill, they suddenly stopped. Roar! The leading second-level zombie turned its head in confusion. The human scent it had been tracking so intently had inexplicably vanished at the edge of the thick, white mist. It was completely clean, leaving no trace behind. It lowered its head, its massive nostrils sniffing the ground, taking a whiff of the tire tracks in the sand. The scent reached the white mist as if cut off by an invisible knife. The remaining second-level zombies also paused. They wandered at the edge of the mist, their sharp, iron-colored claws anxiously scratching at the rocks, producing a harsh scraping sound. Thousands of ordinary zombies pressed together behind them, emitting blind, low growls, not daring to take a step beyond those second-level zombies. After waiting for a moment, the lead iron zombie stared at the silent white mist, the bloodthirsty light in its eyes slowly fading. This mist, devoid of any living essence, made it extremely repulsive. Roar! It then turned around and leisurely made its way back in the direction it had come from. The remaining second-level zombies followed suit, leading those thousands of ordinary zombies without self-awareness to continue aimlessly wandering in the nearby wasteland. Inside the armored vehicle, Su Fan watched as the dense red dots at the edge of the hill hesitated for a moment before slowly retreating, dispersing towards the canyon. Haha. Su Fan leaned back in the leather seat, a satisfied smile crossing his face. The absolute aura shielding of this mist skill worked surprisingly well. He paid no further attention to the wandering zombies, but picked up the vehicle's intercom hanging on the control panel. His fingers turned the frequency knob. Beep. A slight background noise of the signal connection sounded in the cabin. Su Fan pressed the talk button, his voice calm. By San Shao. Please respond if you hear me. In the open space outside the Bai family campsite, the fierce wind stirred up yellow sand. 2,000 fully armed elite soldiers stood beside their respective war vehicles, their gazes fixed on the entrance of the canyon ahead. Behind the positions, the distant low growls of numerous ordinary zombies could be faintly heard on the north wind. Bai Laosen stood atop the turret of an M1A2 main battle tank, gripping the shield of a heavy machine gun, tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. 3 waves of scouts had fallen inside, and there was no news from the civilian convoy, which served as cannon fodder. The approaching tide of zombies from behind left him in a dilemma, driving him to the edge of frustration. Just as Bai Laosen was anxiously preparing to order a reckless charge, a sharp electric crackle suddenly emanated from the high-powered military walkie-talkie at his waist. Immediately after, a voice filled with mockery from Su Fan came clearly from the speaker. Bai San Shao, please respond if you hear me. Please respond if you hear me. My convoy is moving smoothly. These brief words fell into Bai Laosen's ears like heavenly music. The gloom on his face vanished, and a burst of wild joy erupted in his deep-set eyes. They're not dead. They are not dead. Bai Laosen abruptly turned around, extending his right hand clad in a white glove towards a below, fingers quickly opening and closing. Give me the walkie-talkie. Hurry. I did not dare to delay, immediately taking off the walkie-talkie from his waist and handing it up with both hands. Bai Laosen snatched the walkie-talkie. Standing atop the turret, he took a deep breath, shaking off the tension in his shoulders, then raised his hand and cleared his throat with effort. He pressed the talk button. This is Bai Laosen. Bai Laosen's tone instantly became more melodious, regaining the composure and arrogance he had before. Su Xiong, have you crossed the canyon and encountered our brothers from the Alien Alliance's base? At this point, Bai Laosen chuckled twice and raised an eyebrow at a below with pride. Su Xiong, don't be afraid. Hand the walkie-talkie to them, I will communicate with them. Bai Laosen released the talk button, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth waiting for Su Fan's great. He had even prepared a set of persuasive words. 2 seconds later, a voice of disdain came from the walkie. What base? I haven't seen a thing. They probably withdrew long ago and forgot about you. Su Fan's voice did not pause, speaking extremely fast. All right, no time to talk. We are continuing to withdraw south. Click. A crisp sound, and the walkie-talkie was left with a monotonous, busy tone. Bai Laosan's triumphant smile instantly froze. He stood there staring at the walkie-talkie, in his hand bewildered. Hello. Su Xiong. Bai Laosan abruptly pressed the talk button and shouted loudly. There was no response. Hello, hello. Bai Laosan's voice rose by 8 degrees, veins bulging on his neck. The walkie-talkie continued to emit only static. You bastard. Bai Laosan's eyes turned bloodshot, and he suddenly raised his arm, smashing the walkie-talkie towards a standing below. Bang! The walkie-talkie hit his chest heavily and bounced to the ground. Bai Laosan stood atop the turret, his entire face dark as if it could drip water, with his cheek muscles twitching violently. He suddenly drew his sidearm, aiming it directly at the entrance of the canyon, and shouted hoarsely into the canyon. Virum. Dozens of armed pickup trucks roared to life simultaneously, their massive exhaust pipes spewing thick black smoke. The convoy formation changed instantly. The armed pickups took the lead, adopting an alternating cover tactical formation, leading the way into the darkness of the canyon. Inside the canyon, the light dimmed suddenly, and the towering dark red rock walls seemed cleaved by a giant axe piercing into the clouds. The cold wind whistled through the narrow rock crevices, emitting a chilling howl. The wide tires of the pickup trucks compressed the gravel road, producing a series of muffled creaking sounds. This noise was amplified endlessly in the open and oppressive canyon. In the back of the pickup truck, the machine gunner spread his legs wide, firmly stabilizing his lower body. His strong arms gripped the M249 light machine gun, tightly thumb pressed against the trigger. The dark muzzle of the machine gun scanned crazily back and forth between the dark crevices of the rock walls and the dead trees above as the vehicle bounced. Cold sweat beaded on the foreheads of the gunners, flowing down the edges of their tactical goggles and dripping onto their bulletproof vests as everyone remained in a state of extreme tension. Behind the pickup truck convoy, hundreds of black full-size armed SUVs followed closely. The windows of the SUVs were all rolled down. At every window, a barrel of an M27 automatic rifle protruded. The soldiers sat inside the vehicle, gripping their rifles tightly, fingers resting on the trigger guard. Their heads kept turning, nervously scanning every dead angle within the canyon. The M1A2 main battle tank was positioned in the middle of the convoy. Bai Laosan climbed onto the cold edge of the turret, diving into the commander's hatch. A followed closely, sliding into the hatch. Clang! The heavy hatch closed firmly from above, locking from the inside. The tank's interior was cramped, filled with the intense smell of machine oil and the dryness emitted by electronic components. The red and green lights emitted from the dashboard and various displays illuminated Bai Laosan's grim face. Sitting in the commander's seat, Bai Laosan crossed his arms, staring intently at the periscope screen ahead. The military radio channel in the cabin remained open, with continuous tactical reports coming from the scout. Vehicle 1 calling straight road ahead for 200 meters, no obstacles detected. Vehicle 2 received. There is a crack in the left rock wall, please observe carefully. Vehicle 3 passing the bend, there are numerous tire tracks on the ground, confirmed to be left by the civilian convoy. All vehicles maintain distance, alternate cover, and pay attention to the high-angle dead angles. Bai Laosan listened to the continuous reports from the radio, his tense body showing no signs of relaxation. He stared at the images in the periscope, his right hand unconsciously forming a fist. Inside the armored vehicle, Su Fan casually tossed the walkie-talkie of the car radio onto the center console. Click. He placed both hands on the steering wheel, then released them, leaning back against the spacious leather seat. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, his mood greatly improved. He stood up, raised his arms high, and stretched hard. A series of cracking sounds echoed through his bones. Su Fan lowered his arms, turned, and left the driver's cabin, striding towards the living area. He paused by the dining table, quietly reaching behind him with his right hand. With a slight movement of his mind, a ripple spread through the space, imperceptible to ordinary people. When Su Fan brought his right hand back to the front, he was already holding a cold, fresh chicken, cleaned to perfection, its skin glistening with chill. Next, he extended his left hand. With a twist of his wrist, 6 cans of chilled cola appeared in his left hand. The surface of the aluminum cans instantly condensed with tiny beads of water due to the temperature difference, which dripped down along the plastic wrap. Holding the cold, fresh chicken and chilled cola, Su Fan stepped down from the RV. Outside, the members of the convoy were already getting out of their vehicles to tidy up the campsite. Su Fan identified the direction and walked towards Shun Qianqian's SUV. Good luck and great fortune today, we feast on chicken. Su Fan tilted his head back, pouring the last sip of chilled cola from the can into his mouth. The carbonated bubbles surged down his throat, eliciting a comfortable burp. He casually tossed the empty can into the trash bin in the corner, producing a crisp metallic clang, then pulled out a tissue and wiped his mouth nonchalantly. Outside the tent, faint sounds of the convoy members cooking and whispering could be heard. Looking out through the half-open tent, the air inside the camp was clear and transparent, but a towering, slowly rolling wall of thick, white mist loomed at the edges hundreds of meters away, enclosing the entire convoy in its center. Wenwen rubbed her slightly sore shoulders and glanced at the eerie mist wall outside, murmuring softly, "Su Shao, this mist looks really ominous. Are we really going to sleep here tonight?" Su Fan tossed the used tissue into the trash bin, leaned back, sinking into the camping chair with a light chuckle. "Tired? Then have a good rest. Qian, let everyone know. We will stay here for more than 10 hours today, so everyone can relax and recuperate." Upon hearing 10 hours, Yi Xiaowen and Wenwen's eyes instantly brightened. The frantic escape over the past few days had left everyone's nerves frayed to the limit. Having a long, stable period to rest was an unprecedented luxury. Great, everyone can finally catch their breath. A hint of joy flashed in Shun Qianqian's eyes. Su Fan stood up, casually adjusting his tactical vest. "I might need to step out for a bit. Everyone can do whatever they want in the middle of the camp, but absolutely do not enter the mist's range, not even a step." Shun Qianqian's expression grew serious as she nodded. Su Fan did not say more and turned to exit the tent. Smoke was rising from the camp as members of the convoy were hurriedly preparing food and resting. Su Fan navigated through the crowd toward the armored RV parked in the center. He silently calculated the time in his mind. According to the previous speed and distance by Laosan's armed convoy of 2,000 was about to encounter the wandering horde of zombies at the canyon's outskirts. Thinking of this, Su Fan unconsciously quickened his pace, a sense of anticipation rising in his chest. Arriving at the RV, he unlocked the door with a click, pushing open the heavy bulletproof door. Su Fan stepped into the driver's cabin and shut the door behind him. He quickly slid his hand across the control panel. "System, activate the central radar and lock onto the canyon exit area." The curved large screen lit up instantly, with green scanning waves rippling outwards, clearly projecting the terrain contours within 10 kilometers on the screen. At the same time, at the gloomy end of the canyon, two heavily modified armed pickup trucks emerged from the canyon's shadows, charging into the sunlit wasteland. The gunner in the truck bed gripped the M249 light machine gun, his finger resting on the trigger edge, his eyes scanning the surroundings nervously beneath the tactical goggles. The wasteland was eerily quiet, scattered with weathered rubble, while a few dried grasses spun in the wind. There were no ambushes nor any sign of zombies. The small leader in the passenger seat exhaled deeply, grasping the radio and pressing the talk button. "Report to San Shao." The small leader's voice transmitted through radio waves back to the armored convoy deep within the canyon. "The lead armed pickup team has safely passed through the canyon. The field of vision is clear, no abnormalities detected." Inside the M1A2 main battle tank, the military radio speaker clearly relayed the report from the front. Bai Laosan, sitting in the commander's seat, relaxed his tense expression upon hearing no abnormalities detected. He picked up the communicator, "Gather nearby and establish a defensive position waiting for us to exit the canyon." After finishing, Bai Laosan switched to the military's broadcast frequency. All subsequent vehicles accelerated. As soon as Bai Laosan's words fell, the over 60-ton M1A2 main battle tank beneath him let out a deafening roar. The tank's treads smashed violently along the canyon's gravel road, sparking as they surged forward. Hundreds of armed off-road vehicles and trucks followed closely behind, roaring as they accelerated, causing the canyon to echo with the immense sound of a steel tide. Inside the armored RV, Su Fan propped his chin up, with one hand, his gaze fixed intently on the central radar screen. On the radar interface, green dots representing Bei's elite troops were continuously emerging from the narrow canyon passage. Like a swarm of ants pouring out, they quickly formed a massive green square in the open space outside the canyon's exit. Meanwhile, 8 kilometers away from the perimeter of this green square, the originally aimless red dots, as if sensing the scent of blood, began to exhibit noticeable movements. They all simultaneously turned their directions, regrouping, slowly moving toward the massive green square. Watching as more and more green dots gathered at the canyon's exit, Su Fan couldn't help but smile. Gather, the more you gather, the bigger the noise, the faster the zombie horde will come. Half an hour later, Bai Laosan's armed convoy had all passed through the canyon, completing a circular defensive assembly in the open area 1 kilometer from the canyon exit. In the center of the position, with a clank, the command tower hatch on the top of the M1A2 main battle tank was pushed open with force. Bai Laosan propped himself up on the edge of the hatch, emerging from the stifling tank interior. He stood atop the tank's turret, taking a deep breath of the dry air of the wasteland. Bai Laosan turned his head, looking around with an air of confidence. Looking at this well-organized, powerful armed convoy, at those well-trained, alert soldiers, pride rekindled in his eyes. Asai climbed up through the tank's loading hatch and stood beside Bai Laosan. Bai Laosan withdrew his gaze, his previous pride somewhat tempered as he turned to look at Asai. Asai, haven't we contacted the base yet? Asai, holding a high-power military radio, shook his head. No, Sen. We have now exited the canyon, and theoretically, we should be completely within the signal coverage area, yet there has been no response on the base's frequency. Bai Laosan fell silent for a few seconds upon hearing this. His brow furrowed tightly as he glanced over the convoy ahead, gloomily staring towards the south. At such a close distance the radio showed no reaction. Immediately head towards the base. Bai Laosan suddenly turned around, slapping the tank's hatch. Relay to the entire army. Full speed ahead. For the next 10 kilometers, give it your all. I want to see what those old fellows are up to. The blazing sun over the wasteland resembled a ball of fire scorching the parched Gobi Desert. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp and rhythmic gunfire echoed across the open expanse. Several armed pickup trucks at the forefront were rapidly advancing along the bumpy dirt road. In the truck bed, the machine gunner leaned his legs against the stand bolted to the floor, holding steady the M249 light machine gun with both hands. They calmly squeezed the trigger, executing precise, 3-round bursts. After the vanguard unit traveled about 2 kilometers out of the canyon, ordinary zombies began to appear wandering around the wasteland. These zombies were mostly tattered and aimlessly meandering over the Gobi. Hearing the roar of the engine, they stiffly turned their heads, opening their mouths filled with black blood, letting out low growls as they attempted to approach the convoy. However, what awaited them was a merciless metallic storm. As the M249 called out its targets one by one, 56mm bullets struck the zombies' heads with precision. The rotten heads shattered in midair like watermelons dropped from a height, with thick black-red liquid splattering onto the scorching sand and gravel. The decapitated bodies toppled forward due to inertia, some being mercilessly crushed under the wide, rugged tires of the pickup trucks, leaving behind dark red tracks. In the center of the convoy, Bai Laosan stood in the command cabin of the tank, half of his body exposed. The wild wind blew against his windproof combat suit. He held a pair of high-magnification military binoculars with both hands expressionless as he observed the road conditions ahead. The scattered zombies barely registered in his eyes. He lowered the binoculars and looked down through the hatch at the seated Asai below. Asai, Bai Laosan's voice was cold, tinged with impatience. Notify the leading vehicles to speed up. Bai Laosan tapped the edge of the hatch. What are we dawdling for? These ordinary zombies aren't even enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. What's there to fear? Just run them over. Understood. Asai immediately grabbed the microphone of the military radio. Attention Vanguard Unit. Third Young Master commands, do not waste time on scattered targets. Speed up. Full speed ahead. With the order given, the roar of the convoy's engines suddenly rose and clouds of yellow sand billowed, and the armed pickups and off-road vehicles accelerated noticeably, like a sharp dagger cutting through the wasteland ahead. However, this smooth charge did not last long. Da-da-da-da-da. The previously sparse gunfire ahead suddenly transformed into a torrential downpour of concentrated fire. Not only the M249 light machine gun, but also several large-caliber M2 heavy machine guns mounted on the vehicles joined the fray, their booming gunfire shaking the ground. A pungent smell of gunpowder filled the air in an instant. Z. The military radio in front of Asai suddenly emitted a sharp noise, followed by the hoarse and anxious voice of the Vanguard Unit commander coming through the speaker. Third Young Master. Third Young Master. The Vanguard Unit reports. A large number of zombies have appeared ahead. There are too many, and the firepower net is about to be overwhelmed. Requesting to slow down and establish a defense line. Upon hearing the report, the atmosphere inside the tank instantly froze. Just then, the handheld radio hanging from Asai's tactical vest suddenly flickered red, and a series of intermittent new messages came through. It was a special frequency relayed by scouts he had stationed at the very front for long-distance reconnaissance. Asai pressed the answer button and held the radio to his ear. After only 2 seconds, Asai's face turned pale, devoid of color. His pupils constricted violently, and an unmistakable fear surged in his eyes. Clang! Asai suddenly pushed open the loading hatch above and scrambled up the ladder using both hands. He half-crawled out of the hatch and grabbed the binoculars hanging from his chest, hurriedly looking towards the southern horizon. His gaze cut through the dust and smoke ahead. The moment he saw the scene in front of him, Asai shivered all over, his legs going weak, nearly slipping off the turret. He abruptly turned his head, gripping Bai Laosan's arm tightly, his fingers turning white from the excessive force. Third Young Master. Asai's lips trembled, unable to articulate a complete sentence. Ahead. Zombies. Bai Laosan was already furious because the Vanguard Unit was stalled. He forcefully shook off Asai's hand, glaring at him fiercely. Zombies ahead. What about the zombies ahead? You useless fool. A few zombies have scared you into this state. Asai opened his mouth pointing ahead, but no sound came out for a long time. Bai Lao San snorted coldly and raised the high-magnification military binoculars again, looking in the direction Asai pointed. He turned the knob on the binoculars to zoom in. The lens penetrated the dust raised by the armed pickups ahead, bringing the view closer from several kilometers away. The next second, Bai Lao San's expression instantly froze. A bone-chilling coldness made his hair stand on end, and his mind plunged into silence. In his line of sight appeared a sea of black corpses. Yet what truly made Bai Lao San's scalp tingle was not the sheer number of zombies. It was the clothing worn by those zombies. Through the high magnification of the binoculars, he clearly saw that the foremost zombies, despite their disfigured faces and rolling flesh, were still distinguishable as not wearing the chaotic civilian attire. Some wore tactical vests, while others donned bulletproof helmets. There were even some zombies clutching automatic rifles, dragging them aimlessly by instinct. The continuous tide of zombies behind them crashed forward like waves, all dressed in the same manner. That was the standard attire of their Alien Alliance military base. The base has fallen. Bai Lao San's hand gripping the binoculars trembled for the first time in it. The Alien Alliance military base housed tens of thousands of elite soldiers equipped with solid defensive structures and ample ammunition supplies. Even when faced with a horde of 100,000 zombies, they would definitely have the strength to fight back. Yet now those comrades who once fought alongside him, those elite soldiers guarding the base, had all turned into mindless zombies, only knowing how to consume flesh. Moreover, they were charging towards his unit. Third young master. The base is gone. Asai collapsed beside the hatch, his voice filled with despair. Bai Lao San took a deep breath. The overwhelming fear that surged into his mind was forcibly suppressed by his rationality. He was Bai Lao San, a ruthless character who climbed to the top over countless corpses. Whether the ones ahead were living or dead, anyone who obstructed his path must die. Slap. Bai Lao San turned around and delivered a resounding slap to Asai's face. Bai Lao San's eyes turned bloodshot, resembling an angry lion. The base may be gone, but as long as I still have a gun and artillery in hand, the Bai family will not fall. Asai was sent reeling from the slap, his eyes filled with stars. He covered his face and gritted his teeth as he stood up. Bai Lao San no longer looked at the grim scene ahead. He grabbed the vehicle-mounted radio beside the hatch and directly cut off the rescue call from the Vanguard. Attention all units. I am Bai Lao San. Bai Lao San's cold and fierce voice instantly spread throughout the convoy. Listen carefully. There is indeed a special group of corpses ahead. But I tell you, no matter what clothing those monsters wear, no matter who they were in life, now they are merely zombies aiming to tear your throats out. Put away your useless sympathy. From now on, we must show no mercy. Turn them all into sieves. Bai Lao San stared at the battlefield ahead, his brain spinning wildly as tactical orders were rapidly issued. Vanguard's armed pickups. Immediately halt your advance. Spread out to the left and right, forming a fan shape. Utilize the machine guns in the vehicles to establish the first crossfire zone. Seal off the frontal passage with firepower. Subsequent armed off-road vehicles follow up immediately. Bai Lao San's left hand waved fiercely. As long as the zombies break through the pickups, defenses suppress them with a hail of bullets. All trucks move to the flanks and rear of the position. Form a continuous line, all parked horizontally. Block every gap tightly. Construct a sealed iron defense wall for me. At the command, the convoy, which had been somewhat chaotic due to the obstruction of the Vanguard, instantly sprang into action. The harsh sound of brakes echoed. Dozens of armed pickups swerved wildly on the wasteland, their bodies sideways, tires kicking up large clouds of dust. The barrels of M2 heavy machine guns and M249 light machine guns intertwined, weaving an impenetrable web of death in an instant. The multitude of zombies was cut down by the 12.7mm heavy machine guns. Limbs and severed arms flew through the air. Following closely behind the off-road vehicles had riflemen using the doors as cover, beginning precise shooting. The heavy trucks at the rear roared one after another sideways, their massive bodies locked tightly together, forming a steel fortress in the open wasteland in a very short time. A few kilometers away from Bai Lao San's position, deep underground in the headquarters of the Alien Alliance Army. In a secret circular underground chamber, the harsh white light illuminated the entire space without a hint of shadow. The air in the chamber was filled with the pungent smell of formaldehyde. On the test tube rack, glass tubes containing various unknown liquids refracted eerie light under the constant temperature lamp. Dozens of large LCD screens hanging on the walls were frantically refreshing various data. 5 laboratory personnel in white protective suits were nervously busy at the control panel. The heavy breathing masks made their voices sound somewhat muffled. Sample 3's heart rate has exceeded 240. Abnormal peaks in brain waves have appeared. Immediately cut off the nutrient solution supply. Increase the injection of the neutralizing agent. The lead researcher stood at the control panel, staring intently at the screen, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Steady. We cannot lose all our progress at this time. No, the neutralizing agent is ineffective. The cellular activity of sample 4 is geometrically multiplying. Another researcher trembled as he stood up abruptly. In the center of the chamber stood 4 massive cylindrical glass life pods. The pods were filled with a murky light green liquid. As the researchers gasped in alarm, the green data on the screens instantly turned a blinding crimson, and the urgent beep-beep alarm echoed crazily within the chamber. Bang, bang, bang. The dense knocking sound suddenly came from inside the 4 massive life pods. The liquid inside began to churn violently, bubbling up in large bursts. Vague silhouettes of 4 towering figures could be seen frantically twisting and struggling in the green liquid. The knocking sounds grew more frequent and more violent, causing the entire chamber's floor to tremble slightly. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering glass rang out. A massive spiderweb-like crack suddenly appeared on the bulletproof glass surface of LifePod 3. The lead researcher stared at the crack, his pupils suddenly constricted and his face turned pale. He pushed the keyboard away and pressed the red emergency button on the control panel. Data anomaly. The test samples have completely gone out of control. Execute the destruction protocol. Evacuate the laboratory immediately. Quick! The moment he shouted this, a deafening explosion sounded. The heavy doors of the 4 life pods were violently blown open almost simultaneously by a terrifying force. The light green nutrient solution flooded out like a burst dam mixed with glass shards, instantly pouring onto the metal floor of the chamber. 4 tall figures leaped out from the broken pods, stepping on the scattered glass shards and nutrient solution. Their physiques were even more imposing than those of the iron-colored second-tier zombies. Their muscles resembled twisted steel bars, and their skin exhibited a greenish rust color. The 4 monsters slightly hunched their bodies, standing in the center of the chaotic chamber. In the seconds after breaking out of the pods, these 4 initial monsters slowly raised their heads. Within their murky eyes, a final glimmer of human clarity still lingered. However, this clarity lasted for less than 2 seconds. When their gazes shifted, locking onto the few laboratory personnel in white protective suits not far away. A beast-like low growl erupted from their throats, and the originally murky whites of their eyes were instantly filled with crimson blood. Endless brutality and bloodlust occupied their bodies. The 4 monsters threw their heads back, emitting a deafening roar that shattered eardrums, and their hind legs forcefully kicked off the metal floor, charging directly at the researchers. Get away! Help! The researchers were terrified, scrambling back on the slick floor as they rolled and in their panic. 2 researchers reached for the pockets of their protective suits, hurriedly pulling out a blue glass. Their hands trembling, they aimed the blue needle at the charging monsters. This syringe, which could usually suppress zombies, was now rendered ineffective. One monster grabbed the struggling researcher's arms, opening its gaping tooth-filled maw, and bit down hard on the researcher's neck. The tough material of the protective suit, along with the fragile carotid artery, was instantly torn apart by the sharp fangs. Blood sprayed out like a fountain, staining the pale light. The chamber was instantly filled with the chilling sounds of chewing and swallowing, taking advantage of the monsters frantically devouring their companion. The last surviving researcher rolled and crawled towards the steel door of the chamber. Trembling fingers, stained with blood, frantically pressed the door code on the keypad. Click! The heavy steel door slid open to both sides. The researchers squeezed through the gap and dove into the dim, narrow underground passage outside, desperately running towards the exit leading to the surface. He looked ahead at the light leading to the surface, summoning the last bit of strength in his body, rushing up the metal steps. He pushed open the alloy hatch on the ground, and sunlight instantly pierced his eyes. I made it out. I'm alive. Whoosh! A giant hand covered in pale bone spurs suddenly shot out from the shadows below, grabbing the researcher's ankle tightly. The researcher let out a piercing scream, being dragged back into the dark basement, accompanied by the nauseating sounds of fabric tearing and flesh being pulled. The 4 satiated monsters stepped on the ground, covered in shredded flesh and blood, slowly emerging from the underground passage, fully exposed to the sunlight of the wasteland. The perimeter of the headquarters. Dozens of second-tier zombies wandering around upon hearing the commotion immediately roared and rushed over. Usually arrogant, these second-tier zombies lowered their heads, retracting their sharp claws, cautiously approaching, obediently following the 4 monsters. The 4 monsters with rust-colored skin stood in the sunlight, slightly raising their heads, their nostrils flaring as they sniffed the air carefully. Roar! The 4 monsters suddenly opened their blood-red eyes, letting out a terrifying roar that shook the wasteland. Then they dropped to all fours, leading the dozen or so second-tier zombies behind them, kicking up a cloud of dust as they dashed toward the direction of the gunfire. Inside the cockpit of the armored RV, Su Fan rested, his chin on one hand fixated on the curved radar display on the central console. On the screen, the crimson dots representing the zombies had merged into a glaring sea of red. At the very center of this sea, over 2,000 green dots representing the elite of the Bi family formed a tightly knit and sturdy circular defense. The red and green dots, densely intertwined, collided and flickered along the edges of the screen. Each flicker signified the barrage of hundreds of bullets and the collapse of heaps of zombies. I must say Lawson truly has some skills, Su Fan commented while watching the radar display, which maintained a perfect circular green defensive formation. With overlapping firepower networks that can quickly fill gaps, his ability to arrange troops and command on the fly is far superior to that of his erratic older brother. On the radar, although the edges of the green dots were continuously battered by the waves of red dots, the entire formation showed no signs of breaking. Especially the loyalty and tactical training of these soldiers below is quite impressive. Surrounded by tens of thousands of zombies for half an hour, the line has yet to crumble. Just as Su Fan was observing this defensive battle with great interest, an urgent red alarm suddenly blared from the central radar. A dozen large red dots suddenly burst into the scanning range, approaching Bai Laosan's position at an astonishing speed. This size indicator. Su Fan squinted. It's a second-tier zombie. The ones that were circling outside the hills when the mist was released were this bunch. However, what surprised Su Fan next was the emergence of 4 even larger, deep red markers shining prominently on the radar screen ahead of those dozen second-tier zombies. These 4 red dots were several times larger than the second-tier zombies. They resembled 4 heavy torpedoes streaking across the radar screen in straight red lines with unstoppable momentum. System immediately scanned and analyzed the leading 4 red dots. Command receive. The system quickly pulled up a data analysis panel on the right side of the screen with a cascade of Azure codes scrolling through. System analyzing. Target locked. Biological signature comparison complete. Judgment result, 3rd-tier zombie. Comprehensive combat power assessment. The enemy's individual strength, speed, and skeletal hardness have all undergone significant mutations. The system paused for a second before providing an accurate defense calculation. With the current armor defense level of the RV, it can withstand the physical attacks of a single individual without damage. If attacked simultaneously by 4 third-tier zombies, the armor's durability is expected to withstand for half an hour. After half an hour, the bulletproof glass and composite armor will face a risk of cracking. Weapon counterattack assessment. The M61 Vulcan cannon can inflict effective damage, but due to the target's high defense value, killing this target will consume a large amount of armor-piercing ammunition. Caution is advised when firing. Even the RV's formidable armor can only hold for half an hour. Su Fan raised an eyebrow. This is going to be a bit tricky. I hope Bai Laosan's tank main gun 3 cannon boy can aim better this time. This hard nut is best left for him to crack. At the canyon exit 1 kilometer away, the smoke of battle hung over the desolate plain like thick fog. The roar of heavy machine guns intertwined with the bursts of automatic rifles, never pausing for a moment. In front of the steel defense line formed by armed pickup trucks and off-road vehicles, the bodies of zombies had piled up into a nearly 1-meter-high wall of corpses. The subsequent zombies could only step over their companions' bodies, howling as they continued to charge forward, only to be torn to shreds by the dense hail of bullets. Bai Laosan stood in the command cabin of the M1A2 tank with most of his body exposed outside. He held a high-powered military telescope, coldly observing the battle situation ahead. Although the zombie onslaught remained furious, their numbers were clearly not as dense as at the beginning. At the end of his line of sight, he could already see the edge of the tide of corpses. Bai Laosan lowered the telescope and raised his left hand. On his wrist, a luxurious Patek Philippe mechanical watch reflected a cold gleam in the sunlight and smoke. 12:15. Bai Laosan glanced at the watch's hands, chuckled coldly, and turned to shout downwards, "Say. Relay the message. Don't shoot blindly, conserve ammunition." Bai Laosan patted the tank's armor. "We have at most 30 more minutes before the battle ends." "Yes, young Master San." Say perked up, immediately grabbing the full-band intercom to relay the command loudly. Hearing that they only needed to hold on for another 30 minutes, the previously fatigued soldiers on the position suddenly felt their morale soar. Bai Laosan supported himself on the edge of the hatch, feeling the immense firepower of the convoy, and his pride swelled to its peak once again. He turned his gaze towards the dark canyon exit to the north, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery. That arrogant Su Fan, along with his civilian convoy made of scrap metal, has probably long been torn to pieces by this horde of zombies. Bai Laosan couldn't help but smirk. What use is talk in this man-eating alien wasteland? Here it's all about having guns, artillery, and enough manpower to truly stand firm. A modified little junk RV dares to flaunt its power before me. How can it compare to me? What can it use to compete with me? Just as Bai Laosan's emotions reached their peak. Roar! Suddenly several deafening roars erupted from the southern outskirts of the battlefield. They completely overshadowed the gunfire on the position, exploding across the entire Gobi. Immediately after, a bizarre scene unfolded. The over 10,000 ordinary zombies who had been fearlessly charging at the defense line suddenly came to a halt upon hearing those roars. Their frenzied howls instantly transformed into terrified whimpers. Then they all turned around in unison like a receding tide of black water, frantically scattering towards the southern side of the battlefield. Why are the zombies retreating? The soldiers on the position stopped shooting in confusion, staring at the rapidly retreating horde. Bai Laosan was also taken aback by this sudden change. His brows furrowed tightly, and an ominous premonition surged within him. He immediately raised the high-powered military telescope in his hand and looked south towards the direction the zombies were retreating. The dust gradually settled in the wind. In the telescope's view, several giant iron-colored zombies appeared. His gaze passed over those dozen second-tier zombies and fell on the four figures slowly approaching. Bai Laosan's hands holding the telescope suddenly stiffened, frozen at the tank hatch. How could it be them? Bai Laosan pressed his hands tightly against the edge of the turret, the veins on the back of his. Though the faces of the four pale monsters were twisted and deformed, he recognized them at a glance. The leaders of the four major families of the Alien Alliance. Has the main base completely fallen? Bai Laosan clenched his teeth, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. Is the sequence awakening serum an outcome of experimental failure, or was it all a scheme orchestrated by that person from the very beginning? After a brief moment of shock, Bai Laosan's expression swiftly returned to one of cruelty and coldness. During his time on Blue Star, which family business he managed wasn't far more brutal than the situation before him. To rise to power, he could turn against even his own brothers. The so-called ethics of kinship meant nothing to him. Today, whether living or dead, anyone who dared to block his path would be torn apart. Bai Laosan abruptly turned around, grabbing the military radio, ready to rally morale. Roar! The four third-tier zombies in the distance all raised their heads and let out a terrifying roar that shook the wasteland. Accompanying this roar, the dozen or so iron-colored second-tier zombies blocking their way suddenly surged, dropping to all fours and charging forward. Behind them, thousands of ordinary zombies surged like a black flood that had breached a dam, launching another frenzied assault. The leading second-tier zombie suddenly pushed off the gravel-covered wasteland. Its massive body soared into the air, crashing down on the hood of an armed pickup truck with a loud bang. The engine hood instantly crumpled. A monster! A rifleman next to the pickup truck retreated in fright, firing his M27 in a frenzy. The 5.56mm bullets struck the grayish-black skin of the second-tier zombie, creating a shower of sparks, leaving only a few shallow white marks. The second-tier zombie suddenly turned its head and swatted at him. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The soldier didn't even have time to scream before his headless body fell straight down. The second-tier zombie suddenly turned its head and swatted at him. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The soldier didn't even have time to scream before his headless body fell straight down. The once solid defensive line was instantly torn apart by the brutish assault of the second-tier zombies. Fear began to spread among the soldiers. Can't kill them. They just want die. A young rookie watching his squad leader die before his eyes trembled and dropped his gun to the ground. Nearby, several soldiers operating machine guns were dragged off the vehicle by second-tier zombies and brutally slaughtered, severed limbs and body parts scattered everywhere. The entire convoy's defensive line began to show signs of collapse. Bai Laosan stood at the tank's hatch, watching the chaos unfold in front of the position. He pressed down on the radio, his voice hoarse from shouting. All heavy machine guns. Don't worry about those ordinary zombies. Concentrate fire and prioritize shooting those big zombies. Heavy machine gun position at 12 o'clock. Don't just rotate in place. Move left 5 meters immediately to form a crossfire net with the 3 o'clock position. Seal off their escape routes. 3M2 heavy machine guns opened fire simultaneously. The 12.7mm armor-piercing rounds bit into a second-tier zombie rampaging through the crowd from 3 directions. Even though the bones of the second-tier zombie were harder than steel, they finally couldn't withstand the concentrated fire of such heavy artillery. The arms of the second-tier zombie were hit by dozens of heavy machine gun bullets in the same spot, its iron-like muscles torn apart, its hard bones shattered, and black blood gushed forth. The intense pain made these semi-intelligent monsters feel fear. Several severely injured second-tier zombies hesitated to charge forward again. They let out pained whimpers from their throats and began to retreat, seeking refuge in the tide of corpses behind. Roar! One of the most massive copper-rusted monsters flashed with rage in its blood-red eyes. It exerted its legs with great force, instantly covering a distance of over 10 meters, grabbing the neck of the fastest retreating second-tier zombie with a severed arm. With the other hand, it plunged into the chest of the second-tier zombie. It pulled its arms outward with a brutal force. accompanied by a spine-chilling sound of flesh and bone tearing. The body as hard as iron was mercilessly ripped in half by this third-tier monster. Black blood and entrails rained down upon the wasteland. The third-tier monster casually tossed the two halves of the body aside and looked up, letting out a roar. They were taking the field themselves. Stop them. Open fire. The machine gunners on the front line crazily pulled the triggers. A dense barrage of bullets poured towards the four figures. The bullets from the M2 heavy machine guns struck the skin of the four monsters, making a metallic clanging sound, and were directly deflected by their tough muscles. One third-tier zombie charged through the hail of bullets as if it were an unchallenged realm, reaching the very front of the defensive line. It forcefully gripped the chassis of a modified armed pickup truck with both hands. The 2-ton armed pickup truck was effortlessly lifted above its head and then thrown towards the rear, like tossing a toy into the ranks of off-road vehicles. Before these four terrifying monsters, the once impregnable circular formation completely collapsed. Soldiers whose psychological defenses had been shattered no longer cared about military orders. They dropped their weapons and scattered, crying out in panic. Bai Lao Sin watched the scene before him akin to a hellish battlefield, his face turning pale. He pushed himself in and slid into the tank's command compartment, kicking the back of the gunner's chair. Fire! Fire! Bai Lao San's eyes bulged with blood, his voice sharp from extreme tension. Ase, hurry up and load the armor-piercing rounds for me. Ase scrambled towards the ammo rack. He hugged a heavy fin-stabilized armor-piercing shell with both hands, turned and forcefully pushed it into the cannon's breech. Clang! The breech closed. The gunner gripped the fire control system tightly, his eyes glued to the sight as the crosshairs rapidly moved, locking onto a third-tier zombie that was tearing at the door of an off-road vehicle. Laser range-finding completed. Target locked. Bai Lao Sin stared intensely at the periscope, his face contorted as he roared, fire. The 120mm smoothbore main gun of the M1A2 tank emitted a deafening roar that tore through the sky. A massive orange-red flame erupted from the muzzle, the powerful recoil causing the 60-ton vehicle to lurch backward, sending sand and stones flying in a shockwave. The armor-piercing round, with an initial velocity of 1,700 meters per second, transformed into a deathly streak of light, crossing a mere few hundred meters in an instant. Bang! Right on target. The terrifying kinetic energy erupted upon impact. Even if the third-tier zombie had a bone density higher than steel, it was utterly ineffective against such overwhelming firepower capable of penetrating the tank's front armor. The third-tier zombie didn't even have time to let out a scream. Its entire body exploded like raindrops shattered into pieces. Inside the armored vehicle, Su Fan leaned back in the leather seat, staring intently at the central radar screen. Just a moment ago, the massive deep red cursor representing the third-tier zombie had extinguished one. Su Fan looked at the vanishing red, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The triple cannon boy has finally fired a shot. One shot down, 2 more to go. It's time to step out and take a shot. Su Fan stood up from his seat, casually adjusting his tactical vest. Boom! The M1A2 main battle tank's 120mm smoothbore cannon emitted a crisp sound that tore through the sky. In midair, the high-leaping third-tier zombie disintegrated with a thunderous crash. Fragments of flesh and pale bone shreds rained down like a bloodstorm. Bai Lao Sin sat in the commander's cabin, gripping the periscope tightly as he observed the scene. Ha ha ha! Bai Lao Sin laughed maniacally, his muscles twitching violently. Dopamine surged to its peak in his brain. What monsters? What mutations? In front of this king of land warfare, representing the crystallization of Blue Star's industry, they were nothing but paper tigers. As long as this tank was present, Bai Lao San was undoubtedly the king of this alien wasteland. Ase, continue loading. Bai Lao San's eyes turned bloodshot as he slammed the seat and roared, fire. Blast them all to pieces. Armor-piercing round loaded. Aim. Fire. The gunner shouted. Another deafening cannon shot echoed. The second third-tier zombie that had just charged towards an armed pickup had its head nearly severed by the tail, stabilizing armor-piercing round resembling a burst watermelon. The massive headless corpse crashed heavily onto the sandy ground, twitching a few times before becoming still. At that moment, the third-tier zombie finally sensed the deadly threat posed by this steel behemoth. A flicker of fear flashed in its blood-red eyes as it abruptly turned around, using hands and feet to sprint back towards the dense horde of zombies. Trying to run, Bai Lao San sneered, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty madness. Charge. Blow it to pieces. Full speed ahead. The M1A2 tank roared like a beast, its 60-ton chassis maneuvering rapidly across the wasteland. The fire control system locked onto the fleeing rust-colored silhouette. Prepare to fire on the move. Fire. The cannon's muzzle spewed forth orange flames again. The fleeing third-tier zombie fell to the ground with a thud, its lower body blown to a mist of blood, while its upper half was dragged a few meters before it finally breathed its last. In just a few minutes, 3 terrifying monsters were slain. The morale of the soldiers on the front line surged, cheers erupting. However, Lao San's gaze was fixed on the last one. The fourth third-tier zombie did not hide or flee like its companions. It was crouched next to the 3 blown-apart corpses of its kind, frantically tearing at the ground meat and entrails, stuffing its mouth, as if performing some bizarre eating ritual. Still dare to eat? They'll send you to hell to feast. Murderous intent flashed in Lao San's eyes. Ase, one more shot. Send it off. Armor-piercing round loaded. Ase wiped the sweat from his face, panting heavily. The gunner stared intently at the crosshair, his finger suddenly pressing the fire button. The firing mechanism fell. However, the anticipated thunderous cannon roar did not occur. Instead, a chilling sound of metal tearing filled the air. Boom! Crack! The explosive device buried by mechanic Yu Xiaowen during the repair of the M1A2 cannon was triggered at this moment. The 120mm cannon's barrel had already reached the limits of metal fatigue. At the moment the primer ignited the propellant, the terrifying chamber pressure did not push the projectile out of the muzzle, but instead exploded inside the chamber. The hard barrel shattered in the middle, blooming like a flower of death, curling out into several petals. Violent flames, high temperatures, and metal shrapnel erupted in front of the turret. Bang! Lao San felt a blinding white light flash before his eyes, followed by a scorching shockwave laced with shrapnel crashing into his chest. The impact flipped him over, slamming him hard onto the metal floor of the tank compartment. Lying on the floor, Lao San could only hear a piercing ringing in his ears. He opened his mouth, but could not hear his own voice. The entire tank was filled with the acrid smell of gunpowder smoke. Ase and the gunner were also knocked disoriented, lying in their positions, groaning in pain. The battle situation, which had completely reversed, plunged back into the abyss with this fatal explosion of the chamber. On the battlefield's front, the fourth monster, which was frantically devouring the corpses of its kind, halted its actions. It raised its head, stained with black blood, glancing at the steel behemoth that was belching smoke from its exploded. It seemed to sense the disappearance of that deadly threat, and in its blood-red eyes a mocking expression surfaced, almost human-like. The monster opened its massive maw, letting out a low growl towards the tank, then lowered its head, its feeding speed becoming even more frenzied as chunks of flesh were swallowed into its belly. Meanwhile, the horde of zombies that had slightly retreated due to the tank's cannon power also sensed the steel behemoths. Thousands of zombies unleashed savage howls like a black tsunami, once again surging forward. The tank has exploded. The horde is coming again. We can't hold them. Run. At that moment, the soldiers' psychological defenses completely shattered. A soldier dropped his rifle and crawled towards an off-road vehicle. The roar of engines turned into chaos. The circular defense of the convoy collapsed entirely. The armed pickups and off-road vehicles disregarded formation, even crashing through friendly vehicles in front, flooring the accelerator as they fled in all directions. Comrades who failed to board the vehicles were instantly overwhelmed by the surging tide of corpses. Lao San shook his head vigorously, suppressing the dizziness from the concussion, and struggled to rise while holding onto the cabin wall. He wiped the blood from his face and looked out through the sooty periscope. What filled his vision was the defeated sight of soldiers scattering in all directions. The monster that had finished devouring the 3 corpses finally stopped eating. It slowly stood up straight and raised its head, letting out a soul-shaking, terrifying roar towards the yellowing sky. Roar! As this roar echoed, the monster's muscles began to writhe violently. Its originally rusty copper-colored skin was visibly changing at a rapid pace. A layer of liquid metal-like silver sheen quickly covered its entire body, spreading from the black veins. The monster's size increased dramatically, transforming into a silver-colored demon god. Subsequently, the flesh on its broad back burst open. Triangular silver bone spikes drenched in fresh blood erupted from its spine, pointing towards the sky. The fourth-tier zombie, having completed its preliminary evolution, slowly lowered its head. The blood-red hue in its eyes faded, replaced by a cold indifference. It locked onto the M1A2 main battle tank, emitting black smoke several hundred meters away. Then the monster set its sturdy silver legs in motion, stepping over the scattered limbs, and slowly walked towards Lao San's tank. The heavy footsteps echoed across the Gobi Desert. The fourth-tier zombie, covered in a silvery liquid metal sheen, approached the tank step by step. The row of inverted triangular silver bone spines on its back glinted with a piercing cold light under the dim, yellow sunlight. The smoke from the main cannon's explosion had yet to dissipate, and a suffocating sense of oppression spread with third young master. Asai slumped on the floor, watching the approaching silver specter with his teeth chattering. What do we do? It's coming. It's coming. The other 2 tank crew members, the gunner and the driver, had completely lost. Shut up. Lao San suddenly turned his head and yelled angrily. He shook his buzzing head vigorously, forcing himself to calm down from the dizziness and fear of the explosion. The front and side armor of this tank is composed of composite armor made of high-strength ceramics, special steel plates, and depleted uranium alloy layers. Bai Lao Sen pointed outside, his voice tinged with a frantic madness. Those modern armor-piercing rounds can't penetrate it. It's a mutated beast, what can it do to us? But the main cannon is out of commission. The gunner's voice trembled. Even if the main cannon is down, we still have the machine gun. Bai Lao San's eyes gleamed with fierce light as he strode back to his position. He grasped the fire control joystick with his right hand and quickly pressed the buttons on the display screen, with his left activating the remote weapon station on the tank's roof. Beep. The display screen lit up instantly, projecting the desolate scene outside onto the screen through the tank's roof camera. In the center of the screen, the tall silver figure was slowly closing in, now less than 100 meters from the tank. Bai Lao Sen stared at the screen, intently barking orders. Step on the gas. Break through to the south. The gas turbine roared with a deep rumble, and the 60-ton steel beast revitalized its tracks, crushing the gravel as it began to turn and accelerate. Bai Lao Sen gripped the fire control joystick tightly, his thumb firmly pressing the firing button. Through the visual capture system on the display, the green crosshair quickly moved to lock onto the fourth-tier zombie. Bai Lao Sen gritted his teeth and pressed down hard with his thumb. The M2HB heavy machine gun on the top of the M1A2 tank roared to life. The muzzle spewed forth a long, orange-red tongue of flame over a meter long, with hot shell casings cascading down from the tank's roof like a waterfall. This caliber of heavy machine gun ammunition could easily penetrate light armored vehicles on the battlefield of Blue Star and even disintegrate low-flying, armed helicopters. However, the ensuing footage on the display screen caused the fierce expression on Bai Lao San's face to freeze instantly. Ding, 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 ding. The dense armor-piercing round struck the fourth-tier zombie, erupting in a series of blinding sparks. Dozens of armor-piercing rounds hit, leaving not a single mark on the zombie's body. The armor-piercing projectiles ricocheted off, and that silvery skin resembling liquid metal remained unscathed. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Bai Lao San frantically pressed the trigger. The roar of the heavy machine gun was deafening. This futile shooting infuriated the fourth-tier monster that had just completed its evolution. Its cold eyes suddenly narrowed, and its thick silver thighs exerted force on the Gobi Desert. Third young master. It's coming. It's coming. Bai Lao San hadn't even had time to rotate the turret of the remote weapon station. The fourth-tier zombie had already dashed to the right side of the tank like a specter. It raised its right hand. At the tips of its 5 thick fingers, razor-sharp silver claws emerged. It aimed at the tank's right tracks and slammed down. Boom! A deafening metallic explosion echoed. The right tracks instantly fell off and became inoperative, while the left tracks were still violently supplying power. The unbalanced M1A2 main battle tank lost control in an instant, sliding for over 10 meters before crashing into a depression and coming to a halt. The fourth-tier zombie circled the disabled tank leisurely, like a wild cat toying with a mouse. The monster approached the front armor of the tank. It raised its silver fist and slammed it down onto the heavy composite armor. Although the tank's armor was not penetrated, the interior lighting instantly shattered, sending sparks flying. The piercing noise generated by the metallic resonance felt like countless steel needles stabbing directly into the brain. This physical shock and sound wave torture, where one could only passively endure, was 100 times more terrifying than being directly cut by a knife. Asai and the other two completely broke down, psychologically scrambling towards the safety escape hatch at the bottom of the tank. The three of them pulled down hard together. The escape hatch at the bottom of the tank opened instantly, dropping them onto the sandy ground below. They had just crawled out and hadn't had time to stand up. Roar! Dozens of decaying hands instantly grabbed their arms, thighs, and hair. No! Let me go! Help! The chilling screams echoed beneath the tank. Ordinary zombies surged forward, their sharp teeth crazily tearing at their flesh. Third young master. Save me! Pull me back! Asai, horrified by the gruesome scene so close at hand, frantically waved his remaining left hand, trying to retreat back into the hatch. But it was too late. Two zombies directly crawled under the tank, biting onto Asai's legs and pulling him outward with force. Asai's screams abruptly ceased. Bai Lao San sat in the cabin. Through the open hatch at the bottom, he clearly heard the sound of fabric tearing, the crunch of bones being crushed, and the greedy sounds of zombies chewing flesh. A strong smell of blood wafted into the cabin with the wind. Inside the entire tank, only Bai Lao San's heavy breathing remained. Above him, the fourth-tier zombie seemed indifferent to the tragedy occurring below, continuing its knocking game at a leisurely pace. Bang! Bang! With each knock, Bai Lao San's heart twitched violently. The escape route was blocked by the zombie horde, and it was only a matter of time before the armor was breached. His proud cannon was destroyed, the heavy machine gun was down, and all his men were dead. Bai Laosen slumped in his seat, his pistol slipping from his fingers and clattering to the ground. He closed his eyes, despair engulfing him like a tide. Just then the vehicle-mounted intercom, which had been emitting static, suddenly flickered. Sha. After a weak electric sound, a familiar voice suddenly came clearly from the intercom. Speak, Bai Sanshao. I'm here to save you. Hiss. From a hidden hill 5 kilometers away from the main battlefield, Su Fan leaned against the spacious driver's seat, glancing at the central control screen, unable to suppress a gasp. Through the ultra-high-definition vehicle-mounted visual monitoring system atop the armored RV, everything happening 5 kilometers away was displayed, without reservation, on the curved screen before him. On the screen, a fourth-tier zombie shimmering with a silver liquid metal sheen was swinging its sharp claws, effortlessly snapping the tracks of an M1A2 main battle tank, made of high-strength alloy. Is this fourth-tier zombie really that powerful, Su Fan's gaze sharpened as he stared at the monstrous aberration on the screen, akin to a demonic god. It can withstand armor-piercing rounds with its flesh, and can crush the 60-ton tank's tracks with a single slap. Its combat power is comparable to the exosuits from the sci-fi movies of Blue Star. Watching the immobilized steel beast sliding into a pit on the Gobi Desert, Su Fan's eyes lit up. The tracks are broken, the tank is incapacitated. A confident smile crept onto Su Fan's lips. The opportunity has come. Without hesitation, he tightened his grip on the steering wheel and slammed the accelerator to the floor. Boom! The engine of the armored RV roared deafeningly, its massive gray body charging down from the hidden hill like a beast unleashed, stirring up clouds of yellow sand as it plunged directly into the chaotic battlefield below. At over 100 kilometers per hour, the speed burst forth across the flat Gobi Desert. In the blink of an eye, the armored RV surged forward with ferocious momentum, closing in to within mere tens of meters of the M1A2 tank. Screech! Su Fan slammed on the brakes, leaving 2 deep black skid marks in the sand, coming to a steady stop. Through the bulletproof windshield, Su Fan could clearly see the suffocating scene ahead. The enormous fourth-tier zombie stood before the tank's reactive armor, as if playing a game of whack-a-mole. It raised its silver fist, pounding the tank's composite armor with punch after punch. The dull metallic thuds were audible even from a distance, sending shivers through the eardrums. Surrounding the tank, dozens of ordinary zombies were huddled together, frantically devouring the few unlucky souls who had just crawled out, creating a scene of extreme bloodshed. Su Fan paid no attention to the zombies. His gaze was firmly locked onto the M1A2 main battle tank, with its sharp lines and fierce design. I've had my eyes on that tank for a long time. Taking a deep breath, Su Fan focused his thoughts and issued a command in his mind. System, activate the infinite storage pickup skill. Target the M1A2 main battle tank ahead. 1 second passed. The tank remained stationary, unmoving. Then the emotionless electronic synthesized voice of the system echoed abruptly in Su Fan's mind. Infinite storage pickup failed. Warning, a living intelligent life form has been detected inside the target vehicle. According to spatial laws, infinite space cannot accommodate any living being with independent consciousness. The pickup procedure has been automatically canceled. Hearing this prompt, the smile on Su Fan's face instantly froze. He furrowed his brow and irritably tapped the steering wheel twice with his fingers. That white Laosen really has a tough life. The main cannon malfunctioned without killing him, and even with all this commotion outside, he hasn't died. He's still hiding in the tank, clinging to life. Su Fan glanced at the situation outside, his expression turning serious. He had to act quickly. The armored RV was large, and its engine was loud. Although he had rushed in amidst the battlefield chaos, given enough time, it would definitely attract the attention of that fourth-tier zombie. Once that silver creature focused on him, although the RV's armor was formidable, it could only withstand the attacks of third-tier zombies, and would surely collapse under the relentless pounding of a fourth-tier zombie. I need to think of a way to get White Laosen out of the tank quickly. Su Fan's gaze swept over the ordinary zombies surrounding the tank, who were busy squabbling over food, and he suddenly had an idea. He reached out with his left hand, grabbing the high-power intercom on the central console, and directly tuning the frequency to the encrypted band he had previously used to communicate with White Laosen. Pressing the talk button, Su Fan's voice came out calm, even carrying a hint of sincerity, transmitted through the radio waves. White Sanshao. It's Su Fan, I'm here to save you. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Fan did not give the other party any time to think. Boom. With his left hand firmly gripping the steering wheel, he pressed the accelerator. Once more, the RV surged forward 10 meters. At the same time, Su Fan's right hand instantly left the gear lever and grabbed the holographic control stick of the weapon platform beside him. Click. The safety lock disengaged. The hidden armored turret atop the RV rose up instantly. The thick barrel of the M61 Vulcan's six-barreled cannon swiftly adjusted its elevation angle under the servo motors drive. The dark mouth of the gun aimed directly at the group of ordinary zombies surrounding the M1A2 tank. Vroom! The six-gun barrels began to spin rapidly, emitting a chilling preheating sound from the motors. Su-Fan focused on the crosshair on the screen and firmly pressed the red fire button on top of the control stick. Whoosh! A terrifying noise akin to coarse canvas being torn apart echoed. The M61 six-barreled cannon unleashed a terrifying firing rate of thousands of rounds per minute. A 2-meter-long thick tongue of fire erupted from the top of the vehicle, illuminating the dim air around it in a ghastly white. The 20mm tungsten core armor-piercing rounds transformed into a devastating metallic storm, mercilessly pouring down on the area surrounding the tank. The scene was reminiscent of death wielding a giant scythe. The ordinary zombies crowded at the bottom of the tank scrambling over each other for food were obliterated the moment they came into contact with the 20mm armor-piercing rounds, leaving not even a limb behind. Clouds of thick blood mist erupted wildly around the tank. The fragile bodies of those zombies were torn to shreds, transforming into a sky filled with chunks of meat and dark red plasma. Bone fragments flew around like shrapnel. The dense armor-piercing rounds, after penetrating the zombies' bodies, continued on with unrelenting force, smashing hard against the exterior reactive armor of the M1A2 tank. Dazzling sparks flickered wildly on the tank's armor. Ricocheting rounds zipped through the air, producing a piercing sound of bang bang bang. Inside the tank, White Lausen slumped on the floor of the commander's seat, surrounded by the nauseating smell of blood and the silence of death. The sidearm in his hand had already fallen to the ground, his hollow eyes staring blankly at the cabin wall above him, which was losing pieces. Despair filled him. White Lausen had calculated everything in this alien wasteland, only to end up trapped in this tank waiting to die. Just as his mind went blank, the intercom that had been emitting static suddenly flickered. Following that, the voice he once loathed so much rang out clearly. White San Shao, White San Shao? I'm here to save you. The moment he heard this, White Lausen shuddered violently, and his hollow eyes suddenly burst with incredible light. Su-Fan. Is that the Su-Fan in the RV? In the deepest depths of hell, the slightly sincere words, "I have come to save you," fell into Bai Lausan's ears like a celestial melody descending from the heavens. There are still people alive. Someone has come to save me. Bai Lausan's cracked lips trembled violently, and he even cast aside his usual suspicion and scheming. Only one mad thought remained in his mind: there are still many good people. At this moment, the crisis loomed like a house of cards, with the fourth-tier zombie outside ready to smash through the hatch at any moment, leaving him no time to ponder why Su-Fan would return or why he dared to rush into this horde of zombies to save him. In the instant, Bai Lausan was momentarily stunned. A terrifying roar that tore through the air suddenly erupted. Immediately after, the sound of intense metal collisions exploded around the tank, and the vehicle began to tremble slightly. Bai Lausen quickly scrambled up, pressing his body against the observation hole of the tank commander's periscope to look outside. Through the smoke-blackened bulletproof glass, he witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. A brilliant chain of fire erupted from the roof of a gray RV several dozen meters away. The ordinary zombies that had just been frantically devouring Asai and the others around the tank fell like cut wheat under the sweep of this fire chain, collapsing in droves. Not just falling, but exploding into bursts of bright red mist. Occasionally, 20mm armor-piercing rounds struck the tank's reactive armor, creating dazzling sparks. This terrifying firepower suppression, this sudden and powerful reinforcements, rekindled Bai Lausan's heart, which had already been extinguished with a fervent hope for survival. He abruptly turned around and grabbed the vehicle-mounted intercom microphone hanging in front of him. "I'm here." Bai Lausan gripped the microphone tightly, his voice hoarse and off-key from excitement and extreme fear as he shouted frantically into the intercom. "Su-Shao, pull the brothers up. Pull the brothers up." He stared through the observation hole at the fourth-tier monster that had stopped its pounding due to the cannon fire and was now turning to look at the RV, shouting quickly, "Su-Xiong, you must not stop firing. Use the six-barrel cannon on your roof to suppress this silver." Bai Lausan took a deep breath and made the most decisive decision of his life. "As long as you keep it suppressed, I can escape through the escape passage at the bottom. Save me, and my life belongs to you." Inside the armored RV, Su-Fan listened to Bai Lausan's panicked yet desperate cries over the intercom, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. "That's exactly what I wanted to hear." Su-Fan yanked sharply on the weapon control lever with his right hand. Click. After a brief pause, the turret of the M61 six-barrel cannon rapidly turned. Su-Fan looked at the screen where the fourth-tier zombie, attracted by the cannon fire, was preparing to pounce on the RV. "Want to tear apart my vehicle? First, let's see if God agrees." Su-Fan pressed the fire button down hard with his thumb again. The crosshairs on the display locked onto the broad silver chest of the fourth-tier zombie. The six-gun barrel spun wildly once more, and orange-eared tongues of flame erupted forth. The torrential rain of 20mm tungsten core armor-piercing rounds carrying a terrifying kinetic energy that could crush and pull down formed a visible metal storm that slammed fully against the fourth-tier zombie. Roar! The fourth-tier zombie let out a painful roar. Even though it was covered in a layer of mutated skin resembling liquid metal, giving its muscle density an astonishing level. However, under the concentrated fire of this heavy cannon, with several thousand rounds per minute and a caliber of 20mm, the pure physical kinetic energy still exerted absolute suppression. Sparks wildly erupted against its silver body. The massive frame of the fourth-tier zombie, originally charging forward, was forcibly halted by this terrifying force. Its heavy legs plowed 2 deep furrows through the gravel of the wasteland, its gigantic body being pushed back step by step under the torrential hail of bullets. Su Fan stared intently at the screen, his right hand steadily controlling the joystick, keeping the fire net continuously covering the monster. This skin is indeed thick enough. Su Fan observed the data feedback on the screen. The 20mm armor-piercing round struck it, shattering upon impact, but still unable to penetrate its layer of resilient mutated flesh, causing no penetrating damage. When countless high-speed rotating projectiles struck the same spot on its chest repeatedly, in a very short time, the accumulation finally caused a qualitative change. The indestructible silver skin began to show dark red spots. The blood vessels and muscle tissues beneath the skin started to suffer severe bruising from the continuous violent shocks. Roar! The intense pain drove the fourth-tier zombie into a frenzy. It raised its arms to shield its head and face, braving the metal storm, roaring in anger, yet still unable to resist that immense force being pushed back several meters. Good opportunity. Bai Laosan, who had been crouched at the observation hole of the tank, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He saw the terrifying monster being forcibly pushed away from the tank by the RV's firepower, and the surrounding ordinary zombies had already been cleared. This was his only chance for survival. Without any hesitation, Bai Laosan turned and lunged towards the open escape hatch at the bottom of the vehicle. He scrambled out through the hatch at the bottom of the tank. The air outside was filled with a bloody stench, but Bai Laosan didn't have time to care. He burst out from under the tank, pushing off the ground covered in blood and flesh, with both hands rolling and scrambling to stand up. Su Xiong, I'm out. Bai Laosan shouted at the top of his lungs, taking off at full speed towards the armored RV dozens of meters away. As he ran, he glanced back. The silver monster was still struggling and roaring within the fire net. Almost there, just a bit closer. Looking at the sturdy door of the RV, Bai Laosan's eyes were filled with the ecstasy of survival. Inside the RV's driver's cabin, Su Fan watched Bai Laosan running wildly on the screen, a meaningful smile appearing on his face as he released the fire button on the cannon. The gun barrels on the roof stopped rotating, and the tongues of flame extinguished instantly. Su Fan lowered the bulletproof window next to the driver's seat. He rested one hand on the windowsill, looking at Bai Laosan, who was running towards him with a face full of joy, smiling and waving at him in a very friendly manner. Bai San shall run faster. Seeing Su Fan waving, Bai Laosan was so moved that he nearly shed tears, accelerating his pace by another third. Just as Bai Laosan ran past the M1A2 tank and got closer to the RV, Su Fan retracted his waving right hand, his gaze moving past Bai Laosan to the immobilized M1A2 main battle tank. The distance was completely sufficient. Su Fan's expression became serious and his mind stirred. System activate the infinite space pickup function. Buzz. An invisible spatial fluctuation instantly enveloped the massive steel beast. The next second, behind Bai Laosan, the M1A2 main battle tank, weighing over 60 tons and equipped with composite armor and a 120mm smoothbore gun, vanished into thin air. It was directly absorbed into Su Fan's system's infinite space, leaving only a massive pit and scattered shell casings at the original spot. Inside the driver's cabin, feeling the enormous object that had suddenly appeared in the system space, Su Fan clenched his fist tightly and swung it forcefully in the air. Beautiful. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Su Fan's eyes. I really hit the jackpot this time. Bai Laosan was sprinting wildly across a Gobi desert littered with debris and severed limbs. Just as he was desperately moving his legs, he suddenly felt a subtle fluctuation in the space behind him. Instinctively, Bai Laosan glanced back while running. His pupils instantly contracted. It was empty. The M1A2 main battle tank that had been smoking in the sand pit had vanished into thin air. All that remained was a massive sand pit and a few broken tracks. How is this possible? Bai Laosan was momentarily dazed, stumbling slightly as he nearly fell to the ground. Is this a skill of a sequence awakener? His mind immediately flashed with rumors of certain classified experiments on Blue Star. But this is just too outrageous. Can even a 60-ton tank be taken away in an instant? Bai Laosan gritted his teeth, his shock mounting. But soon this astonishment was replaced by the greed and cunning that lay deep within him. This kid must have a huge secret. As Lawson panted and ran forward, he quickly devised a plan in his mind. As long as I can board his RV today with my skills and cunning, I can definitely win his trust. Once I understand his background, I will slowly scheme against him. By then his RV, everything he has will all be mine. With this thought, Lawson felt a surge of strength fill his body. He looked up, a wide grin on his face as he gazed at the gray armored RV a dozen meters ahead. However, to his shock, he found that the armored window of the RV, which had originally been lowered, was now slowly rising. Click! The window locked tightly. Immediately, a thick plume of black smoke erupted from the exhaust pipe at the rear of the RV. The deep roar of the engine suddenly erupted as the wide off-road tires kicked up a cloud of sand, and the massive RV began to accelerate away. The fake smile on Lawson's face froze, instantly replaced by an unmistakable terror. "Hey, Brother Sue, wait for me." Lawson waved his hands, chasing after it like a madman, his voice hoarse from shouting, "Brother Sue, I haven't boarded the car yet. Open the door. You promised to save me." All that answered him was the exhaust fumes of the RV disappearing into the distance, and the piercing cold wind approaching from behind. Whoosh! A massive silver shadow like lightning skimming the ground suddenly zipped past Lawson. He felt his body become unexpectedly light. His feet seemed to defy gravity, and he soared into the air. His field of vision instantly elevated. What's happening? Lawson widened his eyes, and midair a thought flashed in his mind. Could it be that at this critical moment of life and death, I've suddenly unleashed my potential and awakened a flight-type sequence skill? He felt the rushing wind by his ears, and a sense of exhilaration washed over him, as if he had survived a disaster. Yet this feeling was wrong. His flying posture felt strange, his body uncontrollably tumbling in midair. He instinctively lowered his head to look down. That glance became the last image he would see in his life. Below on the Gobi Desert lay a severed lower half of a body clad in a combat suit. Those legs were still moving forward for 2 more steps, due to muscle inertia. That's my leg. Lawson's mind barely had time to register the thought. Thud! The severed body dropped into the dusty ground, completely devoid of life. Inside the armored RV, Sue Fan held the steering wheel with one hand, glancing at the rearview mirror inside the vehicle. He witnessed the tragic scene of Lawson being cleaved in half by a Tier 4 zombie. Sue Fan coldly withdrew his gaze, a hint of a sneer appearing on his face. "Back on Blue Star, you deceived, tricked, and harmed so many young compatriots for your sordid underground business." Sue Fan looked at the desolate Gobi ahead. "Now letting you die a quick death in this alien wasteland is a fitting end. My RV is not a garbage dump." Roar! A deafening roar from behind interrupted Sue Fan's thoughts. The silver Tier 4 zombie, after casually slashing Lawson, still had fury burning in its crimson eyes. It fixed its gaze on the gray RV that had just fired a machine gun at it. The Tier 4 zombie charged forward with its powerful silver legs, the triangular bone spikes on its back slicing through the wind with a sharp whistle. Its speed was astonishing, closing in relentlessly on the RV. The distance between it and the RV was shrinking at a visible rate. Sue Fan observed the rapidly fluctuating distance numbers on the screen, his eyes sharpening in focus. "It's quite fast." Sue Fan's right hand instantly gripped the weapon control stick on the console. "System, prepare the 6-barreled Vulcan cannon. Rotate the weapon platform 180 degrees. Command received." Rotating turret. On the roof, the M61 6-barreled cannon swiftly turned its muzzle under the servomotor's control. The dark openings of the 6-gun barrels directly aimed at the rapidly approaching Tier 4 zombie behind the RV. Sue Fan pressed the firing key with his thumb. G. The orangered tongues of flame erupted once again. The 20mm tungsten core armor-piercing rounds poured forth like a torrential metal storm, targeting the face of the Tier 4 zombie. However, this monster, having already evolved to Tier 4, possessed combat intelligence comparable to that of humans. It had learned from its previous encounter with the RV's firepower suppression that it couldn't withstand such weaponry. Faced with the incoming metal storm, its charging figure suddenly veered left without warning. The dense armor-piercing rounds zipped past its afterimage, smashing into the Gobi behind it, creating deep craters and sending rocks flying. Immediately afterward, the Tier 4 zombie pushed off with its legs, its massive body shifting sideways for several meters. It resembled a silver zigzag flashing across the wasteland, darting left and right in an erratic. Though the cannon's firepower net was dense, it was restricted by the turret's rotation speed, resulting in it only being able to sweep at its afterimage with swathes of bullets missing their target. Occasionally, a stray bullet grazed its shoulder, leaving only a few white marks on its silver skin, utterly failing to hinder its advance. 80 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. The distance was closing in. Through the rearview monitor, Sue Fan could even clearly see the black, viscous liquid dripping from the monster's fangs, as well as its eyes filled with the desire to kill. Su Fan calmly glanced at the terrain map on the central radar. Not far ahead lay the hill of their camp, and behind that hill was the white fog camp that blocked all sight and aura. Su Fan gripped the steering wheel tightly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. The RV was less than 100 meters from the hill's corner. The Tier 4 zombie suddenly surged with energy, preparing for one final leap onto the roof of the RV. Just as the monster's legs slightly bent, Su Fan slammed on the brakes with his right foot, while simultaneously yanking the steering wheel hard to the left. Screech! The several-ton armored RV abruptly changed direction at high speed. The wide off-road tires screeched violently against the sandy ground. The massive vehicle executed a drifting maneuver to the left, with the exhaust pipe at the rear spewing forth a thick cloud of black smoke. A whirlwind of yellow sand and dust was instantly whipped up, forming a towering curtain of dust behind the RV. Roar! The Tier 4 zombie extended its sharp claws in midair, unhesitatingly lunging towards the densest part of the sandstorm, attempting to directly cut off the RV's escape route. As its massive body pierced through the sandstorm, it found nothing but emptiness before it. Aside from the swirling yellow sand, there was no sign of the gray RV. Taking advantage of the inertia generated from the drift and the cover of the dust, the RV traced a perfect S shape across the Gobi. Boom! The engine roared again. The feigned attack of the armored RV, hugging the hard rock wall on the right side of the hill, smoothly rounded the corner. After turning the corner, a towering wall of thick, white fog rolling slowly appeared before them. Su Fan showed no signs of slowing down, pressing the accelerator to the floor. The massive body of the RV encountered no obstruction, plunging directly into the dense white fog. The white mist instantly closed in, completely engulfing the RV. Moments later, the Tier 4 zombie, having regained its senses, roared angrily as it dashed around the corner of the hill. It suddenly halted, its silver claws gouging deep trenches into the ground. It stared warily at the suddenly appearing wall of white mist ahead. Sniffing the air, it inhaled deeply. The vehicle seemed to have completely evaporated from this world. The Tier 4 zombie restlessly paced back and forth at the edge of the white fog. It extended its claws, probing through the mist, but could only grasp at a handful of vapor. Roar! The Tier 4 zombie, having lost its target, let out an enraged roar towards the white fog. Su Fan sat in the driver's seat of the armored RV, his breathing slowing down slightly. He stared intently at the curved radar display on the central console. On the screen at the edge of the enormous green safe zone, representing the RV and the convoy campsite, a gigantic red was flashing violently. That fourth-tier zombie was standing just a few meters away from Su Fan, outside the misty boundary. Although thick white fog blocked the view, Su Fan could still clearly hear the heavy breathing from just a few meters away, along with the sound of sharp claws scraping against the ground. On the radar screen, the massive red, it was moving back and forth at the edge of the green line. It attempted to advance half a step with the edge of the red dot almost pressing against the green line, but then quickly retreated. Su Fan rested one hand on the steering wheel, feeling a slight sweat forming in his palm. He was gambling on whether this fourth-tier zombie's intelligence had transcended the mindless instinct of lower zombies. Faced with this strange, dense fog, its primitive, beastly instincts instead became its greatest concern. Time ticked away. The standoff lasted for what felt like an eternity. Finally, after letting out a howl filled with unwillingness and rage at the enigmatic wall of mist, the fourth-tier zombie suddenly turned. It abruptly changed direction, seeking out the scattered fleeing soldiers to vent its fury. Watching the red dot on the radar grow increasingly distant, it moved away from the campsite. Su Fan's tense shoulders relaxed suddenly, and he let out a long sigh. That was intense. He reached out and tapped on the system panel to check the RV's energy status. This mist is indeed formidable. It can perfectly shield even the perceptions of a fourth-tier zombie. However, it consumes too much energy. Su Fan observed the noticeably depleted blue energy bar on the screen, shaking his head in disbelief. Using it once drained 20% of the energy reserves. Moreover, his gaze fell on the red hourglass icon below the skill symbol, currently counting down. After it becomes ineffective, there's a full 24 hours of cooldown. When I go out later, I need to gather some of those discarded armored off-road vehicles and pickup trucks as backup energy sources. With the crisis averted, Su Fan was in great spirits. He pushed open the driver's door and jumped out of the RV. Earlier I was just focused on escaping, and now it's time to properly inspect my spoils. A flash of excitement crossed Su Fan's eyes as he waved his right hand. With a slight mental command, boom. The ground beneath his feet trembled violently, raising a cloud of fine dust. A massive steel beast suddenly appeared before Su Fan, the M1A2 main battle tank. Even standing still in this quiet mist, this war machine, weighing over 60 tons, emanated an oppressive aura that made it hard to breathe. The broad, heavy tracks, the sloped composite armor plates, and the sharply defined turret all showcased the aesthetics of violence. Su Fan stepped forward, reaching out to touch the cold, hard, depleted uranium composite armor on the side of the turret. What a good piece of equipment, truly a fine piece of equipment. Su Fan patted the armor plate, producing a dull echo. He had set his sights on it at the entrance of the canyon. Now it's mine. Su Fan walked around the tank. The more I look, the more I like it. The sense of security this king of land warfare provides is unmatched by any lightweight vehicle. He walked to the front of the tank. His gaze moved upward along the turret, landing on the thick main gun. Su Fan's smile suddenly froze. What should have been a straight 120mm smoothbore cannon was now distorted and ruptured in the middle. The hard special steel had been torn into several pieces by the violent chamber pressure, and the dark cannon bore still retained traces of charred remains from the explosion. What a perfectly good cannon. Su Fan frowned, staring at the shattered shape, with visible disdain in his eye. This rupture is artfully done. Su Fan smirked. Shattered into pieces, curling outward, it looks just like an exploding flower. What a mood killer. Su Fan shook his head, no longer gazing at the flower cannon. After all, the ultimate fate of this tank was not to be driven. He turned and walked back to the armored RV's door, pulling it open and stepping inside. System. Su Fan raised his right hand and quickly swept over the RV's onboard sensor panel. Initiate the devouring procedure. Target the M1A2 main battle tank ahead. Ding. In his mind, the system's synthesized electronic voice responded instantly. Command received. Target locked. M1A2 main battle tank. Material analysis in progress. High-strength special steel, depleted uranium alloy composite armor precision, fire control electronic components, AGT, 1500 gas, turbine power core. Analysis complete. Meets the upgrade criteria for weapon platforms and vehicle armor. Devouring procedure initiated. As soon as the words were spoken, a dazzling azure light suddenly illuminated the front end of the armored RV. The light surged forth like tangible waves from the RV's air intake grill and chassis. Shoo! The azure light, as if alive, rapidly spread across the ground and instantly climbed up the 60-ton M1A2 tank. In just a few seconds, the entire tank was completely enveloped by this layer of azure light. Ding! The curved display on the central console suddenly lit up, emitting a crisp notification sound. Devouring complete. Energy transformation complete. Base armor density of the vehicle increased by 50. Energy reserves replenished. Su Fan looked at the screen where the blue energy bar had refilled, feeling a sense of stability in his heart. The main event is here. Su Fan fixed his gaze on the screen. Weapon platform upgrade. The system's processing data danced wildly on the screen. Green code cascaded like a waterfall, parsing M1A2 tank fire control system and weapon modules. Extracting depleted uranium armor-piercing round data. Reorganizing RV weapon platform. Su Fan leaned back in his seat, patiently waiting. According to past experience, once the system devoured the materials, it would directly provide a simple and straightforward upgrade result. A few seconds later, the data stream on the screen suddenly halted. Ding! The system emitted an unusual notification sound. Multiple conflicting upgrade paths detected. Please select weapon platform upgrade host. Su Fan looked at the two interfaces that popped up on the screen, his brow lifting in surprise. A multiple choice question. This time I actually have to make a selection for the weapon platform upgrade. In front of the central control console, Su Fan squinted slightly, staring at the holographic screen that had just popped up before him. The entire interface of the central control screen was split in half, revealing two distinctly different holographic option frames. The left frame flickered with a violent red glow, and at the center of the glow floated a robust cannon M. The right frame, in contrast, shimmered with a technologically advanced azure light, within which a complex multi-barrel cannon emblem slowly rotated. Su Fan gazed at the two icons, one red and one blue, and his brow involuntarily furrowed. This system is getting worse and worse. There's not even a description of the attributes. What about the ballistic data? The caliber specifications? The power assessments? Nothing is written, just two icons thrown at me to choose from. What's the difference from picking a blind box at a roadside stall? The system maintained its usual aloofness, not even bothering to respond, merely floating there with the two option frames. Su Fan pouted, tapping twice with his fingers on the steering wheel. Children make choices, but I want them all. Su Fan boldly shouted at the screen. Ding! Warning: based on the existing weapon upgrade materials, the system's energy and material conversion rate cannot simultaneously support both heavy weapon platforms online. Please make a single choice as soon as possible. As the system's warning sound echoed, a prominent red countdown appeared in the center of the holographic screen. 10, 9, 8. Watching this system play the countdown game again, without any reason, Su Fan thought, "You're ruthless." Without any hesitation, Su Fan decisively extended his right hand and clicked on the flickering azure multi-barrel cannon frame. The cautionary tale of the three-cannon boy was right there. Who knows if the cannon extracted from that blown barrel would carry some blown barrel attribute after being integrated. To be safe, the multi-barrel cannon seemed more reliable. The moment his finger touched the blue frame, weapon platform has been selected. The Devour upgrade has been completed. Please check the upgraded vehicle data. Accompanied by the system's prompt sound, the holographic projection on the central console instantly transformed. Lines of clear data appeared before Su Fan's eyes. Vehicle level LV4 phased array radar early warning range 15 kilometers radius defense 40 points integrated with depleted uranium alloy composite armor can withstand level 4 zombie class impact chassis components 8 all-terrain bulletproof tires with automatic repair function power system 1500 horsepower gas turbine compatible with universal fuel can quickly replenish energy. By devouring external vehicles weapon system hidden 11 barrel rotating cannon 30 mm caliber firing. Rate of 1100 rounds per minute automatic tracking system ammunition 2 million armor-piercing rounds 200 white phosphorus rounds. Similarly relying on space folding technology, the weapon system does not occupy internal space and adds no weight. Su Fan sat in the driver's seat, his gaze scanning the upgrade data on the screen line by line. He couldn't help but brighten up, snapping his fingers. This blind box seems to have opened in the right direction. The enhancement of defense and the expansion of radar early warning were all within his expectations. After all, he had devoured an entire top-tier main battle tank from Blue Star. But the detailed data of the weapon system truly surprised him. Hidden 11-barrel rotating cannon 30 mm caliber 1100 rounds per minute. Su Fan gently stroked his chin, a fervent light flashing in his eyes. Back on Blue Star, there was a famous Closian defense weapon system by Wagwo's military industry nicknamed Death Scythe by military enthusiasts. The HPJ-11 type Closian multi-barrel cannon. It also had 11 barrels, also a 30 mm caliber, and a terrifying firing rate of over 100 rounds. The Death Scythe served as the last absolute barrier on Blue Star's warships to intercept supersonic anti-ship missiles. Once fired, it could instantly weave an impenetrable wall of metallic barrage in the air. And now the system had integrated this Death Scythe killing machine directly onto his armored RV. Su Fan's gaze shifted to the line of auxiliary module descriptions below the weapon system. Integrated with its band fire control radar and multifunctional infrared electro-optical automatic tracking system. Su Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. This means that as long as the radar locks onto a target, this 11-barrel cannon can automatically track, automatically predict lead time, and fire automatically. On this alien wasteland, this is a truly fully automatic harvester. Looking at the ammunition count, 2 million armor-piercing rounds and 200 white phosphorus rounds. Who? Su Fan let out a long breath, closing the screen. A man, once he buys a new car, wants to find a place to speed around immediately. At this moment, Su Fan was consumed by an uncontrollable restlessness within. He gripped the steering wheel with both hands, his fingers constantly rubbing back and forth. That impulse to press the fire button and see the flames spout was like a cat incessantly scratching inside him. Su Fan slightly tilted his head, his gaze directed at the curved radar screen on the central console. The radar scanning radius had expanded to 15 kilometers. Within this vast scanning area, the green safe zone, representing the RV camp, was still scattered with dense red dots. Led by the level 4 zombies, the horde was now wandering the desert searching for survivors. Su Fan watched the unaware red dots on the screen scurrying around. With his right hand, he pulled down the RV's gear lever and lightly pressed the accelerator with his left foot. The massive gray armored vehicle let out a deep rumble in the mist. "It's you guys." Beyond the mist, the blazing sun scorched the Gobi Desert. At this moment, the desolate wasteland was staging a suffocating encirclement hunt. The fourth-tier zombie, covered entirely in a silvery liquid sheen, stood proudly atop a towering weathered rock. Its silver bone spines glimmered with a cold gleam under the sunlight as it looked down upon the chaotic battlefield below. Roar! The fourth-tier zombie opened its massive mouth filled with sharp fangs and emitted a short, furious roar. Below, the ordinary zombie horde, initially fighting like scattered sand, instantly altered their course of action under the guidance of this roar. They no longer blindly searched for living humans, but began to act like a pack of trained prairie wolves, organizing themselves to maneuver, flank, and encircle. Over 200 surviving soldiers who had narrowly escaped the collapse of their defense line were systematically cut off and driven by the zombie horde. The retreat route to the left was blocked while a large number of second-tier zombies surged in from the right. Unbeknownst to them, the last few hundred surviving soldiers were completely herded into a hollow. The edges of the hollow were densely packed with a horde of dark zombies. The fourth-tier zombie stood high above, a trace of cruel delight flashing in its scarlet eyes. It raised its head, puffing out its chest. A final long and brutal roar echoed across the wasteland. The zombies from all directions poured down like a black flood, cascading down the sides of the hollow. The hollow instantly transformed into a hell on earth. The sounds of screams, chewing, and cracking bones intertwined. A brief moment later, the screams within the hollow came to a complete halt. Those soldiers whose necks were bitten through and chests torn apart began to convulse violently, swiftly transforming into wandering zombies under the rapid infection of the virus. The fourth-tier zombie stood on the rock, gazing at the victorious horde below, yet displayed little excitement. It turned away reluctantly, looking towards the distant white wall of mist. Not having devoured the human who dared to provoke it made it feel a surge of irritation. Suddenly a hint of confusion appeared in the red eyes of the fourth-tier zombie. The dense mist began to ripple and dissolve at one edge. The white fog rolled back to the sides. Then a wide passage opened up within the mist. Boom, virum. A low rumbling sound of an engine echoed from deep within the passage. This sound was thicker than the previous armored vehicle, carrying waves of sound. A larger gray iron behemoth burst forth from the mist passage. The fourth-tier zombie bared its mouth full of fangs, a look of extreme anger crossing its face. This prey not only did not cower inside trembling, but dared to come out and provoke its authority. The fourth-tier zombie leaped down from the rock, landing heavily on the ground. Like a mad silver T-Rex, it crushed the Gobi rocks in its path, roaring as it charged towards the armored vehicle. Inside the vehicle's cockpit, at the moment of bursting through the mist, the central control screen's phased array radar emitted a clear alert tone. Target locked 3 kilometers ahead, high-energy biological entity approaching rapidly. Su Fan raised his head, and through the thick bulletproof glass immediately spotted the fourth-tier zombie charging towards him on all fours. So it really was waiting for me here. Su Fan's voice carried a touch of excitement as he tightened his grip on the steering wheel. System disable all auxiliary braking systems. Command received. Auxiliary brakes disabled. Su Fan leaned forward, lifted his right foot, and then stomped down hard. Boom. A 1,500 horsepower gas turbine unleashed its full potential at that moment. The surging power flowed like a torrential current through the drive shaft, continuously feeding into the 30-ton armored vehicle. 8 all-terrain bulletproof tires clawed fiercely at the sand, the immense reactive force propelling the massive vehicle straight toward the fourth-tier zombie. 200 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. The fourth-tier zombie ran at tremendous speed, and the vehicle's acceleration was equally terrifying. Bang, boom. A deafening explosion erupted across the wasteland. The 30-ton steel armor collided solidly with the front of the fourth-tier zombie at over 100 kilometers per hour. There were no fancy techniques, it was a pure clash of mass and speed. The fourth-tier zombie's hard silver bones appeared so fragile in the face of this absolute physical force. Its massive silver body was directly knocked off the ground, soaring several meters into the air. The fourth-tier zombie lost its balance midair, flailing its limbs wildly as large amounts of black blood seeped from its silver skin, and its sternum had completely collapsed. System lock on target. Ding. Band fire control radar has locked onto the airborne target. Infrared electro-optical tracking system synchronized. Above the vehicle's roof, the Grim Reaper's scythe hidden beneath the armor plate instantly rose. The 11 dark 30mm barrels were rapidly elevated by the motor, precisely aiming at the fourth-tier zombie in the sky. White phosphorus armor-piercing shells, 100 rounds. Fire on target. Command receive. In the next second, a brief, terrifying sound of projectiles slicing through the air erupted. In less than a second, the 11 barrels spun rapidly, unleashing a flame that was almost invisible to them. In midair, the fourth-tier zombie, just stabilizing its form and descending, collided head-on with this deadly hail of fire. Puff, 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 puff. The 30mm caliber white phosphorus projectiles, carrying immense kinetic energy, instantly tore through its prideful silver skin. As the projectiles exploded within the creature's body, the special white phosphorus ignited upon contact with air and zombie flesh, instantly erupting in flames. In midair, the once invincible fourth-tier zombie transformed into a dazzling, massive firework. The intense flames quickly engulfed its entire body. Roar! The chilling scream echoed through the sky. White phosphorus rounds ignite upon contact. The acrid smell of burning quickly spread across the wasteland. The white phosphorus flames still blazed intensely, but the fourth-tier zombie inside had completely fallen silent, reduced to a charred skeleton. A crisp notification sound suddenly echoed in Su Fan's mind. Kill a fourth-tier zombie, gain points 10000. Hearing this number, Su Fan, who was seated in the driver's seat, was taken aback, and then his eyes brightened. 10,000 points. Su Fan slapped the steering wheel with one hand. This fourth-tier zombie is worth so much, but it's a pity there's only one. He then raised his head and looked through the windshield at the dense throng of over 10,000 zombies ahead. This wave is going to make me rich. However, the horde of zombies that had been madly slaughtering the Bai family army under the command of the fourth-tier zombie just moments ago was now plunged into a deathly silence. They stared blankly at the still-burning white phosphorus fire. The heart-wrenching scream of the fourth-tier zombie before its death seemed to penetrate the virus control over their brains, touching the fear buried deep within their biological instincts. Rustle. It was unclear which zombie first took a step back. Then, as if triggering a chain reaction, the entire massive horde began to retreat, like the receding tide, uncontrollably moving back towards the depression and the flanks of the Gobi. They were afraid. Su-Fan sat in the vehicle, his eyes coldly scanning the retreating zombie horde ahead. Now you want to run. Isn't it a bit too late? He took a deep breath, gently tapping on the control panel. System lock onto the target, all zombies ahead. Band fire control radar has fully covered the area, and the infrared optical tracking system has locked onto all zombies. On the screen, over 10,000 densely packed red frames instantly surrounded each zombie in front. Standard armor-piercing rounds, indiscriminate fire. Su-Fan's thumb hovered over the red fire button before he slammed it down. Clear them out for me. Above the car, the cannon, known as the Grim Reaper's scythe, erupted with a soul-shaking roar. Woo! The 11-gun barrels rotated at a terrifying firing rate of 1100 rounds per minute, merging the gunfire into a single sound resembling thunder tearing through rough canvas from the heavens. A thick orange-red flame several meters long violently erupted from the top of the vehicle. The 30mm tungsten core armor-piercing round transformed into a visible metallic fire streak, viciously striking forward. The massacre commenced. This ammunition, originally designed to tear through supersonic missiles and heavy armor, wreaked havoc on these flesh-and-blood beings. The scene could only be described as horrifying. Wherever the metal fire chains swept across, waves of red mist exploded instantly. The first few hundred zombies, upon contact with the barrage, were torn to shreds. Even the second-tier zombies, hiding behind with skin as hard as wrought iron, were no different from paper in front of the 30mm armor-piercing rounds. The projectiles easily penetrated the bodies in front with enough residual energy to pierce through 2 or 3 more zombies behind, finally smashing into the Gobi, kicking up a sand column over 2 meters high. Under the control of the automatic tracking system, the fire chain conducted a carpet-style sweep back and forth across the wasteland. Boom, boom, boom. Large numbers of zombies fell like cut wheat, collapsing in rows. The ground ahead was completely stained dark red in just a few seconds. This is the dimensional strike of the Blue Star Military Industries crystallization on an alien wasteland. This is the true power of the Grim Reaper's scythe. Inside the driver's cabin, Su-Fan listened to the cannon's muffled roar, feeling every pore in his body relax. Refreshing. At the same time, the sound of points being credited in his mind began to bombard him relentlessly. Ding. Kill a regular zombie, gain points. Ding. Kill a second-tier zombie, gain points. Ding 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 ding. The system's crisp notification sound formed an uninterrupted electronic synthesized tone due to the rapid rate of zombie deaths. The cannon's barrage continued for several minutes. After blasting the last escaping zombie into 2 pieces, the cannon atop the vehicle ceased its rotation, with wisps of white smoke rising from the muzzle. Ding! As the last crisp notification sound echoed in his mind, the scene finally quieted down. The horde of zombies that had just moments ago been overwhelming was now completely wiped out. Su-Fan released the weapon control lever and directed his gaze toward the system panel on the central control screen. Current total points 200. Looking at the 5-digit points, Su-Fan couldn't help but smile. 22,000 points. He raised his head, his gaze directed toward the canyon exit to the north. There are definitely more zombies on the other side of the canyon, more points. This thought sprang up in his mind, growing wildly like weeds. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and forcibly suppressed the impulse rising in his mind. Forget it. Su-Fan shook his head, his gaze regaining clarity. Those big families are desperately retreating south. They must have grasped some insider information I don't know about. Su-Fan withdrew his gaze, glanced at the point balance on the system panel, and satisfactorily patted the steering wheel. This trip not only yielded a free upgrade material for an M1A2 tank, but also netted me over 20,000 points. I've already gained a lot. It's time to stop while I'm ahead. He skillfully shifted into reverse, and the massive vehicle deftly turned around in the open space. On the way back to the mist camp, Su-Fan drove the RV, slowly passing by the abandoned vehicles. He steered with one hand, while casually waving with his left hand out the window. System infinite space collect. With a slight movement of Su-Fan's mind, an invisible spatial wave rippled across the Gobi. All the armed pickups and SUVs parked by the roadside, as long as they were intact, were collected by Su-Fan into the infinite space. Collecting all the way, he drove towards the mist camp behind the hill. Suddenly a beep sounded, and the system's voice rang out. The visual imaging system has completed the capture. Do you want to view it? Humph, hiding behind the sand dunes 10 kilometers away for so long, finally couldn't hold back. Su-Fan's finger glided over the central control screen. A photo of a silver SUV was enlarged on the screen, showing the cherry blossom emblem on the door. This emblem is quite interesting. Su Fan sneered, casually closing the screen and driving towards the camp. As Su Fan drove the upgraded RV into the camp, the sky had completely darkened. The daylight of the alien wasteland was always accompanied by heat and restlessness, while the night exuded a profound chill. Today marks the unique dark night celestial phenomenon of this alien planet where the sky is devoid of brilliant stars. The few accompanying stars that occasionally appeared were also hidden from view, leaving a solitary moon emitting a pale light hanging in the vast deep night sky. Inside the misty camp, it resembled a rare paradise. Within the circular encampment formed by over 200 vehicles, orange campfires flickered everywhere. The dancing flames dispelled the chill of the night and the fears in the hearts of the survivors. At the center of the camp, a massive bonfire had been lit early on. Thick dry wood crackled as it burned in the fire, sending sparks swirling up into the night sky. A portion of the survivors sat around the bonfire, some held bowls of hot soup, others engaged in quiet conversations, and a few even emitted long-suppressed laughter. In this perilous wasteland, having a solid 10 hours of absolutely safe rest time was the greatest blessing. Boom! The deep rumble of the RV's engine shattered the tranquility of the camp. The people gathered around the bonfire turned their heads in unison. When they saw the armored RV slowly emerging from the mist, their expressions were not just filled with awe, but also with a hint of undeniable shock. The already enormous RV now appeared even wilder. The 8 all-terrain bulletproof tires rolled over the ground, and the depleted uranium composite armor covering the vehicle glimmered with a cold metallic sheen under the firelight. As Su Xiao's vehicle changed somehow, the bald captain muttered in surprise while holding a stainless steel. Su Fan smoothly parked the RV in the central clearing and turned off the 1500 horsepower gas turbine. The pneumatic door made a soft sound as it slowly pushed open. Stepping onto the metal pedals, Su Fan calmly descended from the RV. Just as he landed, the flap of a nearby camping tent was lifted. Shen Xianxian had changed into a clean black tight-fitting combat suit today, perfectly outlining her tall and alluring figure. Her long hair was simply tied into a high ponytail, gently swaying behind her as she walked. The warm glow of the bonfire illuminated her fair and exquisite face, adding a touch of charm. She walked up to Su Fan and halted in front of him. Her beautiful eyes scanned Su Fan, who appeared completely unharmed. Shen Xianxian's red lips parted slightly, and her eyes sparkled with a hint of surprise as she instinctively blurted out, "It seems bigger." Upon hearing this, Su Fan, who was about to greet her, suddenly froze. He raised an eyebrow, and with a puzzled expression slowly followed Shen Xianxian's gaze down to his belt. "Where is it bigger?" Su Fan lifted his head, looking at Shen Xianxian with a smirk, his tone laced with teasing. "My size has always been standard." "Oh, when did you measure it?" Shen Xianxian initially didn't catch on, but when she saw Su Fan's teasing gaze in the direction of his gaze downwards, she suddenly understood. A flush crept up from her fair neck to her ears. What are you thinking?" Shen Xianxian stomped her foot out of embarrassment and pointed her delicate finger at the massive vehicle behind him. "I mean the RV. Your RV got bigger." Who was looking at you down there?" Wenwen, who was nearby, heard this exchange and burst into giggles, covering her mouth. Even the usually quiet, lowly Yi Xiaowen couldn't help but curve her lips into a faint smile. Su Fan looked at Shen Xianxian's blushing and flustered demeanor, feeling exceptionally pleased. The killing aura from outside vanished without a trace at that moment. "Oh, so you were talking about the vehicle." Su Fan pretended to understand and nodded. "You should have said so earlier. I took it for a spin, did a bit of maintenance, and added some external armor, so it's slightly bulkier now." Shen Xianxian shot him a sidelong glance, her charming eyes revealing a hint of playful annoyance, and she simply changed the subject. "Su Xiao, you're back just in time." Shen Xianxian stepped aside, allowing Yi Xiaowen to come forward. Yi Xiaowen was wearing a slightly oversized work overalls dress today, with a bit of white residue still on her nose. She approached Su Fan, shyly lowered her head, and handed him a transparent plastic cup. "Su Xiao, you should try this." Yi Xiaowen's voice was as soft as a whisper. Su Fan looked down at the cup. Inside the transparent plastic cup was a full serving of a light white liquid with some black round particles settled at the bottom. A layer of fine water droplets clung to the cup's wall, exuding a faint chill. "What is this?" Su Fan reached out to take the plastic cup, feeling its coolness, and asked with some confusion. Before Yi Xiaowen could speak, Shen Xianxian stepped forward, her tone tinged with undeniable pride. "This is the result of Xiaowen's efforts from this afternoon." Shen Xianxian pointed at the light white drink and explained Xiaowen utilized her awakened mechanic profession skill to dismantle and reassemble an old ice machine and several car water pumps. Not only that, she extracted starch from some mutated plant tubers we collected on the road and boiled it down into pearls. Shen Xianxian added, "So this is an alien version of Snow King milk tea. Try it." Even though the ingredients are limited, Xiaowen claims the flavor is at least 90% authentic. Snow King Milk Tea. Su Fan's eyes lit up with surprise upon hearing this familiar name. Back on Blue Star, this tea brand was a thirst-quenching staple for countless young people. Who would have thought that amidst the zombie-infested alien wasteland, he could still enjoy such a drink? Su Fan raised the plastic cup, bit down on the straw, and took a hearty sip. The icy liquid flowed down his throat. The rich, creamy aroma, mixed with the unique sweetness of alien plants, exploded in his mouth. The pearls at the bottom, while not as chewy as those made from tapioca on Blue Star, were still soft and delightful to chew. Su Fan swallowed the milk tea, exhaling a long sigh of relief. The icy sweetness thoroughly soothed the tense nerves of the day. The flavor is indeed excellent. Su Fan looked at Yi Xiaowen, who was eagerly awaiting his feedback, and gave her a thumbs up. Upon receiving Su Fan's approval, Yi Xiaowen's delicate face instantly blossomed into a joyful smile. As Su Fan sipped the milk tea, he gazed at the few beautiful women in front of him, feeling exceptionally relaxed. Shun Qianqian's fiery charm and Yi Xiaowen's shy agility formed a breathtaking scene amidst the apocalypse, illuminated by the fire's glow. Just as Su Fan was savoring this moment of tranquility and pleasure, a sudden beep echoed in his mind. Su Fan's motion of sucking on the straw paused slightly. System prompt: mysterious shop has appeared. Upon hearing this, Su Fan's eyes sharpened immediately. A mysterious black shop. He quickly asked in his mind. Location coordinates. Distance. The system's electronic voice abruptly paused at this point. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. After a full 3-second pause, the system's monotonous voice finally resumed. Distance 10 meters. 10 meters. Su Fan's pupils constricted sharply. Almost at the same moment as the system's voice fell. Buzz. Su Fan felt his vision suddenly blur. Just less than 10 meters to his right, the air began to distort violently, like rippling water. Following that, a rectangular glass pavilion inexplicably appeared on the sandy ground of the camp. The entire pavilion emitted a soft, pale yellow glow. In the dark night, this suddenly appearing light source seemed remarkably jarring and conspicuous. Is it right in front of us? Su Fan tightened his grip on the plastic cup, filled with shock. He immediately turned to face Shun Qianqian and Yi Xiaowen, who stood opposite, ready to reassure them. Qianqian, don't panic, let everyone. Su Fan's words were abruptly choked in his throat. The flickering flames of the bonfire continued to dance. Standing less than 2 meters away from him, Shun Qianqian, Yi Xiaowen, and Wenwen showed no change in their expression. Shun Qianqian was smiling as she adjusted a strand of hair by her ear. Yi Xiaowen was sipping another cup of Snow King milk tea with her head lowered, and Wenwen was curiously eyeing the milk tea in Su Fan's hand, gulping. Their gazes were completely natural, entirely unperturbed by the sudden appearance of the pavilion. Su Fan looked at the mysterious shop, glowing softly at arm's length, then glanced at Shun Qianqian and the others, who appeared utterly confused. Looking at the 3 beautiful women in front of him with bewildered expressions, Su Fan suddenly felt that the drink in his hand had lost its flavor. His mind was now filled with thoughts of this strange shop, and he no longer had the mood to continue chatting with the beauties or enjoying the moon. Su Fan finished the remaining milk tea in his plastic cup in one gulp and casually handed the empty cup to Yi Xiaowen. You all should head back to the tent and rest. No need to worry about me. I'll just wander around. Shun Qianqian noticed that Su Fan's expression was somewhat unusual. Though curious, she wisely chose not to ask further. It wasn't until the 3 figures completely merged into the dim night of the camp that Su Fan redirected his gaze toward the glass pavilion, emanating a soft glow. He stood still, one hand touching his chin, his eyes glimmering with a scrutinizing light. System, why can only I see this? This black shop, could it be run by you? There was no response in his mind. After thinking for a moment, he realized he held over 20,000 points in his hand, giving him the confidence to go in and find something good. He then stepped forward, approaching the rectangular glass pavilion. Just like last time, he raised his right hand and placed his palm steadily against the transparent glass on the shop's exterior. Buzz. The moment his palm touched the glass, the scene before him rippled like water. A sudden and intense feeling of weightlessness washed over him, and Su Fan felt as if he was rapidly traveling through an endless space-time tunnel. This sensation came quickly and left just as fast. When his feet once again touched solid ground, a faint, elegant fragrance greeted him. Su Fan steadied himself and opened his eyes. The lavishly decorated hall reappeared before him. Above was a gigantic, brilliant chandelier, emitting soft yet bright light. Same formula, same taste. Su Fan slipped his hands into the pockets of his tactical pants and walked confidently towards the black leather sofa in the center of the hall. He plopped down onto the sofa, the soft and elastic leather immediately enveloping his body. Tap tap. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed from a distance. Su Fan leaned back against the sofa, his gaze sweeping in the direction of the sound. Moments later, a pair of feet clad in silver stilettos entered his line of sight first. The heels were thin, about 7 to 8 centimeters high, accentuating the graceful arch of her foot as she walked. Changed outfits. Su Fan raised an eyebrow, secretly wondering. The last time she was in a classic maid outfit. His gaze slowly moved up from the silver high heels. A pair of perfectly contoured long legs were wrapped in high-quality sheer stockings, making her skin appear even more delicate and flawless. The end of the sheer stockings was encased by a tight black mini skirt. The dress was perfectly tailored, stopping just at the top of her thighs, showcasing her rounded and perky curves. This style is quite a leap. Su Fan looked up and finally saw the full figure of the newcomer. Standing before him was a sexy beauty dressed in a standard OL professional outfit. She stood confidently 2 meters away from the coffee table, her hands neatly clasped in front of her flat stomach, her posture upright and elegant. The upper part of her outfit was a fitted white shirt that accentuated her slender waist and impressive bust. The top 2 buttons of her collar were undone, revealing a small area of fair and delicate collarbone adorned with an exquisite thin gold necklace. Su Fan was momentarily stunned, his gaze lingering on her unfamiliar yet beautiful face. Huh, how come it's a different person? Su Fan straightened his body and asked with some confusion what happened to the previous maid. Hearing Su Fan's question, the OL beauty seemed taken aback and then revealed a sweet smile. Sir, are you referring to the previous salesperson? No. 21. The OL bowtie's voice was crisp and pleasant, exuding a gentle warmth that made one feel as if bathed in spring breeze. I sincerely apologize. Salesperson No. 21 was optimized by the store management yesterday due to not meeting performance standards last month and failing the KPI assessment. With that, she slightly leaned forward and performed a standard 90-degree bow. As she bowed, her wavy chestnut hair cascaded down her shoulders, and the stunning white at her collar hinted at something breathtaking. I am the newly arrived salesperson No. 22E. I'm very pleased to serve you. EE straightened up, her smile becoming even more radiant. Have the aliens also gone bad, starting to adopt the methods of Blue Star capitalists? After hearing her explanation, Su Fan felt completely speechless. He then took another look at the newly appointed salesperson No. 22. One must admit that this mysterious shop indeed has a discerning eye for picking employees. The EE before him was simply the perfect template that fulfilled all the fantasies Blue Star urban men have about workplace OLs. Her skin was fair and translucent, and under the illumination of the crystal chandelier, it seemed to emit a faint luminous glow. Her face was a standard oval shape with exquisite and three-dimensional features. A pair of gold-rimmed non-prescription glasses perched on her high bridge of a nose. These glasses not only did not obscure her beauty, but also added an air of intellect and restraint, creating a striking contrast with her fiery and sexy figure that was hard to resist. The hem of her fitted white shirt stopped just above her waistline, while the black mini skirt clung tightly to the curves of her hips and thighs. Most importantly, it was those beautiful legs wrapped in sheer stockings. The stockings were extremely thin, almost like a second layer of skin, enhancing her complexion and bringing a hazy visual impact. Paired with the silver stilettos she wore, she emanated an aura of intelligence and competence, yet also a compelling sensuality that made one want to conquer her. With her fair skin, stunning beauty, long legs, and slim waist, Su Fan felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, and the words, "Let's go to the room," slipped out. Upon hearing Su Fan's words, the OL beauty, EE, who had been standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback. A hint of confusion flickered in her enchanting peach blossom eyes, but it was soon replaced by a gentle smile. She stepped lightly in her silver high heels, gracefully approaching Su Fan. Then, in Su Fan's somewhat surprise, with her knees slightly together, she executed the motion with utmost elegance, kneeling beside the sofa. The tight black bodycon skirt inevitably rose a little with this bending motion, accentuating the stunning curve of her thighs wrapped in sheer stockings. She raised her fair wrist, her fingers gently pointing in the air. Buzz! A transparent holographic screen emitting a faint blue light appeared above her palm. She slightly tilted her body, angling the transparent screen towards Su Fan, looked up, and flashed him a professional smile. "Sir, you are truly humorous." EE exhaled like an orchid, her voice soft enough to seem as if it could drip water. "Generally, you need to select specific consumption items first before we can enter the room together." Enter the room. Su Fan, who had been leaning against the back of the sofa, suddenly sat up straight. He raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over EE's alluringly beautiful face, and the hint of white visible at her neckline, a flicker of understanding flashing in his eyes. "Not." Su Fan lowered his voice, a trace of unmasked surprise and excitement in his tone. "Is your store really this extravagant? Can we really enter the room?" EE looked at Su Fan's glowing eyes, seemingly unaware of the ambiguity, and simply nodded, gently pushing the transparent screen a little closer to him. "Of course, sir. Please take a look first." With a heart full of anticipation, Su Fan immediately lowered his head, focusing on the transparent interface. However, when he saw the colorful options displayed on the screen, his excitement and anticipation suddenly froze. The screen prominently listed several categories: weapon room, gene potion room, heavy vehicle room, high-dimensional blueprint room. Su Fan opened his mouth looking at these so-called rooms, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Is this it? Su Fan rolled his eyes in disbelief, feeling somewhat underwhelmed as he leaned back against the sofa, cursing inwardly. What a letdown. He sighed, dismissing those fanciful thoughts. Alright, let's not look at these flashy options for now. I remember your store has some kind of exclusive shopping service, the 10 discount service. Is that still available? Upon hearing the words, shopping service discount, EE's beautiful peach blossom eyes instantly lit up. In the mysterious shop, the so-called exclusive shopping service was actually a hefty entry qualification fee. This gentleman is definitely not short on money. EE, who had been keeping a polite distance, subtly leaned. As she leaned in, the distance between them narrowed instantly. Yes, sir. EE's voice became even sweeter, even carrying a hint of charming playfulness. As long as you activate the exclusive shopping service, I will provide you with unknown assistance, offering not only the most professional product explanations, but also the highest level of discounts at checkout. While speaking, EE suspended the transparent screen in midair. She extended a finger as white as jade and tapped on the screen to bring up a blank registration interface. EE will help you register your personal information first. May I ask, what is your name? EE tilted her head, a gentle smile on her lips, patiently inquiring. Su Fan looked at the OL with a 180-degree shift in attitude, who seemed eager to press herself against him. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he calmly lied. Su Hao. Friends outside usually call me Hao Gu as a sign. How good, nice to meet you. EE called out, then smiled broadly. She quickly tapped a few times on the virtual keyboard of the transparent screen with her delicate hands. Ding! The screen emitted a light sound displaying the message, information has been entered. EE then folded the transparent screen, which vanished like a stream of light at her fingertips. Afterward, her hands naturally settled on her slender waist. Following the tight black bodycon skirt, she gracefully smoothed out the slight wrinkles caused by kneeling, her movements slow and elegant. This seemingly casual action was filled with an indescribable visual tension. As her hands glided over the breathtaking waist-to-hip ratio, along with her long legs wrapped in sheer stockings, was fully displayed before Su Fan. Having completed all this, EE gently stood up with the aid of the nearby sofa's armrest. How good, your personal information has been registered. The exclusive identity badge will take a few minutes to produce and will be delivered to you automatically soon. She slightly bowed, extending her right hand in an inviting gesture. EE will now take you to visit the products inside. Su Fan nodded and stood up decisively. Alright, let's go then. Su Fan clapped his hands, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. Last time he came here, due to insufficient points, he was thrown into the vending machine area outside. This time he wanted to truly experience the true nature of this mysterious shop. Seeing Su Fan rise, EE wasted no time and proactively stepped forward. She extended her fair arm and naturally linked it with Su Fan's right arm. Her soft body pressed almost unreservedly against Su Fan's arm. Through the thin shirt, Su Fan felt an astonishing fullness and elasticity. Just at the moment EE leaned closer, a beguiling fragrance that stirred the senses suddenly wafted toward him. Su Fan's breath hitched slightly, the sensation on his arm intertwining with the fragrance in his nostrils, causing him to pause for half a second. How good, this way, please. EE seemed oblivious to Su Fan's reaction, linking her arm with his, as she stepped forward with her beautiful legs clad in stockings, guiding him towards the deepest wall of the hall. The sound of her high heels clicking against the marble floor echoed clearly in the spacious hall as they walked side by side. EE deliberately slowed her pace, and with each step the sway of her hips caused subtle friction against the bodycon skirt. The softness of her chest brushed against Su Fan's arm with the rise and fall of her steps, continually transmitting a warm sensation. In no time they reached the wall at the innermost part of the hall. The wall was engraved with a massive abstract mural resembling the rotation of a certain galaxy. EE stopped, raised her right hand, and pressed her palm flat against the center of a star in the mural. Ding! Identity verification passed. Shopping guide no. 022. Escorting customer into the internal exhibition area. Accompanied by a cold mechanical electronic voice, the seemingly indestructible thick wall suddenly split open down the middle. Without a hint of friction, the massive wall silently slid open to both sides. A soft white light streamed out from behind the door, illuminating EE's delicate side profile. How good. EE looked up at Su Fan, her peach blossom eyes shimmering with allure, her voice carrying a seductive lilt. The door is open, let's go in. Inside, there are many wonderful things that will surprise you. Su Fan looked at the open hidden door, slightly exerting his arm, and took a bold step over the threshold with this enchanting OL beauty radiating a captivating fragrance. He stepped into the true core area of the mysterious shop. With a single step it felt as if he had crossed a dimensional chasm. Before his eyes lay an enormous circular. Surrounding the hall were layers of expanding circular corridors with a 1-meter-high crystal wall lining the edges for protection. In the very center of the hall was an astonishingly large sunken exhibition area. The lighting here was bright, yet it did not feel harsh. Su Fan instinctively glanced down at his feet, his heart suddenly racing. There was no shadow. Not only did he have no shadow, but wherever he looked there was no trace of any shadows, as if the physical concept of shadow had been utterly erased by some rule here. The floor beneath his feet felt warm and was made of an unknown material, while the surrounding walls were smooth and flawless, seemingly emitting light themselves. Su Fan looked up at the dome, which appeared to reach into the void of space, and in an instant he was pulled into it, floating unprepared in the vast, boundless depths of the universe. The indescribable sense of mystery and the vastness of the cosmic river made him feel as insignificant as a speck of cosmic dust, leaving him awestruck. Su Fan quickly closed his eyes, suppressing the tumult within his heart, and began to survey the wide, circular corridor. In this immense space people appeared remarkably sparse, yet occasionally he could see pairs of shadowy figures passing by in the distance. Just as Su Fan's gaze focused on one pair, his brows furrowed tightly. One of them was a salesperson dressed in a uniform similar to Yi's, her appearance and figure clearly discernible. However, the customer beside her was a mass of human-shaped mosaic. The features and shape were completely indistinguishable, and it was impossible to tell whether the individual was male or female, or even human or beast. All that could be seen was a blurry block of pixels moving alongside the salesperson. Su Fan turned his gaze to the other corridor, and it was the same there. All the customers were just groups of walking mosaics flickering with snowflake-like dots. What is going on here? Su Fan pointed at the distant mosaic figure, turning to Yi with an expression of unmasked confusion. Is the spatial signal here unstable, causing the visuals to stutter? Yi glanced in the direction Su Fan was pointing, a hint of amusement flashing in her beautiful peach blossom eyes. She gently tightened her hold on Su Fan's arm, pressing her softness closer, and explained softly, "This is not an issue of unstable signals, but a method we use to protect our customers' privacy." Protecting privacy with physical pixelation. Su Fan raised an eyebrow. Yi smiled and nodded. Those who can enter here are all esteemed guests from various dimensions. Many of our customers have very special identities, and there may even be hostile relationships between them. She extended her fair finger, lightly drawing a circle in the air. They do not wish to have their life characteristics remembered by others during transactions or visits, which could lead to unnecessary trouble in reality. Similarly, you at this moment appear to other guests as an indecipherable block of pixels. This is a cognitive interference protection that directly affects the visual nerves. Upon hearing this explanation, Su Fan felt a jolt of surprise within. Directly interfering with the retina and visual nerves. Such technology that could silently alter human perception was truly unfathomable. So it can interfere with the visual nerves? Su Fan speculated. No wonder the pavilion was dropped on Shun Qianqian and the others. They couldn't see it either. There are customers from various dimensions, so your mysterious shop must hold significant power, Su Fan cautiously remarked. At that moment, the alluring 20-second salesperson had shed her previously flirtatious demeanor. She stood upright, slightly puffing out her impressive chest, the buttons of her white shirt seeming like they might burst open at any moment. Of course that is the case. She stood upright, slightly puffing out her impressive chest, the buttons of her white shirt seeming like they might burst open at any moment. Why am I able to see? Yi shook her head slightly, her red lips parting. The territory of the mysterious shop spans the entire universe. What you see before you, this seemingly grand hall, is merely an insignificant branch store of a galaxy, spanning the entire universe. This is just a branch store of a galaxy. Su Fan inhaled deep. Seeing the subtle change in Su Fan's expression, Yi put on her sweet smile again, and continued, the shop has a very complex and rigorous process for selecting customers in the vast universe. It may be based on your fortune, your genetic potential, the resources you possess, or some unknown cosmic causality associated with you. Yi spread her hands in a helpless gesture. As for the specific selection criteria, that belongs to the highest level of the shop's core secrets. This is not something a lowly salesperson like me at a mere galaxy branch can know. My authority and responsibility only allow me to know how to serve esteemed guests like you wholeheartedly. Su Fan looked deeply at Yi, choosing not to pursue further inquiries. He understood that knowing too much at his current level and strength might not be a good thing. Let's take a look inside. Su Fan retracted his thoughts, gesturing with his chin toward the exhibition hall. Yi obediently stepped forward again, linking her arm with Su Fan's. The two of them slowly walked along the wide circular corridor. The entire sunken exhibition hall was surrounded by a slowly flowing azure light curtain. EE led Su Fan to a position resembling a viewing platform at the edge of the sunken exhibition hall. Su Fan casually rested his hands on the transparent barrier in front of him, directing his gaze toward the center of the exhibition hall below. When his line of sight penetrated the layer of azure light curtain, and he saw the objects in the center of the exhibition hall, he gasped. Su Fan couldn't believe his eyes and vigorously rubbed them. He stared intently at the interior of the light curtain. His breathing became exceptionally rapid, and his heart raced wildly in his chest. He suddenly turned his head, his eyes fixed on EE, who still maintained her professional smile. What? What is that? Su Fan stood at the edge of the sunken exhibition hall, gripping the transparent barrier tightly. Through the slowly flowing ethereal blue light curtain, a massive ship, entirely dark gray, floated within. The surface of the ship was covered with a dense array of energy circuits. An overwhelming sense of the ability to easily obliterate civilization struck him. You actually sell something like this? Su Fan swallowed hard, pointing at the colossal object below. If I'm not mistaken, this is an interstellar warship. Upon hearing Su Fan's exclamation, the OL beauty standing beside him smiled even more brightly, her eyes filled with pride. Good eye, how go? EE stepped forward, lightly leaning against the transparent barrier, extending her fair arm to point at the warship, gently introducing. This is the treasure of our branch in this star system, Class Deep Space Interstellar Warship. Its navigation capabilities have long surpassed the conventional speed of light limit, allowing for interstellar leap travel. EE recited a series of data like a treasured heirloom. In terms of firepower configuration, the main cannon is a planetary annihilation cannon capable of dimensional strikes, and the secondary cannons are equipped with 10 high-energy pulse laser cannons. In the ship's belly hangar, there are 200 unmanned escort drones on standby. To ensure absolute execution and loyalty, all operations, maintenance, and combat personnel aboard the ship are handled by the latest model of intelligent biorobots from the store. In other words, you only need to own it, and do not have to recruit any crew. In the living area, it can simultaneously accommodate 5,000 passengers, providing the top-tier life support system. After hearing this introduction, Su Fan's mind buzzed. All robotic crew, a single cannon capable of destroying a planet. Just as Su Fan was overwhelmed with excitement, even beginning to envision himself commanding fire from the warship's bridge, EE suddenly changed her tone, a hint of apology in her voice. However, how good the ship displayed here is just a scale model for demonstration. Moi. Su Fan's muscles twitched in disbelief as he turned his head. A model? After all that talk, it turns out to be a fake. Seeing Su Fan's disdainful expression, EE hurriedly waved her hand, eager to explain. How good, you misunderstood. It's not that the store doesn't have stock, but weapons of this strategic level are not allowed to be displayed as in. For strategic weapons rated class and above, the store employs a review-based ordering system for sales. EE looked at Su Fan, explaining the store's rules. Before a formal sale, the store must conduct a strict evaluation of the customer's qualifications, cosmic credit rating, and intended use. Only after passing the review and upon full payment will the store's interstellar dock begin production. The entire production cycle takes 3 years. As he explained, she raised her right hand and gently waved it in the air. Buzz. A large light blue floating screen unfolded right in front of them, densely displaying the detailed specifications, armor materials, and main cannon charging curve of this class warship. Su Fan curled his lips. This routine sounded all too familiar. He knew very well that he only had a little over 20,000 points, and even if this thing were in stock, he definitely couldn't afford it. But that didn't stop him from leaning in to see the commotion. Su Fan leaned closer, his gaze sweeping across the floating screen. At the top of the screen was a three-dimensional logo of the warship, slowly rotating. Below were long paragraphs of specialized terms and related data that an ordinary person couldn't possibly understand. Antimatter engine thrust parameters, space leap, cooling time, energy shield threshold. Su Fan wasn't interested in these tedious data, quickly moving his gaze downwards, automatically skipping the lengthy parameter list, heading straight for the price section at the bottom of the screen. His gaze locked onto the bottom. The first number was an 80, followed by a long string of zeros that were impossible. Su Fan squinted silently, counting in his heart. He pointed at the zeros on the screen, carefully counting a second time. 8 billion. After confirming this number, Su Fan inhaled sharply. 80 billion points. Even if I wiped out all the zombies in the wasteland, I still couldn't gather enough money for this warship. This price was simply outrageous. Su Fan shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to shift his gaze away, a sudden flash of lightning crossed his mind. Wait a minute. 8 billion. He stared fixedly at the number 80 at the bottom of the screen. A chilling sensation that was hard to describe made the hairs all over his body stand on end. Before the time-space leap, the population census data of Blue Star was exactly over 80 billion. And this interstellar warship capable of destroying planets was priced at exactly 80 billion points. It was almost a perfect equivalent to the total value of all human lives on Blue Star. What a coincidence. Su Fan's throat rolled uneasily, a fine sheen of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. How could there be such coincidences in this world? Su Fan suspiciously turned his head again, scrutinizing the softly glowing shadow-free, circular hall before him, examining the so-called warship model within the light curtain. His vigilance instantly increased a few notches. What role was this mysterious store playing in this disaster? Was it an observing merchant, or the one pulling the strings behind the scenes? How go? What's wrong? You look a bit unwell. Yi noticed Su Fan's strange demeanor and stepped forward with concern, that alluring fragrance once again infiltrating Su Fan's nostrils. Su Fan suddenly came back to his senses. It's nothing. He rubbed his temples casually, finding an excuse. I just think this warship design is a bit extravagant, and we have to wait 3 years. Upon hearing this response, Yi smiled slightly. Don't worry, besides these strategic weapons that need to be pre-ordered, we have many cutting-edge items in stock that you can take home immediately. Just as the two were talking, the air in front of Su Fan and Yi suddenly twisted without warning. Following that, a waiter dressed in a black tailcoat stepped out from the spatial fluctuation. His face was adorned with a silver metallic mask devoid of any features. His movements were stiff, like a precisely programmed machine. The waiter's hands were gloved in white, steadily holding a tray made of pure gold. He approached the two without a word, slightly bending at the waist as he extended the tray towards Yi. Yi stepped forward, extending her fair hands to take a small silver identity token from the golden tray. After the waiter completed his task, he took a step back, his figure fading into the air, disappearing completely along with the spatial fluctuation. How go? Yi turned around, holding the silver token in both hands. She walked up to Su Fan, slightly bowing her head as she presented it. Your exclusive identity token has been made. Yi's voice returned to its sweet tone. You can wear it on your wrist right away. With this identity token, many areas in this star system's branch will be open to you. Su Fan extended his right hand to receive the silver token. The moment he held it, he felt a peculiar chill. He lowered his head to examine it closely. The token displayed a low-key matte silver color, neither metal nor wood, extremely light, and it was impossible to discern what material it was made from. The surface of this identity token was smooth as a mirror, devoid of any patterns, engravings, or useful information such as names or numbers. It was just a bare metal ring. Is this the identity token? Su Fan flipped it over. Although puzzled in his heart, he did not voice his doubts. He directly pulled the token apart and slipped it onto his right wrist. The token's size automatically adjusted to fit perfectly around his wrist bone. At the moment of wearing it, Su Fan felt a faint electric sensation on the skin of his wrist. This current surged through his arms, nerves directly entering his cerebral cortex. In the next second, lines of ethereal blue information appeared in his brain's optical nerves. The name of the holder: Su Hao. Planet number 2373. Customer level: ordinary, upgradable. Exclusive salesperson: no. 022 E. Current points balance: 22000. Su Fan stared at the lines of eerie blue information, his gaze lingering on the characters 2373. 2373. Is this the planet number of the zombie wasteland? A gigantic planet many times larger than Blue Star is noted in this mysterious store, without a proper name, merely a cold 4-digit number. Here the destruction of civilization seems utterly inconsequential. It is merely a line of code in the cosmic database that can be erased or replaced at any time. Su Fan shook his head. Pondering these grand cosmic themes was meaningless. His primary task now was to survive on this alien land numbered 2373. Currently, the armored RV had just completed a major upgrade with defenses and firepower sufficient for the time being. As long as he stayed inside the vehicle, he was safe. But once he left the protection of the RV, encountering high-level zombies or awakened beings with speed and strength far beyond that of ordinary humans, he would likely be instantaneously killed. Thinking of this, Su Fan turned to the alluring salesperson E beside him. Do you have any products that can directly enhance the BOTA's functions? E smiled and nodded. Of course, Brother Hao. Enhancing individual life levels is also a very popular service in our store. What specific options do you have? Su Fan's eyes darted, and a plethora of tropes from the online novels he had read on Blue Star flooded his mind, prompting him to throw out several questions in quick succession. For example, do you have any cultivation techniques that can allow a person to ascend right on the spot? Or perhaps something to test one's spiritual root, or a route for demonic cultivation? If not, how about a more children, more blessings system plugin? Or do you have any techniques from the Hehe sect? Upon hearing this string of absurd terms, E was momentarily stunned, her beautiful peach blossom eyes widening slightly, as she seemed to struggle to comprehend the meanings of those words. Then she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Brother Hao, you are quite humorous. Yi looked at Su Fan with a smile, gently saying the peculiar cultivation systems you mentioned may exist somewhere in the vast universe. However, our branch in this star system has not yet launched such products. Su Fan clicked his tongue in regret, realizing that shortcuts were not an option. But rest assured, Yi quickly shifted back to her professional sales demeanor. Regarding products that enhance individual physical functions and combat capabilities, our store does have some very mature categories that can definitely meet your needs. After saying this, Yi took Su Fan's arm and led him towards the inner side of the circular passage. They arrived in front of a metal door. The door silently slid open to the sides, and the two walked in. It was a closed room of about 100 square meters. There were no unnecessary furnishings, and the walls were pure white, giving it an empty look. Please wait a moment, Brother Hao. Yi walked to the control terminal of the room, extending her delicate fingers to gently tap on the hovering control panel. Buzz! The scene in the room instantly transformed dramatically. The originally pure white walls vanished, replaced by a deep cosmic starry sky backdrop. The ground in the center of the room split open, and a virtual holographic projection platform emitting blue light slowly rose. As the holographic projection stabilized, a piece of futuristic powered armor hovered in the center of the platform. The armor featured a streamlined, form-fitting design constructed of interwoven dark red and bright gold nanometal. Embedded in the chest was a micro-energy core that emitted a ghostly blue light, and the joints of the limbs were equipped with precision servo power devices. At the same time the armor appeared, several large characters popped up above the virtual projection, and a passionate, highly stirring male voice echoed throughout the room. Flesh is weak, machines ascend. Bid farewell to your fragile carbon-based body and dominate your battlefield destiny. Wear the starry vanguard and you will be an unstoppable one-man army. Su Fan's eyes lit up as he gazed at the dazzling armor. Isn't this just a real-life Iron Man suit? Su Fan scratched his chin. This thing was indeed formidable, capable of flying and fighting while providing perfect physical defense. However, although the advertisement sounded exhilarating, Su Fan understood deep down that this item relied too heavily on external energy and mechanical components, ultimately not belonging to his own physical strength. As the advertisement for the armor concluded, the light on the projection platform flickered and the image of the armor dissipated. The second item slowly emerged. This time it was a high-tech syringe silently hovering in midair. Inside the transparent, bulletproof glass tube was a mysterious liquid glowing in fluorescent green, with countless tiny light spots seemingly wandering and splitting within. The passionate advertisement voice sounded again, but this time the tone was even more exaggerated. Break the genetic chains, reverse the evolutionary rules. After years of dedicated research by top cosmic scientific teams, and after tens of millions of live experiments, we have successfully reduced the fatal side effects to just 1%. No need for hard training, no need for meditation. Just a small injection daily, and your life will evolve by leaps and bounds. Completely shatter the power ceiling of carbon-based life forms, growing stronger and braver with every battle. Listening to this advertisement, Su Fan's mouth couldn't help but twitch several times. The side effects have been reduced to 1%. Su Fan rolled his eyes in disbelief. This advertisement sounded unreliable, just like those fake medicine promotions from Blue Star claiming to cure all ailments. The projection of the second item gradually dimmed. Following that, the third item began to take shape on the projection platform. To Su Fan's surprise, what appeared this time was not a high-tech weapon or a complex potion, but a small wooden jar only the size of a thumb. The surface of the jar was engraved with ancient and intricate vine patterns, and through the half-open lid one could see a thick liquid that presented an amber-golden color inside. In contrast to the exaggerated advertisements of the first two items, the introduction voice for the third item was very brief, even exuding a hint of mystery. Cosmic rarity, the liquid of life. Specific effects vary based on the user's physique, and luck cannot provide accurate parameters. As this brief introduction concluded, the amber glow from the virtual projection platform completely vanished, and the platform descended underground. The starry sky backdrop surrounding the room faded away, reverting to the original empty white enclosed room. Yi in her high heels walked over and stopped beside Su Fan. Brother Hao. Yi smiled at Su Fan, gently summarizing these three items belong to three completely different enhancement schools. The powered armor provides immediate combat power, the genetic syringe follows a rapid mutation route, while that jar of life essence purely stimulates one's potential. Each has its merits, and you can choose according to your preferences and development direction. What about the prices? Su Fan suddenly turned his head, looking at Yi, and asked directly. Brother Hao, all three items are basic enhancement materials of the same level, and their prices are the same. Yi softly stated the price each requires 200 points. 200 points. After just using the death scythe to sweep through his current points balance was exactly 2200. If he bought that jar of life essence, he would still have 200 points left to spare. Alright. Su Fan was a decisive person. Once he made up his mind, he did not hesitate. He pointed at the position of the third item's projection. Forget about the armor and that green potion. I want the last one, the essence of the Tree of Life. 200 points, right? Just deduct it directly from my account. Upon hearing Su Fan confirm his purchase, Yi's smile deepened, but her next words instantly froze the expression on Su Fan's face. Alright, brother Hao. Your taste is truly unique. However, according to store policy, all 3 items belong to special enhancement class materials. Purchasing such materials requires you to first activate the store's VIP membership. What? Su Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking he had misheard. He pointed at himself, incredulous, as he looked at Yi. What did you just say? Before buying something, I have to activate a membership first. This truly is a black shop. With a familiar feeling of weightlessness, Su Fan cursed as he was teleported back to the side of the armored RV from the mysterious store. He walked into the RV with a grim expression and lay back on the large bed. After an overall upgrade, the internal structure had been optimized, and the originally spacious bed had transformed into a luxurious 2-meter-wide bed. Su Fan raised his right hand, studying the wooden jar carefully under the soft light of the cabin. The vine patterns carved on the jar felt somewhat rough, and it certainly didn't look like a high-end item worth 20,000 points. System, you'd better pray that this thing is truly useful. Su Fan glared at the small wooden jar in his hand, gritting his teeth as he muttered to the air. Just a moment ago in the mysterious shop, the system, which had been playing dead, suddenly popped up with a suggestion in his mind: strongly recommend the host to purchase the third item, Elixir of Life. Su Fan was momentarily stunned. Trusting the system, he ultimately pointed at the small wooden jar with gritted teeth. Recalling the painful experience during checkout, he felt a pang of regret. 20,200 points, a huge sum, had been pillaged before he could even warm it up. He spent 20,000 points on this unknown wooden jar. Before payment, he had also forcibly spent an additional 1,000 points on a so-called VIP membership valid for 1 day. Spending 1,000 points for a Onadi membership is even more disgusting than the capitalists of Blue Star. Su Fan sighed and placed his hand back on his chest. He didn't even keep the last remaining 1,000 points for himself, but upgraded his infinite handgun. The level 1 infinite handgun, which could originally generate 1 bullet per day, had now become level 2. It could automatically generate 15 bullets daily, and its power had slightly increased. All things considered, tonight's trip to this black shop was most worthwhile for the upgrade of this handgun, which is tangible and visible. Su Fan touched the holster at his waist, feeling somewhat balanced in his heart. With that thought, he suddenly sat up from the large bed. Since the system had actively suggested he buy this elixir of life, it must contain some undisclosed benefits. There's no time like the present. Let's give it a try now. Su Fan walked to the spacious bathroom of the RV and dragged out a solid wood bathtub for bathing from the infinite space. He turned on the faucet and filled it with warm water. He approached the bathtub, recalling the simple usage method that EE had taught him in the shop. Just open the lid and throw the jar into the water, right? Su Fan pulled out the small cork from the wooden jar with a forceful tug. Pop! With a soft sound, the cork was removed, releasing a faint herbal fragrance. Su Fan casually tossed the opened wooden jar directly into the bathtub filled with clear water. 1 minute passed. The water in the tub remained clear to the bottom, without even a ripple. Is that it? There's not even a visual effect. Su Fan raised an eyebrow, unable to help but question whether he had truly been deceived. However, having spent the money, not using it would be a waste. Su Fan swiftly stripped off all his clothes and directly sat down into the water, just as his skin fully immersed in the water. What the? Su Fan gasped sharply, his eyes widening in surprise. The water was clearly warm, yet the moment it touched his skin, it felt as if it penetrated to the bone with a chilling sensation. This chill wasn't bone deep, instead it carried an indescribable vitality. Su Fan closed his eyes, clearly feeling that the surrounding clear water seemed to come alive. The flow of water was no longer lifeless. It transformed into thousands of tiny water sprites, invisible to the naked eye. These cool water sprites joyfully dove into his skin muscles and even seeped into his bones through the millions of pores all over his body. With every entry and exit, they carried away the accumulated fatigue, hidden injuries, and impurities deep within his body, leaving behind a trace of refreshing and pure energy. So refreshing. Every cell in his body was greedily breathing and exhaling, undergoing a subtle. Leaning against the edge of the solid wood bathtub, Su Fan comfortably let out a long sigh. This simple method for the poor is so comfortable. Su Fan tilted his head back, gazing at the ceiling light in the RV bathroom, and involuntarily recalled E promoting the official version in the mysterious shop. Brother Hao, if this elixir of life is applied directly or used in water, while it has miraculous effects, it's somewhat wasteful for a pure carbon-based human like you. As Yi spoke softly, exhaling like orchid, she extended her slender finger and lightly tapped the virtual panel in midair. Since you're interested, let me show you our shop's special supreme purification service equipped for this rare treasure. With Yi's operation, the walls deep in the room silently slid open. Accompanied by a faint, ethereal fragrance, 3 enchanting spirit clan beauties, draped in delicate veils, stepped out from behind the door. Their appearance instantly filled the cold metallic room with an overwhelming allure. Though all 3 spirit clan technicians possessed the iconic pointed ears and flawless skin that glowed white, each had a distinct aura and figure perfectly embodying the fantasies of men to the extreme. The cold, regal woman on the left had long silver hair, cascading down to her waist. Her veil was so sheer it was almost transparent, adorned only with a few emerald energy leaves at key points. Her long legs were perfectly straight and crossed, and her eyes, resembling emeralds, exuded an innate chill and pride. The voluptuous beauty in the middle had the most exaggerated figure with a tiny waist and a stunningly ample bosom, creating a strong visual contrast. Her sea blue hair was slightly curled, resting on her fair collarbone. Her eyes sparkled and her lips curled into a naturally alluring smile, while her voluptuous body trembled slightly, with each breath exuding a deadly allure akin to a ripe peach. The petite and charming girl on the right was more delicate than the previous 2, with short light gold hair that appeared playful and cute. She clasped her hands neatly in front of her abdomen, and a natural blush adorned her fair cheeks, making one yearn to embrace her tightly and cherish her. Su Fan found himself momentarily breathless as he gazed at the 3 enchanting beauties before him, each with their own allure. Yi leaned softly against Su Fan's shoulder, half of her body gently leaning onto him, warm breath brushing against Su Fan's ear as she seductively introduced the official usage. Brother, how look. These 3 are pure-blood spirit clan maidens cultivated from the high-dimensional forest star realm at great expense by our shop. Their bodies are pure and flawless, naturally the best energy conductors. If you choose this service, we will invite you into an absolutely private wellness room. At that time, these 3 spirit clan technicians will shed all restraints and evenly apply the precious elixir of life onto their delicate skin. Afterward, they will serve you in the most primal and intimate manner. During the extreme friction of water and milk merging, the elixir of life's violent energy will first enter their bodies, perfectly purified and filtered by the spirit clan's physique, and then transform into the gentlest source of life, completely transferring into your limbs and bones. This not only allows you to absorb at 100%, but the entire purification process is also a soul elevation that makes you feel transcendent. Yi looked up, her peach blossom eyes fixed intently on Su Fan. Brother, how this supreme service only requires an additional 30,000 points. Would you like to experience it? Su Fan instantly snapped back to reality. The sugar-coated bullet of capitalism. He flipped over in the water, splashing the surface, and sighed helplessly. I've got not a single point left on me. Alas, ultimately I still need to find a way to earn more points. Su Fan retracted his chaotic thoughts and adjusted to a comfortable position in the water. The poor must use poor methods, since the system wants me to buy it. The direct soaking method shouldn't be too different. Su Fan calmed his mind and cast aside all distractions. He closed his eyes and focused all his attention on his body. His pores opened and closed, and that icy clear sensation cycled and washed within him. Muscle fibers were unknowingly torn and restructured, becoming more resilient. Bones silently increased in density. The ultimate feeling of relaxation allowed Su Fan's tense nerves to fully unwind. Su Fan's breathing gradually became long and steady. Unbeknownst to him, he leaned against the edge of the bathtub and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, a beam of sunlight streamed through the window of the RV, casting a warm glow on Su Fan's face. Su Fan's eyelids fluttered slightly as he suddenly jolted awake. Splash! He instinctively stood up from the bathtub, sending a large splash of water flying. I actually slept in the water all night. Su Fan glanced down at the bathtub, where the water remained clear and the small wooden jar was still at the bottom. However, the icy energy sensation had completely vanished and the water temperature had reverted to normal. He stepped out of the bathtub, grabbing a large bath towel to wrap around himself. He did not experience the wrinkling or whitening of skin that comes from prolonged soaking. Instead, his skin felt tight and delicate, full of elasticity. Su Fan approached the full-length mirror in the washroom, wiped the water droplets from his face, and looked up. The person in the mirror seemed to have undergone no exaggerated changes in physique. Yet every contour of his body had become smoother and more perfect, with well-defined muscle outlines as if carved from solid marble. Not only that, but his vision, hearing, and even perception of the surrounding environment had experienced a qualitative leap. He could clearly hear the faint footsteps of patrolling guards on the gravel outside the RV dozens of meters away. Su Fan frowned slightly, sensing an ancient beast lying dormant within him, ready to erupt at any moment. He clenched his right fist tightly. Crack! Crack! A series of crisp, bone-cracking sounds like popping beans echoed from his knuckles, wrists, and up his entire arm. Accompanied by this explosive sound, an unprecedented, terrifying force surged from his limbs, instantly gathering at his fist. Su Fan looked at his bulging veins and felt the surging power, his eyes shimmering with an unmistakable this power. Su Fan took a deep breath and murmured to himself, "If I encounter that fourth-tier zombie with silver spikes again." He relaxed his fist, then clenched it tightly again. "With just these hands I can charge right in and tear it apart." The overwhelming confidence brought by this surge of power made Su Fan eager to test the limits of his current abilities. He turned around, gazing at the empty washroom, and called out in his mind, "System." Su Fan's voice conveyed a sense of eager anticipation. "Is there a specific data panel I can view for my current physical attributes?" In his mind, the system immediately responded. "Host's physical attribute scan complete. Data panel." Then a faint blue light flashed across his retina, and several lines of clear data were projected before Su Fan's eyes. Strength 40, agility 10, mental power 10, reference standard. The average values of a first-tier gene warrior are 5. Comprehensive combat power estimation relying solely on physical strength. He possesses the ability to combat fourth-tier mutated zombies. Su Fan looked at the data on the panel, and a flicker of joy passed through his previously calm eyes. Strength skyrocketed to 40, 8 times that of a first-tier gene warrior. Su Fan tightened his fists, feeling the terrifying grip that seemed capable of crushing steel, and nodded with satisfaction. It seems the life water chosen by the system this time is indeed reliable. 2,000 points well spent. Su Fan walked to the window, watching the sky gradually brighten, a confident smile gracing his lips. No matter how strong external factors are, there are always too many uncertainties. Only this solid power, truly integrated into his bones and blood, is the real trump card that belongs to him. Just as Su Fan was immersed in the joy of his surge in power, gurgle, a rumbling sound of his stomach echoed in the quiet RV. Su Fan was momentarily stunned, then quickly covered his stomach, frowning tightly. An unprecedented, intense hunger swept over him. "What's going on? Why am I so hungry?" Su Fan swallowed hard, quickly realizing, could it be that after the significant rise in physical attributes, the accelerated cell metabolism has led to a corresponding exponential increase in energy consumption and demand? He then hurried to the RV's refrigerator in the living area. Pulling open the fridge door, his gaze locked onto the premium Australian steaks that had been thawed in the refrigerator. Each of these steaks weighed at least a pound, with clear and enticing marbling. Su Fan took out all 10 steaks and turned around to stride into the kitchen. An hour later, Su Fan slumped in a leather dining chair next to the kitchen, holding a napkin and casually wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth. He reached out to touch his belly, staring at the empty, extra-large plate, lost in thought. 10 pounds of steak. I ate 10 pounds of meat in one sitting, and I barely feel 7 full. He glanced up at the wall clock. Just the breakfast had taken him a full hour. This is too much of a waste of time. From now on I might as well let Shun Qianqian handle the cooking. They'll provide the food and just eat with them. This way I can solve my cooking issues and save a lot of trouble. Having made up his mind, Su Fan stood up from the dining chair and walked to the front windshield of the driver's cabin. At this moment the outside was already bright. The thick white mist that had previously enveloped the camp, cutting off all sight and presence, had now completely vanished without a trace. The true desolate scenery of the outskirts of the camp was once again laid bare to the eyes of everyone in the convoy. As far as the eye could see, the battlefield several kilometers away resembled a purgatory. The ground was littered with dark red blood stains, incomplete zombie corpses, and the steel wreckage left by the Bai family army. The fog has cleared. Safe. There are no living zombies outside. The ground is full of supplies left by the Bai family army. Hearing this, the survivors in the camp instantly erupted. Quick! Grab the oil barrels and bags. Go collect supplies. The members of the convoy rushed over the camp defense line, charging toward the battlefield littered with corpses. When take a few people to siphon the diesel from those transport trucks. Not a drop should be wasted. Shun Qianqian, dressed in a black combat uniform, was methodically directing the order. Baldy, take some people to search the pickups for any leftover weapons, ammunition, and food. Su Fan stood in the driver's seat, quietly watching the busy crowd outside through the glass. He did not join the commotion because more than half of the intact vehicles had already been collected into the system's infinite space yesterday. Time passed by second. The members of the convoy continuously traveled back and forth between the battlefield and the camp, filling large barrels of fuel into their off-road vehicles, and boxes of canned food and bullets were moved into the trunks. Su Fan sat in the driver's cabin, glancing at the time. He then grabbed the high-power walkie-talkie on the center console and press the talk button. Attention all units. The convoy will depart in 10 minutes. Suddenly, a burst of static from a radio crackled through the spacious and quiet driver's cabin of the armored RV, breaking the silence. Immediately after, a rugged male voice, slightly excited, came from a black military walkie-talkie fixed in the center console. Su Xiao, this is Wang Li from the left-wing reconnaissance team. Please respond. Su Fan, holding the steering wheel with one hand, immediately reached out with his right hand, grabbed the advanced military walkie-talkie seized from Bai Laosan, and pressed the talk button. This is Su Fan. Report Su Xiao. We have discovered a group of wandering zombies near a dry riverbed about 20 kilometers to the left of the convoy. There are approximately 800 of them, and so far no high-level mutated bodies have been found. Su Fan's eyes instantly brightened upon hearing this report. Well done, Su Fan replied succinctly. Keep your team concealed and don't get too close. They'll arrive in 5 minutes. Understood. The team will stand by. Su Fan tossed the walkie-talkie back onto the console, then skillfully picked up the RV's built-in radio microphone and switched to the internal public frequency of the convoy. Qian, do you hear me? Received, Su Xiao, came the crisp and capable voice of Qian from the radio. The road ahead is stable with no anomalies. Lead the convoy, don't slow down, and continue along the designated route, Su Fan instructed methodically while looking at the terrain map on the holographic radar. They'll go left to deal with the zombies and meet up with you in 15 minutes. Su Fan's expression instantly sharpened as he put down the microphone. 15 minutes, 20 kilometers. Just the right amount of time. Su Fan gripped the steering wheel firmly, glancing toward the barren land on the left, his right foot pressing the accelerator to the floor. Simultaneously, the steering wheel was violently turned to the left. Boom! The 1,500 horsepower gas turbine unleashed its full power output, instantly transmitting immense energy to each wheel. The 30-ton armored RV carved a wild arc across the wasteland. Its wide 8x8 all-terrain bulletproof tires glided effortlessly over the rocky and ravine ground. Inside the cabin, there was no sense of jolt, yet the speedometer's numbers were wildly fluctuating. 80, 100, 20, 180. In just a few seconds, the speed of this behemoth surged past 200 kilometers. The desolate scenery outside blurred into a frantic retreat behind them. System preheat the weapon platform. Su Fan focused on the windshield ahead. Ding, the 11-barrel rotary cannon is in position and the fire control radar is ready to lock on targets. 5 minutes later, at the edge of a dry, massive riverbed, the RV came to a steady stop amid the screeching of tires. Below, hundreds of tattered zombies wandered aimlessly. Su Fan didn't get out, he merely cast a cold glance at the mass of corpses below. Lock on fire. Whoosh! The Grim Reaper's scythe on the roof roared to life. The orange-eared tongues of fire swept mercilessly back and forth across the dry riverbed. Bloody mist erupted below. Those ordinary zombies didn't even have time to react before being torn to shreds by the 30mm armor-piercing rounds. It lasted less than 2 minutes. The gunfire ceased. In Su Fan's mind, the system's delightful electronic prompt began to sound in a series. Ding, ordinary zombies killed. After the count was complete, several hundred points were successfully credited to. Satisfied, Su Fan patted the steering wheel, shifted into reverse, and skillfully turned the vehicle's head toward the convoy. As he drove, Su Fan contemplated the gains of the past few days. After leading his team out of the Death Gorge, Su Fan sharply realized that relying solely on luck to encounter zombies in the wasteland was far too low. Thus, he decisively changed his strategy. He selected a group of bold and meticulous survivors from the convoy and formed 3 elite reconnaissance teams. Each team consisted of 3 members equipped with the best performing and fastest armored off-road vehicles in the convoy. He also distributed the military walkie-talkies seized from Bai Laosan to these teams. They were divided into left, right, and forward directions, radiating outward from the convoy to search for the traces of zombie hordes in a fan-shaped area extending 15 kilometers out. Once a target was spotted, they would immediately report the coordinates via the walkie-talkie. As for himself, he acted as the cleaner, providing fire support and harvesting points. Through the back and forth over the past few days, more than 8,000 points had been credited to his account. Looking at the rapidly increasing numbers, Su Fan was filled with motivation. The simplified version of the Elixir of Life had already boosted his power to 40 points, making him comparable to a 4th-tier zombie. But what about the standard version? Going to the specialized evolution chamber, assisted by 3 pure-blooded spirit tribe beauty technicians completely covered in the Elixir of Life. That scene, Su Fan could hardly bear to imagine. 15 minutes later, through the rising dust, the outline of the convoy appeared in sight. Su Fan drove the RV smoothly into the front of the convoy, continuing to lead the team southward. Several hours later, the enormous sun gradually descended in the west, dyeing the sky a heavy blood red. As the sun's afterglow disappeared beyond the horizon, the temperature in the wasteland began to plummet at a visible rate. The wind whipped sand against the windows, producing a rustling sound. Su Fan glanced at the radar terrain map and picked up the vehicle's microphone. "All vehicles, please slow down. Set up camp here." He chose a flat area with a massive weathered rock mountain as the location for the convoy's camp for the night. The more than 200 vehicles behind also found their positions, linking up to form a defense formation proficiently. After a moment of rest, Su Fan opened the door and stepped out of the RV. A cold wind blew in his face, and Su Fan stretched comfortably, his bones cracking slightly. His body, transformed by the elixir of life, had become completely immune to such cold. In the camp, a fire was quickly kindled. Team members began unloading supplies and water from the vehicles, and the air gradually filled with the smell of smoke. Su Fan walked straight toward Shun Qianqian's independent tent not far away. Since that day, he devoured 10 pounds of Australian steak in one sitting. Su Fan had deeply realized the terrifying appetite brought on by his Buddhist transformation. To avoid wasting precious time on trivial tasks like cooking, he completely outsourced his 3 daily meals to Shun Qianqian. Just as he reached near the tent, he heard the sound of pots and spatula clanging inside. As he lifted the windproof door curtain, a rich smell of meat rushed toward him. The tent's interior was spacious, with a folding dining table set in the middle. Yi Xiaowen was crouching in front of a square iron box, tinkering with something, while Shun Qianqian, wearing an apron, was stir-frying a large pot of meat chunks on a portable gas stove nearby. Seeing Su Fan enter, Shun Qianqian immediately smiled brightly. "Su Xiao, you timed it perfectly." Su Fan nodded with a smile, his gaze falling on the iron box Yi Xiaowen was fiddling with. "Xiaowen, what new invention is this?" Su Fan walked over, intrigued. The surface of the iron box still bore the paint marks from the car's exterior, clearly pieced together from scrap. Upon hearing Su Fan's voice, Yi Xiaowen quickly stood up, somewhat shyly wiping the grease off her hands. "Su Xiao, this is a car-mounted refrigerator. I noticed you've been taking raw meat from us these days. The weather outside is hot during the day and cold at night, so the meat spoils easily. I used the air conditioning compressor and battery from several scrapped off-road vehicles to create this temperature-controlled cooler." "That's amazing. With this refrigerator, there would be no more worries about food spoilage." Su Fan gave Yi Xiaowen a thumbs up. This little girl's skills as a mechanic were simply essential for travel and logistics. The night was deep and thick, like dense, unyielding ink enveloping the vast expanse of the alien wasteland. Tonight was a typical dark night in the wilderness. The pale moonlight was dim, exuding a chilling and eerie scent as it struggled to penetrate the thin clouds, casting its glow on the undulating sand dunes. The light was very dim, and the surrounding desert and weathered rocks could only barely be discerned as shadowy black silhouettes akin to predatory beasts lurking in the darkness. The howling night wind whipped up coarse gravel, skimming along the dry ground with a whimpering sound. The temperature had already dropped, and a bone-chilling coldness permeated the air. A few kilometers away from Su Fan's convoy camp atop a higher sand dune, 2 figures clad in black tactical suits were lying on the cold sand ridge. The black fabric perfectly blended into the surrounding night, making it nearly impossible to detect the 2 living beings hidden here without getting close. The person on the left wore a black cap backward and held a pair of high-powered military binoculars equipped with night vision in both hands. The binoculars were firmly locked onto the direction of Su Fan's camp, observing any signs of movement there. Meanwhile, the person on the right appeared to be very impatient. He lay sideways on the sandy slope, his legs casually crossed, idly playing with the automatic rifle. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the cold metal of the rifle, occasionally pulling the bolt with a faint click that sounded particularly clear in the stillness of the night. "Hey, is there any movement over there at the convoy?" The man playing with his rifle yawned loudly, breaking the silence in a tone full of complaints and fatigue. He turned over, shaking off the sand on his tactical suit. "It's already midnight, and the campfire over there is almost out. Those guys surely won't have any more actions, right?" The person in the cap ignored him, still holding the binoculars as if he hadn't heard. Seeing this, the man became a bit angry and simply sat up. "We've been following since the Death Canyon for days now. Eating sand during the day and freezing at night. I haven't even had a decent sleep. When are we going back to the base? My bones are about to freeze stiff." Hearing this complaint filled with grievances, the person in the cap finally put down the binoculars. As she turned her head, illuminated by the dim pale moonlight, the black cap revealed a woman's face with a hint of cold beauty. Her brow was tightly furrowed, and a flash of anger flickered in her eyes as she glared fiercely at the man beside her, lowering her voice to chide, "What do you know? Shut your mouth." Although her voice was pleasant, it carried a sternness. The mission on the Alien Alliance's side has completely failed. If we return empty-handed, do you think the leader will let both of us off the hook? Upon hearing her invoke the leader to pressure him, the man playing with the rifle was not scared at all. Instead, he stopped his movements. He squinted slightly, his gaze unabashedly roaming over the woman. Although the light was dim, the tight tactical suit accentuated her curvaceous figure, especially her beautiful face and the long slender neck exposed at the collar. In the desolate cold night, it created a strong visual contrast, exuding a deadly allure. The man greedily surveyed her from head to toe, his throat involuntarily bobbing as he took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging impulse within. Yes, Miss Liangzi, you're right. The man let out a cold chuckle, his tone becoming somewhat playful and disdainful. But Miss Liangzi, you should understand, him not one of your intelligence team. Your ruthless leader, no matter how much power he has, cannot reach me. The man patted the automatic rifle in his hands. My boss sent me here just to ensure your safety. I'm not obligated to accompany you in this deadlock. At this point, the man leaned forward, getting closer to the woman. If there are no substantial discoveries by tomorrow, I might just leave. When that happens, you'll have to fend for yourself. Upon hearing his words, the woman named Liangzi's expression changed slightly. If he really left, not to mention completing the mission, whether she could survive and return to the base was uncertain. After a brief moment of weighing the options, the coldness and severity on Liangzi's face instantly dissipated. In its place was a smile brimming with charm and allure. She leaned forward, took off her gloves, and wrapped her arm around the man's. Oh, Lu Gu. Liangzi's voice softened immediately, carrying a sweet and spoiled tone. Why are you so heartless? Do you really feel at ease leaving a weak woman alone in this devouring wasteland? She looked up, her beautiful eyes seemingly about to drip with water, staring directly into the man's eyes under the dim moonlight, her gaze carrying unabashed hints. I know it's hard camping out in the wind and rain these days. You must be tired, Lu Gu. As she spoke, Liangzi exhaled sweetly and extended her other hand to slowly touch the collar of her tactical suit. How about I help you relax a bit tonight? As soon as the words left her mouth, Liangzi's finger curled. With a soft sound, she unzipped the top of her tight tactical suit and casually unbuttoned the inner layer. The night wind blew through, leaving the opening exposed. On this dim and oppressive sand dune, a stunningly white silhouette was suddenly revealed to the cold air. Her fair skin shimmered alluringly under the dim moonlight, rising and falling gently with her breath, exuding the unique warmth and fragrant aroma of a mature woman. Lu Gu's breath instantly grew heavy. Having been cooped up in this wasteland for so many days, facing such an actively offered seductive creature, any normal man would lose control. Heh. Lu Gu let out a lewd chuckle, casually tossing the automatic rifle onto the sand beside him. He extended his tongue and licked his dry lips, his greed completely transforming into burning desire. Since Miss Liangzi is so concerned about me, I won't stand on ceremony. After saying this, the man could no longer restrain himself. He suddenly lowered his head like a lustful beast, diving directly toward that white silhouette. Oh no. Liangzi let out a soft cry, gently patting Lu Gu's shoulder with her hand, playfully pushing against his chest. Why are you in such a hurry? You're hurting me. Although she complained, there was no trace of repulsion or resistance in Liangzi's eyes. Provoked by the man's eager and rough actions, she too was stirred with desire. Her face flushed. Her body did not retreat, but instead pressed closer, wrapping her arms around Lu Gu's neck. This sandy slope is cold and uncomfortable, and the wind is blowing. Liangzi whispered a warm breath into Lu Gu's ear, her voice sultry and tinged with impatience. Let's go to the car. Okay, let's go to the car. It's warmer in the car. He tightly wrapped his arms around Liangzi's slender waist, and the two stumbled, half embracing, half supporting each other, toward the silver SUV parked below. Their bodies pressed closely together as they walked unsteadily. Lu Gu's hands were already wandering restlessly around Liangzi's waist while she let out suppressed giggles. The two of them, entangled with each other, arrived at the side of the silver SUV. Lu Gu impatiently reached out, opening the rear door. The atmosphere was charged with unquenchable desire, reaching its peak. Just as the two were about to slip into the car, a voice unexpectedly rang out behind them. What a lovely evening. A voice suddenly echoed behind them without warning. Did they even bring their car shaking to an alien planet? This voice echoed across the desolate wasteland like thunder on a clear day. The two individuals who were just moments ago lost in their passionate embrace suddenly froze. The blush on Liangzi's face faded, instantly replaced by a ghastly pallor. Instinctively, the two released each other and abruptly turned around. Bathed in the pale light of the moon above, they clearly saw a tall man standing less than 5 meters away from them, though they couldn't tell when he had arrived. The man was dressed in a black tactical suit, one hand casually tucked into his pocket, while the other held a handgun glinting with a dark metallic sheen, the ominous barrel aimed directly at them. It's Yue. Liangzi's pupils dilated in shock as she recognized the man's face. He's the driver of that gray armored RV. Liangzi gasped silently in her heart. She quickly realized that this man had silently approached to within 5 meters of them, and despite being professionals trained in counter-surveillance, they had been completely oblivious. His strength was undoubtedly unfathomable. At that moment, her survival instinct triumphed over all else. She feigned calmness, subtly shifting back half a step and slightly angling her body to cleverly place the robust Lu Gu directly in front of her. Lu Gu paid no mind to the woman's subtle maneuver. I was wondering who it was. Turns out the prey has come knocking. Rather than retreating, Lu Gu stepped forward, a mocking smirk spreading across his face. If you think holding a mere handgun assures your victory. Lu Gu licked his dry lips with his thick tongue, his eyes filled with disdain. Kid, you know nothing about the technological power of this alien world. He pointed arrogantly in Su Fan's direction. On Blue Star, guns are indeed the truth. But here firearms are destined to become obsolete scrap metal. Today I'll show you what true evolution looks like. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Gu took a deep breath, letting out a low growl like a beast. His arms suddenly jolted outward, and his muscles swelled at a visibly exaggerated speed. The veins beneath his skin throbbed like thick black worms, twisting and bulging on the surface of his muscles. Riot, accompanied by the agonizing sound of fabric tearing his already tight black tactical suit, tattered cloth fluttered down to the sandy ground. A muscle-bound monster, bare-chested and twice as large as before, suddenly appeared before Su Fan. His skin even glimmered with a faint metallic sheen, exuding an aura of formidable pressure. As one of the first soldiers injected with the evolution serum at the base, Lu Gu was filled with absolute confidence. Su Fan stood still, observing Lu Gu's dramatic transformation with no hint of fear. Instead, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Oh, it seems you have some skills. Su Fan raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with unexpected delight. Looking at that muscle density, it seems you've injected some kind of gene-enhancing serum, taking the path of pure physical mutation. Not bad, not bad. He had been struggling to find a suitable punching bag to test his physical limits. Since you want to brawl. Su Fan chuckled coldly, casually flipping his right wrist. The handgun vanished as if by magic, absorbed into Su Fan's system's infinite space. Lu Gu was momentarily stunned to see Su Fan genuinely put away the handgun, but then his face erupted with uncontained joy. Huh. Young people can't handle the pressure. Lu Gu laughed maniacally, his fists crashing together in front of his chest with a dull metallic clang. Without a gun, you're just an ant. I can crush it. Well, die. Lu Gu exerted force through his legs, propelling himself off the sandy ground. Bang! The hard ground was gouged out by his stomp, creating two deep craters as flying sand and gravel clattered against the car door. His massive frame barreled forward like an out-of-control heavy armored vehicle, fists glinting with metallic sheen crashing towards Su Fan's face. The force of the punch was so immense that even the air emitted a piercing sonic boom. Liangzi, hiding behind, struggled to keep her eyes open against the gust of wind from the punch. However, in the face of this unstoppable deadly strike, Su Fan did not retreat an inch. In his perspective, everything around him seemed to have been suddenly slowed down. Lu Gu's originally lightning-fast charge appeared agonizingly slow to Su Fan's eyes. He could even see the muscle fibers in Lu Gu contracting with each exertion, and the sand particles lifted into the air, rolling leisurely. Too slow. As the massive fist the size of a sandbag was about to touch his nose, Su Fan merely tilted his body slightly. Whoosh! Lu Gu's thunderous punch struck nothing but air, just grazing Su Fan's afterimage. Due to the excessive force, Lu Gu stumbled forward uncontrollably, leaving himself wide open, his neck completely exposed within Su Fan's attack range. Su Fan, expressionless, raised his right hand fingers together. With his palm facing Lu Gu's massive head, he casually slapped down. Crack! A crisp sound of bone fracturing suddenly echoed in the silent night sky. Time seemed to return to its normal flow. Then an unforgettable horror unfolded before Liangzi's eyes. Lu Gu's neck, which was already more muscular than an average person's, crumbled under Su Fan's slap like a dried twig. Whoosh! The head, still adorned with a menacing grin, shot through the air like a ball struck hard, following a parabolic arc and landing over 10 meters away. Lu Gu's headless corpse stumbled forward for 2 steps due to inertia. Blood gushed from the smooth neck stump like a fountain, splattering onto the ground. Thud! The headless body toppled to the ground at Su Fan's feet, twitching twice before lying still. The entire process transpired in a flash. Su Fan maintained his side-turned stance, slowly lowering his head, looking somewhat puzzled at his right hand. He opened his palm, examined the lines, and then glanced at the corpse that was now a dismembered body. This